From Stewie's craziest inventions
Who's got beer?
to episodes that were rated TVMA.
You like eating red carpet? Say you like eating red carpet!
I like eating red carpet.
Giggity.
Today, I'm gonna be yapping your ear off about Family Guy for a couple hours or so grab some popcorn, fall asleep, heck, do whatever you want, because we're gonna start things off with one of my favorites. Why has Quagmire been nerfed?
This is the Glenn Quagmire we all know and love.
Dear Diary, jackpot.
A truly vile man. And now let's take a look at the modern day Quagmire.
Thank you so much. This won't fit at all. It's perfect.
He's so much tamer. But just how much has Quagmire been nerfed over the years? Let's find out by starting at the very beginning. Fair warning, we're about to get giggity.
An unsharpened pencil? Check. A speed limit sign that doesn't end in 5 or 0? Check. Your mom's hairbrush? Check. You win.
The episode Mission Impossible is a great example of just how perverted this dude's mind is. Just take a look at the scavenger hunt he sends Chris on. The first two are fun and normal. I know my babysitters had me searching for these on Tuesday night while my mom was at work. But see how quickly that man grabs Lois's hairbrush? Lord knows he ain't gonna be up to some wholesome family fun with that thing. Actually, we don't even have to guess what he's doing with it.
A couple of teeth and some toenail clippings and we'll be ready for our date.
Teeth? Toenails? Dude, you're into some freaky stuff. I'm curious if you're making a truly gross doll or casting sick, nasty warlock spells at this point with those ingredients. But I hate to admit it, all this is tame by Glenn's standards. I mean, it's actually much worse before this even happens. Lois and Peter need some babysitting help, and this is what the dude leads with.
Well, in accordance with Megan's law, I'm obligated to inform you that, you know what, that's fine. I'll take the kids.
Megan's law? You mean the law that requires offenders to disclose that they are indeed offenders to their neighbors? Honestly, I'm not surprised with him. At this point in the series, he's still prime Quagmire, where a comment like this is a drop in the bucket. Eventually, though, this is all going to fade. I just really want to establish how messed up his brain is at this point, just so you know how far he's come in turning over a new leaf, pun not intended. For example, only a few episodes later and stuck together, torn apart, while Glenn takes Lois on a date, we get this bombshell.
Hey, how about a couple of drinks?
Certainly, sir. Martini for you and the usual roofie colada for your date?
No.
A roofie colada? Really? I don't think that you'll be getting caught in the rain with a lover anytime soon drinking those dudes. The show quite actively wants us all to know that this man is forced onto people, and that is, as the kids would say, not cool. Consent is key, Glenn. Quagmire's the kind of guy that'll even perv on his own friends' wives. This is actually one of the key points of the episode Blind Ambition, where Quagmire starts the episode pulling a little perverted Spider-Man action.
Would you just sit down and go to the bathroom already?
After the scandal occurs, Glenn gets charged with peeping, and Peter takes it upon himself to help him with his therapy so that the wives don't evict him from the neighborhood. Then we learn this is how Quagmire looks at things.
Meg, get out of the way.
Something tells me this is going to be a lot harder than the Spooner Street boys think, but they get into some intense training, like this fan that hovers over his privates, and if his little pickle rises, well, you can imagine that pain. He tries to put things to the test, but, well, his inner demons are hard to tame, it seems. Poor Glenn is overwhelmed and sprints off, eventually finding his personal holy grail, the security cameras. But he pushes through, saving a choking woman and clearing his name, but we all know what he was actually trying to get out of it. I was talking about how he's so bad he'll even try and sneak in on his friends' wives, but he goes one step further in a pivotal episode that really cemented him as a bad man. He very actively has an affair with Cleveland's first wife, Loretta. The episode in question is The Cleveland Loretta Quagmire, and right off the bat, we see that Loretta's not happy with her man Cleveland.
Reach him down. All right.
Yeah, you go in and get that.
Something seems fishy, and it's not the 3-bean salad Cleveland offers his wife. I smell a cheater in the midst, and, well, I was right.
Holy crap. We should go.
And while Peter and Brian don't recognize who it was, we all get the sweet satisfaction of some dramatic irony moments later.
What was that?
Shut up and put some more of that sugar in my bowl.
Dang it, Glenn, we gotta draw the line somewhere, dude. Eventually, Cleveland does find out about the affair and is generally pretty tame about it, at least until Peter and Brian really do their best to draw the anger out of him.
And I'm doing you, Loretta. What the hell? Oh, you like that? Yeah, much better
Peter,
than Cleveland.
knock it off.
Yeah, you sweet
Ow.
thing.
Get your
Oh,
damn
you
hands
like
off
it dirty,
me, you son
don't
of a
you?
bitch.
The methods are questionable, but it works, and Cleveland does what any real man would. He tries to murder Quagmire.
Glenn Quagmire, you're dead.
But luckily, old Glenn lives to tell the tale and get his giggity on for many more seasons to come. I think a personal highlight for me is his little store musical he throws on, a beautiful number a man can only do when he truly feels at home.
And when she's unconscious, I do stuff to her face. Make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh.
His capades get so raunchy, the man even gets his own theme song in the episode Breaking Out Is Hard to Do.
Who else but Quagmire?
He's Quagmire, Quagmire. You never really know what he's gonna do next. He's Quagmire, Quagmire.
Giggity, 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 let's have...
I couldn't have said it any better myself. At this point in the show, I truly do not know what this man is going to do. He's like the living embodiment of chaos. To be real with you, someone could tell me he had the literal giraffe and I'd believe it.
What? Hey! What the hell? You're not the same giraffe from last night. Get out of here!
But I'm still not used to it, you know? I'll also say the fact that this bit comes back in a later episode cracks me up, even if it is mildly disturbing.
Giraffity! Yeah, see, that's not mine.
This right here is hard proof that nobody, scratch that, nothing is safe from Quagmire's wrath. Animals done, inanimate objects laid low, and somehow not even, and I hate that I have to say this, his dead wife.
Hey, Death, can you leave that body here for another 5 minutes?
Bestiality? Oh, nothing will faze me at this point. Do you know what the frick I've been through? Though when it comes to unraveling the true nature of Quagmire, I want to talk a little bit more about the rest of this episode. I think it's the perfect example to showcase why Glenn does what he does early on in the series, especially when we get down the road covering how he got nerfed. This will be important to remember as this episode shows us who Quagmire was supposed to be when the series started. The episode where Glenn bangs his dead wife is called I Take the Quagmire, and it actually kicks off with Peter winning a maid on Wheel of Fortune. And yes, she does speak English, despite Peter's confident assumption that she's foreign. I actually don't understand how Peter is so lucky. I guess that's what happens when you're the main character and not his 61-year-old buddy who lives down the road. Yeah, I hadn't really mentioned it yet, but Glenn Quagmire is 61. I'm not referring to Herbert. You look phenomenal for your age, dude. What do you do besides college girls? Anyway, getting back to his soon-to-be wife, after Peter is rewarded with Joan, the maid, he proceeds to do anything in his power to make her life more difficult than it really needs to be, and the coup de grace is a watermelon full of crap and, well, tasty, normal watermelon. And there's only one poor soul in the Griffin house ready to handle it. Meg, you're up. This causes poor Joan, the maid, to clean up his mess. I really don't want to call it that, because, like, who in their right mind does something like that? Fecal melon? Really, Peter? Have some dignity, man. But hey, Peter sure as hell isn't in his right mind, so he gets a pass, I guess. Anyways, Joan waltzes into Quagmire. Well, it's easier if I just show you how he reacts to seeing her for the first time.
De uniden, hablendeth arweth hal uniden, leth hansed deun Quagmandir.
Don't worry, Glenn, this might be the most normal thing you've done yet. I also pretend that I'm Aragorn, the true king, in my mind whenever I see any woman in public. Glenn immediately fantasizes, no pun intended, about Joan, a true beauty in his eyes like no other. Throughout the episode, we see him appear to fall in love with Joan, eventually getting engaged. He even does the unthinkable, denying a lap dance at the strip club.
All right, Quagmire, time for your lap dance.
No, guys, I can't do that. It's degrading to women.
At least Joe had some fun.
Oh! Why do you bring me here?
Oh, my bad. Forgot that doesn't get you going like the rest of us. And hey, before you said that's a bad joke, Peter said the same thing. Now back to Quagmire and his new wifey. Joan and Quagmire really found something special, and in all honesty, things were going pretty well at first. You see, the guys weren't totally fond of Joan, mostly because Quagmire was so fixated on her that he wouldn't spend enough time with them. So they called this out, and he changes in his behavior. They wanted to make sure their pervy old man was still in there. So Quagmire did what any good partner would. He reasonably expressed these concerns to his wife.
So anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is, some of the guys thought we should get a divorce.
What?
But
Needless to say, she did not take one well. Threatening self-harm to coerce your husband is one way to handle things. As expected, this left Quagmire with only one option. This relationship had to go. Luckily, his pals are on his side to get back to his center core freak behavior, and the boy staged his death. That way, Quagmire could get the hell out of Dodge.
Plan B, Quagmire.
Hi, honey, I'm home. Heart attack.
Glenn!
I hope that when I'm in need, my friends pull through and help me stage my own death. Mine would probably be for tax evasion, though, not a bad marriage. And for legal reasons, that is a joke. What I'm getting at here is that Quagmire's nature is being a pest. Marriage, not a real option for him. We actually know this is also the case because in the deep lore, it was revealed that Quagmire had a wife who died, and he never recovered from that. And I really want you to let that sink in. His nature is being... Dude, it's in his bones. This'll be important in a bit. He's meant to live it up as a wild bachelor, even when he gets lonely sometimes. Luckily, that's what the old left hand is for, right, Glenn? He's left-handed, right? I'm pretty sure.
Go and check my mail over there.
You been lifting weights?
No.
Been there, done that. I'll do that, duo guy. Man, you should see me on Saturdays. Just leaves me a shell of my former self and gets you in a terrible mindscape. It's an awful feeling. But yeah, my right arm makes me look like one of those zombies from Left 4 Dead. Except my face is a little more cut. Yeah, like that. This dude's usual taste is a little more questionable than most. Just look.
You ever accidentally to young pictures of your mom?
His mother is actually super important, and we'll talk about her in a little bit. Let's just say for now, the pervy apple didn't fall too far from the pervy tree, and explains a lot about Quagmire, for better or for worse. But before we get to talking about his mom, let's talk about his sister, Brenda. For I believe I found the exact moment the writers and producers of the show decided they wanted to nerf Quagmire. And as to clarify, nerf might actually be a good thing, considering he's laying pipe into animals and zombies. But I do think it drastically impacts how funny his character actually is, considering that is his whole character. During season 10, we get the episode titled Screams of Silence, the story of Brenda Q. From what I found, this is the episode where the pivotal shift from pervert to more grounded person occurs. And if you don't quite agree with me, let me know down in the comment section below, but hear me out first, because I'm going to tell you exactly why I think this, of course. I mean, it starts off like every normal Family Guy episode.
Oh my god! He must have autoerotically asphyxiated himself! Yeah, while he was watching clown... Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Almost there. Almost there.
Classic Family Guy, who needs that little fancy intro sequence when you could just have each episode start with a 61-year-old pervert strangling himself, getting some good honkin' clown. So was that necessary? After choking the metaphorical and physical chicken, Quagmire is brought to the hospital, and his sister Brenda and her piece of trash boyfriend Jeff both come to pay a visit.
I'm sorry. Oh God, I hope Glenn's okay. I'm so worried about him.
Shut up and limp! We're in a handicap spot, you...
Needless to say, Jeff is not a superb person. In fact, he's abusive, aggressive, ultimately makes Brenda feel unsafe because she is unsafe. And that right there is your indication that this section of the video is going to get a little more serious than everything else we've talked about so far. And we talked about banging dead people. So if domestic violence and such is a little too much for you, consider bouncing ahead to the timestamp on screen. This stuff ain't easy to watch. She wakes Glenn up and is quickly dragged away for touching him. Even Peter is quick to call out how overly aggressive the dude is.
Oh, Glenn! Oh, thank God you're all right!
Hey, you touching my girl? Relax, Jeff, that's her brother. Yeah, that's how it starts.
Jeff and Brenda stick around and their domestic arguments keep the neighborhood up. Most importantly, though, it haunts Quagmire, who's unable to fall asleep hearing his little sister be scolded at by this monster of a man.
But then I'll be working 100 hours a week.
So what? I need money for motor oil and wallet chains.
Okay, I'll ask about it Monday. Can I put my nightgown back on?
No, I'm not done drawing.
It only gets worse, and Quagmire stops over at the Griffin's house asking for help. This prompts Lois to then take Brenda out to lunch, and what she sees is not good. Brenda has a black eye from Jeff's violence. And like a true big brother, Quagmire has had enough. He enlisted the help of Joe to arrest Jeff, but Joe acknowledges that unless Brenda files a complaint, the police can't really do anything. Luckily, they had a backup plan. Glenn throws an intervention to see if he can get Brenda to realize Jeff is an awful, awful man.
The fact that you are being abused has affected my life in the following ways. The sister that I knew and loved growing up no longer exists.
The truth can be really harsh, but luckily it seeps in, and Brenda acknowledges what her older brother says. It worked. Or so we thought, until D-Bag Jeff comes back. And when he does, Brenda shares a little teeny tiny secret that she'd been keeping from everyone. A secret that sets Quagmire off on a dark and twisted path.
Jeff and I are getting married. I'd show you the ring, but it's under the splint.
Not only is Quagmire going to be an uncle, but his sister is going to get married to a dangerous man. And what's worse is his niece or nephew is going to be around that dude. And Uncle Quagmire just cannot let that happen. And so, consumed by the added pressure of stopping Jeffrey Fiekelman, yes, that's his full name, and it's absolutely hilarious, Quagmire, Joe, and Peter take Jeff out to the woods so they can beat his ass. And while they're out there, Quagmire gets the bright idea to put his hunting rifle to Jeff's head and scare him off, but Jeff had different plans.
Like this? You know, Quagmire, you are pathetic. You have to bring your friends out here with you to do your dirty work?
Dramatic irony at its finest, people. Jeff, the abusive boyfriend, is locked and loaded, ready to erase Quagmire from existence. Or so we thought. With some quick thinking, Joe tells Jeff that they'll forget the whole thing if Jeff puts the gun down, and to everyone's surprise, he actually does it.
Well, that's never happened before. Kinda don't know what to do next.
Couldn't have said it any better myself, Joe. You know, he's incredibly reasonable for being such an awful guy. Unfortunately, he still has to go. Rest in pieces, Jeffrey Fiegelman. You won't be missed. But golly goober, dude, no wonder the text preview for this episode simply says Quagmire crosses a line. He straight up murders a man in cold blood. Sure, it was for the safety of his sister, but this side of him is something we'd never seen before up to this point. The silly trickster addict becomes a stone-cold killer, and after this, the series decides to take him in a completely different direction. And this might not be too surprising, but I actually skipped over something, as it seems the writers kind of want to take him in a different direction already. Remember that giraffe episode from earlier? It's called Barely Legal, and the main focus of that episode is Meg Griffin wanting to land a date to prom. Brian takes her, she gets a little too obsessed with him.
Brian last night put him in the trunk of his car and then drive away.
What? Chris, why didn't you say anything?
I dropped the ball. I'm sorry.
Oh, that image is burned into my mind now. Luckily for Brian, Quagmire is on the scene to help him escape.
She's a teenager!
I've never been more certain about anything in my life. I need him.
Meg, I know that's what you think right now, but oh, God, I wish I could make you understand. You don't know what you need.
I know what she needs.
Now, I know what you're thinking, because I thought the same thing. Quagmire is going to try and get a little naughty with his best friend's daughter, and while this moment definitely implies that Quagmire is going to do some dirty, weird things to Meg, you'll be even more surprised with what actually happens. Quagmire starts by getting his groove on, he busts out some sexy tunes, turns the lights down low, and slips into something more comfortable. But contrary to common belief, Glenn breaks character, because it actually turns out he had some truly solid advice for her.
Meg, I've watched you grow up from a playful little girl into a very special young woman. Now, you probably just think of me as square old Mr. Quagmire from next door, but I've been around the block a few times, learned a couple things, and I can tell you this. There's no reason to grow up too fast. Teenage girls are exposed to so much these days. I can see why a relationship looks glamorous, but you've got all the time in the world and a lot of wonderful experiences ahead of you.
Well, that's genuinely moving, dude. Maybe just wear some clothes next time. You don't need to bust out the mankini. Now, for a frame of reference, this episode is from season 5, showing just a little bit of foreshadowing for his nerfed character shift that occurs after the story of Brenda Q. And while I've been talking about this whole time about this nerf, what does that actually mean? Does he square up, get a wife, settle down, have some non-giraffe babies, or does he turn a new leaf and drop altogether? Well, let me show you exactly what I mean when I break down the next Quagmire-focused episode. It's called Quagmire's Quagmire, and it's from season 12. And the real meat potatoes kick off when Quagmire goes to the computer store to get his laptop fixed due to some questionable viruses showing up.
Not a fixed pieces of junk?
Haven't been stumped yet.
I mean, in all fairness, he did only recently discover computer services, so it's to be expected he accidentally went to the website kinkylatinas.net, a notorious hotspot for viruses. Don't ask me how I know that. Luckily, Sonia the clerk comes in clutch.
Personally, I'd recommend college Latinas. I mean, I want to see Latinas, but I also want them to
Speak
speak
English,
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
And in that moment, Quagmire has truly met his match. Sonia is Quagmire's very own Quagmire. Oh, that's why the episode's named that! I can't tell you how many times I've covered this episode on this channel alone, and I didn't get why it was called that. Oh my frick, I'm dumb. And throughout the episode, this really shows. Glenny Boy is like a kid in a candy store. If the candy store was a super kinky woman, he ends up in handcuffs after a wild night on their first date. Then he pulls a Marvin Gaye and gets it on at an empty basketball court, partaking in a little bit of at his old principal's expense. I promise, Principal Jacobs, I will never do that to you. Quagmire and Sonia's deviancy hits its healthy peak when they start covering themselves in paint. That way, they can create intensely passionate artwork over an empty room, like a bunch of college art students probably would. But I hear you saying now, I thought you said he changed. This is pretty classic Quagmire behavior. And yes, you would be right. The episode starts off trying to frame Quagmire as his normal self, but that all changes when Sonia goes a little too far one night.
What twisted, deviant act you've thought of this time?
I want you to have with your father.
What?
Yep, and I'm gonna watch.
Hi, Glenn.
Are you crazy? No way!
Yeah, that's too much. Quagmire draws the line to his parents not full on getting it on with them, or at least that's where he tried to draw the line, but Sonia pushed him to do more and more and more, ultimately revealing that Quagmire's love life became a living hell.
No, wait, give me those. Oh my God! Quagmire, what the hell happened?
The poor man has been put through the ringer, and for the first time in his life, it's just not something he wants. Quite frankly, it's the opposite. He's gone full circle, ended up in a domestic violence situation much like his sister. Except this one is fueled by masochistic and sadistic deviancy, which is also what I call the 4th of July 2017. We're not focusing on that right now. We're focusing on Glenn Quagmire's not so wonderful time.
This is one of your fantasies, right? Public humiliation?
Yeah, no, I don't think so, Sonia. Pretty sure the man is tapped out for a long time. At least you weren't using weapons.
Sonia, stop, please!
Okay, well, at least it's only brass knuckles. That's gotta be worth something, right?
Oh, I'm gonna clean out your trunk. Giggity.
That's my word. That's my word!
And he's gone. Yeah, their relationship escalates to a terrifyingly unsafe level for our giggity guy. Thank goodness his good buddy is a cop ready to save the day at the 11th hour.
It didn't jam, Peter. The gun was never loaded. Sort of had a mental breakdown in April.
As you can tell, there was a pretty big change up around that season 10 mark. Suddenly, Quagmire's karma seems to be in full bloom. Maybe it's the ghost of Jeffrey Fiekelman haunting him, or maybe it's just changing times, but his story arcs become far more grounded, real, and punishing for his actions. And there's no better episode to really showcase that than season 13's episode, Quagmire's Mom. Quagmire's up to his old antics, shagging college girls in leopard print undies, and all was going well until...
I gotta go sit in my den until you leave.
Oh, that's okay. I'll just take the school bus.
Oh no, please don't say it, Kira.
What the hell? You said you were 23!
Yeah, and you said you love me.
Yeah, both of those things track, but even this little tiny bit of dialogue goes against Quagmire's origins. This is the guy who was on the SO registry reading off Megan's Law in season 3, and now he's terrified of sleeping with high schoolers, which, let me be clear, is a good thing. He should not be wanting to do that. He shouldn't be doing that. But it's clear as day that the writers have made his character way more tame than he used to be. And they're going even further by having him face serious consequences for it.
Quagmire, I'm afraid you're under arrest for statutory...
Serious criminal charges. The dude orders roofie coladas, and now he's facing 20 years of jail time. What happened? Where did things change? All I know is this episode actually reveals a lot, as Quagmire reveals that his nature isn't that at all. Instead, it was how he was raised that caused him to be like this. He's a fiend due to his mother's promiscuous behaviors.
How do you feel?
Really? Could you put him back so I can push him out again?
I was born 9 times that day.
She's built differently, and she's also kind of bad, I won't lie. He goes on to reveal some actually sad stuff, like how he only learned the alphabet by memorizing the names of all of his mother's boy toys.
Art, Bob, Chet, Don, Ed, Frank, Gus, Hal, Irv, John, Ken, Lou, Matt, Ned, Oxpat.
Ooh, rough stuff. And what's even worse is she went to his high school prom and hooked up with a high schooler. Like mother, like son, I guess. Ultimately, this episode humanizes Quagmire, showing that his terrible and rotten behavior throughout the series is a result of how he was raised. And I did not expect Family Guy, of all things, to tackle nature versus nurture, but hey, we get a little surprised every now and then. And remember what I said earlier? Editor, run the tape back real quick for me, please. What I'm getting at here is that Quagmire's nature is being a pest. Marriage, not a real option for him. We actually know this is also the case because in the deep lore, it was revealed that Quagmire had a wife who died, and he never recovered from that. And I really want you to let that sink in. His nature is being a... Dude, it's in his bones. This'll be important in a bit. This totally contradicts everything the series built up Quagmire to be. He was always supposed to be naturally like that. There's no sign of his mother's bad habits causing him to be like this. Sure, it's not a full retcon, but it feels like one. This was clearly never supposed to be Quagmire's true path, but something happened, and now the creators want him to be a grounded and redeemable dude. Clear as day that the creators wanted to try and find a way to excuse him for his actions. They wanted Quagmire to have a reason for all the stuff so he could eventually break out of that pervy gimmick, have a positive character arc or something, I don't know. But there's a problem with that. They kind of just stopped caring. There is no actual definitive positive character arc Quagmire has gone through since these episodes. And even if he did, that's still no longer who he was. He's a addict. It's Family Guy. Dude's a shell of his former self, and he's way too far past the point of no return for them to try and run it back. Quagmire should be a man having sex with lizards, making little dragon babies like that fricker from Shrek, Donkey, not a dude who owns a cat cafe.
What is all this? I happen to own this place. It's a cat cafe.
I want to know the same thing, Brian. Yes, people, this is real. They took Quagmire, a man whose entire joke and reason for existing is crude, brash humor, turned him into a cafe owner. Not a maid cafe like the ones in Japan, a cat cafe. I mean, like actual felines, not like... But ultimately, it culminates into something I never thought I could imagine. It went too far with this one. Meet the enemy of all classic Quagmire fans, L.
Oh my God! Quagmire and the librarian?
I'm with you guys. Look, this is no slander at Elle's appearance, vibes, or anything of that nature, but Quagmire finding a stable and healthy relationship. Say it ain't so. She better be cool at least.
Elle, what are you doing?
Oh, Glenn. Hi.
Hey, all right, Elle. I'll see you. Got mad game, respectable. Okay, maybe we should, and it gets worse. Just wait until you hear the reason why she cheated on him.
The problem is in bed. Yeah, you've never given me an...
That's actually just plain disrespectful to Quagmire. He's a panther, the man who can give anything a good time. And he can't get Elle to finish, you know what I mean? Giggity, giggity, what? That ain't Quagmire. I don't even know what you are. What's that one scene from Breaking Bad? I don't know who you are. I don't even know who I'm talking to. What's even wilder is this little action shattered another part of his entire shtick.
And then I got a cease and desist order from the people who licensed the word giggity.
What?
Yeah, it's a standard franchise agreement, but apparently it can only be used by men who can satisfy their partners. Oh, God, what am I gonna do?
First you take away his dignity, then you take away his giggity. That is soul-crushing. And yes, to be clear, I'm allowed to say giggity. I know how to satisfy my partner. Isn't that right, sweetie? All right. Quagmire, I'm sorry, man. Disney shackled you worse than Sonya did. They gutted you, exposed you, ruined your whole vibe. You've been nerfed into the ground, and I can only hope that one day they let you rise like the glorious, deviant phoenix you fracking are, instead of whatever this is.
Quagmire isn't the only one that's changed over the years. The whole show has in multiple ways. So why don't we look at every single time Family Guy changed animation style? Family Guy is about as recognizable as a cartoon can get. One look at the Griffin household and family, and you know exactly what show you're watching. Or do you?
Return the device, woman.
No toys, Stewie.
Purple Stewie, blue Meg, and red Lois with blonde hair? Unfortunately, your eyes aren't lying. Family Guy has gone through a lot of animation style changes over the years, and I'm going to take you through every single one of them. Starting with Larry and Steve. No, nobody knows Larry and Steve? Well, you may know them better as Peter and Brian.
Mr. Sulu, ahead what line? What do you think they eat? Some kind of like space jerky or something, I guess, you know.
Make no mistake about it, Brian may be brown and Peter looks a heck of a lot older, but those two are the prototypes for future Griffin family members. But I know what you're thinking. You need an explanation. Well, here you go. This is Seth MacFarlane, a former college animation student at the University of Rhode Island who in 1995 had his animated short Life of Larry pitched to Hanna-Barbera Studios, the folks behind Flintstones, Scooby-Doo, and the Powerpuff Girls. Sure enough, the studio liked it, and with good reason.
I mean, some nut in his underpants could just walk in off the street, bang on the door, and demand God knows what. You guys have any Cheez-Its?
I mean, how could you not give that 20 seasons? Anywho, MacFarlane's initial college short was really more of a collection of cutaway gags, but when Hanna-Barbera reached out to him about making a longer short for the new segment on Cartoon Network called What a Cartoon, he fleshed out the idea with more plot, more gags, and more danger.
Hey, cut it out!
Family Guy has rarely delved into being this cartoony, but I guess you gotta play into your audience when you literally aired on a Saturday morning. The short, appropriately titled Larry and Steve, starts with Steve, a talking dog, stuck in a shelter where he's just about to be fracking euthanized. Eesh, this early in the series. Life of Brian, you ain't special. Anywho, Larry comes along and meets his future friend-to-be and is the only human who can understand him to boot.
You know, I once had a Jack Russell Terrier that spoke Dutch, but I couldn't understand a word he was saying.
Larry adopts Steve, takes him home to show him his new apartment quarters, and then quickly has literally everything break, meaning they gotta go do some shopping. After a frankly way too dangerous car ride, the two arrive at the mall where they've gotta get a new lamp. Larry picks the absolute brightest bulb he can, and just as any future Peter Griffin would do, inadvertently uses it as a lightsaber, sending Steve across the entire mall, up towards the clouds, and into a frackin' plane.
Ricky, I know you've never flown a plane before, but why don't you take the controls while I go in the back and...
What the frick was that? Was that Proto Quagmire? That chin being stuck on a pilot is unmistakable. It's gotta be him. Steve is sent back into the mall below, and the shopping trip ends in literal flames, leaving the future Brian to monologue about his misery into a camera. That is until Larry butts in.
You know, your tripod's loose. Whoops.
Idiot.
Dude, this is so jarring. It's not even just a simple animation style change. The entire tone and style is different. You can tell it's got like two teensy puzzle pieces of what makes Family Guy, but it's just so kiddie. Thankfully, despite the short not leading to anything further on Cartoon Network, it did catch the eye of Fox, who reached out to Seth about making a full animated series based on the short, albeit for adults and with 22-minute episodes. Seth got back to them with a pilot, and so Family Guy as we know it was born. Or at least sort of.
Ah, smoking. How does a boy like that go so wrong?
Well, I live in a crummy neighborhood.
Yeah, that family ain't looking like the Griffins I know. Moving along, the episode starts with the family bickering a bit about the usual stuff, Stewie having his gun taken away by Lois, Lois having to deal with Peter going to a stag party that night, and Meg about how chilly the house is.
This thing goes up to 90.
Put down your thermostat. Brain implant, Meg. Every father's got one.
Whoa, Peter! What happened to your nose, buddy? You feeling okay? Lois tells Peter that she doesn't want him to have a drop of alcohol hit his lips tonight, considering his track record with the stuff, but Peter assures her not a single ounce will ever enter his system. Not a droplet, not a single bit.
Who wants to play Drink the Beer?
Right here.
You win!
All right.
Even in the pilot, not even episode 1, Peter's the exact same guy we'd come to know as him. The next morning, Peter wakes up on the kitchen table and is nearly chewed out by Lois, but ends up having to head to work at the toy factory. Not quite working for the Pawtucket Brewery yet, and considering he's already having trouble dealing with his liquor, that's definitely a good thing. Even still, Peter's drunken state has him fall asleep on the job, making him miss some potentially unsafe toys that end up heading out to market.
Come on, Timmy! Throw the silly ball!
Come on, baby Heimlich, spit it out.
Oh boy, a pound poochie!
Safety concerns be damned. I would have wanted a baby Heimlich when I was a kid. For his mistake, Peter is let go from his job, meaning he's got to tell Lois the bad news. She blames his drinking for the firing before telling him.
Now why don't you... What on earth was that?
What the deuce are you staring at? It's tuna fish. And nothing else.
Well, whether he's wearing purple or red, Stewie still wants to murder his mother. No changes there. Surprisingly, that's as much of the pilot as we have today. Apparently, Fox only aired the first chunk of the episode to give audiences a preview of what's to come. Sure enough, on January 31st, 1999, the show finally made its full-fledged debut, right after the Super Bowl, no less. And we finally got to see how the pilot continued on. And so, we finally make it. The first episode of Family Guy, Death Has a Shadow. And while it definitely feels more rudimentary compared to what's to come, this is so much of a step up from that pilot. The humor is snappy, the family looks how we're kinda used to, and best of all,
It seems today that all you see is violence in movies.
we got an intro, baby! Anyhow, the beginning of the episode is mostly exactly the same as the pilot, with the most notable difference that Quagmire is the friend who hands Peter his beer at the stag party. After that, he wakes up on a table, heads to work, gets fired, and is stuck looking for a new job. This time, though, Peter has second thoughts about telling Lois about his employment issues.
Lie to her. It's okay to lie to women. They're not people like us. Hey, where's the other guy? Come on, you bastard. I'm late for work. Oh.
Even angels can't escape the hell that is a traffic jam. Peter tries to get a bunch of new gigs, but none of them seem to be working out here. Brian tells Peter he should probably come clean to Lois as soon as possible, but even when the perfect time comes, he just can't bring himself to do it.
Hey, how'd she take it?
I told her she was fat.
Nope.
While a dog might actually learn a lesson from that, I don't think Peter can. Out of options, though, Peter waddles his way to the welfare office and walks out with a check of $150 a week. Or, I'm sorry, $150,000 a week. Thankfully for Peter, government incompetence strikes yet again. Speaking of incompetence, let's talk about Stewie's aim.
Stewie, why don't you play in the other room?
Why don't you burn in hell?
No dessert for you, young man.
You can tell the writers love playing up the evil side of Stewie's evil genius a lot in these early seasons. But yeah, Peter starts blowing off some of his welfare checks super quickly, explaining to Lois that he got a raise, and as anyone who makes 150 grand a week would do, he decides the family is gonna start eating like royalty.
Yeah, I'd like 6,000 chicken fajitas, please.
I beg your pardon?
If he keeps eating like that, I'm not certain Peter's gonna be able to enjoy his money for long. Eventually, though, it all comes crashing down as the mailwoman delivers the family welfare check directly to Lois, and obviously, she ain't happy. Peter realizes he's gonna have to return all this money back to the American taxpayers he's leached off of, but he needs a flashy way of doing it to catch Lois's attention. Super Bowl!
Oh boy, I hope Lois is watching. Okay, taxpayers, here you go.
Crowd is storming the field. This is pandemonium.
We're talking about football fans here, Peter. You should have known these people are always one step away from rioting. Peter's stunt gets him tossed in jail, eventually leading to a court case to punish him for his welfare fraud. He makes a heartfelt apology that despite wanting to give his family a better life, he shouldn't have lied to the government, and even worse, his wife. Aw, how touching. I mean, he seems like he really learned a lesson and won't do it again. Maybe they can let Peter off with a warning.
I'm sentencing you to 24 months in prison.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah.
The hand of justice is about as cold as a nice glass of Kool-Aid. Thankfully, when all hope seems lost, Stewie whips out his mind control device and reverses the judge's decision, and even manages to get Peter his job back too. What an unsung hero. Well, this episode still looked a bit rougher than what we're used to, all those thicker lines and bigger eyes actually kind of gave this era of Family Guy a lot of charm, even if sometimes you got a bit of this. Ugh. So despite the quality of the show and decent ratings, Family Guy ended up being canceled by Fox after just season 3. Thankfully, after Adult Swim picked up the rebroadcasting rights to the show, Family Guy grew a cult fandom, which eventually led to Fox deciding to pick the show right back up again. And as well as a new season, the show also got a new budget, and with it, better animation. So here we are at season 4, episode 1, North by North Quahog. The episode starts with Lois and Peter christening the new sheets, both figuratively with a new animation style, and unfortunately, also very literally.
All right, that's enough.
It's good to have land.
Oh, those poor Griffin kids. Midway through their deed, Lois screams the name George instead of Peter and admits that she's found their life a bit lacking in recent times. Thankfully, Peter has an idea to spice things up.
I just don't feel that spark anymore. I mean, a honeymoon.
Wait a second, Lois. That's what we need.
That'll sure keep their love life electric. So when that doesn't work, Peter decides to take Lois on a second honeymoon and leave Brian in charge of the house for a bit. Peter and Lois head out to Cape Cod, but Peter's road tendencies are about as reliable as an 11th grader's.
You plow the car into a tree? Oh my God, you gotta pay attention to the road. It's totaled. It's completely totaled, Peter. Oh, this is just terrific.
The two get stuck at a crummy motel and head over to a diner for breakfast the next morning, with car's repairs costing all the cash they had saved for their second honeymoon. Thankfully, there's another vacation opportunity that presents itself, a luxury hotel nearby, where Mel Gibson owns a room that he barely uses.
Excuse me, I'm Mel Gibson.
Peter manages to convince hotel staff that he's Mel Gibson with this convincing disguise before he and Lois get busy later that night. Once more, though, Lois yells another man's name instead of Peter's, meaning this entire trip was for nothing. It could be worse, though. Their love life could be British.
Almost. There we are.
Well done.
That's classy in all the wrong ways. However, just as the couple are about to head out, they stumble into a secret room that contains none other than an early copy of The Passion of the Christ 2. And if you know anything about the first one, you know it's a moral obligation for Peter to get rid of it immediately.
I am gonna make sure this never sees the light of day.
The two are just about to leave the fancy hotel before members of the church come to retrieve the movie. As you'd expect, they're ready to do whatever it takes to get the flick back, including...
Hey, stop!
Hey, the sixth commandment is null and void if you're trying to steal back a Mel Gibson movie. I feel like that's just common church knowledge. Peter manages to escape and even bury the movie in a field, but the church catches up and even kidnaps Lois in a plane. He's told to meet up at Mel Gibson's secret home in Mount Rushmore or Lois will be killed, and sure enough, he makes it over just in time and hands back the film, or so it seems.
There's a dog turd in here.
Uh-oh.
Mel Gibson chases the two onto the very edge of Mount Rushmore and asks one more time for the movie. Luckily, Peter's got the perfect response.
I want that film.
Right over there in President Rushmore's mouth. Christians don't believe in gravity.
And as if they haven't pissed off enough Christians in this episode already, they had to have one more teensy jab tossed in there. And to cap it all off, Lois's love for Peter returns, and they do it right then and there on George Washington's head. Great! You can tell, though, just how much the animation style was up with this one. That entire fight on Rushmore was so much more cinematic than Family Guy had ever been up to that point. However, we can't talk about Family Guy's animation style changes without bringing up the time it had about 15 different styles in one episode. You all knew this was gonna be here. Road to the Multiverse.
You can ask all the birds in the sky.
This animation style is a literal cinema, no ifs, ands, or buts. It all starts off with a family at Clam Day, a local Quahog celebration chock full of clam-themed freak shows, carnival games, and
Oink. Oh my god. Yes, he's something, isn't he?
pig competitions that are won by genetically perfect swine, like your mother. Yes, so Stewie offers to show Brian how he got that pig, whipping out his handy-dandy multiverse remote. He types in a date and blasts to a different dimension with Brian, arriving in a universe where Christianity never existed, allowing for science to flourish. Really just knocking on Christians today, aren't we?
Thanks, honey. Say hi to your husband. Oh, I got AIDS again. All gone.
Brian's blown away by the spectacle of this dimension and wants to check out more universes while they're already out and about. They hit the remote and zap over to another universe that looks oddly similar to an iconic Stone Age cartoon.
Rock, Peter? That was wonderful rock we had last rock night.
This humor sure doesn't rock, I'll tell you that. Fed up with the awful jokes, Brian and Stewie head over to the next universe, which apparently was completely taken over by Japan.
あなた様のチンチンに献上いたします。
Huh, accurate. The two decide to head on home, but quickly realize they've stumbled into a universe where everyone has two heads, one happy, one sad. Okay, that's fracking random. Apparently, Stewie hasn't fully tested this brand new remote yet, which is always a good thing to hear when you're hopping between universes on a whim. After getting stuck in ice in a dimension where everyone just always has to poop, they make it to one of the most iconic Family Guy gags of all time. That's got to be the best this show has ever looked. Hell, this looks a lot better than a ton of legitimate Disney movies. I swear. I want to see a spinoff. Seth MacFarlane, stop everything you're doing and make it a reality. One issue with this universe, though, it's anti-Semitic, meaning Brian and Stewie have to kind of dip. The crazy animation doesn't end there, though, as they zap on over from Disney into...
Whoa, this is trippy. I should say so. We're in the robot chicken universe.
Yeah, that's the most robot chickeniest robot chicken bit I've seen in a good while. After heading to a universe in ruin after JFK lost the election, the two head on over to get another major style shift for the ages.
Lois, where is my supper?
Still in the oven.
Will I have it soon?
Quite soon.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I feel like if this episode was made today, this would be a Minecraft joke or some kind. Either way, I'm disturbed. They keep going through random universes, one where they're live action, one where they're in a political cartoon, before making it into a world where dogs and humans have completely switched places, to Brian's delight.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Holly. Let's go. This guy's a freak.
Well, yeah, I'm disturbed yet again. Obviously, Brian doesn't want to head home anytime soon, wrestling the device out of Stewie's hands and accidentally smashing it onto the floor, meaning, for the time being at least, they are stuck. The two decide to head to the Griffin's household, and after Peter tumbles his way down the stairs, are introduced to the rest of the family.
Chris, stop licking yourself and come up and say hi. My daughter, Meg. Our puppy, Stewie. And this is our human, Brian.
Nice to meet you.
All these designs are gonna haunt me for the rest of my life. But human Brian takes the cake for nightmare fuel. Also, Meg is too, honestly. Dog Stewie reveals to normal Stewie that he knows what's going on and offers to return him and normal Brian to their home. Or at least that was the plan until the dog version of Joe rolls on in and takes Stewie to the pound after he bites Peter. The others head on over to the pound to rescue Stewie, manage to break him free. Dog Stewie opens a portal to send them home, but human Brian decides at the last minute that he's joining them in on their universe as well. Sure enough, he makes the jump and decides to head off into a world more accepting of his kind.
Free in a world of his own kind. Oh my god, he got hit by a car!
The ultimate fate of many animal companions. Roadkill. Golly goober, that's bleak. Anyway, let's talk about the biggest jump in animation quality yet. Season 9's double-length premiere, and then there were fewer. To say this episode felt like a movie is an understatement. Even Even without those movie-like effects, you gotta appreciate the show's jump to HD, even ditching the square aspect ratio of the older seasons in favor of a new 16:9 proportion. It looks sleek as hell. Anywho, the episode kicks off with the Griffins being invited to a party in a mysterious manner, hosted by someone anonymous. Well, obviously, there's no smarter option than to blindly head out right away. Little aside though, this opening credit sequence is amazing looking. Those 3D environments and shadows all look fantastic. It's clear the animators are making the most of their new budget and upgrades here. The family arrives at the spooky looking mansion when oddly a bunch of other families arrive as well. From Joe and Bonnie to Mort and Muriel, it seems like everyone in town was invited to this thing, and I do mean everyone. Bro, at this point I shouldn't be surprised at how low Herbert will stoop. Apparently everyone was told it'd be a party held in their honor, only adding to the fishiness of this gala. Finally, the anonymous host reveals themselves.
Good evening, everyone.
James Woods?
Knowing what he's done IRL in hindsight, those are very reasonable reactions. James explains that thanks to his new girlfriend Priscilla, he's become a born-again Christian and says that the reason he invited everyone out is to try and make amends for the wrongs that he's done to everyone. Woods heads off to the kitchen with Priscilla to check on dinner, but just as he heads out...
Did the cork hit me?
We got a murder mystery on our hands. Also, that was Quagmire's regretful girlfriend, just in case you cared, which she shouldn't, because she had like 6 lines and then she died. Moving on. Everyone dashes for their cars and tries to make a speedy exit, but the storm stops everyone in their tracks. Lightning strikes a tree and destroys the only bridge out. Just the Griffins nearly make a break for it.
Oh my God, Peter, back it up!
Oh, really, Lois? I thought I might drive forward. I thought that might be a fun thing to do.
Wrong time to crack jokes, Peter. The group heads back to the mansion and immediately suspects James Woods to be the murderer. The man himself walks back into the crowd's dismay, but he says he has no idea what's going on. In fact, he didn't even see a body. Sure enough, the dead body is gone, and James pleads innocence just as the lights go out. And when they come back on...
He's dead.
Oh my God!
Nice.
Oh, I'm out of ideas. The gang realizes the murderer has to be one of them and gets to investigating, eventually finding out that there was a secret timed pistol with a silencer aimed at James Woods' chair that Quagmire's girlfriend just happened to be sitting in by accident. That means that the murderer has to be someone who wanted James Woods dead, which means it could still be anyone. The group decides to look for more clues, and it looks like Peter may have stumbled upon a jackpot.
Uh-oh.
And there goes the only legitimate voice of authority when it comes to mysteries. Hope it was worth it, man. The whole town starts to blame each other, pointing out everyone's reasons for hating James Woods and eventually getting into a giant fist fight until Chris accidentally reveals his secret room. Peter decides to be the one to take the plunge and step into the room to investigate.
Laundry room. Laundry room, everybody.
I'd normally question why someone would want to hide their laundry room, but at this point, I understand that some people want to hide their wardrobe from the world. Superheroes and furries. Anyway, the group heads into the new secret room and finds Woods' journal documenting why everyone has a grudge against him. Consuela's particularly telling.
I bring my nephew to work, and he my nephew, and he cry, and then he shoot himself in the face.
Moving along, the room also hides a bunch of pill bottles that Muriel Goldman prescribed to Woods illegally, and when she threatened to cut him off, he blackmailed her. She starts to clam up before the lights go out again, and when they come back, she's gone. Peter puts the group into pairs and sends them off to look for Muriel, and when the newsmates, Tom Tucker and Deanne Simmons, come across yet another hidden room, Tom accidentally gets trapped inside. Actually, everyone kinda keeps discovering secret rooms. At least it's only Meg. Meanwhile, Stewie and Brian are shooting the breeze when they hear a scream down the hall and make a mad dash to see what's happening. They finally make it over and...
Oh my God!
Well, there goes another of my prime suspects. I am horrible at detective work. Anyway, the group decides to stick together from here on out and even found Meg and Tom Tucker before anything awful happened to them. This guy, Derek, decides to head up to the top floor to see if there's a cell phone signal, while everyone else figures out that someone's missing.
We're short one vagina in this room.
Oh my God! Priscilla's gone!
That's impossible.
I guess being a deplorable creep sometimes has its benefits. Joe manages to wake up and roll into the room right as everyone decides that Priscilla had to have been the murderer all along. Derek manages to make it to the balcony and even gets a bar on his phone, but also gets a visit from an unexpected guest.
The man or woman who's been killing everybody. Stay back. Stay back.
Oh, now that is a grisly death. The group finds Eric's body and run back inside, figuring that a massive golden globe would have had to have been a blunt object the killer used to knock him off the edge. They decide to move as one massive group and search everyone's room for the award, finally finding the trophy under Tom Tucker's drawer. He still denies he's the murderer, saying Priscilla could have framed him. That's a fair enough theory. One issue.
You're going to jail, Tucker.
All right, well, jail time for you, Tom. Tom runs for his life while everyone else chases after him, which eventually leads to the mother of all stalemates. Someone really ought to put the Benny Hill theme over that. And that someone will be me. Ha 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 ha! Oh, beautiful. The group finally catches Tucker, and everyone packs up to head home the very next day. Lois stops by Diane's room to see how she's doing, now that her broadcast partner is gone, and she says that she's having a hard time, but is making do. In fact, her mother already got her a blouse to celebrate her first solo broadcast. But wait a minute, how could her mom know about this solo broadcast if it's only now that... Oh.
Gosh,
Oh wow, that was easy. Yeah, so she pulls a gun on Lois and explains her evil plan. Basically, she and James Woods dated for a good bit, that is, until she turned 40. Woods dumped her on the spot, and what's worse, Tom Tucker started pushing for a younger newscaster to replace Diane. He actually succeeded too. So Diane came up with a plan. She hired Priscilla to seduce James Woods and make him a born-again Christian. So he simply wanted to kill Tom in his chair with a silenced pistol and plant it in Tom's bag, but when things went awry, she had to improvise and kill any witnesses. Oh, and if you're wondering where Quagmire's girlfriend's body went, not everything's always gonna tie back to murder. Anyways, back to the murder stuff. Diane takes Lois out to the cliffside to get rid of her final witness, but right before she pulls the trigger, someone beats her to the punch. Well, what goes around comes around, I guess. But who shot Diane? Who saved Lois? I'll give you a hint. It's not who you'd expect.
If anybody's gonna take that down, it's gonna be me.
That is the coldest thing I have ever seen. And it's the ending of the episode on top of that. Suffice to say, this was a hell of a bang to kick off Family Guy's newer era of animation. Sure, the show's movement may have gotten a bit stiffer with its future episodes, but not every episode can be a full frackin' movie like this. But okay, maybe you're already craving a bit of the older style. Well, I got good news for you. Back to the pilot, it's got you covered.
It is so creepy.
And remember you had an Irish coffee the day we went to see Philadelphia?
Oh, they're setting up cutaways.
Look at how far things have come. That old version of Stewie just looks so very wrong compared to the one in the window. Things start off with Brian telling Stewie he wants to show him his coolest tennis ball, but unfortunately he buried it somewhere and can't find it. This is the most dog thing I've ever seen Brian do in a very long time. Stewie says he can help Brian find it if he knows when he buried it, and sure enough, he's got it on lock. January 31st, 2003. The two head into Stewie's time machine and zap back in time, arriving at...
Here we are.
It's our house, but somehow it looks a little different.
Ladies and gents, the wonky backgrounds are back. Rejoice! And the aspect ratio changed back too. Gotta appreciate that tiny little detail. So Brian finds where he's buried his ball, but Stewie says not to dig it up until they get back to the present so they don't alter time. The two head inside quickly so Brian can use the bathroom, but old Stewie starts heading upstairs, causing the boys to have to hide.
Hey, who the deuce are you?
Yeah, you can really see the differences between the new and old styles here. Brian accidentally hitches a ride to Peter's stag party, causing Stewie to have to blast on over to him. He sets up the return device, but before they head home, they get one last glimpse of the good old days.
There's the old gang we've gotten to know so well over the years.
TV's not even plugged in.
Honestly, how did I not notice that before? The device beams them forward, but not all the way to the present, as it looks like the batteries died before they can make it all the way. They'll need some cash to get some new batteries, but luckily...
Oh my god, quick, grab some money. Do you have pockets?
See, at least Peter's insane ideas panned out for the future. The two make a getaway with the money, but Peter's blimp starts coming down on them, and they're forced to make a quick escape into the not-so-distant future, the day of Peter's trial. They even see the Kool-Aid Man right before he's gonna make his big entrance, but end up distracting and delaying him a bit.
I know he only accepted that money because he...
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah!
Never miss your cue for a punchline, or else this'll happen.
You guys did this!
I can't tell if we just witnessed another death, but I'm gonna say no with an asterisk. The two finally make it back to the present, but something seems off. Brian's got a giant trophy being unveiled to honor him. And for what, you ask?
For stopping the 9/11 terrorist attack.
Oh, I can't even express how mad I am at you right now.
Oh, yeah, that's a Brian move right there. Apparently, when Brian was using the bathroom, he was actually warning old Brian about 9/11, and so he had ample time to stop the attacks. He even filmed it because of course he would, he's an arrogant little frick. Apparently, Brian's actions inadvertently caused President George Bush to lose re-election, in turn causing the southern states to secede from the country. Brian insists that saving those 3,000 lives was worth it though, and wants to head 5 years into the future to prove his point. Stewie takes the bet, heads forward, and things look a little odd.
Wow, everything looks slicker.
Hey, Lois, I found some double-sided tape. I think I can do about 7 minutes worth of funny stuff with it.
I don't know what the hell is happening with this art style. It's too clean. I need something messier.
Look outside.
Oh my God.
That's not what I meant. Take it back. Take it back. Yeah, Brian's actions led to a full-on apocalypse, even turning Joe into a Terminator and Quagmire into a frog. Yeah, I guess that works. So Brian and Stewie head back to the pilot to stop their older selves from telling their even older selves about 9/11, and to make a long story short, it works.
We made 9/11 happen!
All right, high five!
Well, that probably wouldn't look very good out of context.
To be fair, this is probably the only time you'll be able to cheer over 9/11. Might as well take advantage of it. However, just as it seems like everything has turned out perfectly, Lois congratulates Brian on writing Harry Potter, so the two head back to prevent that from being said. It gets real confusing from here, as Stewie and Brian's keep popping up to try and prevent things from happening, and yeah, it's just a mess, man.
Wait! No! Hold it! Stop! I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just looking for the can.
It just gets more and more and more confusing. Like, trust me, I can't explain it if I tried. I'm already struggling with this. Eventually, Stewie holds a vote to see who'd prefer stopping 9/11 over letting it happen, and letting it happen wins. And so everyone just heads on home then, except for one final pairing who go back in time a little further than even the initial Stewie and Brian went.
Get the back in your time machine! Get back to the present and stay there!
Look, just calm down.
Yep, that'll solve things, all right. The future Stewie and Brian cease to exist because of timeline alterations, and everything heads back to normal, sorta.
I'm gonna need the couch. The gang and I are gonna watch the game. Let's unplug the TV and get going.
Honestly, that last gag sums up this episode really quite well. A little of the old, a little of the new. Really fun episode that both showed us what Family Guy could have looked like, what it does look like, and what it used to look like. Dang, you could make a YouTube video around that concept. You know what? Let's talk about Stewie some more. There's a lot to cover in this little dude. Specifically, all of Stewie Griffin's strangest inventions. This is Stewie Griffin, and that is his ray gun. And when you mix an evil baby genius with a weapon of mass destruction, you get this.
Can you count to 3?
Indeed I can.
1, 2, 3!
But this is just the tip of the iceberg, as I found the absolute craziest inventions Stewie's ever whipped up. And trust me, these get a little disturbing. Speaking of which, let's talk about Stewie is Ensemble, where he leaves the basic ray gun behind and goes straight for something much more unsettling.
You're pregnant with our baby? How could this even happen? I took your DNA and inserted it into my temporary...
Yeah, I'm gonna just let you process that one real quick. Child, dog, impossible baby. Oh yeah, we're in for a real treat here. Everything kicks off on a somewhat normal note. Lois and Stewie are watching TV on the couch. Enter Brian and bam!
Oh, hey, Bri. Hey, you want to go out and get some gluten-free pizza?
Stewie goes full Velcro on him, asking if he's down for some gluten-free pizza, because Stewie's gluten-free now, because of course he is. He suggests,
let's go to Whole Foods and buy a bunch of stuff from that weird aisle nobody else goes down.
I can't. I got plans. I'll see you later.
Despite how enticing that sounds, I doubt there'll really be another time, and Stewie can tell something's off. He confides in Rupert about how distant Brian's been lately.
It's just that Brian's been so distant lately, and we used to be inseparable, like Jack and Jill.
After a few more rejections from Brian, Stewie's lost, desperately wanting some way to connect with his friend again. Then he looks over at the neighbors and has a eureka moment.
Joe and Bonnie never used to spend time together until they had Susie. Baby seems to have made them closer.
I wish it stopped here, but this is Stewie we're talking about, so I'm not as shocked as I should be when he comes up with this totally sane plan.
That's how Brian and I are going to improve our relationship. We're going to have a baby.
Sure, bud, because obviously that's the logical next step. Babies solve everything, right?
Spoiler, they absolutely don't.
But that doesn't stop Stewie from setting up a miniature dinner date so we can tell Brian the, good news.
Do you mind not texting?
Sorry, just finishing. They're all finished. There.
Great. So I wanted to... You're looking at it.
I normally wouldn't do this. There, I am finished.
But despite the dinner, Brian won't give Stewie the time of day and won't even listen to any of his unhinged paternal plans either, which leads Stewie to take matters into his own little hands.
I'm just going to take a little bit of his DNA, and soon we'll be proud parents.
This doesn't sound legal or physically possible, but Stewie doesn't just fantasize about this whole baby thing. Like a normal weirdo, he rolls up his tiny little sleeves and starts building a fertilization machine. And it's horrifyingly effective.
Ah, yes, the joy and miracle of creating life.
Isn't what I'd say about this. So yeah, Brian's breakfast is completely ruined when Stewie casually drops a pea-stoked positive pregnancy test on the table.
I smell pee.
Yes, you do, Brian.
After Brian goes through his list of post-pubescent women in the house, he asks,
"What have you done?"
I think you mean, what have we done? We're pregnant. Oh my God. And in 18 years, he's going to move away.
Finding out your DNA's been hijacked by a diabolical toddler? Yeah, there's therapy fodder for years, decades even.
People are going to think I had with a male baby and then got him pregnant.
Never mind the Drake-like accusations he'll have to answer to, and Stewie even has the audacity to say,
"Oh, thank you for finding a way to make it sound horrible. We can't have a baby." Is this about money? Because I have a bit saved.
So Stewie takes this exactly how you'd expect him to, like a completely insane person.
"You are getting an abortion."
"I will not. Our child is growing inside me."
Causing things to escalate until Brian punches him in the belly, trying to rid of their demon spawn.
Is it dead?
You hit me! What kind of monster hits a pregnant toddler?
What follows is Stewie diving headfirst into pregnancy cliches. We're talking mood swings, morning sickness, back pain.
Oh, my back is killing me. Please don't fight me on this.
And I've also been experiencing a little
morning sickness.
They head for a checkup, and luckily Dr. Hartman is in charge, meaning the insanity of the situation flies right over his head.
"You look a little young. How old are you?"
13, 14, 15. But he didn't force himself on me. I wanted it too.
Well, that's the important thing. Your vagina seems to have a penis and 2 testicles.
I sneezed real hard, and all that came out.
Ah, that explains it.
Unlike the reluctant father-to-be.
I like these. These are good. Very classy.
This feels incredibly wrong.
I'm struggling to believe anything I'm seeing right now. Although I do find him lean into the whole glowing mom-to-be role both disturbing and oddly hilarious. But then we hit the peak madness here. The birth scene.
What are you looking at? Go push your buttons. My husband will kick your ass. Oh, Brian, I need you to take me to the hospital.
Why?
My water just broke. Oh my God.
Stewie's water breaks in a fast food joint. They hop in the car, but it's too late, and suddenly Brian's the least prepared midwife on the planet. What happens next is pure nightmare fuel.
Oh!
Careful, don't get anything on the...
God, I think another one's coming. I think it's coming out of my mouth.
God, they're crawling all over me.
There's more. And they're coming out of everywhere. Ah, kill me. This hurts too much.
Kill you? No, bro, kill me. So out pops not one baby, but 7 Stewie Brian hybrids. And let me tell you, I can't blame Brian for being horrified, because I'd feel the same way if my genetic material ended up in these abominations.
This is a nightmare.
Oh, I caught 2 of them trying to eat each other.
But Stewie's beaming like a proud parent, and Brian's visibly rethinking every life choice he's ever made when Stewie points out one that looks like Brian. Spotting a chance to sway the dog father, Stewie makes a suggestion.
This could be a chance for you to finally make things right. Well, you do have a son that you were never there for. This is your opportunity to do things differently.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Ah, some good old-fashioned guilt tripping. Always does the trick. One trip to the park later, and the odd couple is down to 4 bundles of not quite joy.
This one's bones all feel loose.
A real job.
Eventually, Stewie tells Brian that the real reason he created what I legit think are doppelgangers of my sleep paralysis demon was to bring them closer together. Brian then responds,
"I was only distant because you've been so moody lately. I always want to hang out with you."
I always want to hang out with you too. I was only moody because you were so distant.
Oh my God.
We didn't have to do any of this.
Yeah, don't think God was on board for this one. They decide that they're not really attached to the little monsters and then take them to the animal shelter, finally closing the lid on this box of horrors.
How attached to them are you?
Not at all.
Yeah, me either.
But alright, let's keep this train of bizarre inventions rolling in Bree Robot. Stewie has his creative sights on Brian again, but this time as a Trojan horse disguised as his so-called best friend.
And who are you again?
We're the Barklevoss twins. So, what do you think? I think it's great. It's called the Barkule Network. How come you didn't call it Bark Book?
Brian's watching TV on the couch and the family comes in with balloons, cake, and gifts. Turns out it's the old hound's birthday and he's having a bit of an existential crisis.
Thanks, everyone.
What's wrong? You seem a little down.
Nothing, it's just that, I don't know.
Sadly, saying that reminds him that he's 1 year closer to death with nothing to show for it. His emo sesh continues until he mentions that he's always wanted his story to live on inside an autobiography.
I just want my story to live on, even after I'm gone. You know, I always did want to write my autobiography.
Not gonna lie, I was a little taken aback when Stewie not only empathizes with Brian, but also comes through with a generous offer.
Yeah, it's hard to work when you get distracted whenever someone says, "What's that?"
What's what?
You know what? Maybe I can lend you a hand, Brian. I'll help you write your biography.
Is it just me or did that seem too easy? Maybe I'm the Debbie Downer. Anyway, later on, the two of them start working on Brian's magnum opus. They start with an interview where Stewie's not asking him questions, but rather dictating the answers to him.
Who would you say is your hero?
Martin Luther King?
Maybe someone you see every day.
Peter is...
No, like somebody younger. Like younger than you even.
Meg and Chris?
Let's take Meg and Chris as a given.
I guess Lois?
We did say younger, did we not?
I guess that leaves you?
It's like Stewie is being his old, young, evil self again. Fast forward and we see an excited Brian pitching some possible book names to Stewie, who tells him,
"Your biography is finished."
Wow, print me up a copy.
Look behind you.
Look, I'm not a big reader, but I have a feeling that's not a book. And you know what? I'm right, because what Stewie gleefully unveils is Robot Brian.
This robot is a living record of you and your history, and it will exist long after you're gone.
His sixth solution to the autobiography thing. Brian obviously has some questions for his young friend who's filling him in on Robot Brian's specs. These include picking up data as he goes and saying Brian's search history aloud.
Fire hydrants, images, fire hydrants, news, fire hydrants, near me.
Oh, he's also been uploaded with your internet search history.
Which is a huge no-no in my books. My internet history is between me, my ISP, and the FBI guy assigned to me. Anyway, Brian starts getting Robot Brian to run errands for him, like getting him out of jury duty and other less legal activities.
Can robots do cocaine? What?
Forget robots, what about dogs? I mean, if chocolate isn't good for them, then I'm sure nose nachos ain't that great either. After some bonding over mutual love for stalking waitresses...
So, what was Brittany Babbitt like?
Brian asks his android if he's read his book, and one download later...
It's beautiful.
Not to kink shame, but isn't it? Maybe I'm just a prude, but I mean, would you hook up with an exact copy of yourself? Am I wrong? Find me in the comments, I fracking dare you. The next morning, a very hungover Brian is pouring himself a cuppa when Stewie comes in and asks him if there's anything he'd like to share.
Anything unusual happen with Robot Brian last night?
When Brian asks him why, Stewie tells him,
"So your robot has a rear panel sensor. Every time it's triggered, I get a text."
Oh, wow. That's not very PG-rated beeping. Tired of getting teased, or should I say, facing the ramifications of his actions, Brian comes clean.
Okay, I admit it. I'm not made of stone. I fell for me.
Looks like he's fallen for himself, and honestly, he wants to give the, coupling a chance. Then tells Stewie not to worry about them becoming one of those annoying cutesy couples.
And don't worry, we're not going to be one of those cutesy couples. Morning, RB. It stands for Real Brian. Morning, RB. Robot Brian. So that was a lie.
As strange as their relationship is, it's also kind of cute how well they're getting along.
We just click together, like all the pieces in Chris's first model set.
Lay out the pieces, take a sniff, and this will be my life now.
But sadly, all good things must come to an end, as Robot Brian is starting to get on Real Brian's nerves.
Sounds like that water is pretty refreshing, huh? Just made a weird noise after you took that sip of water. That's the sound you make when you take a sip of water.
Oh, wait, that's so annoying. I'd kill myself if I sounded like that.
And he's a carbon copy of the original. I'll let you think about that one for a moment. Later, the couple's watching TV, and things aren't getting any better as Brian refuses to believe that his laugh sounds like Arby's.
I do not laugh like that.
I can't do it unless you've already done it.
Unless I've already done it? What is this, Bark to the Future?
But the real trouble hits paradise when the topic of writing comes up.
Gotta get the margins right. They frame the page. They're like the corral, and the words are my wild horses. It's my job to break those word horses, ride them off into the green pastures of prose and poetry. Well, they're your words. No way, I would never say that.
Sounds like someone took English 101 and all of a sudden feels like he's up for a Pulitzer. This makes Brian realize that if he hates Robot Brian, he hates himself.
God, I'm such a jerk. I hate you, which means I hate me.
Naturally, as Brian states that aloud, RB shuts down on the couch. Then who else but Stewie comes into the room, all but slow clapping and congratulating Brian.
Well done, Brian.
When Brian asks him what in the Sam hell's going on here, Stewie breaks down his whole evil scheme.
You wanted to write your autobiography. I needed to show you that no one wants to read your autobiography. Not even you.
This must be the absolute worst way to A, give someone a birthday gift, and B, get out of a ghostwriting assignment. Though he doesn't even stop there, later Brian asks whatever happened to his robot twin, with Stewie telling him he's down at the marina.
I hear he's doing pretty well. It's been like this all morning.
Then all of a sudden, we start to hear that butt sensor go off again. To make matters worse, Brian asks him what the swooshing sound is, and he responds,
he's got a mouth sensor, too. He wouldn't do anything you wouldn't do. It's rather musical, isn't it? Sounds like the carol of the bells.
Reminder, this is a birthday present for Brian. I mean, creating a twink version of his BFF and sending him off on a, let's just say, a series of questionable encounters is just... It's a heck of an odd way to express friendship, that's for sure. Now, after the whole Robot Brian debacle, you'd think Stewie would learn his lesson about creating artificial companions, but nope. In Guy Robot, he's back at it again, only this time he's aiming for an intellectual equal.
My word, this is very impressive.
It was you who programmed me to grow exponentially smarter.
As Khalil Gilbane wrote in The Prophet.
It is Khalil Gibran.
Yeesh, if my whole shtick was being a baby genius, I'd be totally pissed at being shown up like this. The episode begins, and after watching some horrible stand-up on TV, Stewie tries to convince Brian that Twitter, and yes, I refuse to call it X like ever, is the superior form of comedy.
Stand-up is so 20 years ago. Twitter's only 3 years ago.
He brags about racking up 10K followers from posting some of his observations, like this 280-character gem.
Hey, short guys, the more muscular you get, the shorter you look. That one seems a little mean.
Brian dismisses Stewie's online antics and decides to try actual stand-up, as if that's the solution to, well, anything, really.
Brian Griffin.
All right, thanks. Hey, sorry I was late getting here tonight. I was caught in gridlock, and then I left Congress.
Stewie scoffs, saying he's the only one in the house who gets social media.
That'll get it started.
Well, not for long, because later, when Brian's comedy starts bombing, he pulls a sneaky and commits the worst crime in stand-up.
And hey, short guys, the more muscular you get, the shorter you look.
He steals Stewie's jokes. Oh, I'm ordering some pearls right now just so I can clutch them. The next morning, Stewie's asking his snake of a friend how his set went, and Brian has the audacity to be smug about being a hit with the crowd.
So, how'd it go last night?
Well, let's just say I got asked to come back tonight.
So Brian continues stealing Stewie's jokes and making it big at the comedy club, causing Stewie to finally confront him about it.
Stewie, you caught the show?
You bloody thief!
The problem is that Brian's super dismissive, and having enough of all the joke theft, Stewie ends their friendship.
You know what? That's it. You and I are no longer friends.
Back home, when Brian tries to apologize, Stewie's not having any of it. He's made himself a whole new bestie, Lyle.
I have nothing to say to you, Brian. Besides, I'm busy playing with my new friend.
The human mind model adaptive supercomputer, which is nerd for he's been programmed to learn and grow smarter. Brian calls Stewie desperate for actually making a friend instead of making one the old-fashioned way.
This is pathetic, Stewie. You really must be desperate for friends.
But Stewie uses Lyle to access Brian's phone.
Look at that, you only have 4 contacts. God, you downloaded the Dunkin' Donuts app? And who Shazams the Beatles?
Right? Stewie's got him there because everyone knows the frickin' Beatles! After Brian storms off, Stewie tries to bond with Lyle, and they actually prove to be a bit of a good pairing.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Even putting together an all-time classic of a scheme, the trenchcoat adult.
Hello, fellow adult. I am clearly above the minimum height requirement and shall now ride your roller coaster for which you are an attendant.
Yes, and I will operate this roller coaster as I'm an adult who is licensed to do so.
Surprise, surprise, Stewie's little trick doesn't quite work out. Back at home, Stewie tries to connect with Lyle on a more personal level, and no, he doesn't screw him. Instead, he draws a picture of a mailman wearing a cowboy hat for him.
It's a picture of a mailman wearing a cowboy hat.
Cute! And would you look at that? Lyle also made a drawing for Stewie.
I drew you something as well. Urban plan for a workable Palestinian state.
My word, this is very impressive.
But the absolute worst moment for Stewie is when he tries to impress Lyle by quoting Khalil Gibran, only to be immediately corrected.
Khalil Gibran wrote in The Prophet.
It is Khalil Gibran.
I cringed so hard I almost pulled out a muscle. But that's only a warm-up, as Lyle ends up building 2 new robots to meet his own intelligence.
Hello, Stewie. I've built a few friends for myself. I needed to create some friends who are my cognitive peers.
Ted R and Ted P. That's gonna make Stewie feel stupid. I mean, if I were Stewie, I'd feel stupid. I'd feel really dumb. I'd feel like so stupid, I would feel very stupid. Someone quote me on that.
Are they doing math on glass and invading each other's personal space? That means they have Asperger's, the smartest mental impairment there is.
It's like being replaced by a whole robot think tank.
I'm afraid I no longer have time for a friend of your simple ways.
He must Asperger you to leave.
You've been Ted Ard.
Case in point, later when Stewie walks in after running errands for the 3 super genius robots, they're playing literal 4D chess. They then make him chug an entire bottle of garlic blue cheese dressing as a way to join their crew. I get that Stewie's a pretentious and somewhat evil baby most times, but I felt bad for the little tyke when his new robot overlords made him do this.
I did it. We're friends now, right?
How about you throw it all up back into the bottle?
Okay, I can do that.
Oh, he got publicly humiliated in his own home. Oh man, I'm so sorry, dude. Maybe he should have just banged Lyle. What the hell am I saying? We see how bad things really are when we see these robot dudes give Stewie such a hard time that he ends up hiding inside the toilet with the lid closed. I mean, I've had my fair share of moments where I wanted to hide from the world. It's not, they usually don't take place in a toilet. Thankfully, Brian acts as the surprising voice of reason and tells Stewie that those robots are not his friends. Duh. When Stewie says that at least they don't steal from him, Captain Obvious has this to say for himself.
It was a rotten thing to do. I'm really sorry I stole your jokes. You may not want me back as a friend, but you deserve better than those robots.
Of course I want you back, Brian.
Oh, that's what friends are for, right? The two reunite and decide to take the robots out by hosing them down and leaving them for the trash man.
It's done. I sprayed him with a hose.
Anticlimactic, but definitely what these robo-jerks deserved. So after the robot building disasters, you'd think Stewie would finally hang up his lab coat, but nope. In Switch the Flip, he unveiled yet another questionable invention.
All kids report to the blue van in the park for free popsicles!
The hell? Am I doing them a deal?
Oh, Lord. This time I'm gonna need a chainsaw.
Tom Tucker might have a case against Herbert after this one. We kick off with Peter showing off his latest gadget, Brandy, an early version of Alexa.
Brandy.
Brian, ever the cynic, sees it as another sign of society's growing dependence on technology, even has this whole boomer-inspired rant about it.
Not too long ago, people would talk to each other.
Yeah, the sucky ages. Bad times.
Our society is doomed.
Oh, Brian, you're such a Luddite. It's a word, see? I'm proud of knowing that one. After being rejected by yet another girl...
Wondering if you were free for dinner on Saturday. You died? Oh. So you're dead right now?
Brian eventually asks Brandy, what is love? To which leads to a Yoko Ono music download.
Downloading Yoko Ono.
Oh no.
More Yoko Ono.
No.
Downloading all Yoko Ono.
If I were Brian, I would have thrown Brandy right out of the window at this point, but not Brian. He takes the device to the movies.
I like you, Brandy.
I like you too.
That's weird. You're on a weird date.
What is it with this dude and robots? And again, it doesn't end well, as Brian buys everything Brandy suggests, maxes out his credit card, and winds up losing the device.
What the hell is all this crap?
Oh, just stuff Bran suggested I buy.
Stewie sees this as the perfect opportunity to test out his latest invention, the particle interchange transporter. He uses Brian's despair to make him an offer he can't refuse. Switch lives for a day.
This device will allow me to inhabit your body and you mine.
Stewie will live in Brian and do his best to fix everything in his life before switching back. Easy as pie, right? Well, not really, as he goes on to explain.
I chose the one where my voice will be coming from your body and vice versa. Still, from time to time, we will have to imitate the other person's voice.
I don't know about this. Neither does Brian. But after a quick convincing, Brian's in. Cue a chaotic mess of buzzing, whirring, and electricity, and then boom, Stewie's now in Brian's body, Brian's in Stewie's.
We did it! We switched bodies!
Wow, this is really weird.
What the hell have you been complaining about?
Stewie sets out to, air quotes, fix Brian's life, starting with getting him a job at the local community college, which he pulls off in the wildest way.
My research shows that every 7 minutes, a professor is fired for having sex with one of his students. Oh, here we go.
Are there any unemployed professors here who haven't had sex with a student or tweeted about assassinating the president? All right, it's you.
I'm hoping those raised hands were for the tweets, and that's saying something. After being mocked by his poetry class,
Professor Griffin sucks!
Stewie does what any decent poet would, take up drinking.
What's wrong, honey?
He then tries to set Brian up on a date, which takes a very unexpected turn, to say the least.
Help! She's trying to eat me!
You owe me $100! We gotta run her!
You better pay my wife.
Brian, dog legs!
Can't say I blame him for running away screaming. Oh, barking. Back at home, Stewie in Brian's body still is tired of living Brian's life, but to his credit, he did get him the job. It's just the girlfriend part that went a little sideways.
Hey, how'd it go fixing my life?
Not great. There's nothing I can do with this body.
Either way, it's time for Stewie and Bri to swap back, with the two entering the device. Then, just as I hand it to Stewie for building something that works without a hitch, this utter madness takes place.
Hey, Chris.
What's that saying about counting chickens? So Stewie's now in Peter's body. Brian's in Chris's body, who's in Brian's body and enjoying it a little too much. Then lastly, Peter is in Stewie's body. Okay, I said that and I'm confused. Turns out swapping 4 bodies totally wrecked the machine.
Swapping 4 bodies must have overloaded its system.
Later, they're chilling in the lounge when Lois calls Peter, who is now Stewie, into the kitchen to help her pack the car for their trip to, get this,
Are you going away for a long time?
This is the weekend we're going to Dr. Johan's retreat.
Remind me what that is again?
The couple's seminar.
But that's his mom. Excuse me a second.
No! No! No, no, no! No! I do not get paid enough for this!
Oh, thank goodness those pearls I ordered earlier arrived, because now I'm clutching them for dear life. Because I, much like Stewie, am very, very scared.
Brian, you've got to help me.
He calls Brian, now Chris, and tells them to come rescue him from his horny mother.
And hurry, she's all revved up.
How did we get here? Can someone please, I don't, how did we, remember the men's bathroom incident from earlier? Well, it's back and smashing the windscreen with a crowbar.
Ryan, we gotta get out of here!
A high-speed chase ensues, which ends in them crashing the car into an electric pole, which sends shockwaves to the machine, creating this ripple effect.
We need to get to the Quahog Inn fast. Can you drive us?
No.
Joe swapped bodies with Consuela. The
Everyone
whole town
swapped
bodies.
bodies.
Don't do what I was gonna do. No! No!
Back at the inn, Stewie is still in Peter's body, and Lois is feeling frisky.
Get over here.
Gross!
He manages to lock himself in the bathroom where he calls Brian, who then tells him what happened. Stewie walks him through fixing the cursed machine. He then totally panics as the odds of banging his mother are too high for comfort.
Munch a bunch of Fritos!
Oh! Brian, hurry!
This is where we get to see the full extent of the invention's complexity, or lack thereof. The solution is getting Brian, who is still in Chris's body, struck by lightning at the top of a cell phone tower.
Hey, God. Not me. You can't say that.
Miraculously, this just works, and everyone is returned to their own bodies in the nick of time. Thank freaking frick. Oh, wait, not everyone.
You didn't listen to a word Dr. Johan said, did you?
No, I did not. I mean,
If you thought Stewie and Brian's codependent friendship couldn't get any weirder, they actually take it to a whole new level in A Lot Going On Upstairs. Stewie creates a device that lets Brian enter his dreams.
And you don't know your states yet.
Guess it's safe to say that Stewie's got a lot going on upstairs. Stewie tosses in his crib as his dreams spiral into increasingly bizarre scenarios, all haunted by a dark, menacing figure. First, a routine show and tell. It's a bit too much show and not enough tell. Then we're off to Glenn Close's house for dinner, where a boiled rabbit is somehow both the meal and the vibe. Finally, we get Stewie on stage delivering this performance.
Pumpkin pie?
What the hell? Put him on the bench.
No, I just wasn't ready.
Dang, I feel like I need to wake up from his bad dream. At breakfast, Stewie looks like he's been through a messy divorce and spring break. Brian asks him if he's okay, and he just snaps at him before apologizing and explaining his dream situation.
I was up super late last night beefing your mom. I had a weird dream.
When Brian figures that Stewie just had his first nightmare, we're reminded that Stewie's just a wee baby, which is pretty easy to forget until he says something like this.
Oh no, Brian, I am not living through that horror again. I've decided that from this day forward, never allow myself to fall asleep again.
Someone's looking for a visit from the Hat Man. Brian tells him that's impossible, and you know what? He's 100% right, as we can later see that evening when Stewie sits in front of the TV and tries to resist the Sandman. But he can't help but fall asleep on the couch and has another nightmare featuring that shadow creature that makes him wake up in a cold sweat.
Stewie, you okay? I was just sitting here on the couch and I had another nightmare. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna help you get these nightmares under control.
Why do I feel like he's gonna regret saying that? Brian gets his laptop, they get into some research, come up with a game plan. They settle on making a list of Stewie's biggest fears so they can face and conquer them. First up is his fear of monsters, which they try to tackle by getting Chris to dress up as a dollar store version of Frankenstein's monster. It's no shocker that Stewie immediately sees through this, but luckily they have a plan B.
Hey, 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 here comes Chris Griffin.
Stewie points out this very obviously Meg dressed as Chris fact before air quotes Meg walks into the lounge.
You must be talking about me, a roodly toot toot.
Does anyone actually work in Quahog? The next day we see that Stewie decides to take matters into his own hands by building the Digital Dream Interface, a contraption that's designed to allow Brian to enter Stewie's dreams. If I were Brian, I'd be running a mile away from this thing. And Brian seems a little apprehensive as well, as Stewie explains how the device works. Basically,
you and I will place these cranial impulse receptor caps on our heads, and then this thing will actually allow me to enter your dream? That's right. When you get in there, you've got to be hard.
Oh, surely there's a better way to say that. Stewie then places cranial impulse receptor caps on their heads, then shows them the REM monitor before pointing out a bike belt he found at a crosswalk where his words, "Got some kids screamed." Charming. Against all better judgment, Brian steps in and finds himself at Glenn Close's house where they do the Bristol stop and eat salad. Stewie shows up and the pair go into his subconscious, a place where everything's chill until...
Oh no. What? Where are we? We're at the doctor!
Time for a baby shot in your fanny.
If I were Brian, I would have requested a refund. Who cares if he didn't pay? They then go through a series of random disturbing images, a surreal roller coaster ride, and Lois's extremely dark depiction of stranger danger. We're then treated to some dark scenes from the news featuring a giant menacing Tom Tucker.
Adult stuff, adult stuff. The world is scary, adult stuff.
I can tell you as an adult that this all checks. When they finally get a close view of the main monster, they find themselves on a giant foosball table fighting for their lives as he plays the game and Dr. Hartman catches up to them.
I would have been here sooner, but one of my legs is a snake.
Brian then confronts the source of Stewie's nightmares by bravely stabbing the fricker with Hartman's syringe, making it shrivel down to their size as it collapses on the foosball table. After it dies, they manage to get a closer look at the diabolical thing.
You did it, Brian! You killed the monster!
Oh yeah, if I were Brian, I'd be having an existential crisis right about now.
What the hell?
He asks Stewie why he's the source of his fears, and he then reveals that maybe the monster represents his deep-seated fear of disappointing Brian.
Maybe this means that the thing I'm most afraid of is disappointing you.
Turns out Stewie sees Brian more as a father figure than Peter, which makes a lot of sense, and this sets the stage for a surprisingly heartfelt moment between them.
You've been more of a father figure to me than the fat man ever has been. I know I'm always busting your balls, but it's just because you're the only person in this house whose judgment actually matters to me.
Thanks, Stewie.
Part of me, like, okay, like, I feel for them, right? It's a cool scene, but like, it's weird to me that evil baby genius Stewie would open himself up to anyone, really. I've seen a lot of Family Guy, but it still never fails to surprise me. Eventually, the two wake up, the dream mission accomplished, and the monster's gone, along with all that sentimental BS from their time in the machine. But Brian hasn't forgotten, and he tells Stewie,
I'm very proud of you.
All right, that's awkward. How am I supposed to respond to that? Stop complimenting me. Oh, I sure hope the dog approves of who I am. I'm out of here, weirdo.
Now there's the evil baby we all know and sometimes love. Sure, this time Stewie's device managed to solve a problem, but it came with a healthy side of what did I just watch? Sadly, there's no time for mental health breaks in Big Trouble in Little Quahog. Instead of the shrink's office, we're treated to an actual shrinking as Stewie and Brian embark on a tiny adventure with huge consequences.
God, it's the dust mites!
Can someone please teach this kid the phrase, keep it simple, stupid already? We start off with Stewie and Lois returning from a birthday party, and despite the face paint, our little buddy don't look so happy. Apparently, he was too small for the caterpillar slide and the piñata, and too scared to touch the animals in the petting zoo because, and I quote, half of them had
a pony was magnificent.
Pony.
He also ends up with a goodie bag containing an eraser, some questionable raisins, and a tangled parachute guide. Not exactly a haul worth writing home about, and our boy's not happy about it.
This day started off so great. It was a wash and cake and pony boners. Now all I have is this dumb whistle. Doesn't even work. Ah, what the hell?
A dog whistle? Well, that'll cheer him up. He can finally do his favorite thing, torturing Brian.
I've always wondered what that sounds like to you.
Dog whistle! Dog whistle!
Who eventually grabs the whistle from Stewie and holds it out of his reach before putting it on a side table, also out of reach. But Stewie being Stewie does not let this slide.
I can't believe the nerve of that dog.
After some late night welding, he texts Brian saying that they should bury the hatchet and asks what new projects he's working on, and Brian buys it.
Hey, Stewie, I got your text. What am I working on? What am I not working on?
Then, as Brian tells him about his writing, he points his new device at him, saying he prefers short stories.
I'm more interested in short stories.
Which I hate to say is a pretty good line. When Brian asks him what he's doing, Stewie just hits him with, "You belittled me, so I belittled you."
Well, hello there, little guy.
Honestly, credit where it's due. It's pure fire, dude. I need that on a t-shirt stat. But this does not stop Stewie from demanding an apology with a side of groveling from the now little guy. Eventually, he's content with his revenge and heads to the computer to switch Brian back when something unexpected goes down.
You know, I'm really flattered you think all 4 voice chairs would turn around.
First of all, you kind of forced him to say that. And secondly, look behind you, bro. Brian then gets abducted by the rat, meaning Stewie's got an even more complicated mess to fix than usual.
Help!
Stewie heads to YouTube and finds a video by Corey about how to get your friend out of a rat hole. Convenient? Maybe, maybe not.
What's going on, guys? Today, I'm going to teach you how to get your friend out of a rat hole.
Everyone knows, though, that if you want to learn anything from YouTube, it'll be from a random Indian guy with 37 subscribers.
Alright, guys. Hello. Today we're gonna code a little bit in C++.
Stewie then gives Brian some tactics based on Corey's advice.
They say if you put your finger in a rat's butt, that disables it.
Called it! Stewie then shrinks himself and saves Brian before they navigate the treacherous terrain of the living room shag carpet, which Stewie, of course, compares to Vietnam. What kid wouldn't immediately think of Vietnam?
Look at all this shag carpet. This is like our Vietnam movie.
However, disaster strikes as, it's cleaning day! Lois comes in with a vacuum, sucks the boys up, and tosses them into a bin outside.
Oh my god, this is disgusting!
They manage to get themselves out just before they encounter another unpleasant surprise.
Well, got a bat in the cave.
All right, I figure if we can just... An eclipse?
Ah! Oh my god!
Brother, dude, if that were me, not even our planet's 71% water coverage could wash that ick away. Thankfully, flies are much less picky and happily buzz in to save them from that.
You guys eating that?
What?
Anyway, after scaling the house, they finally get to the shrinking machine, and Stewie tells Brian to press the tiny button, to which he does. Well, sort of.
Did you hit the tiny button or the button that says tiny?
I hit the button that says tiny. You said hit the tiny button.
I didn't say hit the big button that says tiny. I said hit the tiny button. The one you pressed is going to shrink us down to microscopic size. I had to make it big enough to write tiny on it.
Stewie's being more baby and less genius here. Instead, they've shrunk to microscopic size, which makes their POV trippy and surprisingly beautiful, really. Or at least it is, until they get a closer look at the dust mites and their gruesomeness. Why do these things have so many teeth? They're also total jerks, according to their hiding place, which pipes up, scaring the bejeebus out of them and me. He introduces himself as Vernon the Water Bear.
My name's Vernon. I'm a water bear.
A water bear?
I won't lie, I'm just as clueless as my guy Brian on what that is exactly, until Stewie puts on his genius pants and breaks it down.
They're also known as a moss piglet or a tardigrade. They're predominantly water-dwelling, eight-legged, segmented micro-animals.
You can call me tardy, but I'm always on time.
Okay, Vernon's got my vote. Hey, what can I say? I'm a sucker for a good dad joke. Vernon then takes them home and introduces them to all kinds of water bears, blowing Brian's whole mind.
Can't believe there's this whole universe hidden here in your rug.
Stewie gives him a bottle of water, which he pours over himself after taking a swig. This makes the full-on water bears go into a full-on frenzy.
What the?
Some even licking it off Brian as Vernon explains how badly they need water. Guess you could say these water bears can't bear to be without water. I'm gonna shut up forever. I'm never talking again. You're gonna watch 20 more minutes of absolute silence. Kidding immediately, Brian tells them,
Stewie and I come from a place where water flows like, well, water.
And we need to get back there. And if you guys help us, we'll make sure you never want for water again.
They agree in a microsecond. Someone rein me in. I'm too funny for my own good. Hey, look, it's a great deal provided Stewie keeps his word. They set off to Brian's laptop where Stewie can hack the shrink ray, but their march is interrupted by a tremor caused by a looming black cloud of dust mites. Now, with zero time to lose, they head to the microport where Stewie links up to the cursed ray. But there's one small problem. He's too tiny to hit the enter key alone. Everyone climbs to the top of the laptop with the mites closing in fast. Finally, Stewie asks everyone to make a leap of faith. Now that's the kind of timing that would make a stopwatch blush. They barely return to normal size before two giant dust mite stowaways charge at them. Luckily, Lois and Peter hired an exterminator for that rat, so they make an escape with the help of some gas bombs and one tiny Tom Cruise.
Tiny Tom Cruise?
After the dust or poison settles, Stewie and Brian check on their water bear friends, who are doing just fine. I legit feel like a proud parent when I hear Stewie say,
"They're okay. Let's deliver on our promise. A little water for our little friends."
Oh, hell no!
Oh yeah, that was one giant wave of emotion. Because on one hand, Stewie kept his side of the bargain, but on the other hand, he did just drown them all.
They're dead. Now I'm sad.
Chaos aside, Stewie accidentally shrinking ironically helps Stewie grow, which is low-key the opposite of his next hardware disaster, which takes place in Baby Stewie. Stewie faces a threat that's too close to home, the dreaded Griffin stupid gene. Unfortunately, his attempt to make himself more Stewie and less Griffin kinda backfires.
Did it work?
Doggy, big doggy.
I don't know, Brian, define work.
Peter and his boys are in the clam when Quagmire shocks them all by saying he stopped drinking.
What can I get you guys tonight? Beer.
Beer.
I'll have just like a chicken salad or something.
They then brainstorm some booze-free activities until Cleveland comes up with a winner.
What about an escape room? If we can't drink, we might as well lock ourselves in a room.
Cleveland, I could kiss you.
My heart says yes, but my Lord says no.
Well, I say, follow your heart, my dude. Later, we see the guys and their families at an escape room event. The host explains that each family gets locked in identical rooms with hidden clues they must solve to escape.
Peter's made for these games. He's got a big fat brain. I mean, look at his head. It's huge.
You know, like an escape room. After some friendly taunting between the families, the Griffins head to the room where they solve the first clue.
Yes! This fat head is already paying dividends.
But the Browns aren't so lucky.
It was a trap. Everything on Groupon is just a trick to get out black people. We're sinking.
What in the Jordan Peele was that? All they did was have melanin. Meanwhile, Stewie's face is firmly planted in his palm as he watches Peter work that double-digit IQ of his.
Maybe if I just start saying Italian stuff, I'll say the answer. Spaghetti. Spaghetti.
He then passes the answer to Brian, who takes all the credit. The next day, Brian's doing a victory lap before Stewie bursts his bubble by pointing out that he was behind their win.
I did well, Brian. You just copied my answer and took credit.
Brian tells him to enjoy the superior smarts while they last before he fills Stewie in on some Griffin family lore.
Oh, did you think you were the only smart baby in this family? Chris and Meg were just as smart as you were. But once a Griffin hits puberty, they turn into a full-blown bozo.
Needless to say, the thought of becoming a normal Griffin throws Stewie into a tailspin. He's not about to trade his sophisticated vocabulary for whatever Peter has, so Stewie does what any self-respecting genius baby would do, build a machine to rewrite his DNA. The gene-altering device, or GAD. Before hopping onto the crazy contraption, Stewie smugly asks his canine companion,
Don't you think you're being a little dramatic?
Thank you.
Yes. Messing around with your DNA could have dire consequences.
Brian's got a point here, but Stewie's too giddy to listen as he hops into the GAD, only to prove Brian right when the machine malfunctions. Shocker.
Doggy. Big doggy.
That's right. The big doggy.
Turning him into a regular, babbling, goo-goo-gaga-ing baby. Later at a restaurant, Brian's enjoying his friend's mishap a little too much, but his schadenfreude is short-lived as he slowly realizes that he's lost his partner in crime. The next day, Lois reminds everyone about their trip to her cousin's wedding before asking Brian for this small, huge favor.
Brian, I need your help with Stewie on the flight. The iPad's broken.
Brian face. Brian face.
Brian's more of a hound dog than a victim, so he just waits for Stewie to fall asleep before using him to try to pick up the cute blonde sitting next to him. Dude even keeps his cool when his shoddy airport parenting psychology riz is interrupted by Stewie's explosive bouts of projectile vomit.
Key is to make them infant in these decisions.
At the wedding, Brian looks absolutely wrecked by the endless cycle of feeding, changing, and soothing.
Yay, baboos!
So when they get back home, Brian decides that he's had enough of baby Stewie and tries to bring his little homie back.
Whoops.
Uh-oh. My God, I can't get back to regular Stewie.
His solution? Rewatching the 2009 sci-fi horror film Splice. He then runs to the lounge only to find that Peter's recorded over the movie with his own more based content.
This is Peter Griffin's video, take one.
Oh my God.
What do you think, bud?
Because he's not just based, he's based. So Brian just bolts back upstairs to take on Gad's more complex functions himself, and you can't blame him.
No.
Stewie too.
Oh, he's gonna hate me for changing this one.
Hello? Is my mouth in my butt? Yeah, my mouth's in my butt. You've got to fix this.
This knowledge gap leads to a series of increasingly bizarre genetic mishaps until the device eventually explodes, leaving us with this gremlin-looking abomination. Brother, how? Lois is probably frackin' furious. The only Griffins left are full-fledged bozos, and you're the family pet. This truly desperate situation makes Brian turn to the most unlikely source for help, Chris, who gets pretty weird with it, giving Brian a laundry list of unhinged items before locking himself in his room, making him wait outside for a whole 3 hours while he inhales burgers in his new DIY vacuum briefs.
You don't want to be in here, dude.
This lack of focus and respect pushes Brian to take his chances with the monster, he knows.
I know that there's got to be a part of you inside there that can understand me, and maybe Rupert can help you remember. Remember Rupert?
That's exactly how historians would label Stewie and Rupert. And Brian's hopes? Gone the moment Stewie bites Rupert's head clean off. To make things worse, some soldier pops up on the video call yelling Stewie on loop.
Stewie! No Stewie. Stewie!
And before you can say overstimulation, Lois starts pounding on the door, demanding to see Stewie.
Brian, is Stewie in there?
But Peter, yelling from the trampoline outside,
Hi, Brian. I got a trampoline.
finally sends Brian on a spiral as he confesses.
I wish I could go back to before this whole thing happened and tell him he's right. I am an idiot. Wait, I can go back. Stewie's time machine.
Time travel paradox, anyone? Brian goes back in time and tells Priest Stewie to stop building the device because it just turns him into a baby, but when Stewie won't budge,
It just turns you into a regular baby.
That's impossible. My science is correct.
Brian comes clean. Turns out it was all a troll. Chris was never smart. Brian just played a video of him eating a Rubik's backwards, so it looked like he solved it.
I played it in reverse. He wasn't solving one, he was eating one.
Happy to hear the news and maybe seeking some revenge, Stewie says,
By traveling back here, you've created a new timeline. You have to drown your past self in the toilet.
Hey, Stewie.
look who's back to their old regular evil self. Ain't how much I love to see it. In The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair, our gruesome twosome finds itself in a bit of a pickle as Stewie tries to get his groove back.
Well, Brian, I thought about what you said at the park, and I've decided you're right. I've lost my sadistic streak, so I've built a concentrated neural enhancement device designed to boost my evil side.
So, the exact opposite of self-improvement. Yeah, this can't be good. Stewie and Brian are chilling at the park when some kid kicks over Stewie's sandcastle.
Whoops.
So Stewie, not one to let that go unchecked, casually assembles an entire AK-47, points it towards the bully, and pulls the trigger.
So where are you from?
Noob report. What's it to you?
Everybody's got a story, that's what I believe. All right, I think we're all set here.
But the gun just blows up in his face, knocking him off his little socks. So Brian walks over and checks on his buddy. When he sees that he's okay, just a tad confused, he remarks,
I think you're going soft. I mean, when was the last time you tried to blow something up or take over the world or even use the phrase damn you?
Oh, that stings. Clearly this doesn't sit too well with Stewie, who defends himself, explaining that he's got a lot on his plate, okay? Turns out it ain't easy being a toddler.
I spent half an hour laughing at my own feet yesterday. Learning to use the toilet, I'm learning what shapes are.
Later, Stewie's working on some sort of contraption when Brian walks in and asks him what he's building. Then Stewie does something completely out of character and tells Brian that he's right. That's why he decided to boost his sadistic streak by building the neural enhancement device. He then hops in before giving Brian the signal to hit the button. When Stewie steps out, unchanged, they decide the device needs some tweaking. Then, as they head to the garage to fetch tools, the device suddenly comes to life. Wow, tiny and terrifying. Stewie really did outdo himself. The next morning, Brian's watching some TV when Stewie quietly slips into the room, eyes fixated on him. Caught off guard, Brian asks what's up with his clothes. Stewie says nothing and casually takes the remote out of his hand, prompting a confused Brian to ask what he's doing. However, that's when... Holy guacamole. This guy's like eviler Stewie. Yeah. Brian finally breathes again as the real Stewie walks in, clearly puzzled.
Well, easy, man, easy.
After loosening Brian's collar, Stewie is met with an angry outburst, leaving him baffled as he asks what's wrong. Brian yells for Stewie to stay back and chucks a battery at him, and as Stewie bends down to grab it, Brian freezes, seeing that evil Stewie is right behind him.
Because that's just not safe.
Thrilled, Stewie gushes over his creation, brushing off Brian's desperate plea to destroy it. Instead, he's dead set on studying the clone. However, his joy is short-lived, as after asking to comply with just a few tests, the clone proceeds to beat the crap out of OG Stewie. And just when you thought the chaos was over, he steps it up and proceeds to... That's the type of thing that'll make a serial killer blush. He bolts out of the house and into the street, halting a car. The driver, panicked, jumps out to check on him before he slices them in half and jacks the car. Need I say more? Cut to Brian and Stewie racing through town trying to track him down. Stewie, of course, blames Brian, saying his soft comment pushed him to create evil Stewie in the first place. I mean, fair enough to try and pass blame around. Nobody wants responsibility for making someone this evil.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh yeah!
Who's gonna bust through walls and save lame birthday parties now? Later we find Brian tied to a pole at the park, calling out to evil Stewie and claiming he's defenseless.
Evil Stewie, wherever you are, if you can hear me, I'm completely defenseless right now.
Evil Stewie then steps out, gun in hand, thrilled by how easy Brian's making it. While Brian, tired of it all, begs him to end it, and evil Stewie obliges by taking aim. But then... boom! Didn't see that one coming, did ya? The Stewies lock eyes before dashing for the gun, leading to an intense brawl. Evil Stewie gains the upper hand, grabs the weapon, and opens fire. Stewie dodges the lasers, grabs them, and they wrestle for control. Seeing the gun near him, Brian attempts to break out of the constraint. As the brawl continues, Stewie lands up in a situation eerily similar to Brian's ordeal earlier. However, he's able to free himself. The fight peaks as one Stewie grabs the gun and fires wildly. One of them makes a run for it and disappears behind a tree. While searching for his rival, he's ambushed from above, and the gun slides to Brian, who seizes his moment to break free. Now holding the gun, Brian faces a tough choice. Two identical Stewies stand before him, so with no way to tell them apart, he thinks fast and delivers a simple command.
There's only one way to settle this. Look at your feet. They're just feet. They're like leg hands. What are they doing down there?
Quick thinking, Brian, as only the real Stewie would have folded for that one. Or so we hope. Before we get to the final boss of Stewie's bonkers creations, let's take a quick detour into some inventions that, at the very least, deserve a dishonorable mention, starting with the show's third episode. In Chitty Chitty Death Bang, it's very clear from the get-go that Stewie ain't like other babies.
Congratulations, Mrs. Griffin. It's a boy. I don't think we're through here. The map of Europe.
He's worse. Way worse. Stewie finds out that his first birthday is coming up, and he's not exactly thrilled, because he's convinced that the doctor who delivered him is plotting something.
He failed to thwart my escape into the outside world, and now, 1 year hence, put me back in the womb.
So that's a completely unhinged way to look at it. Stewie's the only 1-year-old I know with the paranoia levels of war veterans. He immediately plans an escape, packing some mace, grenades, and cereal before scaling down the window.
Grenades? Mace? Baggie full of Cheerios?
We'll never find another place in time.
Unfortunately, his plan is foiled when the ticketing lady at the airport can't understand him and reports a lost child to security.
I've got an army to raise, and I must get to Nicaragua.
Henry, I have a lost little boy.
What are they paying you? I'll double it. Money, women, men.
The kind guard teaches him the importance of facing your problems head on, which Stewie is grateful for, we think.
Thanks will keep you warm as you spend the next 10 years in frozen carbonite.
Now that's ice cold. Like any Star Wars fanatic, I'm pretty stoked when we get a glimpse of the carbonite freeze gun, giving us an early illustration of Stewie's talent for building weapons. Eventually, Stewie's birthday rolls around and he's ready for battle. Then a white-robed cult leader chases Meg and Peter to the house, trying to sell them on his unaliving plan. But when he walks inside, Stewie mistakes him for the man in white and kills him with a laser rifle.
I've been expecting you. Who said that? Peekaboo, I see you.
Speaking of cult leaders, in the story on page 1, Stewie's sick of being the little guy, so he decides to dabble in a little mind control.
All right, now walk up to the counter. That's it. Ring the bell. Good day, shopkeep.
Good day, shopkeep. I require a hand-operated buzzsaw capable of cutting through a human sternum. It's for a school project.
Here, Stewie's lack of height keeps getting in the way of his plans for world domination.
Damn my small stature!
Later, he sees how easy it is for Chris to grab the cookies on the counter he couldn't reach. And this simple act of kindness gives him the idea to build a device that helps him to take advantage of Chris's size. Later on, Chris is taking a nap on the couch when Stewie sneaks into the lounge and puts his new evil device to the test.
Eyes open. I'm Chris.
I'm Chris.
Eviscerate the proletariat.
Eviscerate the proletariat.
Okay, so Stewie's evil. He then uses the mind control device to make Chris his human puppet, taking him to the store and making him buy a buzzsaw in the most suspicious way possible. Luckily, the man refuses to sell power tools to a minor. We can't say the same about whoever sold Chris the medieval-looking axe he's holding as he walks into the kitchen, though. Stewie then makes him swing it at an unwitting Lois, and I let out a huge sigh when he missed. But then, as he gears up to take another strike, something unexpected happens. Would you look at that? Saved by the microwave. In the end, the microwave radiation fries Stewie's mind control device, making Chris turn on him instead. Our last dishonorable mention goes to Emission Impossible, where Stewie builds not one, but two weird devices, showing us how far he'll go to keep his spot as the baby in the family.
Who's got beer?
Lois gets a call from Carol, her pregnant sister, whose husband just up and left. So Peter and Lois said to go over there and take care of her. Then her water bursts, but Dr. Hartman, as only he could do, manages to knock himself out before he can deliver the baby.
Oh, now I'm sure this isn't the glove drawer.
Oh my God!
Left with no other option, Peter delivers the baby with the help of Lois, a beautiful moment that makes them realize that they want another kid. Back at home, they break the news to Stewie, who has this to say in response.
Another baby? But I'm the baby. My cheeks are pinchable, my laugh is heartwarming. Oh!
Let's just say he's not really into the idea of being a big brother, so he decides to do everything in his power to block his parents from faking nightmares to sleep in between them.
I had a bad dream. I saw the what the devil is that name again? Boogeyman.
To wearing lipstick and kissing Peter's collar.
There we are.
He even builds a mechanical replica of Peter, chloroforms his dad, and then insults Lois.
Where'd you go, my little pumpkin eater?
To the can, because kissing you made me barf.
Thankfully, Chris accidentally knocks him out the window, just as the real Peter comes to. Later that evening, after Lois and Peter enjoy a candle-lit dinner, he unveils his latest invention.
As was your fate, Mr. Fly, so is the fate of every in Peter's body.
Okay, look, the miniature submarine is a pretty normal invention. It's what he plans to do with it. It's the problem. Stewie traveling to his dad's balls to kill his is absolutely insane. But this does not stop Stewie, who finally gets there and starts obliterating every sperm in sight. Except Bertram, who's just as evil as he is and puts up a good fight. They're so evenly matched that they end up falling asleep in each other's arms mid-battle. When Stewie wakes up first, he uses this upper hand to overpower Bertram and tells him to finish him off, and then says,
My one regret is that I won't be able to do away with that red-headed woman.
You've seen that little gleam in the fat man's eye? That's me, plotting my escape!
Talking smack about someone's mom is usually a great way to start a fight, but this time it ends one. In fact, Stewie even warms up to the idea of having a little brother before he gets a reminder that he only has 2 minutes before he returns to normal. Bertram shows him a shortcut through Peter's tear ducts before waving goodbye and making his way back down. But Stewie's hopes for having Bertram as a brother are crushed when Lois changes her mind and Peter takes matters into his own hands. Alrighty guys, last and probably least on the sanity scale, we have probably the most iconic Stewie invention of all time, his Multiverse remote. Road to the Multiverse shows us how far Stewie's inventions can take him, and Brian. It's also a reminder that there's always something weirder out there.
White zone!
Thank you!
You're welcome!
Yeah!
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 Yeah, that makes 2 of us, buddy. The gang's at a carnival and Stewie wins a breeding contest to the most jacked pig I've ever seen.
Brian, look what I won!
Wow, what'd you win that for?
For having the best pig in the competition.
This thing's so swole that when it punches his lights out, Brian hardly flinches, more focused on getting answers.
Are those fists?
Damn right, show 'em, pig! I let you in on a little secret, Brian. I got it from a farm.
What the hell kind of farm breeds pigs like this?
Would you like to see it for yourself, Brian?
Count me in. I think we'd all like to see where Pig Hemsworth comes from. They head home where Stewie whips out a device and starts explaining the concept of the multiverse to Brian, who, surprise, surprise, pretends to understand Stewie's science mambo-jambo.
You ever heard of the multiverse theory, Brian?
I'm wondering if you have.
Oh my God, so transparent. Well, the theory states that there are an infinite number of universes, parallel dimensional planes.
Dimensional planes, right.
Don't repeat the last 2 words. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Basically, it's the idea that there are infinite universes coexisting with ours, where an infinite number of realities play out. Some are close to our own, but some are radically different. Brian seems skeptical, so Stewie fires the device up.
This is Quahog, Brian. Same year, same time.
So that's my mind completely shattered. Turns out this is what Quahog would look like if Christianity never existed. Their tech is 1,000 years ahead because science was allowed to advance freely, hence the buff pig. Stewie then gives a wide-eyed Brian a little tour of the high-tech town, but why stop their multiversal journey there? Stewie then beams them to one where everything's made out of rocks and looks suspiciously like the Flintstones.
Rock, Peter?
Yes, Rock Lois?
That was wonderful, Rock. We had last rock night.
And then a universe where Japan never surrendered after World War II. It gets very intense as this realm's Meg commits seppuku. They decide that they've seen enough when Peter beats Lois, which I second. They then try to get back home. Everything seems pretty normal until they spot one tiny problem. This universe features folks who have two heads, one happy, one sad.
I can't find him anywhere. Honey, have you seen Stewie?
I sure have. He's over there.
Well, that's something I can never unsee. Stewie tells Brian he told him that the device wasn't fully tested yet, so getting them home might be a bit tricky.
I don't know. I told you it hasn't been fully tested yet.
They then land in an Ice Age version of Quahog where they're frozen in ice, of course, and Stewie can't reach the device.
Uh-oh, I can't reach the device.
So by promising Brian treats, it causes his tail to wag, breaking some of the ice, allowing them to reach the device, and thankfully make it out. Though where they go next ain't too great.
This can't be it. This doesn't look familiar.
This is a universe where everyone has to take a poop right just now.
How does anyone get anything done in this place? Not wanting to stick around, they then jump to a Disney-fled Quahog, complete with musical numbers about pie. It's all very cheerful and Disney, so they're feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. They're seriously considering staying there forever until things get a tad too anti-Semitic.
Hello, everybody!
Oh yeah, I forgot. This is a Disney universe.
Making the move on to a robot chicken universe, which severely dates this episode, before landing in a post-apocalyptic Quahog where we find out...
So Nixon won the 1960 election and totally botched the Cuban Missile Crisis, causing World War III. It says that in this universe, Frank Sinatra was never born, and therefore he was unable to use his influence to get Kennedy elected.
Yeah, that checks. Nixon was exactly famous for his charm. They then land in a low-res, blocky universe, then one filled with fire hydrants, which Brian loves.
Love it.
Hate it.
Unlike the next one with a bunch of gay men in Speedos, which Stewie is a fan of.
Love it.
Hate it.
The pair keep jumping around, even landing in one where the only living thing is a guy who yells compliments from far away.
I like your shirt. Thank you.
Then to a universe of misleading portraits. Brian's emotional rant about being lost is cut short when he starts to notice something about the place.
Whoa. Sorry about that. No jumpies. Oh, it's quite all right.
And just like that, Brian's no longer worried about getting home. Turns out they've landed in a universe where dogs have humans as their pets. So I'm not shocked when he snatches the device out of Stewie's hand, saying they should just check the place out first. They start fighting over the device until it drops to the ground and shatters into pieces. When Stewie gets upset at Brian, a dog cop comes and tells Brian to put him on a leash.
You better put that thing on a leash, sir, or I'm gonna have to fine you.
They decide to use fake identities to go and check out their home in this universe, where an adorable dog version of Peter opens up the door.
Hello!
They're then introduced to everyone, including human Brian, which isn't the most cursed thing I've ever seen.
Brian.
Nice to meet you.
Dog Stewie then asks to play with human Stewie, and when the two Stewies are together, Poodle Stewie says,
I know who you are, Stewie. I've perfected multiverse travel. In fact, I've figured out how to navigate with absolute precision.
Forget good boy, because that right there is an exceptional boy. When Stewie tells him about their random universe hopping, Dog Stewie asks if the shuffle button was on. Stewie kicks himself for missing the simple solution. When he says it's pretty useless info now that his device is broken, Dog Stewie tells them he's got his own multiverse device and helps them get back home for real. Though when Stewie heads downstairs, things take a turn for the worse.
Boy, you shouldn't have done that, little fella.
Oh, you're in big trouble, you little crap!
You just earned yourself a trip to the pound.
Extreme, yes, but all dude had to do was chill for a few minutes and he'd be heading home instead of the human pound. Brian then finds that they have a pretty harsh punishment for any human who bites a dog. Death. which seems a tad extreme. Next, human Brian, and dog Stewie sneak into the pound to rescue Stewie, who's weeping in a cell. Dog Joe wakes up and tries to stop them as dog Stewie opens up a portal. Thankfully, they go through in the nick of time, taking one very ambitious stowaway with them.
I'm gonna go out into the world and see what I can make of myself. Don't worry, I don't plan to stay in Quahog. I can be somebody here.
And it should be easy for you because, what luck, you're white. You have no idea how big that is here.
Stewie's got a point there. Before our guy can take his white privilege for a walk, he gets hit by a car almost immediately, killing both him and his dreams. So yeah, there's a whole lot of craziness that goes on anytime Stewie gets his hand on a workbench, though this was only the tip of the iceberg for cartoon insanity as a whole. Things got pretty spicy back there, and since we've talked about a couple episodes you don't want to watch with the kids around, why don't we take a look at every single one of Family Guy's MA-17+ rated episodes. After scouring the internet, I found the most outrageous Family Guy episodes of all time. These ones cross the line from TV-14 straight to TVMA, but why, you ask? Well...
Hi there, and welcome to the Peter Griffin Side Boob Hour. Look at that side boob. How about that side boob? That turn you on? Well, it shouldn't, because that's my side boob.
Yeah, making a bit more sense now. Of course, how can we talk about Family Guy and TV ratings without bringing up PTV? The episode begins somewhere in Afghanistan and immediately cuts to Osama bin Laden, who's trying to film a threatening video.
You will be punished for your decadent ways on the first day of Ramadan. wait a minute, did I just say, what did I say, Ramadan?
Emphasis on trying. Bin Laden and the rest of his terrorist friends keep on cracking up on camera while trying to be intimidating, until a mysterious little man crashes the party.
Good day to you, sir. And now prepare to die.
After Stewie gets done whooping Bin Laden and his crew, he tumbles out of their lair and the intro begins. Yeah, just the intro. Can you tell this episode was specifically made to piss off the censors? After an incident involving actor David Pierce accidentally exposing himself on live TV, the FCC comes to a very logical conclusion.
We got 20 calls about the David Hyde Pierce incident. And as you know, one call equals 1 billion people, which means 20 billion people were offended by this.
What? What the f? The board decides to consult the chairman of the FCC on what to do, and when they do...
You've got to censor television, you fools! Now follow my orders!
Why am I not surprised that the FCC is secretly run by Cobra? I mean, both are pretty evil, I guess. When the censorship hits the airwaves, Peter is less than impressed. And after speaking with Tom Tucker of the Quahog news station, he decides to start his own TV station without censorship. And I mean, I can't blame him for being mad when content like this is what he's stuck with.
One of these days, Alice, one of these days!
I'm gonna help stimulate the economy by buying an American car.
Dude, they didn't even try to lip sync there. After setting up his equipment, Peter's personal TV station, PTV, is born. He starts airing episodes of shows that definitely should not have made it to TV, and to say his war on censorship starts off with a bang is an understatement.
Time for you to move there, Jefferson.
Oh, Archie, can't see out of my sheet.
Eat it. Will you stifle yourself? We're supposed to be incognitus.
Brian reads Peter the amazingly high viewership numbers for PTV at the Drunken Clan, and so the two decide to start working on some original programming. Brian and Stewie create a sitcom.
Oh my God, where's my roast pheasant? By now I think it's in my lower intestine.
With a laugh track from hell. And Quagmire, he quagmires. I don't know how else to put it. The channel continues to skyrocket with success, but Lois becomes upset with Peter's less than tasteful programming.
Peter, I really want you to cancel that show with the animals having sex.
It's called Dogs Humping, and it is the cornerstone of our Wednesday night lineup.
Maybe it's like a Discovery Channel thing. Who am I kidding? We're talking about Peter here. So yeah, the Peter Griffin Side Boob Hour is the last straw for Lois, causing her to notify the FCC of Peter's inappropriate programming. But not before the boys sing out one of the catchiest and raunchiest songs in the show's history.
They may just be neurotic or possibly psychotic. They're the fellas at FCC.
Yeah, that was a slideshow of every single time the show got in trouble with the censors, to the point that slipped in at the end there. They were really asking for a TVMA rating here. As beautiful as Peter's song is, the FCC still shuts down Peter's channel. Though they'll have to catch him first.
Shut me down, eh?
How did that plan not work? Peter tells the FCC that they can never stop people from being who they are, but the suits see that as a challenge and get straight to work.
censoring real life. His chin looks like balls. You want me to cover that too?
Honestly, I can kind of see the resemblance. Yeesh. The FCC continues their reign of censorship terror by blocking farts, tempering the bathroom, and of course, bleeping swears.
Oh, Lois, you are so full of... What? No, I can't say in my own house? Great, Lois. Just great. You know, you're lucky you're good at my or I'd never put up with you. You know what I'm talking about.
I don't even think I know what Peter was trying to say there. I don't think I want to know. Eventually, the constant interference of the FCC makes Lois realize Peter was right all along. And so the family decides to head to Washington to speak to the head of the organization themselves. Don't know why they brought Chris along, though.
Are we there yet?
No, Chris, honey, we're not.
Are we there yet?
No, Chris.
Are we there yet?
Yes, Chris. Yes, okay, we're there.
Liar!
After a fart is heard throughout the halls of Congress, Peter makes his argument that indecency is built into the fabric of America and tells the lawmakers to simply look around.
Look around you. The Washington Monument. Looks an awful lot like a doesn't it? And the Pentagon? Well, you look me in the eye and tell me it doesn't look like a
Best argument I've heard all week. The FCC lifts the ban on filthy content, and poop finally has a spot on TV again. Thank goodness. Speaking of filth on TV, it's time to talk about Screams of Silence and Quagmire's sister's abusive boyfriend. It's a mouthful to say, and truthfully, he doesn't deserve the effort.
You fat, ugly
I rest my case. Things start off simple enough. Peter's about to go on a fishing trip with the boys, cracking jokes, all that good stuff.
That's what I thought a Portuguese was. Me and my brain, huh? And we're just getting started.
But when Quagmire's late to the dock, Peter and Joe decide to head off to look for him. They show up at Quagmire's house, and luckily he had just slept through his alarm.
Hey, Quagmire? You in there? Holy crap!
Oh my god! He must have autoerotically asphyxiated himself!
Yeah, while he was watching clown porn.
Oh, never mind! Also, geez, Quagmire's interests never cease to amaze me. Peter and Joe take Quagmire to the hospital, where he ends up in a coma. The scare even brings Quagmire's sister Brenda into town alongside her boyfriend Jeff. And let's just say, Jeff isn't exactly a peach.
Alright, on the way back, I get to pick the radio station, because that was awful!
I know, yeah, it was. Just I hope Glenn's okay. I'm so worried about him.
Shut up and limp! We're in a handicap spot, you
I mean, can you blame anyone for hating him? When she arrives, Quagmire's sister decides to try and pull him back to consciousness with a childhood song.
Glenn, don't die from autoerotic asphyxiation. Your friends want to go fishing with you.
This song is from childhood?
Yep, I'm with Brian on this one. The song actually works, and the gang brings him back to his home, but it doesn't take long for Jeff to ruin the would-be pleasant moment.
And Jeff and I are happy to stay here with you for as long as you need.
Fine! Then you call my cousin Terry and tell him we're not gonna be at his karate recital.
Yeah, that's bad, right? Well, it only gets worse.
Come here! You fat, ugly If today wasn't your birthday...
If today wasn't her birthday! Oh my, this dude is evil! Quagmire can't sleep due to the constant fighting between Brenda and Jeff, and so eventually... I say Brenda and Jeff, it's mainly Jeff to Brenda. Anyway, eventually, he goes to the Griffins for help.
Hey, Peter.
Jeez, Quagmire, you look terrible.
I didn't get any sleep.
Dude, Quagmire's face looks like it was run over. Oh man, what a lack of sleep can do to you. Maybe we just need a moment to cool off. This is all a lot.
Hey, Rock Lobster!
Thank you, Peter. Where were we? Glenn gets Lois to try and talk with Brenda about breaking up with Jeff, and so the two grab lunch. However, when Lois asks Brenda to take her glasses off, she reveals one of the nastiest black eyes I've ever seen.
Do you mind taking off your sunglasses?
No, it's really not that bad. It only hurts when I see.
But you always see! Despite Lois's pleas, Brenda just won't break up with Jeff, and so Joe insists that they set up an intervention for her. Wait, intervention? What's that mean again?
What's that?
It's like a surprise birthday party, but instead of cake and presents, there's angry letters and someone who inappropriately tries to make it about themselves.
Right! How could I have forgotten that? Anyway, the intervention begins and is filled with nothing but helpful insight all around.
So, you like getting beaten, huh? Well, why don't you smoke a whole carton of cigarettes?
Okay, maybe not. Quagmire steps up and finally gets through to Brenda, though in a bit of an odd way.
Sadly, the fact that you are with Jeff proves to me that you have made a choice to make your life worse. I want the girl
I grew up with back.
Which was a bit controversial because it kind of comes across as Glenn blaming his sister for being abused, which isn't great. Just when things are looking up though, Jeff busts in asking for Brenda's money and then has her drop some big news. They're getting married. Worse yet, Brenda's pregnant.
Pregnant?
Oh, congratulations! Have you thought of any names yet? Maybe Slappy? Or Bruisey? Or Keep It Down in Izzy?
Yeah, Peter, maybe not the best time to crack jokes. The boys talk about Jeff over a game of poker, and Quagmire says that they just ought to kill him, as the world is better off without people like him. Joe, being a cop and all, isn't in on that idea.
What the hell? Did you change the channel while I was going to get a beer? We're watching Leno, you
Let's waste this dick.
All right, now he's in. They grab Jeff and invite him on their little annual midnight hunting trip, quote unquote, and with Jeff's personality, there's no way he could resist shooting animals. When Jeff gets up to take a whiz, Quagmire tells Peter and Joe his plan.
All right, look, when he comes back, I'm just gonna do it, okay? I'm just gonna point my gun straight at his head before he even knows what's going on.
Kinda like this?
Right in earshot of Jeff. Jeff, rifle in hand, takes Quagmire hostage and leaves the others off nicely.
Now get those hands where I can see them. All the way up. That's okay. You can keep them the way you had them so it covers your stomach.
Thank you. You know, if this Jeff was around more, we wouldn't have tried to kill you.
Okay, maybe that was too good to be true, as he ends up just knocking them out and dragging Glenn through the woods in his car. Quagmire convinces Jeff to kill him with his bare hands, so the two beat each other to a pulp until Jeff finally manages to choke Glenn out and kill him. Holy frick, they actually just killed off Quagmire and kept Jeff? That's awful.
What the hell? I killed you!
I choke myself every day, you bastard.
Okay, spoke too soon. Thank goodness. All that autoerotic asphyxiation paid off. I never thought I'd say that. Awesome. Okay, maybe Quagmire shouldn't have been the judge, jury, and executioner there, but you know what? For Jeff, I might just let that one slide. The boys leave Brenda a fake "I'm leaving you" note that's supposed to be from Jeff, but all that chaos seemingly wasn't enough for Peter.
I don't want to kill somebody else now.
Speaking of killing, When You Wish Upon a Weinstein nearly killed Family Guy as a whole in just its third season. Peter's having money issues after blowing the family's rainy day fund on volcano insurance.
Wait, that's Lois's rainy day fund.
Ah, come on. It never rains in Rhode Island?
Well, yeah, but I'm pretty sure we've never had a volcano either.
Well, don't you think we're overdue for one?
Touché, salesman.
I mean, to be fair, you can't argue against that logic. Doesn't raise the chances of a volcano hitting, but still, when Lois finds out about Peter's little expenditure, she calls him irresponsible and childish. What is new here? What is... Like, this is very much Peter Griffin. Though, continuing the theme of great arguments in this episode, Peter comes up with one of his own.
You better watch who you're calling a child, Lois, because if I'm a child, then you know what that makes you? A pedophile. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna stand here and be lectured by a pervert.
How can you argue against that logic? Also, yeah, that's one of the funniest jokes in the series, hands down. Peter heads to the clam with Cleveland and Quagmire, who each say their accountants, who just so happen to be Jewish, by the way, are racking in tons of extra cash for them.
So you're saying I need a Jewish guy to handle my money?
Peter, not every Jewish person is good with money.
But why would you even say that? For shock value? Jeez, Cleveland, there's edgy and there's offensive. Good day, sir.
Peter, that literally all came from your mouth, not Cleveland's. Good day to you, sir. Peter catches Lois talking to her mom on the phone, and apparently Mrs. Pewterschmidt thinks Lois would be better off with a chimp. Naturally, Peter responds to this heartwarming convo the only way anyone would. Disney parody.
Nothing else has worked so far. Oh, I'll wish upon a star. Wondrous dancing sprite, I need a Jew.
Yeah, so this little ditty Peter sings kind of got the show in trouble with like a lot of the censors. Despite how insensitive Peter's ballad here is, it's a Disney song, so of course it's gotta have a fairy tale ending.
Hi, my name's Max Weinstein. My car just broke down. May I use your phone?
Now my troubles are all through. I have a Jew.
Hey!
After Peter scares off the accountant by just being kind of weird, he catches up to him and...
What do you want? Financial advice?
Financial advice? How the hell did you know I'm an accountant?
Hello, Max Weinstein?
Yep, hope you like stereotypes. Stereotypes aside, though, Max manages to get Peter's volcano insurance money back in pretty swift fashion.
Peter, play with this.
Look, sir, I have reviewed this contract, and it offers no coverage at all. And down here in small print, it says, he's signing it, I can't believe it.
What's the point of even drafting a contract like that? Anyway, the family invites Max to dinner to thank him for his help, and he fills them in about Jewish culture. After some riveting table talk, of course.
Yeah, it's like the time he soiled himself at that dinner party.
I was so sorry to hear that your father passed away.
Oh!
Max takes the family to a temple to try and fix Peter's prejudices, and Peter learns just how many folks are actually Jewish.
Optimus Prime? He's Jewish?
I didn't know Autobots could even believe in a religion. After the service, Peter tries to get Max to help Chris with his homework, but Max just has to go.
I don't know, Max. The kid's not exactly an honor roll student. Watch. Hey, he did it. See?
You sure you couldn't help Chris out, Max? He really needs it. I don't know why I'm bashing Chris, though. So do I. With Max out of the picture, Peter decides to try and convert Chris to Judaism himself to try and make him smarter. Oh, don't worry. Peter's prejudices are still intact.
Can we skip that part? I mean, come on. If Chris knew how to study, he wouldn't need to become Jewish in the first place, right? Right?
Man, I feel bad for Max. All that work for nothing. When Chris is denied admittance into the synagogue in Quahog, Peter takes Chris to Vegas to get him a bar mitzvah as quickly as possible. But when Lois finds out that the two are on the road, she dashes off and asks Quagmire if she can borrow his car.
No problem. Let me grab my keys. Here they are.
Yeah, he's quagmiring again. Lois shows up just in time to prevent Chris from getting a bar mitzvah for the wrong reasons. And after an angry mob charges at the family for disrespecting Judaism, Lois is forced to defend her family. Yep, fighting off a crowd that's angry at you for disrespecting their religion by weaponizing their holy symbol and further disrespecting their religion. Yeesh, yeah, if you couldn't tell, this episode was banned pretty quickly after airing. But if you want an episode that never even hit TV, Partial Terms of Endearment is the one for you. Here's a little taste of what's to offer in this one.
Lois, I bet I can drink more bleach than you.
Hopefully you didn't get an actual taste, because, you know, bleach. Lois takes Peter to her college reunion and meets up with one of her exes, who Peter's shocked to find out is a girl.
Well, let's just say Naomi and I experimented quite a bit in college.
No way! My wife messed around with another chick! Thank you, God!
But yeah, Lois's ex, Naomi, has an offer for her and Peter that she wants to propose at the Griffin household, and so Peter makes the ever-so-respectful assumption that she wants a three-way. Naomi arrives with her husband, and Peter's a little over-prepared, to put it lightly.
Girls, I've just finished grading your midterms, and it's not good news. Looks like you're gonna have to do some extra credit.
I think more people would find that outfit disgusting than sexy, but I could very well be wrong, and I don't want to know if I am or not. After Peter's outburst, Naomi reveals the real offer is for Lois to be a surrogate mother for herself and her husband. The next day, Lois announces that she'd like to go through with the offer, but Peter isn't as supportive considering Lois's pregnancy habits.
Mom, I can't find my jacket.
Peter, take off that belt! The buckle smells like acid!
As a single guy, I can't say whether those are normal habits or not, but I sure hope not. Even still, Lois decides to be the surrogate Naomi needs, and the operation goes great.
The insertion procedure will be performed by these South American Jovitos blowgunners.
Wait a minute. I don't want them shooting things into my vagina.
Well, perhaps you could tell them. If only you spoke Jovitos.
Don't worry, those are screams of joy. Lois is officially pregnant, and Peter is officially pissed. So he makes it his mission to cause a miscarriage. In the wackiest ways possible, of course, but as we all know, being cartoonishly awful means you'll have cartoonish things happen to you right back. Lois is insistent on having the baby, but things take a horrific turn when Naomi and Dale get into a car crash and are pronounced dead.
Naomi and Dale Robinson were pronounced dead on arrival at Quahog Hospital.
Oh my God!
That brings a whole new meaning to taking the good with the bad. The family discusses what should be done, with even abortion coming up as one of their options.
Well, you could
have an abortion.
There you go, Lois. We abort it. Send it on up to Dale and Naomi. Well, they're probably waiting for it anyway. If they left their mittens here, you wouldn't keep them. You'd send them back. Abort the thing.
Peter's as sensitive as ever. Again. Can you see why this one was banned, by the way? I mean, you can't even find this one on streaming. After heading to a Parenthood center to discuss her options, Lois agrees to get an abortion. But before she does, Peter catches a glimpse of an anti-abortion video warning him that the operation could take the lives of who could be very important people.
Hello, friend. I hear you're contemplating having an abortion. But before you do, remember, science has proven that within hours of conception, a human fetus has started a college fund and has already made your first Mother's Day card out of macaroni and glitter.
Aww. Don't even try to think about how that last one could work. Just don't. Peter nabs Lois before the operation is carried out, and the family discusses the complexities of the matter back at their house.
Because it's killing babies, Brian. If God wanted us to kill babies, he'd make them all Chinese girls.
Peter, it's not a baby, it's a fertilized egg.
It's alive, isn't it? To kill any living thing is an abortion.
Ironically, it seems like Peter's the only one who wants this baby to be born now, as despite every argument the family throws at him, he ain't budging.
What if you look at the ultrasound and see that the baby's gonna be born with no arms and no legs?
You name it, Matt.
Dang, poor Meg. Finally, Lois and Peter decide to go discuss amongst themselves about what to do about the baby. And when all is said and done, the family comes to a decision.
But you know what? It's one more person to share the world with. Another little voice in the back seat of the car. One more Griffin to love and to love us in return.
We had the abortion.
Wow. He just looked right at the camera and said it as bluntly as possible. Wow. And Peter's life doesn't get any easier in Turban Cowboy either, as Peter, Joe, and Quagmire decide to take up skydiving and get the thrill of their lives while doing it. Peter hasn't felt this good since, well,
since I won that marathon.
I'm Bob Costas, here with Boston Marathon winner Peter Griffin. How did you do it?
I'll tell you, Bob, I just got in my car and drove it. And when there was a guy in my way, I killed him.
As if that joke wasn't grim enough, this episode aired a month before the Boston Marathon bombings. Yeah, that's a pretty awful coincidence. And believe it or not, that's just one of the reasons this episode was banned from TV. Luckily, things cheer up a bit shortly after this cutaway.
Pull back my chair ever so slightly. Daddy's home.
He may have missed the chair, but he just barely made it back into the audience's good graces. And if you think Peter's skydiving enjoyment ends there, you'd be dead wrong.
Libra, a strange man will drop into your life.
Pisces, be careful at work today.
Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said dead. Eventually, even Peter realizes he's gone a bit too overboard with his new hobby, but thankfully manages to stop before he gets seriously hurt.
Oh, ground. Damn it!
Okay, now I'm dead wrong. Or maybe Peter's dead. You know what? I'm done with that. Peter gets checked out at the hospital and meets Mahmoud, a Muslim guy who he quickly hits things off with, eventually even inviting him to the clan. The rest of the boys have a hard time adapting to Mahmoud's quirks, though, and so himself and Peter head to a hookah lounge where Peter learns even more about his new friend.
I need you to run an errand for my friend Peter.
Anything for you, husband.
That was amazing. She just listened to everything you said. Wait, that's awesome. So wait, let me get this straight. Sweet hat, obedient wife, and I get to shout Admiral Akbar when I do stuff. You, sir, have got yourself a Muslim.
Yep, once more, Peter's converting religions all for the wrong reasons. Did the writers not learn their lesson from Wish Upon a Weinstein? Oh, and if the stereotypes so far have been too tame for you, no worries, they only get worse.
Peter, this is my friend Omar. He can teach you many things about our faith, including how to ululate.
It's this. Oh my God, that's terrifying.
No, Peter, it's okay. Just sing the beginning of La Bamba, but don't say the La Bamba part.
La 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 la.
Yes, good job, you're doing it.
Bamba.
Ooh, so close.
Yep, only get worse.
Are you kidding? It's awesome. I even started wearing leather sandals with way too long toenails. See how the big ones are getting yellow?
Ah, yes, very Muslim.
Need I say more? Mahmoud introduces Peter to a few friends of his own, but is only accepted after he passes an extremely difficult test.
Who is better, Hulk Hogan or the Iron Sheik?
The Iron Sheik?
Okay, he is one of us.
Bang! That one gets me every time. Though this new friendship turns out to be built on some shady foundations, as Mahmoud and his friends just want Peter's help to blow up the Quahog bridge. But I mean, to be fair, or give credit where it's due, there is very few people more destructive than Peter.
He's the perfect man to help us blow up the Quahog bridge.
Ah, everybody down! So are these toys just like to take?
Okay, I take it back. Maybe there's 0 people more destructive than Peter. Maybe the Hulk, but like,
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Alright, that proves it. I've seen enough. 0. The boys explain to Peter that he's been indoctrinated into a terrorist group, but Peter doesn't believe it, so he calls Mahmoud to ask him about the truth.
Look, I'm gonna call Mahmoud right now on this cell phone he gave me. He'll tell you. Damn phone's busted. Maybe I dialed wrong.
Peter, please stop trying to call Mahmoud.
I'm sure those were just coincidences. Right. Joe decides to use Peter as an undercover agent to help stop the bridge explosion, but I think it's fair to say that Peter wasn't born with the skill set for the job.
In order to get past the checkpoint at the toll plaza...
Sorry, can you repeat all that? I just had an itch right by my microphone.
Microphone?
He's wearing a wire!
Holding Peter hostage, Mahmoud forces him to carry out the job right away, and unfortunately, the plan seems to be working like a charm.
Okay, you're good to go.
That's another one of the jokes that gave this episode such a bad reputation, by the way. At the bridge, Peter tells Mahmoud that he's making the wrong choice, but he just won't hear it. Though just as he's about to blow the bridge to smithereens, Joe swoops in to save the day the only way he can.
Hold it right there!
Mahmoud, you're under arrest.
Look, Joe, I drove a van.
Yeah, that's the thing we should take away from everything. Totally, of course. Right. Mahmoud and his gang are sent behind bars, and the boys all decide to celebrate at the clam. Peter even decides to reserve a seat to mark the occasion.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, I think we could all use a drink.
Tell you what, let me call Horace and tell him to get our table ready.
Peter, did you just...
Let's go.
Maybe he should have thought twice about which phone he was using. In Brian and Stewie, phones end up blowing things up too, just more so metaphorically.
Oh, this day. Ah! Oh, you stink. And now I'm trapped in here with you and your stink because you were too stupid to call somebody who could help us. That really hurt.
Brian takes Stewie to the bank to go through his safety deposit box, but the two end up getting on each other's nerves pretty heavily.
I'm not having fun anymore. I feel you should know that.
What was that?
And that's when things get worse.
Did you just crap your diaper?
I got scared when the door closed.
Much worse. Stewie's gotta have his diaper changed before he gets an infected rash, and to fix that issue as well as the smell, there's only one option.
If the poo were to be removed...
I'm not following you.
If the poo were to be removed...
What is it? What are you driving at?
Eat it.
You're out of your f***ing mind.
I don't blame Brian here, not one bit. Brian says he'd rather shoot himself than eat Stewie's poop, and luckily, he's got a gun in his safety deposit box to do just that. But Stewie gets to it first.
Stewie, come on. You don't know how to use that thing.
Oh, really? What if I hold it sideways like a black guy?
I don't want any trouble.
There's not gonna be any trouble as long as you eat my poo.
And upon consideration, I don't think I want either one of them with a gun. Stewie remembers that he's got his phone on him, and so he makes a call to a clothing store of all places and doesn't ask for help. Brian snatches the phone right as it dies, which pushes his temper even further. Honestly, again, I can't really blame him entirely. Feeling bad for Stewie, Brian decides to do the deed. But obviously, it's a bit more complicated than it first seemed.
Oh, God!
Brian finally finishes up, but Stewie didn't go through watching all that unscathed.
It's done.
Got some dessert for you.
This one should have been rated TVMA for the gross out stuff alone. Actually, a lot of scenes were cut out to try and keep the episode TV-14. Worst of all being when Stewie has Brian clean the last of the poop from his you-know-where.
Oh, and just do me a favor and tell me when you're about to begin, because I don't want to be surprised. Moon River! Oh, my God, there it goes. Brian, you rock. Thank you so much for doing this.
Finally, the two head to bed, but Brian wakes up in the middle of the night and grabs the alcohol from his deposit box before offering Stewie a sip.
What you doing?
Oh, hey, just needed a little drink. Was kind of saving it, but what the hell, right? Want a sip?
So, to recap, we've got child because of the gun, feces eating, and now underage drinking involving an infant. Let's see what other wonderful things we can add to that list. The two get drunk and decide to pierce Stewie's ear using a needle from a sweater, and it goes just about as well as you'd think a drunken ear piercing would go.
Oh my God!
Oh, you okay?
Is it over?
Wait, move your hand.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit. What is it?
There's so much blood.
Ew!
It's stuck.
Ah!
Got it.
How's it look?
Cool.
Cool isn't exactly how I'd put it, but hey, I'm no fashionista. Also, we can add child to that list from earlier if we didn't already. Stewie starts asking Brian some questions about dog trainers, eventually saying he feels Brian doesn't live with purpose.
What are you... You know, you can just go to hell.
Look, I didn't mean to start anything. Let's just forget it, okay? We're having a good time.
How dare you tell me that my life doesn't have purpose?
No, that's not what I said. That's what you're saying.
You know what? Take that sweater off. You look like a little fag.
Okay, well, now you're just being an
Well, you might as well get used to it. You're going to be hearing a lot worse once you go to school.
Are you trying to hurt me? Because you've succeeded.
Yeesh, man, the tensions here are really strong. Also, I think the jacket looks cool, Stewie, don't worry. Stewie eventually reveals that he just wanted to see if he could get Brian to eat his poop, causing Brian to threaten Stewie with a gun.
Oh, you're so full of crap. Besides, if you shot me, it'd all be caught on that security camera.
Security camera? Oh my God, maybe somebody can see us! Hey! Hey, somebody help! We're in here!
No one's out there, Brian. They want to come in. Save your energy.
Oh my God.
What?
It's all on tape.
What's all on tape? Oh my God! Oh, that is gonna be on YouTube!
You know, I bet you that's someone's personal form of hell. Or maybe it's my personal form of hell and I'm just projecting. Maybe it's most people's I'm just gonna move on. The morning after all that, Stewie cracks open his bag and starts eating an energy bar. Wait, what?
You've had energy bars this whole time? You
Not energy bars, Jenny Craig anytime bars, and you just bitched yourself out of a bite.
I'm sorry. All right, can I have one, please?
All right.
Can you give me a caramel one?
No. You can have strawberry yogurt.
Ew, strawberry yogurt? Honestly, I'll take the poop over I'm just kidding. While chowing down, Stewie asks Brian why he even has a gun in the first place, and after some convincing, he cracks.
I keep it in case I ever want to commit okay?
Wow. Oh my God, you're serious?
Yeah, that's why this episode's rated MA. It gets really heavy from here, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Brian goes on to talk about how Stewie's right about him not having a purpose and adds that the scotch they drank was supposed to be his last drink. Stewie then asks one final question of clarity.
So, is that why we came here? Were you gonna end it?
No, I was just putting money in my Christmas club.
God, I have to get one of those. You know, last year, I only had $30 saved when the holidays came around. I was so embarrassed.
Oh, thank goodness. There was at least an ounce of normalcy in all this. Come to think of it, I need to start my own Christmas savings account. Come to think of it, I need to start a savings account. Wait, do I even get paid? Try and talk Brian out of that mindset. Stewie explains how he'd be entirely lost without Brian, and despite everything, admits something deep from his heart.
I like you a lot. I guess you could say I really like you. I would even dare to go a little further, perhaps. I care a great deal about you. A very great deal. Maybe even deeper than that. I love you.
He had a hard time getting that one out, but he got there. Good work, Stu. Finally, the bank opens up, and the two are able to walk out, only now with more love and appreciation for each other than when they were locked in. From there, Stewie heads off to a putting green on the water in the Cleveland-Loretta Quagmire.
Damn, what is it about golf that always brings out the worst in me? So, Annika Sorenstam, you're quite the female golfer, aren't you? Yes, quite the female golfer.
Ha! I knew it! Look! Everybody look!
All this does is raise questions I don't want answered. Peter invites the neighborhood onto his boat to serve them drinks with a secret ingredient.
Fizeste pipi no ponte? Fiz sim, mas infelizmente já tinha feito. Então só ficou umas pingas.
It's so secret, even Peter has no idea. Quagmire catches a fish, but unfortunately, it gets launched in Cleveland's wife's boobs. This could only happen to Quagmire.
Oh, sorry about that, Loretta. Hey, can I have my fish back?
Oh, you're gonna have to reach into the cookie jar.
I can't just, you're my best friend's wife, reach into, all right.
Yeah, you go in and get that.
Loretta, they have some of that 3-bean salad you're so fond of. Hey, Quagmire.
Loretta seems oddly into Quagmire, and Cleveland seems oddly indifferent. Meanwhile, Joe falls overboard, with perfect form, I might add. Seriously, 10 out of 10 entry. When he's brought back aboard, nobody knows how to perform CPR besides Peter's butler, and so the gang decides to take a class to learn it. Peter takes things a bit too far, though.
Ah! What the hell are you doing?
You know, I don't think he's hurt. I'll get to you in a moment, sir. I'm gonna have to check and see if he soiled himself.
Just a hunch, but I think you'd be able to tell if he soiled himself without having to take his pants off. But what do I know, right? After getting his CPR license revoked, Peter hears Loretta yelling and, still wanting to be a lifesaver, heads into her home valiantly.
Peter Griffin, temporarily suspended CPR. Holy crap.
We should go.
Boy, that was embarrassing, huh? Walking in on Loretta and Cleveland having sex?
That wasn't Cleveland. It was some white guy.
What was that?
Shut up and put some more of that sugar in my bowl.
Lesson learned. Even if valiant, don't break into people's houses. Peter tells his friends about what he saw, though Quagmire, knowing Peter saw his back but didn't recognize him, realizes he's in hot water.
Oh, God, I'm screwed. This is worse than that time I had to fess up to the nation. My fellow Americans, I did gagoogity that girl. I geschmoigeried her geflavority with my googus, and I am sorry.
Somehow, I still got the gist of what he was saying there. Peter heads off to tell Cleveland the bad news, and to be fair, if there's anyone who's good at telling folks bad news, it's Peter.
You've got the AIDS.
I know that'd make the impact a lot less stressful for me. Also, yeah, that song really, Yep. When Cleveland gets the news, he asks Loretta if it's true before she calls him pathetic and kicks him out of the house.
Goodbye, Cleveland.
I love you.
I don't know how he loves her, but I'm rooting for him, poor guy. Luckily, he's got good friends in the Griffins who allow him to stay at their place for as long as he needs.
I want to sing a little song that kept me going when I had troubles. We were at the beach. Everybody had matching towels.
A bed to rest in and live music? Now that's what I'm fracking talking about, man. Although maybe Cleveland should think about leaving before the family finds reasons they can pick on him.
So just treat him like one of the family.
You mean like Cousin Janine, who were polite too, but then mock her diabetes on the drive home? She can't eat caramel.
Exactly.
They can be ruthless, those Griffins. Peter decides Cleveland needs to cheat on someone to get back at Loretta, and apparently knows just who to talk to.
Oh, God.
Let me throw something on.
Peter and Brian recognize Quagmire's butt tattoo as the only thing they remember when they walked in on Loretta's affair and realize Glenn's been involved all along. Though even when Peter tells Cleveland that, he's as indifferent as ever. And to Lois, that's just not right.
Cleveland, don't you see? This is why your wife left you. You gotta push back a little. You gotta get a little rough. Oh, God, Peter, hit me.
Yeah!
Ow!
Wow, so that's something about Quagmire and Loretta, huh?
You know what? Let's just move on. Peter does everything in his power to get Cleveland's manhood to come out.
Hey, look at me. I'm Quagmire. I had sex with your wife. Giggity, 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 giggity.
Those are so his mannerisms.
But yeah, it ain't working. Until Brian, Loretta gets involved.
Glenn Quagmire, you're dead.
I'm sure this will just end in a peaceful conversation, right?
Cleveland, relax, 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 relax. There you go.
Peter sees this brief moment as an opportunity to warn Quagmire, and so he heads off in his speediest vehicle.
Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God!
Quagmire is sent to Mayor Adam West's place to stay safe.
Forbidden to smile. Oh, no. That episode of Growing Pains when Mike's friend Boner ran for student council.
Elsewhere, Peter realizes he has to try and get Loretta and Cleveland back together, and so he heads off in his second speediest vehicle. Finally, the climactic showdown is here as Cleveland tries to bash Glennon with a bat. The real takeaway here is just how much we learn about Quagmire, though. Actually, I think I could have guessed this house would be like this. We learn absolutely nothing. Cleveland catches himself at the very last moment, and instead of choosing violence, decides he and Loretta should just end their marriage. Luckily, himself and Quagmire manage to continue their own relationship through a bit of friendly sparring. Though the sparring is quickly interrupted by...
The National Weather Service has issued a severe hurricane advisory and is urging everyone to stay indoors for at least the next 36 hours.
No, what happened?
Yep, we're talking about Seahorse Seashell Party. The Griffins are trapped inside their house with no TV, and so have to find some way to pass the time. Peter has some marvelous contributions.
I got an idea. How about you all sit there quietly while I make dad noises?
Though maybe not go on for a full minute, marvelous. That joke goes on for a minute, if you couldn't tell. Brian takes mushrooms and starts seeing some wonky stuff before smartly stumbling off. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever unsee that. The rest of the family decides to enrich themselves with some games.
I'm gonna finger bang the two of you at the same time.
Hey, me too. Bang.
Oh, no one wants by you, Meg.
Finger bang yourself, Meg.
He walks right into another.
I'm gonna cut my ear off to prevent World War II.
Oh God! Oh God!
And look, I know earlier I said that bullet ricochet stuff was hell, but like, dude, maybe this is hell.
Do you like my soothing voice? Return the map. Return what you have stolen from me.
Nope, no questions. This is hell. Hell! Get me the hell out of here! Back in the living room, Meg gets fed up with her family lambasting her, though she really kind of comes off as unfancy when she complains like that.
You guys all think you're so much better than me.
Oh, Meg, that is the least fancy thing I have ever heard.
See, that's what I'm saying. But no, for real, Meg starts tearing into her family for their mistreatment of her over all the years, starting with her own brother.
Chris, you treat me like you hate me, and I don't know why. Do you have any idea what that feels like? What if I said those things to you? What if I started calling you a fat, zitty loser who has no friends and smells like an old woman who has birds for pets?
What does an old woman who has birds for pets even smell like? Now I'm curious. Chris, get over here. Next up is Lois.
Is this coming from my role model mother? The or the addict, the star?
Oh, so what? I'm a better person now because of those experiences.
Are you? Are you a better person?
And you gotta admit, all those things are kind of entirely true about Lois. Jeez. And the cherry on top of Lois's shit Sunday.
And honestly, when I turn 18, I don't know that I ever want to see you again.
Dang, that's heavy. Hopefully the rest of the family can at least take some of the sorrow off of Lois.
I'm so disgusted with my behavior, and I'm so sorry, Meg.
Yeah, you're a bitch.
Why did I think they could? Finally, Meg's got Peter on the docket, and she saved her hardest task for last.
You are completely selfish.
All right, I see what's going on here. You're in love with your old man.
He's gonna be hard to crack. There's just so much stupidity to get past, though eventually she does manage to get through to him. Kinda.
Take a good look at yourself, Peter Griffin. You're a waste of a man.
Wait a second. These are criticisms. Hey, Lois, tell her to knock it off.
Oh, and where the hell were you when she was laying into me?
I was thinking about getting a fancy cane. Maybe getting more attention from strangers.
In classic Peter fashion, he treats it half-assedly. It's only when the entire family starts to get at his throat that he starts to finally feel ashamed.
I didn't ask to be in this family!
Peter, you come back here!
I faked all my orgasms!
Let's just all pretend like we didn't hear that last one. Holy frick. After her outburst, though, Meg talks with Brian, who's just made it out of the shroom hell, and realizes that she may need to be the family's punching bag to keep everyone else happy. So she apologizes to her family for yelling, just accepts that, and the dynamic goes right on back to normal.
I'm sorry, you guys.
You're a
Yes. Yes, I am.
People really hated how Meg denies her abuse here, kind of, essentially, and yeah, I can't blame them. That was ridiculous. The abuse gets right back to normal quickly, too, as in, not all dogs go to heaven. The family head over to a Star Trek convention, and Peter sees someone with a great costume.
Meg, come take your picture with this space alien guy.
No, Dad, I don't want to.
Come on, it'll be funny. What a wonderful novelty photo this will make. Thanks so much, buddy. Hey, how'd you make that awesome mask?
It's not a mask. I have the mumps.
Oh, sorry, Meg. So yeah, Meg's got the mumps. Turns out Peter didn't vaccinate her or himself to the disease, which is pretty dangerous. Is it as dangerous as this, though?
Oh, I know exactly where you're coming.
Ow, it's in my eyes!
I'll let you decide. Let me know in the comments section below. Peter's taking extra precautions to ensure he doesn't catch Meg's illness, but doesn't stop to think what his family would do with an open ventilation tube.
Jackass number 2.
This whole day has been one big laugh riot.
I'm not sure I've ever vomited because of a fart before. Though maybe Peter's just extra on edge with the mumps stuff. Meg starts catching some religious programming on TV that asks her if she's unloved, but I mean, come on, that one answers itself. Of course she's loved!
Meg, your mother made soup for you. Here you go, honey.
Well, you know who does love you? The Lord.
Here's your milk.
See? So loved. Once Meg's mumps are gone, she heads to the kitchen and starts acting much happier than usual, which puts a big old smile on Peter's face.
That's right, folks. It's gonna be a Meg episode. Stick around for the fun. There's the clicker. No one would blame you.
Or not. Dude went out of his way to break the fourth wall just to convey how much he hates his own daughter. Meg keeps pushing the family to watch her religious programming, eventually causing Brian to drop a bombshell.
Brian, you're a thoughtful person. Are you willing to open yourself up to God's truth?
Oh, you're barking up the wrong tree, Meg. I'm an atheist.
What's that?
I don't believe in God.
The family is distraught by Brian's opinions, but it's Chris who brings up the best point of all.
You're not gonna get anything for Christmas, Brian!
And buddy, that's all the incentive I need to believe. Give me the presents! Meg tries her best to get Brian to believe in God and really takes advantage of the fact that he still has his dogly characteristics.
Hey, Brian, in hopes that you'll open your heart to God, I wanted to give you this cross. Would you want it if I threw it over there?
No, please don't do that.
Go get it, boy!
You know, I don't think having your dog chew on holy symbols is gonna get you any points with the big guy upstairs. Even still, Brian won't budge on his beliefs, and so Meg lets Channel 5 News know that
there is an atheist among us.
Local churchgoer and junior Christian soldier Meg Griffin has identified the atheist as Brian Griffin of Spooner Street.
even Mayor West gets on the Brian hate train.
Shocking, to say the least. I'd rather have a terrorist living in our midst. At least they believe in a god, even if it's a smelly brown god.
Though I think he's got hate for more than just Brian. Yeesh, what a statement. Sure enough, Mayor West isn't the only one who's pissed either, as the hate starts to spread to the Griffin's front lawn.
Well, this is nothing. Probably just a random act of violence.
I'd like to take this time to point out, how do you throw a car? Brian can't make it anywhere through town without being bombarded, but for him, the worst part of it all is nobody will even sell him a drink.
Come on, you know you want a drink.
Yeah, come on, Brian, drink us.
Yeah, you big silly ass. Just wrap your lips around me and take a big gulp.
Oh boy, is Brian on mushrooms again? He's gotta quit seeing things. Brian decides to lie to Meg by saying that, yeah, he does believe in God now, wanting her to spread the word throughout town. He even suggests that the two celebrate by drinking the blood of Christ.
Do you like the wine?
Very much. What is it?
It's my blood.
I have to leave.
Nah, sit down.
But to really celebrate, Meg gets Brian to enact God's will and takes him to a book burning.
We have to destroy everything that's harmful to God.
The only one I'd really advocate for burning there is Stephen Hawking's book, but that's only because the author's misdeeds. Also, what the frick? That last joke did not fly well with religious groups at all. As for what Stewie's been doing all this time, babysitting.
You are absolutely the most insufferable group of I have ever had the misfortune of spending an extended period of time with.
I still have 5 prize tickets from the carnival.
There was nothing for 5 tickets. We've been over this.
Oh, you thought I meant he was being babysat? Oh, no. He's the one babysitting others. And he's enjoying every second of it.
That's it. Goodbye.
I mean, hey, at least he wasn't babysitting Quagmire.
Wait a minute. Something's wrong.
All right, you girls ready? Don't you laugh at it!
Though after his sex shenanigans, Quagmire gets some good news in Quagmire's dad.
Guys, I got some great news. My dad's coming to visit.
Finally gonna get to meet the man of 1,000 vaginas.
My dad's eating more pie than Kirstie Alley.
What?
I don't really get the joke, but I'm glad Adam West did. Quagmire's dad is coming around to celebrate his wartime accomplishments, but Quagmire wants to introduce him to the boys first and foremost. Though, to be honest, he seems a bit more eccentric than Quagmire's stories led on. I mean, like, what exactly is going on here? If he's happy, I'm happy, but like, what is happening? Thankfully, they finally get around to introductions.
Dad, this is Joe and Peter.
Joe and Peter! Which one are you?
Peter, sir.
Look at you, you're a chow hound, aren't you, Pete? Don't want to get behind you in the mess hall, huh?
No, sir. No, you don't, sir.
I'd stand and salute you, sir, but this is the best I can do.
I'll take it. And a saluty Rudy toot tooty back to you, my friend.
Joe, it's the thought that counts, man. Peter and Joe are left alone with Mr. Quagmire for a moment, and that's when they really start to put things together.
Remember, the sky was a majestic orange. The breeze was just warm enough short sleeves, but, you know, not so warm that you break any kind of a sweat.
Big gay fuck.
Big gay fuck, yeah.
There's gotta be at least a million nicer ways to say that. I'll just let you hear his description.
Well, then how do you know he's gay?
Well, a lot of little things. The way he talks, his mannerisms, and he had the complete DVD set of Sex in the City between his butt cheeks. He had the DVD set. I was just being colorful with the rest of it.
I looked it up, and that means that he'd have to have like 6 DVD box sets stuffed between his cheeks. Is that even humanly possible? Do I want to know? Am I ready for such an answer? Moving on, Peter goes to tell Quagmire his suspicions, but again, Peter doesn't really tread lightly while doing so.
Hey, remember when we met him the other day and he danced for a while?
Oh,
yeah, no,
God.
it wasn't funny.
He's
It wasn't
hilarious,
funny.
that-
It wasn't funny. It was gay.
Quagmire refuses to accept his dad might be gay and tells Peter that he'll see how much of a tough guy his father actually is at his Navy ball. Well, the ball comes around and...
Come on, Dan, let's get a drink. Ha, it's great to see you back in your element tonight, surrounded by seamen.
Seaman. See, Quagmire, I told you he's gay.
Shut up, Peter.
And if that doesn't spell it out for you, maybe this will.
Your dad was cock of the walk, Glenn. Every day at rifle training, he'd help me clean my butt.
Your dad had the best penis in the military.
Okay, just stop! Stop! Everybody stop!
But when Glenn runs off to ask his dad the big question, it turns out he isn't actually gay.
But I am a woman trapped in a man's body. And while I'm in Quahog, I plan to have a sex change operation.
Oh, come on, just be gay.
And here we have it, folks, where things start to get controversial. Because you see, it's quite the complicated topic, and Glenn doesn't know how to feel about it. So he talks it over with the Griffins and...
Okay, so he wants to be a woman so he can be a lesbian?
No, he'd date men.
Gay.
Okay, this is not the help I came over here for.
Let's just all agree that he's odd, huh?
Well, that's not helping! Glenn takes Peter to the hospital while his dad gets his operation and ends up getting some news.
How is he, Doc? Is he all right?
No, I'm afraid not. But she's gonna be just fine.
Oh my God!
I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa!
Seems like everyone but Quagmire is happy. Even Peter, I guess. Glenn has he and his former father, now going by Ida, head to the Griffin's place for dinner, and everyone treats her with nothing but respect.
Everyone, I'd like you to meet Ida.
I made a crumble.
Thoughtful. Throw it away in the outside garbage.
Maybe Lois just hates crumbles. A guy can hope. Speaking of hope, Peter hopes to have the big question he's had on his mind answered.
Okay, you know what? Elephant in the room. I'll say it. So, Ida, you miss your penis?
Thank you for asking it.
No, it's okay. It's a perfectly normal question. But the answer is I still have my penis inside out to simulate a vagina.
Come on, Dad.
I'm glad Ida's okay with the questions being asked, but food for thought, maybe that's an after-dinner type of question.
So tell me about those knockers. Is that just like implants, or did they reassign some ass fat up there?
All right, I'm out of here. I wonder if I could push mine inside.
Oh my God, it worked! It's gone! I can't believe... Oh no, it's back.
Again, maybe an after-dinner question. How does all this crazy stuff just fly at the table for the Griffin? Never mind, it's the Griffins. Again, we should know this at this point. This is completely normal. I'm just saying, dude, my family would have pulled a Glenn and walked out the second a penis was mentioned. Either that or just laugh. Though Glenn walked off for different reasons than table etiquette, and when approached by Ida, he lets her know the truth.
For me, it was easy. Do I want to be happy the rest of my life or miserable?
So now you're happy and I'm miserable.
I see. I'm sorry you feel that way.
Dang, that's cold. Ida drives off just as Brian makes his way home to Quahog and stops by a hotel bar, where he meets, but who else? Ida. And yeah, the two hit it off.
You know, we are in a hotel.
And I'm in room 406.
Go on ahead, I'll settle up. Put it on 406.
I've got a feeling this is going to end poorly. Brian returns home the next day and tells Peter and Lois about his new girlfriend, even showing them a picture. Yeah, of course they burst out into laughter because you know who it is.
You know what? You're just jealous because I found a real woman.
Not exactly suitable for all ages. Just insensitive, really. I mean, it is kind of funny. Brian tells Stewie about his weekend, and Stewie tells Brian about his own with Quagmire's former dad. Eventually, he drops her name to Brian, and as soon as this dude pieces it all together... And after a full, count 'em, 30 seconds of nothing but vomiting...
Oh, what? What the hell? What's wrong with you?
I had sex with her at the Marriott! Oh, why? I didn't know it was her! Oh my God! How does this happen? When they move to a new place, they're supposed to notify the neighborhood. That's how it works! He didn't actually move
he's just visiting!
That's not even, that is not how that works, Brian. Okay, I think we need a moment. Can we cut to commercial? Can we do that on YouTube even? We really should. Ida heads back to Glenn's and Quagmire apologizes for how he acted. Hey, glad to know Glenn's more accepting now for some reason. I don't really know what happened between then and now to prompt this character change, but I'm not complaining. It's awesome. And even better, Ida has some awesome news to tell her son.
I met someone.
What, you did?
Oh my God, Glenn, he's amazing. I couldn't be happier.
Really? What's his name?
Oh, dang, we should have taken a deep breath.
If I ever see you anywhere near my house, I'll blow your head off!
Okay, everybody, take some deep breaths. We'll all be okay.
Hey. I fucked your dad.
Hyperventilating. Yeah, anyway, believe it or not, Quagmire's troubles don't even end there. As in extra large medium.
And I will tell you your future.
Stewie decides to help Chris go after his crush, and I'll let Chris put it in a way that only he can.
Hi, Chris.
That's the girl?
Yeah, isn't she special?
There's something up with her, isn't there?
Yeah, she's got Down syndrome.
Oh, okay, well, there we go.
Actually, that was pretty straightforward and respectable. Unfortunately, I think that's where the respectfulness ends for this episode. He actually manages to get a date with the girl, and so Stewie preps Chris for his big night with a song number that has gone down in infamy.
You must impress that ultra-booming, all-consuming, poorly grooming, Down syndrome girl.
The song is catchy as hell, but it's just the little jabs at people with Down syndrome that make it kind of hard to listen to sometimes. I mean, like...
Ultra swinging, boner bringing, gaily singing, ding-a-linging, stupefying, fortifying, stimulating, titillating, kitty-cat, impersonating, fascinating, captivating, happiness and joy creating. Down syndrome girl!
Dude, I'm pretty sure every good thing that Stewie said there, it had a negative, counterpart to it. Not exactly gonna fly well with the censors. Do they care? No! If they did, this video wouldn't exist in the first place, now would it? The date goes, out the window, actually, as after a pretty cruddy dinner, Chris takes his date home, and...
Alright, that is it. I don't care how hot you are. You know, I used to hear that people with Down syndrome were different than the rest of us, but you're not. You're just a bunch of assholes like everyone else.
Yeesh, I mean, the girl was being pretty rude to him all night, so maybe it was deserved, but still. Stewie congratulates Chris for at least having the courage to have asked her out and tells him that he made the right decision to leave her as well.
Thanks, Stewie. I'm just sorry I never got to make out with her.
Well, she would have crushed your scrot into a diamond with her robot strength hand. Come on, let's get out of here.
Gotta slip in one more teensy-weensy jab in there. Though, at least Chris isn't getting into a relationship like Meg and Peter's in the episode Airport 07.
Dad, what are you doing?
Meg, I'm a redneck, which means I am about to do something to you that you will not remember until you're 40.
Peter starts picking up some redneck tendencies after he visits a comedy club, and, you know, at least he didn't pick up anything from the last show he attended.
I was at a comedy club. I hear this guy's hilarious. He played Kramer, you know.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
All I'm saying is, if you know, you know. Peter returns home with a massive and obnoxious truck, and right from the get-go, Stewie knows how awful this is gonna turn out.
Ugh, this is gonna be more painful to watch than when he ate half a fudgesicle in one bite.
Oh boy, a fudgesicle!
Peter paints over his truck's back window, which, as we all know, in a pre-rear view camera world, is a fantastic idea.
Peter, what the? Ah, damn it! Hey, come back!
Wow. I mean, like, maybe he was just giving them a ride?
Well, come on!
Nope, definitely not giving them a ride. Peter takes Quagmire to the airport for his piloting job, but inadvertently causes him to be fired after stealing his plane's fuel. Thankfully, Quahog News covers the crash as tastefully as they can and doesn't glorify or exaggerate even an ounce of the story.
Now here's how it would have looked if the plane had crashed into a school for bunnies, but one passenger had survived, gone home, and mercilessly beat his wife.
I'm alive! But boy, am I angry! Someone's gonna have to pay for this!
Truth is that nobody got hurt. But who would want to watch that? Come on, think of the ratings! Quagmire ends up homeless and eventually is taken in by the Griffins, where he quickly acclimates to his new life. I mean, he even grows a bond with Chris. How bad could that be?
And what does 8008 look like on a calculator?
Oh, boob!
Boob, yeah, all right, boob.
Depends on your definition of bad, I guess. How's Quagmire less mature than Chris? Don't answer that. Eventually, Lois feels that he needs to be pushed out of the house, but Peter doesn't want to leave his friend out like a prom night dumpster baby.
I'm just a prom night dumpster baby. My story isn't long, but boy, it's awfully sad.
That song caused so much outrage. So honestly, it's a Quagmire episode. Were we gonna be expecting anything but the raunchiest jokes possible?
Hey, just an FYI, really no reason to go into any greater detail than this. Stewie should probably never use this pacifier again.
Okay, so I'll talk to him tomorrow?
My point exactly. Peter comes up with a plan to get Quagmire's job back, where he'll knock out some pilots mid-flight and have Glenn save the day by flying the plane from there. One problem.
Both the pilots are unconscious and we're in a nosedive. If only there was someone on board who could save us. I said if only there was someone on board who could save us.
Where's Quagmire, you ask? Oh, well, where do you expect?
Oh, that was great.
Thanks. I know you have a choice in airport sex, and I appreciate your choosing Quagmire.
Ever the sleazeball. Or, I'm sorry. Who else but Quagmire?
Who else but Quagmire?
He's Quagmire, Quagmire.
Giggity, giggity, goo.
In a last-ditch effort, Quagmire heads to air traffic control to talk to Peter over the radio.
All right, now do you see a button that looks like a drunken gay guy eyeing you from across the bar?
Yeah, I see it.
All right, press the button right above it.
What would that button do exactly? Now I'm curious. Finally, despite all the chaos, the gang managed to land the plane together and even get to catch the end of the in-flight movie to boot.
Oh, no, she didn't.
Oh, yes, she did.
No, she did.
Yes, she did, Peter. I just saw it.
Whoa, all right. Yes, she did. If you're still awake after all that, then congratulations. You're about to see something most people never have. Because now we're about to talk about every deleted scene from Family Guy.
Ooh, the very horny caterpillar.
Wow. Did you eat through all that food?
Kinda.
Raunchy jokes like that aren't always meant for the airwaves, meaning sometimes they get deleted. But why let them go to waste? So today, I've gathered the very best of the deleted scenes in Family Guy history. Or I guess in some of these cases, some of the worst. In our first foray into the very, very large, almost pet scepter-sized world of Family Guy deleted scenes takes us back to Season 12's Episode 20, He's Black.
Here's 4 seasons worth of DVDs of what we've been up to. You know, just so you back up to speed. And I'll warn you ahead of time, these have jokes in them.
I'm getting canceled for this one for sure. And luckily for Cleveland, and lucky for you, this episode, it's got plenty of interesting ones. So let's get right into it. This episode starts with Peter, Quagmire, and Joe having the usual sip and sit at the Clam when, if you were alive and watching Animation Domination from 2009 to 2012, you may be noticing someone's missing.
What's up?
All right, on cue. Cleveland's dramatic entrance does him no favors, and the gang immediately starts roasting him for all the time he spent away in Virginia doing the Cleveland show, which I'll just let Quagmire explain.
It's not a good sign that this is the first time a lot of people are realizing you had a show.
It was true on TV then, Quagmire, and it's true on YouTube now. Helping them move in, we get to see the Griffins interact with the now iconic Brown family, or as Stewie describes them.
Keep walking, you boondocks ripoff.
Harsh, but truey Stewie. Helping Cleveland move in, the guys quickly realize Cleveland's a bit of a hoarder at keeping everything from those giant old computer monitors to crusty, dusty old ties.
I'm gonna go ahead and ditch these promotional McDonald's cups from the 80s.
No, that's all we drink from. That's the Riddler right there.
Ugh, I hate that I know exactly which cup he's talking about. After some miscommunication with little Huey, what's his name? Rollo. After some miscommunication with Rollo, Chris receives a spanking from Cleveland's wife, which makes Lois absolutely furious. And not in a racial way, as Brian is quick to point out.
Whoa! Can I get some white bread on that judgmental sandwich?
Those are bold words from a purebred white dog like yourself, Brian. Lois goes over to confront the Bronze about it, and it goes about as well as you can imagine, with the two girls attacking each other's qualities as a mother and as a person, with the argument ending with the two girls forbid the families from spending any time with each other. Man, it's stuff like this which makes it why Quagmire stays single. And as you can imagine, this new rule really gets Cleveland and Peter, who go through great, seemingly impossible lengths to hang out throughout the episode.
Oh no! Peter, quick, change pigments!
And as crazy as that was, this other attempt to spend time together got so crazy, it had to be deleted. Attempting to find a meeting place far away from both their nagging wives, the two decide to meet up at a remote and scenic cabin, with Peter bringing some Pawtucket brewskis and Cleveland bringing some Chris Griffin homegrown, which makes Peter feel a little, how shall we say, uncool. So they meet up again with Peter bringing pot and Cleveland bringing stronger psychedelic substances as well, and let's just say Peter continues to feel more and more uncool as Cleveland continues to up the ante with his drugs, until...
I brought 10 rounds of chemotherapy.
Yeah, yikes. As funny, kinda, as this is, it's easy to see how the thought of Peter and Cleveland shooting up chemo for fun may rub some folks the wrong way. Even just seeing Peter suffer like that, it's too real, way too real. We watch this dumb family to distract from life's morbid sadness, not to get high off at Peter. Luckily, the rest of the episode's a lot more lighthearted, with Peter and Cleveland getting into all kinds of kooky schemes to hang out.
I need you to step out of the car, sir.
Peter, there's gotta be a better way.
He's got a knife! Sorry, Cleveland, it's gotta be authentic.
Okay, maybe lighthearted wasn't the right word there, but Peter and Cleveland really do care for each other, and they both do anything to be in each other's company, from nearly getting Cleveland killed in a car crash to speaking in Morse code with their house lights. But it isn't until Susie Swanson's birthday party that Cleveland and Peter actually stand up to their wives. The two compete together in the three-legged race showing the world and their wives that racial differences can be set aside in the good name of athletic competition.
We're gonna win! We're gonna win!
Not so fast.
And then... Donna and Lois make up, and the gang reunited the clan. Even in defeat, there is something to be won. And what was won was friendship. However, friendship doesn't fix all, and things never stay calm in Quahog for long, and that's why we're jumping into the very next episode, Season 12's Episode 21, Chap Stewie, which fittingly centers on our favorite time-traveling evil baby who...
No, I don't want any more tuxedos! And I don't want a cold mother or an Oxford physics professor father!
Well, he can't be talking about Peter, so who is he talking about? To answer that question, we gotta get things a-rolling with Stewie getting all, himself over one of his favorite British TV programs. Maybe that's where he got the accent. However, the piece is short-lived after Peter and Chris hold their championship Unga Bunga match right during Stewie's tea time.
No!
Peter, what's going on in...
Unga Bunga!
Lois has got to be worth at least 5 points in this game. The destruction and distraction absolutely sets Stewie off, and not in his usual wretched Bastel Boom way, in like an actual hurt toddler way. And Stewie, just letting that hate linger, quickly gets to work on rebuilding his iconic time machine, too.
I'm going to break up Lois and the fat man before they can conceive me.
Thanks, Stewie, like right before you're conceived? Risque plan. I'm surprised Chris didn't ask to see. Stewie travels back in time to 3 years earlier, where everything is different.
Lucky as a man who positively can do all the things that make us la la la.
Except that Lois still sounds like a duck with asthma. In the past, Stewie tries everything to break Peter and Lois up, but much to his surprise, the two are actually in love. Like, no, not like Joe and Bonnie love, like Cleveland and whoever his wife is love. Eventually, however, Stewie's tactics break Lois and Peter down.
I don't appreciate how you spray-painted vile woman on the bedroom wall.
And even before his creation, Stewie was inspiring poetic mayhem. Having successfully agitated both his parents, Stewie begins fading away like a low taper cut before eventually dissolving into nothing. Until he's born again. Yeah, that's right, Stewie finds himself in a delivery room where he realizes he was born again, but this time not to Mrs. Lois Pewterschmidt Griffin, this time to English people. Stewie English? Now what sense does that make? Honestly though, Stewie fits right at home with his British family.
My God, this is everything I've ever wanted. And let's be honest, if I had stayed with the Griffins, I would have ended up like Rick Springfield today.
Maybe you would make references people in 2025 understand too, Stewie. But really, Jesse's Girl was a fun song. However, things quickly take a turn for the drab, as the British would say, when Stewie's new brothers Jaden and Aiden clearly take offense to little Stuart. And this gets to him. Stewie breaks down and his true feelings for the Griffins come out.
I miss my family. My dumb family.
Taking advantage of his British father's Oxford Science Lab credentials, Stewie successfully rebuilds the time machine, gives his British father a little kiss at the Griffins for good measure, and zips to modern time to tell himself not to go through with this Peter and Lois home-wrecking scheme. Quickly correcting the course by, putting Peter's special drawing on Lois's wine. Aw, come on, it's cute. I bet if you're a girl watching this, you don't know many guys who would draw for you, huh? I need me a man who draws me Da Vinci. Score 1, Peter. The drawing saves the day, cools the tensions between Peter and Lois, and restores Stewie to his fully alive glory, which is a luxury afforded to British Stewie only after immense suffering. Sad. I hate to see Stewie in any form suffer. And just like that, everything's back to normal. Stewie saved the day, and Peter can stuff his face full of...
Coward! I have found you!
Yeah! Now, if you think that's bad, just wait until you see the extended version of the scene, which involves Meg getting shot point blank through the skull, cookie cutter style, and all to the grief and bereavement of no one, as the Griffins are far more concerned with Stewie's arm injury than anything else. Yeah, the way Meg just plops down lifeless, the amount of blood and general vibes of the scene really alters the way this episode ends. One can imagine it was removed to spare all the hardcore Meg Griffin fans the worry of wondering if she was ever going to come back, as if Mila Kunis would ever leave. She's in it for the long haul now. And as any long hauler Family Guy fanatic knows, Family Guy has been pushing the boundaries from the very start.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Whoa, hold on there. Moving fast, and this isn't even the deleted scene. We're looking way back with Season 1's A Hero Lives Next Door. Things kick off with Peter working the job he had in Season 1, a toy factory. Does anyone remember that?
Back to work, people! Hey, Mr. Weed, I got a great idea for a new line of TV action figures. Facts of Life Transformers, eh?
Man, you just know a 24-year-old Seth MacFarlane was crazy proud of himself for that one. Anywho, at a company softball practice, Peter pulls a Randy Johnson by killing the knee of his factory star Swinger, which enrages Peter's boss, who threatens to fire him if he can't find a replacement. Thankfully, there may be a new prospect moving in next door, though, I mean, they aren't new to us Family Guy fans. That's right, it's Joey Swanson. But Peter doesn't really take to his new neighbor much until...
Bonnie told me Joe was a big baseball fan. He played in college.
Peter's tune immediately changes as he realizes Joe could be the star baseball player who saves Peter's job. Peter invites him to the game, where it's revealed...
Holy crap, he's a crapple!
Yeah, it's weird seeing Peter and everyone react. Surprised that Joe's handicapped. I mean, it's such a core part of his character, and his character's so integral to so many classic Family Guy episodes and moments, it's weird seeing him being played off as a one-episode gag thing. However, Joe excels during the game despite his handicap, or as Peter puts it,
way to earn that parking space!
Joe hits the game-winning home run and becomes Quahog's hottest commodity, which actually really bothers Peter, who evidently has always been a massive diva attention hog. Joe steals all of Peter's thunder, even unintentionally encroaching on his employment.
You are exactly the kind of man we need at our company.
Dang, maybe they should have given Joe a spin-off show instead. Everyone loves this guy. I would have watched it. We then get a nice flashback of how Joe became crippled, which, as any good Family Guy nerd knows, is no longer canon, but it's still a fun gag nonetheless, I guess.
He's cool, Dad. He killed a guy.
It's nice knowing Chris has always been easy to impress, and all the praise coming from his family about Joe really gets under Peter's skin, and Peter, completely fed up with not being respected, decides to...
Unless I put myself in real danger, too, for my family's sake.
Which, over the course of the series, we will see him do a lot. Seeking out crime, Peter buys a police scanner and tunes into an in-progress bank robbery, and his family doesn't even notice him, with Lois offering to take Meg out dress shopping while a crime scene happens across the street. Peter improvises, literally, and manages to shut down the robbery, but Lois and the kids are nowhere to be seen.
All right, stand back.
Whoa, hang on. Sorry, no one can leave.
Peter, without even realizing he's created a hostage situation, explains his feelings of inadequacy towards Joe, which is met with understanding and compassion. And everything ended up happily ever after.
Cool! The bank is getting jacked!
Officer, my husband's in there. Can you tell me if he's okay?
And this is where things get hot. Lois frantically instructs the cop to find Peter, and the cop, misunderstanding, fires directly at him.
Take him out.
Now!
And we never get a clear look at what happened to the bullet. It doesn't bounce off the glass or anything. And there's a reason for this. As in a deleted scene, we get to see exactly where that bullet went.
Check it out. It's a John F. Kennedy Pez dispenser. Oh, well, good thing I still have my Bobby Kennedy Pez dispenser.
I can see why it was taken out. And while the dead Kennedy jokes may not seem very hardcore by today's standards, This was the 90s. People couldn't just hop on Twitter and watch TikTok edits of Kennedy's assassination. You had to read by gum. So due to potential controversy, the scene was removed, which is a shame because it does leave that little scene with the cops on a genuine cliffhanger. But we do get an ending to the story as Joe shows up to save the day, causing Peter to tell his family how he really feels.
Joe is a great guy. I guess I was just tired of him being your hero.
This prompts a warm, genuine discussion with each Griffin telling Peter why they appreciate him, and that ties the whole thing into a nice bundle. Aww, Peter's family really loves him. I'm sure he won't violently erode that trust over the next 27 seasons.
Joe, what are you staring at? Pull him off me!
And yeah, that was very much sarcasm. Peter is still not to be trusted by any of his friends or family as we jump 12 years ahead to season 12's Baby Got Black. The episode kicks off with Quagmire issuing a challenge to Peter and Joe.
$100 says I can stay awake longer than both of you.
But even these silly games need some order, and Peter and friends are living it up big for their slumber party. The guys have some fun, prank calling Cleveland and Mort before things take a bad turn fast, with everyone beginning to, hallucinate. They literally start tripping out, and we get to see...
You've been hallucinating all night.
Yeah, whatever, Quagmire. I gotta go to the bathroom. Where's your toilet?
Right here, Peter.
Yeah, if you're a good old-time internet dweller like me, you know all about Quagmire Toilet. But what I bet you didn't know is that this whole interaction was actually a lot longer and a lot more sleep-deprived, horrific fever dream core. You see, the original scene called for Quagmire to hallucinate Peter's butt as a giant angry fly. Ah! Because who would hallucinate that? The scene is fairly graphic and may have been just a bit too much for TV censors. Seeing Peter's butthole turn into a fly mouth hole, while funny, doesn't do much to advance the episode outside of just being a decent gross-out gag, and the Quag toilet truly stands on its own. It needs no sidekick. The episode is also chock full of other fun, trippy gags. It's immediately following Quag Toilet. We can see Peter as a pizza, and Joe is what I assume is a frackin' hilarious reference to a TV show Seth MacFarlane used to watch 100 years ago. All that running around is enough to knock Joe out, and the all-nighter contest comes down to Peter and Quag, and they're all asleep. Unable to determine who won the contest, the guys check out Quagmire's restaurant manager camera operation. That reveals Peter won the contest and the almighty $200 that came along with it. But Peter is not the only Griffin winning at life, as Chris manages to score a date with Jerome, the bartender's daughter, who seems fairly normal for a girl who's attracted to Chris Griffin. I don't think she knows what she's getting herself into.
I voted for Obama once.
Oh, am I kidding? She's from New England. She's probably used to it. But Jerome, on the other hand, he's not having it.
Nobody's dating nobody. You understand?
Oh, don't worry, Jerome. I already gave Chris the talk.
Explaining he doesn't want his daughter dating a vanilla king like Chris Griffin. A white person. But willing to give it a chance, Jerome is invited to dinner at the Griffins, and if there's any family that'll paint white people in a positive light, it is not the Griffins.
Would Dr. King approve of what I'm about to say? Most of the time, I find that he would.
Dad, I think Mrs. Griffin was just giving you a compliment.
The dinner quickly becomes hostile like a major American metropolitan in the 60s as racial relations are discussed, with Peter describing all the great things white people have done for society, like Family Guy. White people gave us Family Guy. And The Cleveland Show, as Peter in his style explains in song.
That song only made me hate white people even more.
Yeah, me too. Me too, Jerome. Me too. And Jerome takes it out on his daughter by forbidding her from ever seeing Chris again. Well, more time to spend with Herbert, huh, Chris? I guess? Probably not. Hopefully not. The whole thing really gets to Peter, who feels like Jerome is judging him and his family based on their ethnicity. However, Peter is forced to put his subtle racism aside as Jerome informs Peter his daughter has run off with Chris anyway. The two have a heart-to-heart in the car hunting down Chris, with Peter learning to respect Jerome's wishes, agreeing to keep Chris from seeing his daughter.
White is white, black is black. Gotta keep the races completely separate.
And it's that line of thinking that gave us The Cleveland Show. And after a moment of reflection in the hotel, Jerome realizes himself the heir of his ways and allows Chris and his daughter to date. Oh, what a wonderful love story. Speaking of stories, Season 13's The Book of Joe puts the spotlight on our favorite cop, Joe Swanson, in a wonderful little story he told about a very lovely handicapped squirrel.
As you can imagine, it's very personal to me.
Were you once a squirrel?
Peter's got some next-level deducting skills, man. The episode starts off with the Swansons hosting a pool party for all the folks in the neighborhood.
Hey, sorry again, Kevin. I didn't see you in the tub.
Poor Kevin Swanson, always getting lost in the shuffle because he doesn't have a cool voice like both his parents. While lollygagging around the Swanson house, Peter comes across a room full of squirrel paintings, which Joe is proud yet reserved about.
I've been working on this book for 9 years, but I've been too afraid to show it to anybody.
Luckily for Joe, he's speaking to the man-child to end all man-children, Peter Griffin, and Peter is enthused with Joe's squirrel book. Joe explains the book is about a handicapped squirrel who has to overcome being a handicapped squirrel. So yeah, if you were ever wondering how Joe Swanson self-inserts or what his persona is, there you go, it's a squirrel. Later at Peter's house, Joe stops by to happily announce a squirrel book is being published, and I'm not sure if there's anyone more excited about it than Peter. Writing under a pen name David Chicago, while Quentin Quahog was unavailable, Joe put some serious effort and heart into promoting it.
There once was a handicapped squirrel.
You know, Joe, I'm not going to tell you how to vent your frustrations with life, but it's a fictional book. You're allowed to do more than just suffer. At least there's no Bonnie to nag you in this universe. All joking aside, though, The Hopeful Squirrel is a genuinely sweet book about overcoming obstacles outside of your control, and sadly, Joe, this bitter outlook on life and intimidating voice in presence, isn't the best spokesperson for a cute little woodland critter. Peter, realizing this, hijacks Joe's reading and quickly connects with the audience in a goofy, free-of-thought way only Peter Griffin can.
I don't need legs when I've got a positive attitude and arm strength.
Peter's energized and cartoony way of reading makes Joe's book a Diary of a Wimpy Kid or Hunger Games level cultural phenomenon, and the book bigwigs up top have some big plans for it, asking if Peter could become the public face behind Joe's book.
Easy there, Joe. Hot rod ass for Mr. Chicago.
Only Peter could have pretending to be a squirrel author go to his head real fast, and he does it without really understanding, you know, the heartfelt message and meaning behind Joe's words.
He's making people laugh at handicapped people. What's he doing out there?
Wait a minute, Peter Griffin and making fun of people different and or less fortunate than him? No, say it ain't so, Joe. Joe does not take Peter's disrespect well.
Screw you, Peter. You know what? You've ruined this for me. I want nothing to do with the book, and I want nothing to do with you.
Without Joe's guidance, Peter is forced to write the book himself, and Quagmire and Cleveland don't add much to things.
What if the squirrel has lasers that he shoots out of his eyes?
Dan Quagmire, good on you for not making the easy joke about the squirrel nuts, even if the lasers don't help the message of the book, which has people circling the block for a sneak peek at the sequel, by the way. But as you can imagine, Quagmire, Cleveland, and Peter don't really have the voice of a children's author, so to speak.
Nothing but cops on the take and hookers on the make, said Randy the raccoon.
The crowd disperses from the vulgar, gritty children's book reading, and Peter realizes that maybe Joe's dream wasn't right for him after all.
Joe's the one with all the talent. Me trying to write a book is like CeeLo trying to find a pair of pants.
In a shocking twist, Peter comes to his senses, and him and Joe work out their differences, ending the episode on a happy note. However, in the original version of this episode, it shows that things may not be all neat and tidy for Joe. In what can only be described as a cosmically cruel coinkadink, leaving the clam, Joe accidentally runs over a squirrel. Ever the optimist and, well, kind of an expert at this point on squirrel suffering, Joe begins to comfort the squirrel.
It's all right, little buddy. There's hope. Let me tell you the story of another squirrel that...
Ew, yikes. While this scene isn't an outright graphic or edgy as Family Guy's usual deleted repertoire, it does kind of put a damper on the somewhat upbeat vibe of the episode, and really, do we need to have Joe experience more trauma here? Dude's been through enough with these dang dramatic squirrels, so let's turn our focus on back to the Griffin family, who may not have experienced as much grief as the time, well, Season 6's Stewie kills Lois, where Stewie kills Lois.
What are you doing with a gun?
Something I should have done a very long time ago.
Oh yeah, 15-year-old spoilers, by the way, just an FYI before we get explaining as to how we got here. It's Quahog's favorite mom's birthday, and the Griffin clan reward her by showering her with terrible gifts. But luckily, Brian saves the day by giving Lois a decent one.
Oh my god, 2 tickets for a cruise?
And although Brian doesn't get the one-on-one tropical time with Lois he wanted, it cheers up her day, and her and Peter depart the cruise for the very next day, which really confuses Stewie, who was under the impression he was coming along, and being left behind really gets to him, who begins to fixate on getting revenge on Lois at last. Stewie's got a wagon of Fortnite tools all primed and polished to make Lois pay, but Brian has seen Stewie chicken out plenty of times before and has his doubts.
Who cares? You're not gonna
kill her anyway. You're gonna bitch and moan, and then you're gonna do what you always do. The minute Lois walks through that door, you're gonna forget all about it.
Brian being right here drives Stewie up a wall, and he becomes even more determined to be more than just talk this time. Wearing a beanie that's somehow able to fit his head, Stewie swims out to the ship, scales it, and confronts Lois. Lusting for revenge, Stewie unloads several rounds into her, knocking Lois over the boat and killing her instantly. And I just know this must have had the playgrounds talking back in 2006. Back in Quahog, a few days pass, and Joe, possibly the worst voice to hear somber news from, comes in to deliver some somber news.
I'm afraid you're just gonna have to accept the fact that she's gone.
And as hard as it is for Peter, a year goes by, and he's actually putting himself out there with a stick figure, and Bonnie, and Joe. The dating pool in Quahog is a rancid swamp. We get to see what life without Lois looks like, which...
All right, sweetie, you ready to get some new notebooks and protractors and slacks?
Yep. But did you really expect anything less? Joe, perhaps spending so much time in Lois's head pretending to be her, starts to suspect Peter as the culprit.
Did you get that right before the cruise?
Actually, I got it on the cruise. Right after we had that big fight when I said I wish you were dead, right before I never saw her again.
Yeah, Peter's not doing himself any favors here at all, and pretty soon the whole gang is ready to bring Peter to justice. Brian does his best snooping boyfriend, dog dad, or whatever he is, to Stewie by finding a slip for Stewie's getaway boat, which really tweaks Stewie out.
I was hoping to keep these mementos, Rupert, but I can't risk it with the dog sniffing around for evidence.
Stewie discards his mementos in the trash, which are quickly uncovered by the also snooping around Joe Swanson.
There's no doubt anymore. Peter murdered his wife.
Poor Peter. For once, he's actually in the innocent of horrible crimes. The case against Peter is unfortunately pretty good, as he was at the scene of the crime, and Peter is forced to stand trial. And sadly, thanks to years of annoying all of his neighbors, the trial becomes more of a run-through of how terrible Peter is as a person, rather than bringing Lois to justice. It's during this little run-through of Peter doing Peter things that we see Peter in the army.
No, you shoot the Taliban, not Pat Tillman. Got it?
Got it.
You sure?
Yep.
All right.
Hey, you know where I can find Pat Tillman?
And yeah, Peter's not the best soldier guy, and apparently the censors did not think this clip was the best as it was cut from broadcast. For those of you who may not understand why, Pat Tillman was a professional American football player who was killed in Afghanistan, with his death being used as a rallying cry for the war's cause. However, like most things, the reality was a bit more complex, as what actually happened was that Tillman wasn't killed by his enemies, but rather his own men in a case of friendly fire. Or so we thought, because I think it's pretty clear Peter had it out for the guy. And all those crimes pile up as Peter's found guilty and ready to spend life in jail until...
Lois! You're alive!
She's alive, and she's bringing the truth with her, dramatically revealing Stewie as the now attempted killer and ending on a cliffhanger. And this was back in a time when cliffhangers mattered. Sometimes you'd go weeks, months without a satisfying conclusion to a storyline. It really isn't like that anymore. And that's great, because Lois kills Stewie! Season 6's Lois Kills Stewie gives us both a fitting conclusion of the special two-parter and an even crazier deleted scene to gawk over.
I am quite prepared to make an example of any undesirable elements.
Seeing that Stewie doesn't desire much outside the murder and his bear, I feel like we may get to see some examples in this episode, which starts right where we left off in the last one, at the Quahog courthouse, with Lois frantically explaining what Stewie did to her.
No, he's not, Meg. He's evil. He shot me point blank right on the deck of the cruise ship.
Lois explains that she suffered amnesia, forgetting everything about her life, and took up work at a weight loss camp in North Carolina. She also found love with a
nice young townie named Derek.
Aw, sweet Lois is able to find love. Right, because this is Family Guy and no one gets nice things. However, Lois ends up face first on the floor with her memory back suddenly, and unfortunately, Stewie took the story time to get away, and now the entire town is on the lookout for the little murdering rugrat.
Boy, I sure hope they find him. Otherwise, we're all gonna be...
So,
man, you know babies are almost always in their parents' house. That's the first place you should look. Duh. Little Stewie is mad with power and holds his own family hostage before going totally off the rails and...
Hey, Griffins, just checking in.
Holy crap! Oh, Cleveland down! Cleveland down! Yeah, Stewie jumps the line between cute evil baby and psychotic genius by shooting Cleveland and then kidnapping Brian along with Brian's car.
You know you're not gonna get away with this. Kidnapping me is one thing, but you killed Cleveland.
Yeah, people would lose their minds if Cleveland disappeared from Quahog. Not. The Griffins manage to untie themselves and begin searching the house to try and find Stewie when they uncover Stewie's weapon silo.
Man, what do you think these things do? Huh, guess it doesn't do anything.
Well, that seems odd.
Not sure why Stewie has the voice swapper, but it implies he chooses to live with that weird British accent. Back on the run, Stewie forces Brian to drive to the CIA headquarters where the kid gains control of the world's power grid. Yeah, and if you've seen any of American Dad, you know Stan and Avery weren't stopping Stewie. There's always some stuff going on in that show. With the world's power grid in his little baby hands, Stewie inserts himself as president, and it's during an address from President Stewie that we get the deleted moment, a nearly 3-minute-long show tune about all the people Stewie would put on his hit list. The list itself is a mix of prototypical celebrity ribs and general annoying kinds of people.
There's the guy who sits beside you and keeps farting on the plane, and Shakira's lyricist. I've got him on the list.
If this scene were included, it's easy to see it becoming a Seth show tune classic like You Have AIDS or Butter on a Pop-Tart. But instead, it's relegated to forever being an add-on sequence as opposed to an iconic Stewie moment. And in the broadcast episode, we get a nice gag sequence of 80s TV and Peter humiliation, so really, it's a win-win. But not everyone approves of Prez Stu, and his mama knows that better than anyone.
I brought Stewie into this world. It's time for me to take him out.
Accessing Stewie's weapon cabinet, they break into the Oval Office, and we get a Peter and the Giant Chicken-esque level of conflict that ends when... Yeah, in a shocking twist of fate, it's Peter being extremely violent, killing Stewie cold. Luckily, the entire thing ended up just being a simulation, which I might say is a very American Dad-esque play. They had their little Virginia fingers all over this episode. What's next? Some political commentary? Like... Oh wow, yeah, I gotta be careful what I ask for, huh? As edgy, unhinged, and downright mean as Family Guy can be, Season 11, Episode 15's Turban Cowboy mixes that with some next-level unfortunate timing. And yeah, with a title like that, I think you can see where this is going. The episode starts with the guys of the clan lamenting how downright boring their lives have gotten, so they decide to chase some wind and go skydiving, the serene beauty of which leaves old Pete breathless.
Holy crap, this is awesome! I haven't felt a rush like this since I won that marathon.
And this is where the episode goes off the rails. The next scene depicts Peter in his SUV winning a marathon by brutally running over everyone. It's bad enough the scene is generally unpleasant, gory, violent, and anything else you can use to describe Peter's actions, but it's even worse considering some real-world context. In the next scene, Peter explains it was the Boston Marathon he won. Yeah. For those unfamiliar, the Boston Marathon bombings were a series of terrorist bombings that took place during the real-world Boston Marathon, where 3 people died and hundreds more were injured. And in an odd twist of fate, the episode aired only a month prior to the attacks. But don't worry, if you think that's bad, the rest of the episode does not do anything for helping the episode's case. Man, oh, just when they lose me, this stuff cracks me up like it's my first time. So as you can see, the parachuting left a real impression on Peter, who surrenders his life to the sky before humbly impaling himself.
Ah, crap, I'm in Vegas.
In Vegas, too? Dang, double humiliation. In the hospital, Peter meets a Muslim man, Mahmoud. Mahmoud and Peter share a bond over cartoons, and they're just bros being bros. Peter introduces his new friend to the guys of the clan, but they don't gel with him because...
Why do you order a ginger ale?
So yeah, no bigotry here, just soda discrimination. But that doesn't stop Peter and Mahmoud from hanging out and connecting their cultures.
And I get to shout, Admiral Akbar, when I do stuff.
Yeah, whoa, you can see why the deleted scene was an even worse look in the aftermath of reality. Peter spends the rest of the episode half appropriating and half disgracing the Muslim faith by working with Mahmoud to
blow up the Quahog Bridge.
Yeah, yikes, man. Yeah, you can add the context of the episode to the list of context that makes this episode a little too on the nose, even by Family Guy standards. And then Peter just joins a terrorist sect. But with the help of Joe, Peter rights his wrongs by going undercover and helping bring Mahmoud down.
I'll blend in like a chameleon in Courtney Love's crotch.
Dang, for once it's Courtney Love taking the strays. And although he does almost mess it all up with the help of Quagmire and the cop, the guys foiled the plan and Peter goes back to being a regular old New England Irish drunk, which can only lead to prosperous and positive things.
Let me call Horace and tell him to get our table ready.
Well, but really, Peter does sometimes contribute to a net positive to the world, and sometimes the deleted scene is a lot more than just a random throwaway or an edgy little bit. Sometimes the entire context of an episode is altered by what's left out, and Season 8's The Splendid Source is the ultimate example of that. The whole episode kicks off with,
This is the story of a great adventure that happened to me and some of my pals.
dang, if Peter's speaking straight and in such a soft tone right off the bat, you just know we're in for something special. Lois and Peter are planning on taking a vacation with Joe and Bondi to Maine when Chris comes in to tell them he's got in trouble at school for telling a dirty joke. And who did he hear it from? Well, who else but Quagmire, of course. Confronting Quagmire, Peter's less concerned with holding him accountable and more concerned with hearing this great joke. Proving yet again you can get away with anything if you're funny. Quagmire tells the joke, whispering the setup and loudly telling the graphic punchline, which is so funny it causes Peter to soil himself.
Oh God, I pooped my pants.
It's funny when it happens to other people.
That's the golden rule of life, Joe, and they make the absolute most of this crappy cheat code, going as far as invading Peter's dreams to tell the joke and making him soil himself.
When you poop in your dreams, you poop for real.
I'm glad you were able to figure that out, Peter. I don't want to find out what diarrhea entails in the dream world, though. Pooping Peter aside, Peter is enthralled with the joke, and him and the gang decide to find its source.
We go on a quest to find the source of the world's dirty jokes.
Does Peter know about the internet? All joking aside, though, the gang is determined to trace the joke, which has a linked pedigree.
Bruce had heard it from Consuela. Consuela heard it from Mayor West. West heard it from Dr. Hartman. Hartman heard it from Angela.
You get the point. Every resident of Quahog and all the guest stars have passed this joke along, and the hole just gets deeper and deeper. The guys trace the joke through a Rio Speedwagon concert all the way to a bar in Virginia, where they run into, who else?
I remember that. I heard it from that guy.
But of course, bartender David Lynch, who I bet you didn't even know was an active part of the McFarlane-verse. Oh, and Cleveland, who was still living in his own little spinoff. Man, the McFarlane-verse really went wild with this episode, huh? Cleveland and Peter do a little more backtracking onto the joke and trail it down to a bellhop in Washington, D.C. named Sal Russo. On their way to D.C., the guys get attacked by some mysterious men in black, with Cleveland suggesting,
It might be safe to assume that someone does not want us to learn the origin of that joke.
The guys finally get to Sal Russo, who bellhops the frick away from the gang when they start asking about the origin of the joke. With a cold trail, the guys lament defeat until the same mysterious men in black from earlier hog-tie and kidnap them. At the mercy of their mystery assailants, the guys are flown out to a strange island where they are greeted by...
I am the Dean.
The Dean of what?
The Dean of the Secret Order of Dirty Joke Writers.
Not as many ironic tattoos and piercings as I would have thought, but the place is filled with talent. Even Stephen Hawking and Bill Gates are on this. Hey, wait a minute. Are we sure this is even the Dirty Joke Island, not a different island? Joking aside, the guys are given a tour of the island before they get the grim news. They can never leave.
We can't allow the secret to be revealed. I'm afraid you must stay here for the rest of your lives.
Dang it, I thought people on the internet went overboard with demanding credits for their memes. Imprisoned on the island, the guys devise a plan to escape, and with a little help from old Mr. Uncontained Flame, the guys escape the island with themselves and the knowledge of all those dirty jokes intact, as Peter says.
It was a great adventure. And it was great having Cleveland along with us again.
Yeah, because the show's going to be around forever, and he definitely won't just become a regular cast member again in 2 years. But for all the mayhem and destruction caused, we never actually got to hear the full context of the dirty joke that started this whole hullabaloo in the first place, and that is by design. It's because there's a deleted scene that tells the entire joke word for word. Graphic definitely does not come close to describing it. The joke revolves around a woman going on a date. I'll let Peter explain, actually. Why am I doing this?
Because she's got like a huge vagina from so many other guys, so she gets a piece of liverwurst and shoves it up in her vagina so that when he her, it'll feel tight.
Yeah, that's some Quagmire approved tech right there. And while the joke kind of ends in a sweet way with the man ignoring the insecurities after finding the liverwurst in the sink, the vulgarity, the setup, and the entire premise really does seem like a little too much for television. Something Family Guy is not unfamiliar with. And sometimes it just comes across in a graphic way that's mean-spirited, and Season 15, Episode 14's a prime example of just that.
If that's the way you want it, but we're not gonna go down easy. Okay, that was easy.
Well, it's never Peter's job to make anything easy, now is it? The episode starts off with Mort asking to borrow a crucifix, and Peter responds as follows.
That ought to keep Mort away.
Peter, always coming up with new harmful ideas. Having ruined his suit to make the scared Jew, Lois takes Peter to the store to pick up a new one, where Peter goes with more of a Teletubby look, opting to go with a pair of giant butt-flap fleece pajamas.
Sir, here is a check with my name on it. Write down any number on this piece of paper and I will pay it.
It's nice seeing Carter Peterschmidt's money hard at work here. And if there's ever a person who could have the power that comes with feety pajamas go to his head, it's Peter, and that's exactly what happens as he goes around the town giving everyone a little annoying electric shocks.
Hut.
I was in the bathroom. The hut and the kiosk. Decoys, Lois. Decoys!
Yeah, easy to do your family, Peter, but I'd like to see you pull this stuff on the giant chicken. Lois decides to put an end to Peter's pranks and asks Quagmire over to tear up her carpet for her, which he's always happy to do. It's under the carpet that they find a valuable antique coin, with Peter and Lois deciding to spend the money on an old dream of theirs, opening a restaurant.
Remember, we tried to open that restaurant and we never quite got it going.
Yeah, we got shut down because of my exploding cupcakes.
Dang, crumble cookies, look out. Here comes Peter's poppin' pastries. And in no time at all, the Griffins are up and running Big Pete's House of Munch, which is a Quagmire-esque name, that's all I'm saying. But I do like Stewie, like a little Chef Ramsay type here.
Tell him bon appetit, douchebag.
And this is where the deleted scene comes in, as we see little Chef Stewart shockingly proclaim,
"It's the corpse of River Phoenix."
Before we see, yep, that would be River Phoenix, who many of our more baby side of the Gen Z viewers might recognize as the Joker's brother. I'm talking about the brother of actor Joaquin Phoenix, River Phoenix, who was poised to be a Leonardo DiCaprio-level superstar in Hollywood before tragically passing away at the age of 23 from a drug overdose at the Viper Room in Hollywood, California. And as I'm sure you can tell from his state on this little date, obviously the ultra-edgy scene didn't fly, and it was promptly cut. But things aren't all great at Big Petey's, as Brian announces their restaurant is actually hemorrhaging money, and the last thing you want around a restaurant is hemorrhages. Joe suggests bringing his police friends over to make the restaurant some money, and Peter rolls out the red carpet for them.
You got tables for 30?
What goes on in Quahog where all the cops lose the ability of their legs? Someone get this city some protective knee pads or something. Lois is thrilled, but Peter, being the judgmental bigot he is, can't get over his restaurant being populated by uncools, which is just mean, dude. And Lois tells him off on it.
I like our restaurant the way it is, and if you don't, that's your problem.
Leading Peter to take matters into his own hands. Joe and his friend pull up and are greeted by Peter spewing his confusing bigotry everywhere.
It's a lifestyle choice you're forcing on America.
We handicapped are a proud people.
Yeah, when you're not drinking and gambling on your reservations, which we gave you.
Peter, get your protected classes in order, buddy. Acting like this when you own a restaurant is how laws get made. And Joe being a cop, well, the law isn't always the truth and peace isn't always the answer.
Men, form up Crippletron!
Joe and all of his friends take the rage out on Peter, who in a cruel twist of fate ends up under all those wheelchairs, and then in one himself. Peter realizes how tough living life as a handicapped person can be, apologizes to Joe, and a lesson is learned, which is rare for Family Guy. If that wasn't exciting enough for you, then get ready for something even crazier, because now we're going to talk about every time Stewie tried to kill Lois. This is Stewie being just a bit aggressive towards his mom. And this is Stewie straight up ending her. Today, I'm going through and rating some of Stewie's best and worst attempts at killing his mom, from amateur botch jobs to professional hitman quality work that would have succeeded if it weren't for Lois's plot armor. Starting with his worst kill attempt in E Peterbus Unum, where Peter starts his own country due to a technicality in Quahog zoning laws.
Sorry, but according to this map, you're not even part of these United States, which would make you a communist!
God bless the real Americans like Mayor West for keeping our country safe from those low-down, dirty communists. The episode begins with Peter wanting to get a new swimming pool after seeing all the cool stuff his friends got with their tax refunds, but Uncle Sam isn't known for paying nice when it's tax season.
You're not entitled to a refund.
Peter goes to Mayor West to get a zoning permit, which is where he learns his house is technically not even part of the United States. This, of course, spawns a devilish little idea in his head.
From this day forth, this territory will be known as Pretoria.
An entire nation run by Peter Griffin. What could possibly go wrong? As it turns out, pretty much everything. Especially once he annexes Joe's pool and calls it Johio. And in traditional US fashion, the military responds with an appropriate amount of force for a nation the size of a single house.
The U.S. Army.
Oh, that's a good army.
You think, Peter? They also cut the electricity and water to Pretoria, which provides Stewie with the perfect opportunity to strike while Lois is off guard. But let's just say, it's not his most well-thought-out scheme.
But we have to think about the welfare of our children. Stewie, is that you?
My mind's made up. I'm not giving up an inch of Praetorian soil.
I respect the dedication to trying to stab his mom on sight with the kitchen knife, but there's a time and a place for that, buddy. I'm rating this at 1 out of 100, since he literally didn't even get his hands on the actual murder weapon. Bring a step stool next time, little bro. Naturally, the rest of the Griffins get fed up with Peter's stubbornness and leave Pretoria, which forces him to the negotiating table. Both sides are unwilling to budge until Lois steps in and saves the day.
Every night when you get home from work, I'll scratch your back with a matchbook cover like you like.
That's an oddly specific item to use as a back scratcher, but I won't complain if it means world peace. That being said, even when Stewie does have prep time for his murder plans, his earliest attempts were still pretty garbo, like the ones that took place in the very first Family Guy episode, Death Has a Shadow, where Peter loses his job but makes a fortune in welfare fraud.
Not another welfare scam.
No. Minority scholarship.
Things kick off with Stewie putting the finishing touches on his mind control device, only for Lois to snatch his toy away from him before dinner. So like any normal infant, he spends the rest of the episode putting together various schemes to whack his mother.
I mean, you...
Mom, are you all right?
This chair leg was loose. Isn't that silly? I could have broken my neck.
Damn.
Did you seriously think a little fall from a chair would be enough to kill her, Stewie? That's like a 5 out of 100 at best. At least wait for her to be on a tall stool or something next time, man. Stewie takes his next shot at Lois over dinner while Peter is desperately trying to hide the fact that he got laid off, and I do mean that in the most literal of senses.
Now, I know you all hate eggplant, but what on earth was that?
What the deuce are you staring at?
You know what? We'll give him a 30 out of 100 on that one, since a laser gun is way more lethal than weakening a chair leg. And I gotta admit, the way he hit the gun in a tuna sandwich is also pretty impressive. Dude just needs to hit the shooting range a bit more and he'll be landing those shots in no time. But given that his last 2 attempts at a subtle murder didn't really pan out, Stewie decides that maybe it's time to take on a more aggressive approach.
Stewie, why don't you play in the other room?
Why don't you burn in hell?
What?
Man, you know you're bad at your job when your target couldn't care less about being shot at. 5 out of 100, because I literally saw you whiff that 3rd shot there. If you can't even hit a fracking chair, it's time for you to go back to the drawing board, buddy. Finally, he's had enough and decides to go out with a literal bang.
Life is like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get. Your life, however, is more like a box of active grenades.
Now, this is more like it. A box of grenades at point-blank range, so there's no way he screws this one up? Wait a minute.
You just want your toy back. Okay, here you go, honey.
Yes, well, victory is mine! Ah, damn you all!
Oh, Stewie. At the end of the day, you really are just a silly little guy with a football for a head. This one was definitely looking promising at first, but I gotta give it a 1 out of 100 for the way his murder attempt literally blew up in his face. Now, you might think these mishaps only happened in the earlier seasons of Family Guy, but even as the series progressed, Stewie was still prone to making dumb mistakes like the one he made in Terminator, where he designs a robot to kill Lois that, well, let's just say has a different target in mind.
Okay, Terminator, kill Lois. What are you doing? She's in the kitchen.
Yeah, this is not going to be one of Stewie's finer moments. The episode begins with Lois serving up broccoli and Stewie designing the Terminator-style robot to kill her out of spite for daring to serve him that disgusting green vegetable. But even though he scraps that idea since the technology is years ahead of its time, he's shocked when the actual robot arrives at his house to whack him instead of Lois. He and Brian try to make their escape in a chase sequence that looks a bit too familiar. Yeah, they end up getting cornered in a motel room just like in the first Terminator movie. The Family Guy writer's room wasn't exactly known for their creativity this late in the series, considering that they shamelessly stole scenes from the only good Terminator films. Stewie and Brian discover that a future Brian programmed the robot to kill Stewie, so they travel to 2060 to figure out what could have possibly caused them to have beef in the future.
What happened? Brian and I were friends. He ruined what could have been a perfect Instagram post with a sarcastic comment.
Yeah, that tracks. Social media and all the little cloud chasers will be the death of us all. I would know because I'm one of them. But even after they return to the present, more Terminators arrive from the future to try and kill them both. They decided that there's only one way to squash the beef and prove to the Terminators that they're best friends. What? You wouldn't swap spit with your best friend to save the world? Amateurs. While the Terminators do disappear from their timeline, this is still one of Stewie's worst attempts at actually killing his mom, as a reminder. Not only did his own creation try to kill him, but he also had to spend the entire episode going back and forth in time to fix his own mistake instead of, you know, focusing on the frackin' murder attempt. 5 out of 100. And that's only because Terminators are frackin' cool as a concept. Do better next time still. Unfortunately for us, Stewie's reliance on fragile technology continues in Pal Stewie, when he makes a new friendship at the playground that quickly turns sour.
Quahog Family Fun Zone.
Honestly, this just looks like an average Tuesday at Chuck E. Cheese. How they're still in business today is seriously beyond me. The episode begins with Stewie lining up a frackin' drone strike on Lois using one of those cheap commercial FPV drones, murder drones. Everything is perfectly set up for the kill shot, and there's nothing that could possibly interrupt.
What the deuce?
Sorry I broke your toy.
Okay, a ball to the face might mess things up a bit. I'll be nice to him, give him a 20 out of 100 on this one, since there's no way he could have predicted a kid throwing a ball at him. But in the future, maybe get a sturdier tablet, my guy. The ball-throwing lad introduces himself as Hudson, and he and Stewie quickly become friends. That is, until Stewie realizes he's the only one who didn't get an invite to Hudson's birthday party, and hell hath no fury like a Stewie scorned. I don't know, man. That actually looks like an improvement compared to the actual ball pits at Chuck E. Cheese. Brian eventually confesses that he was the one who tore up the invitation to ensure he and Stewie remained best friends. And while the two of them make amends, it doesn't change the fact that Stewie really should have invested in a better tablet if he wanted to whack Lois. It's especially frustrating when you consider that Stewie's made some seriously impressive inventions, like the one in the story on page 1, where Peter replaces Meg's article in the school paper. Rest in peace, Luke Perry. You deserve way better than being a lame gag on Family Guy. Things kick off with Stewie dealing with a bit of little man syndrome during a family visit to Brown University. After the head chemist escorts him out of the lab for being too young, Stewie decides he wants to change that by any means necessary. Unsurprisingly, the Zoltar machine doesn't do a thing to change Stewie's size, but it does sucker him out of an easy quarter. He starts fantasizing about all the things he could do if he was a big boy, when a genius solution comes lumbering into view.
If I could build a device to harness the size of that Leviathan.
From that perspective, Chris really does look like Andre the Giant. Stewie hits the lab and devises a literal mind control device to hijack Chris as his meat puppet, and after getting his older brother to purchase an axe, all that's left is to whack Lois once and for all. Considering how inaccurate Stewie is when he's in control of his own body, I don't know what he expected when he tried to control a clumsy fatso like Chris. Even worse is the fact that when Lois turns on the microwave, the mind control device shorts out, causing yet another P-Terminator situation.
I can't even say my name without people asking me if I made it up. How could Dad do this to me?
Seriously, dude, Stewie really needs to work on making his tech less fragile. 30 out of 100. And that's only because the whole mind control tech thing it might be effective if done well. But at this point, it might be worth going back to old school tactics. Luckily for us, that's exactly what Stewie ends up doing in Boston Stewie when Stewie meets his half-brother from Boston and tries to get him adjusted to a more civilized lifestyle in Quahog.
I need that belt. I'm taking my LinkedIn photo later.
You know what? I think I like this version of Stewie, actually. He's wicked. That was not Boston at all. The episode starts with Stewie learning he has a half-sibling in Boston thanks to an egg donation from Lois way back in the past. He heads down to the good old city on a hill thinking he'll find someone who's his intellectual equal. But,
Eat my whiz, you Harvard fruit bags!
Yeesh, even Stewie's perfect genes are no match for whatever they're putting in the water in Boston. Still, he decides to bring his half-brother back to Quahog, where he uses his counterpart's crude Bostonian attitude and mannerisms to terrorize all the adults in his life. And of course, he's got his sights set on one adult in particular. This is the first murder attempt on Lois that actually sees some level of success instead of being complete flops like the previous ones, easily giving this one a 55 out of 100 for the raw brutality of Boston Stewie beating the crap out of Lois. If Stewie was smart enough to give his half-brother something like brass knuckles or a baseball bat, he just might have been able to off his mother once and for all. Boston Stewie decides he wants to get adopted after seeing Lois have a tender moment with Stewie, so Stewie decides to help his half-brother out by trying to civilize him in time for the adoption fair. That's a pretty tall order considering he only has 1 week to work with, but the two brothers are hopeful that they'll find some normal people as adoptive parents.
You want to come live with us? We live near an overpass and we got lots and lots of D batteries to throw.
Nope, the best I can do is Mark Wahlberg's Seven Sisters from The Fighter. Tough break, kiddo. Still, things are looking up for Stewie as his murder attempts start to get a bit closer to the end goal of whacking Lois for good. Like what happened in You Can't Do That on Television, Peter, where Peter creates and stars in his own children's TV show.
What makes you so special? The fact that you are special.
Man, I don't know what's worse, his singing or the toning on that raggedy old guitar. This episode kicks off with Peter getting hooked on a children's TV show called Jolly Farm Revue, and after Lois demands he look after Stewie while she goes out, the show gets canceled, and he decides to start up his own program called Petey's Playhouse. This is Peter we're talking about, though, so you know he's gonna screw it up somehow.
Today's story is lesbian butts in 80s jeans.
Okay, Peter, you got my attention for now. But surprisingly, instead of getting canceled like Harvey Weinstein, Peter's show continues to stay on air. Lois gets fed up with Peter focusing too much on the show and not doing his part to look after Stewie, so he reacts like any responsible, mature adult would do when their partner calls them out.
Oh, hi, Shaggy Naggy. It sounds like someone's having fun over here.
10 out of 10 voice impression there, Peter. I could barely tell the difference. But Peter's antics have the unintended effect of unleashing hordes of rabid child fans onto Lois, and Stewie is more than happy to take advantage of the chaos. I'm glad Stewie learned a thing or two from his Boston counterpart because a golf club to the head is exactly the sort of brutality he'll need to kill Lois. 70 out of 100 on this one, since the only reason Lois survives this murder attempt is that thick skull of hers. Peter eventually agrees to stop using the puppet in exchange for Lois easing up on her constant nagging, but without the Lois puppet, he's gonna have to find some new material to keep his audience engaged. Hey, you can say a lot of things about Peter, but you gotta admit, he'll put his heart and soul into what he believes in. That's a real American dad right there. Wait a minute. But while we're on the topic of Peter stepping up when it matters most, we get more of that in the courtship of Stewie's father, where Stewie and Peter spend the entire episode bonding with each other while they torment Lois.
Hey, Lois, you want some beans with that, right?
Stewie, I think you may have just found yourself the perfect partner in crime. Things kick off with Stewie on his usual solo grind to kill Lois after she refuses to take him to the park. He creates a hovering drill machine, which I guess is supposed to drill her into the wall, giggity. But given his abysmal track record so far with his wacky inventions, you can already guess how well this latest attempt will go.
Help! Somebody! I'm blacking out!
My guy, not only did you build the world's slowest drill, but you also built it so that someone has to pilot it instead of, oh, I don't know, making it frickin' autonomous. This is an easy 5 out of 100 and a clear sign that all these high-tech murder solutions are just holding him back. With the drill machine being a complete bust, Stewie tries to murder Lois in a more traditional manner by using a crossbow while she's busy talking with his teacher about his drawings. Her back is turned and she's completely lost in her own world about Peter not spending enough time with his kid, so surely he hits the shot, right?
Thank you for letting me know.
Damn, she moved!
My guy, stormtroopers got better aim than you do. Another 5 out of 100 for little Stu, and a clear sign he needs a helping hand in this episode if he's gonna make any progress on killing Lois. Luckily for him, Peter's actively trying to bond with him and realizes just how much fun his kid is having when Lois gets hurt. So the two of them gang up on her, stuff her into the trunk of a family car, and well... You know what they say, like father, like son. This is the first murder attempt we've seen so far that 100% should have succeeded if it weren't for Lois's absurd plot armor, since the writers are too lazy to even attempt to show how she manages to get out of the trunk. Easily 80 out of 100 attempt for me. But like the spineless cuck that he is, Peter caves in, sides with Lois when she demands Stewie be sent to his room. He tries to make it up to his son by taking him to Disney World, but the Disney goons have more sinister plans in mind for young Stewie.
It's a tiny, tiny world, tiny, tiny world.
Man, Stewie's had a roller coaster ride of ups and downs in this episode. From nearly killing Lois to getting enslaved at Disney World of all places. Peter does eventually rescue Stewie though, and the latter's faith in his father is restored as a future partner in crime for any murder plots on Lois. But at the end of the day, and despite his many failures that we've covered so far, Stewie really does his best work when he's working solo, like in Death is a... where everyone becomes immortal after Death injures himself while chasing Peter.
Look, I caught Flo, Joe. You don't think I can catch you? Ah! My ankle! Ah!
Oh, that boy needs some milk.
Oh,
Oh! Somebody! Oh! He needs some milk!
The episode begins in classic Stewie fashion with him trying to pull off a quick hit on Lois while her back is turned.
Put you down for a nice nap.
No, I shall put you down for a nap, Mother.
I'll admit it was a slightly better attempt than the various times he's tried and failed to use a crossbow, but his accuracy seriously still needs quite a bit of work. I'll give it a 20 out of 100 for managing to fire off 5 projectiles at once. Although, now that I think about it, where the heck did he store all those darts? You know what? I don't want to know. Meanwhile, Peter gets hit with a fat hospital bill after a standard checkup for a potentially cancerous lump. This is the US after all, and decides to declare himself deceased to avoid paying it. Death ends up spraining his ankle while coming to collect on Peter's soul, which means that everybody is immortal until he heals up. He begs Peter not to tell anyone about this, so you already know exactly what he's about to do.
I'm here with the man who claims he withstood a barrage of bullets and did not die.
I'm not sure what's fatter, his mouth or his gut. Actually, it's probably his gut. I don't know why I bothered asking that. Unfortunately, nobody told Stewie about any of this, so he continues plotting more vicious ways to put an end to his mother. Finally, when her guard is down, he emerges from the shadows and strikes. Okay, so I'm genuinely impressed by this kill attempt. The fall down the stairs alone should have been enough to break her neck, but the follow-up with the wardrobe landing on top of her and the grenade for good measure? If it weren't for everybody being immortal right about now, we'd be watching Lois's funeral procession for the rest of the episode. 90 out of 100 for young Stu. Peter is eventually forced to take over Death's job and is given orders to kill the kids from Dawson's Creek while they're on an airplane. He's hesitant to go through with it because he's such a good guy, so let's see how this goes.
A pilot error. Jeez, I probably should have worn mittens.
You think, Peter? Although he didn't kill the kids, Death is satisfied that Peter restored the natural order of life and death by killing 2 innocent pilots instead and decides to leave them be for now. The same can't be said for Stewie and his plans to finally murder Lois in the aptly named Stewie Kills Lois, where Stewie locks in for real and decides to end his mother once and for all. I've said once and for all a lot. And she hasn't died yet.
I'll teach that hussy to go on a boat ride without me. I'm going to put bamboo splinters under all her fingernails, and I'm going to strip her down and tie her to the bed.
You want to run that last part by me again, bud? In this last episode here, we kick things off with Peter and Lois going on a cruise for the latter's birthday, which infuriates Stewie since he wasn't allowed to join in on the fun. He starts hatching all sorts of schemes to punish Lois for her insolence, and Brian is as supportive as ever for his best friend's plans.
The minute Lois walks through that door, you're gonna forget all about it, beg for your apple juice, go poop, and fall asleep.
I'm joking, of course. This is Brian we're talking about after all. But his words leave a lasting mark on Stewie, who decides it's time to put his money where his mouth is and put an end to his blood feud with Lois once and for all. Stewie sneaks his way onto the cruise ship via speedboat and catches Lois out on the deck. Already distracted by Peter's humiliating antics aboard the ship, she's completely off guard by Stewie's arrival, giving him the perfect opportunity to strike. This is, without question, Stewie's best murder attempt on his mom throughout the whole series. From the flawless infiltration onto the ship, to the spray of gunfire actually hitting the right target, this is Stewie's first and only murder attempt that I'm rating a perfect 100 out of 100. An entire year passes, the Griffin family tries to move on from Lois's death, but Brian discovers that Stewie really did follow through in his plan to kill his mother and is determined to bring him to justice. But Lady Luck continues to favor Stewie in all the right ways.
Oh my God.
That does look like Peter's handwriting.
As it turns out, Peter had mentioned to his friends that he took out a life insurance policy on Lois while they were on the ship, causing them to suspect him as the murderer. And when they find Stewie's evidence in the trash bins, Joe puts 2 and 2 together and takes him in for trial. Everything is set up for this to be marked down in history as the perfect murder attempt for Stewie, and there's nothing that can stop him now. Oh, you've gotta be fracking kidding me. Literally, the only reason Lois survives this and continues to be a nuisance for the rest of the series is because the writers didn't have the guts to actually pull the trigger themselves and kill her off, which is a shame. It's fair to say nobody does it like Family Guy, but that doesn't mean Family Guy doesn't do it like someone else, because now I'm going to talk about the times Family Guy got their Simpsons on and predicted the future. Everyone knows that The Simpsons has a habit of predicting the future, but what if I were to tell you it wasn't the only psychic cartoon on the block?
Bruce Jenner is a man.
No, Brian. That's what the press would have you believe, but he's not. Bruce Jenner is a woman.
Yeah, pretty much the type of prediction you'd expect from Family Guy. Just like in Season 4's Don't Make Me Over, where we get an early peek into one of Hollywood's craziest scandals, all wrapped up in the one storyline Hollywood loves best, a good makeover journey.
Some lucky, hideous woman will be transformed by our makeover magicians into someone of value to society.
So the episode kicks off with Meg, who's doing her usual thing, and by that I mean awkwardly crushing on boys from the nerd table. This time her target is Craig Hoffman, who who, let's just say, isn't too thrilled about her advances.
How about a movie?
I don't go out with dudes.
Thus proving once again that there are in fact worse things that they can say than no. With her self-esteem crushed into a million pieces and scattered into the wind, Meg turns to her parents for a bit of reassurance, which was her next mistake.
Mom, Dad, am I ugly?
Oh, of course not, sweetie.
Yeah, where'd you get a stupid idea like that?
Maybe the Griffins aren't so bad after all.
Craig Hoffman.
Craig Hoffman said that? Well, he's a sharp kid. You might be ugly.
Or maybe not. And like my good old friend Steven would say,
emotional, damn it!
Of course, Meg cries in response, at which point Lois decides to put on her mom pants and take Meg to the mall, because how else do you fix your teenage daughter's self-esteem than surrounding her with toxic beauty standards? One shopping spree later, and Meg is surprisingly feeling good. At least till she basically commits manslaughter.
These jeans look.
I'm not too entirely sure this is murder. Now might be a good time to call in the experts. I'm so glad you called me. Welcome to No Villains Are Safe. Go check the channel out. It's pretty cool. Anywho, while all this is going on elsewhere, Brian and Stewie are up to no good as usual. You leave a dog and a toddler unsupervised in a mall and things get weird pretty fast, pretty crazy, pretty one $8 bet later and we got Stewie running around and nothing but skin.
I've escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement. Help me! Ha! I am so outrageous.
Outrageous and shockingly correct, because flash forward to 2017, pun intended, and we have the real Kevin Spacey battling some serious misconduct allegations. Safe to say the writers either had quite the scoop on Spacey beforehand, or just had one too many martinis that saw them peek into the future or something. I hear martinis can do that. From that eerie prediction, we pivot back to Meg, who, thanks to those hideous woman to valuable citizen gurus, has basically become a whole new person.
Take a look at your daughter.
Golly, Goldberg makeover magicians, all right. Boy, do I need some of that magic right about now. So Meg is now stunning, which of course means that for the first time in forever, she's turning heads for more positive reasons, I guess. Elsewhere, Peter and the guys are living their musical dreams, killing it at the Drunken Clams karaoke machine, and one standing ovation later, they decide it's high time they form a band, which of course needs no explaining just how terrible of an idea that is. But hey, it wouldn't be Family Guy if we don't witness Peter crashing and burning, which is just so happens to be the case when Peter's band, and I use that term loosely, lands a gig at the Quahog Correctional Facility.
1, 2, 3, 4!
Oh my God, we don't know any songs.
You shut off the stage!
Your new prisoners aren't impressed by tone-deaf cover bands. Just as the prisoners are ready to riot, the rest of the Griffins jump on stage to save the day. One look at Meg and the whole prison is, shall we say, pacified? I don't really...
Grab a guitar. Brian, take the drums. Here, Stewie, play with this.
Mom, can we please just get out of here?
From this point, we're pretty much treated to a musical fever dream. The Griffins land themselves a record deal, Meg becomes a diva, because that's apparently what talented blonde artists do, and things spiral all the way to Saturday Night Live, where we get an extremely awkward cameo from Jimmy Fallon.
Hey, why did you come hang out in my dressing room?
If you guessed camera, well then you're spot on, because as it turns out, their little entanglement was caught on tape. Meg, as you'd expect, flees in shame, and Peter gets to beat the crap out of Jimmy Fallon.
What do you think you are, Carol Burnett? You think because she did it, it's okay for you? You haven't earned what she's earned, buddy. All right, now where's the guy who slept with my daughter?
Yep, that's the bumbling idiot we all know and love. Next, we head over to Turban Cowboy, an episode that I'm pretty sure landed the writers on the government watch list.
Tell you what, let me call Horace and tell him to get our table ready.
Peter, did you just...
Let's go.
That's one way to beat rush hour traffic. So our story starts with Peter and the gang loafing around the Drunken Clam, all looking about as lively as a broken jukebox, which of course is prime time for Peter to come up with one of his usually crazy ideas. Yet surprisingly, he keeps things sane and suggests the guys go skydiving to spice things up. Naturally, they all agree because, as we all know, peer pressure and alcohol make quite the mix. But surprisingly, they don't all end up as street pizza on the first jump. Except, of course, Peter can't just be a casual hobbyist. He's going to be Quahog's resident daredevil.
Hold back my chair ever so slightly. Daddy's home.
Lois tries to point out to Peter that maybe the whole crater and the sidewalk thing isn't exactly good for his health. But since this is Peter Griffin we're talking about, he ignores her advice and keeps going until he's literally hanging by his butt on a Vegas skyscraper, which, unironically, is just another Tuesday on the Vegas Strip.
Look at that douchebag who got stabbed in the butt!
Told you so. And so, after one too many close encounters, Peter finally lands in the hospital, at which point fate introduces him to Mahmoud, and somehow the two of them click, despite Peter being this.
No, this is just a tariya. It's a traditional Muslim prayer cap.
Oh. Hey, you know who'd look funny wearing one of those? The Monopoly guy.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very long episode. So Peter gets discharged, and the first thing he does is invite Mahmoud to meet the guys. And what could possibly go wrong with a devout Muslim surrounded by alcohol listening to Quagmire, right? After one boob-related query too many, Peter and Mahmoud ditch the clam for, check this out, the chaste camel. Stereotypical names aside, the place actually turns out to be Peter's sort of vibe. And by the time Peter's done experiencing Muslim culture firsthand, he pretty much does what you'd exactly expect him to do.
Oh, wait, let me get this straight. Sweet hat, obedient wife, you, sir, have got yourself a Muslim.
So Peter dives headfirst into Islam, complete with the Middle Eastern attire, soccer fanaticism, apparently it comes with the territory, and a grocery list that somehow includes a cobra. Before long, Mahmoud invites Peter to a special Muslim get-together, and since this is a show where stereotypes tend to be creeping around every turn, it turns out to be a secret terrorist meeting, with Peter none the wiser.
Oh my God! Everybody down! So are these toys just like to take?
So Peter returns to the Drunken Clam to hang out with the boys. One recap of his day later, and the guys at the Clam suspect something fishy is up. But instead of, I don't know, telling Peter to run for the hills, Joe, who's always itching for a case, pushes Peter to stay undercover and gather intel. Since Peter has the discretion of a bull in a china shop, the whole operation, if you could even call it that, ends up in smoke right off the bat.
Sorry, can you repeat all that? I just had an itch right by my microphone.
Microphone?
I mean, even Homer did way better when he was asked to get close to Fat Tony, just saying. Naturally, terrorists aren't huge fans of being spied on, and so they lock Peter up in a van full of explosives and force him to drive to the Quahog Bridge. Thanks to his natural disposition,
Okay, you're good to go.
he manages to evade all the checks and onto the bridge, where he gives it one more shot, trying to convince Mahmoud not to blow them up to smithereens.
We are the proud nation where someone can shoot up their entire workplace with a thing, and then the next day nobody talks about banning that thing.
Mahmoud decides to go on with his plans to blow up the bridge anyway, and since time-wasting villains are the best kind of villains, Mahmoud stares Peter down long enough for Joe to swoop in and save the day. Mahmoud gets arrested and Quahog is safe, until Peter does what he does best.
Peter, did you just...
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
All never hurts to have a plan B, I guess. Now, the episode itself aired a month before the 2013 bombing in Boston, so you can already tell it wasn't exactly a TV favorite by the time the bombing happened. And to make matters worse, there's one cutaway in the episode that just, it raises very many questions.
Holy crap, this is awesome! I haven't felt a rush like this since I won that marathon.
And yes, that was the Boston Marathon. Sure, it is what you'd expect from Family Guy leading up to the annual marathon, but that alongside it being an episode about terrorists kind of screams prediction, or just a coincidence. But if you thought that was a mere coincidence, then the next prediction in We Love You, Comrade should leave you with no doubt that the writers of Family Guy do have some psychic juice.
There's Brody Jenner. God, what a douchebag. I can't believe that came out of Bruce Jenner's vagina.
And yes, this aired years before Bruce transitioned. But before we get into the details of that prediction, we should cover the full meat of the matter first. So it all begins with Brian receiving the worst possible news that Jillian, his ex, is getting married. And since Brian has a talent for crashing out of relationships in a blazing dumpster fire, everyone else in the house gets an invite except for him. Brian, of course, isn't too pleased about that, and doesn't help that he isn't over Jillian either. And so by 7 a.m., he's already into his third bottle of booze. Stewie steps into the kitchen, takes one good look at Brian, and of course he has to taunt him at his lowest because that's just what baby geniuses do. A few jibs later, and Stewie ropes Brian into going to dinner with Jillian and her fiancé. And oh boy, was that a mistake.
Wow, Derek, that's pretty good.
He also speaks
Honey.
mandolin.
Hey, what luck, huh?
Wow, sweet.
Cat-like reflexes, speaks French and Mandarin, has quite the package. And yes, Brian checked him out.
Oh, come on!
The result is as you'd expect, with Brian at the bar drowning his sorrows in scotch later that night, at which point he meets reality TV star Lauren Conrad. One drunken conversation later, and Lauren decides that she wants a slice of Brian Griffin. They hit it off, and next thing you know, Brian wakes up in her bed, which of course causes Brian to start panicking because, you know, he isn't one for the limelight, and let's just say there's quite the spotlight on Lauren.
Does Lauren Conrad have a new beau? An anonymous source has the answers.
Oh, yeah, I know that guy. His name's Brian Griffin, and he
definitely boned Lauren last night.
Who needs enemies when you have a friend like Stewie Griffin? Beyond Lauren being too popular, the other problem Brian has with dating her is the fact that she's a blonde, which from his experience, aka his time spent with Jillian, means she's probably dumb enough to be hit by a parked car. And so determined to end things, he heads over to Lauren's place for the good old breakup spiel, only to discover that she's actually not an airhead.
Oh, hi, Brian.
Wow, hi.
Yeah, he's already geeking. At first, this revelation is a relief for Brian, and so he makes things official with Lauren. But then he invites her over for dinner, at which point it begins to become pretty obvious that her intellect might just be a bit too much for Brian to handle.
Well, Lauren and I had a great time today at the Art Museum. There was a special exhibition of rare Monet paintings and...
Manet, honey.
What?
It was actually the Manet exhibit, not Monet. But no big deal. People make that mistake all the time.
Oh, right.
Brian quickly spirals into an existential crisis because heaven forbid someone outclassed him intellectually. And so he does what any male with a bruised ego would do in this situation. He tries faking being smarter than he is by rambling about a book Lauren has read about 100 times. And the result is not exactly what he had in mind.
Oh my God, you're so cute when you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, wait a minute. What the hell does that mean? Are you saying I'm not smart?
You don't have to be. You're adorable. Like those calendars that have monkeys and clothes.
Look, why don't we talk about this in the morning? I want to finish that book.
Oh, that's it. He's ruined. He's ruined. It's over. That's it. His career, it's gone. It's done. Now, feeling like the Jillian of the relationship, Brian decides to end things with Lauren. Surprisingly, Lauren doesn't flip out, but instead sees the situation for what it really is, which is that Brian is clearly not over Jillian. And because apparently her life isn't chaotic enough, she offers to help him win her back, which goes about as well as you'd expect.
Will you please take me back?
Brian, no.
Well, at least he tried. But man, would that be awkward to see live. So Brian's rejected again. The wedding continues and Jillian's off with Deshaun, leaving Brian right where he started, swirling a cup of martini while pondering his life choices. And what's even worse, he can't rebound to Lauren because he gave her worms. Now, somewhere within all that chaos was a scene involving Brian and Stewie on Lauren's set, which is where we get the infamous Bruce Jenner line from earlier, along with this gem of a scene.
Bruce Jenner is a man.
No, Brian. That's what the press would have you believe, but he's not. Bruce Jenner is a woman.
Spoken with conviction, and 9 years later, turns out to be right on the spot. So it's time we move on to more, shall we say, darker predictions, starting with the one found in Season 10, Episode 22.
We're meeting at the dog and cat and bull and whistle and fiddle and cock and pig and wolf and carriage and fife and other wolf.
But I need you to stay and have a chat with Collingsworth.
It'll all make sense as we progress, I think. Anyway, so Family Guy viewer mail number 2 is a special episode that features more or less on what-if scenarios based on viewer fan mail. At least that's what the premise of the episode is. And so we're treated to 3 mini-plots, with each one becoming more unhinged than the last. Kicking things off, we have Chap at the Manor, which essentially asks what if Family Guy was a British show, which without even thinking hard about it, is every bit as ridiculous as you'd imagine.
I look on you with favor. I look on all of you with favor.
Shut up, British Meg.
So Peter and the guys, crooked teeth and all, are at the British pub where it's announced that the Queen is passing through town. And so we get a high-stakes game of Find the Royal DNA. Why? Because Neville, British Peter, but somehow even dumber, believes he's related to the Queen. And naturally, the only way to confirm this is by stealing a lock of her hair. So to make this happen, Peter, or should I say Neville, hatches what I can only describe as the most British heist ever, a fake barber's chair set up along the Queen's parade route, which obviously doesn't work, and so he's left to chase after the Queen.
Queen! Queen, give me some of your hair! Come on, Queen, don't be a bitch!
Get us away from that lunatic!
So he does just that, and because Family Guy loves real-world parallels, the Queen's carriage crashes into a tunnel. Yes, that tunnel. Dark? Yes. On the nose? Absolutely. Neville still manages to get the lock of hair he was chasing after, I don't want to imagine how, and runs off to have it tested. A few days later, and the results are in, and of course, he's not of royal blood, because not even Family Guy is crazy enough to make him a monarch. And just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, we take a hard left down crazy lane in the next mini-plot.
Yeah, you want a Band-Aid? No problem, Turkey. Come on down to Obama-Mart. The price is free, but your ass better vote for me.
Ha! Political with a twist!
So Fat Man and Robin kicks off with Peter watching a roast of Robin Williams. And since Williams is Peter's favorite actor, he gets even more press than the man being roasted and runs out of the house to shout at God. Which in the world of cartoons is not exactly the brightest idea, especially if it's raining.
I wish everyone was Robin Williams!
Boy, that looks enticing. Yeah, this is nice.
So Peter wakes up at the hospital where he realizes that his little wish actually came true, as everything he touches now turns to Robin Williams. At first, Peter's loving his newfound power, vowing to use it responsibly, a vow he pretty much tosses out the window the moment he jumps out of the hospital bed. And so before you know it, he's turned basically everyone in Quahog into Robin Williams. The only problem with that is, well, let's just say that some people are much left better the way they were.
You're not Lois!
Brother got the Midas touch. Can't even control his ability. Naturally, he spirals into despair, realizing he's created a nightmare in which he can't escape. And so he tries everything to find true escape, including a gun, which turns into Robin Williams, at the bottom of a cliff, which also turns into Robin Williams. The story ends with Peter cutting off his own hands to avoid transforming anyone else. Too little too late, and honestly, quite the eerie ending. Fast forward to 2 years later, and the real-life Robin Williams ended his own life on the same day the episode aired in the UK. And yeah, I highly doubt that those two events were actually connected, but that is an insane parallel. Unfortunately, still on the topic of death predictions, we move on to Season 5, Episode 18, Meet the Quagmires.
Man, it's been a busy day. Dick Cheney, the chairman of Halliburton, shot Supreme Court Justice Scalia in a hunting accident, and a bullet went right through him and killed Karl Rove and Tucker Carlson.
And that's our prediction right off the bat. And while you're all still busy Googling who amongst those fine gentlemen have gone to rest, let's dive into the episode and see what it's about. It all begins at the Drunken Clam, where Quagmire is filling the boys in on his latest misadventure. Apparently, he's discovered the elusive female fourth hole. What? And between that and his other stories, Peter begins to feel like he's missed out on the single life. It's at this point that Death casually swings by the Drunken Clam, just in time for Peter to beg him for a favor.
Hey, David asked you. I'm in B-18 again.
What are you, hot?
Death initially resists because, time travel requests aren't exactly part of his job description, but when a women's basketball game comes on TV, he folds like a cheap lawn chair and sends Peter back to the 80s, because apparently enduring Peter's nonsense is still better than watching the game. So Peter's hurled back into the 80s right at the time he met Lois as a pool boy, and since he's a crash and burn first, think later kind of guy, he blows off the date he has planned with Lois to go party at St. Elmo's Clam, which, in case you're wondering, is the Drunken Clam back when it was still respectable. So Peter gets to live his teenage dream, which apparently involves lip locking with TV star Molly Ringwald. Death shows up sometime later. Peter gets sad, but the show, as they say, must come to an end. And so he follows Death back to the present, only to find out that it's not the present he remembers.
Who the hell are you? What are you doing in my bed?
Peter, it's me. Molly, your wife?
Molly Ringwald?
Turns out his little Molly fling rewrote history. Quagmire married Lois, Al Gore is president, and crime is practically non-existent thanks to healthcare, education, and, wait for it, tight gun laws. Coming full circle here with Peter's quote from earlier, huh? Still, Peter wants his old life back. Lois is his wife, the crippling mortgage, Stewie's infant homicide attempts, basically the whole package. And so he runs back to Death asking for yet another favor.
Death! Ah, thank God you're here. Listen, you gotta send me back in time again so I can marry Lois.
Man, it's been a busy day.
Death, of course, isn't exactly pleased with Peter's request, especially since the new order of things makes his work easier since there's less death happening, except for the ones we saw him list earlier, and yes, I'll get to the prediction in a moment. So Peter continues to nag Death, and he reluctantly ships Peter back again and again and again, because apparently one do-over isn't enough when you are a thick-skulled buffoon. Between Cleveland luring him to a party or Peter being himself, he manages to fumble the bag with Lois to the point where Death gives up on him and dips.
Screw this! No more mulligans! You're on your own!
God damn it, Brian, what the hell am I gonna do now?
Oh yeah, and Brian is also part of the whole saga because, a man's best friend and whatnot. Anyway, with no more do-overs left, Peter heads over to Lois's house to try and smoothen things over with her, which of course ends poorly, no thanks to him standing her up, and so Peter is left with no choice but to go full-on skater mode and chase Lois to the school dance, which is apparently where her and Quagmire kissed and became a thing. And at first, it's looking like a case of too little too late, as Lois still wants nothing to do with him. But just as Quagmire is about to seal the deal, Peter lands a haymaker on that chin the size of Rhode Island. He swoops in, kisses Lois, and just like that...
And hey, let's just all be grateful that things are completely back to normal again. Who ate all the pecan sandies?
Everything's back to normal. Well, that was easy. As normal as it gets with Family Guy, anyway. As for the episode prediction, well, the answer you've been waiting for is Antonin Scalia, who died in his sleep 9 years later after a hunting trip. Not quite the hunting accident Death described, but close enough to make you wonder if Family Guy keeps a crystal ball in the writer's room or something. Speaking of balls, pause. It wouldn't be a Family Guy list if we didn't add some American football into the mix.
Boom! Oh, come on!
My God, 10 losses in a row?
This whole season's been one long bad dream.
In 3 Acts of God, Peter and the guys seek out God to ask him to give the New England Patriots a break. And of course, since we're talking about the divine, it only makes sense that some predictions get thrown into the mix as well, which we'll get to in a moment. But for now, let's dive into the episode. So Peter, Joe, Quagmire, and Cleveland arrive at 7 a.m. on Sunday for the Patriots game. Fast forward to a 10th consecutive loss, and the gang find themselves nursing their disappointment at where else? The Drunken Clam. At which point, they catch the post-match interviews featuring some pretty interesting comments from the opposition.
All thanks and praise goes to God. He really won this one for us.
3 similar interviews later, and Peter concludes that God is betting against the Patriots, and so he rallies the guys to go find God and demand that he stop meddling with the Patriots. They start exactly where you would expect any God hunt to begin, at the local church in Quahog. After crashing a baby funeral, dark, Cleveland suggests that they chase down Carrie Underwood, based on her hit song, Jesus Take the Wheel. A lead that once again proves to be a dead end, at which point the guys pretty much decide to go on a world tour.
In Greece, it was commonly held that one could speak to the gods from the top of Mount Olympus. We should probably go there.
What do you mean gods? There's more than one?
Yes, Peter, Greece is polytheistic.
And now they're trying to catch multiple gods here. What is this, Pokemon? So they visit pretty much every place on Earth where anyone has ever erected an altar, only none of those places have brought them any closer to any deity, except for Greece, where they ran into Kronos, who gave them a gift basket. Apparently he's the god of that too. And no, we can't rewind the clock back for the Patriots, because apparently all he does is tell the time. Plus, going back in time won't exactly change the outcome of those games. Now I'm starting to sound like a nerd. Moving on. Dejected, the guys sling back into the Drunken Clam to drown their sorrows in beer, and that's when they get a visit from Death. No big deal, just Cleveland's show getting killed off again. Peter then seizes the moment and convinces Death to take them to God. Obviously not the smartest request, but Death isn't one to dwell on the details. Or lack of, in this case. So he takes them to see God, without ending them, of course.
Oh, hey, I'm God. Welcome to heaven.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Now face to face with God, Peter wastes no time demanding the gods steer clear of all Patriot games. Well, God denies any involvement at first, but eventually admits to having a grudge against head coach Bill Belichick. Apparently the man has never smiled, even after winning 3 Super Bowls, which doesn't exactly say grateful. It is at this point that God strikes a deal with Peter and the guys.
If you make Belichick smile, I'll let the Patriots win again.
Okay, you're on.
Sounds easy enough, except Bill is basically the human definition of stoic. Peter and the guys quickly go to work to get Bill to smile, but despite throwing everything with the kitchen sink to get a grin, he doesn't flinch a bit. And so the boys finally give up on saving the Patriots. But just they're about to pack it in, this happens.
We gotta get to the hospital anyway. Our friend Joe here has to have his fluids changed every 72 hours or else he swells up and his eyes turn yellow.
What was that?
Oh my God, Joe, quick, tell him more about your sad life.
A few sad stories later, and they finally crack Bill's iron face. Task complete. God keeps his word, and the Patriots are back in action. Oh, and Peter also squeezes in one extra request.
What's happening?
Don't look at her. Don't look at her. It's okay, just go with it. It'll all be over in a second.
As for the prediction, well, if you guessed the Patriots winning the Super Bowl for the first time in 10 years, then you're spot on, as they go to win it a year after this episode was aired. I might need Family Guy to do an episode on Arsenal. Turns out 3 Acts of God wasn't the only time Peter and his crew acted like deranged fanboys, as we see in Season 6's Back to the Woods.
I love Barry Manilow.
Oh my God, he's the best!
I have everything he's ever recorded!
Me too! In my car!
And surprise, surprise, the episode once again begins the Drunken Clam. Man. I feel like every single episode we talked about so far has started the Drunken Clam. Am I wrong? It just feels like that. Anyway, the boys hear that Barry Manilow's coming to town, and naturally they pretend they're too cool to care, but within minutes they're screaming louder than teenage girls at a Taylor Swift concert. Fast forward to Manilow's show, and Quagmire gets called up on stage, where the star serenades him like it's prom night. And there's just something about Glenn's massive jaw that honestly makes the scene just hilarious.
Oh, Quagmire, you kissed me and stopped me from shaking. And I need you today, oh Quagmire.
And there's also the fact that at the time of this episode, Manilow was thought to be straight. 9 years later, he'd come out as gay. So, hey, I guess this still counts as a prediction. A very early one, but it happened. Anyway, back to the episode. So the boys return from the concert that evening when Peter realizes that he's lost his wallet at the concert, which of course means that every haircut, movie rental, and 6-pack of beer is on hold for the foreseeable future. However, his lack of financial muscle turns out to be the least of his worries when his credit card bill turns up in the mailbox with a $16,000 debt. Naturally, Peter and Brian slip into detective mode, mostly Brian, and after being forced to sniff Peter's butt, the wallet being there in his back pocket, Brian is able to trace the credit card to the unlikeliest of people.
Oh my God, it's you!
James Woods!
Hello, Peter. I've been expecting you.
All right, maybe not the unlikeliest considering the history he has with Peter, but I digress. James Woods is back. And big shocker, getting locked in a crate for years only fuels your desire for revenge. Woods ditches the restaurant with Peter's wallet, and since Peter and Brian both skipped Identity Theft 101, they just turn around and head home. Which turns out to be a very big mistake, because when both of them get home, they find James Woods chilling in their living room, wearing the same oversized white shirt and green pants that Peter normally wears. Awkward conversation ensues, at which point Joe is called to the house to settle things once and for all, and since this is Joe we're talking about, well, see for yourself.
Home?
What are you talking about? This is my house.
No, this house belongs to Peter Griffin, and that's me.
Driver's license, social security card, passport, title to the house. This puts me in a tough spot.
And just like that, Peter gets evicted from his own house, while Woods becomes the new Peter Griffin. He redecorates the place, slaps his face on every photo, leashes Brian outside like a satin lawn ornament, and because you can never be too sure about how identity laws work, keeps a shotgun handy for intruders. Which of course is Peter, who tries to sneak back into the house disguised as Chris's new friend, Scooter, and for a hot second he almost pulls it off. But there's only so long a hat worn backwards can fool a celebrity.
You know, Scooter, we don't allow hats at the dinner table.
Oh, my bad, Mr. G.
Dad, no! Aha! I should have known! Get out of my house right now!
And there's the fact that Peter is not exactly the brightest make-believe kid on the playground, except for that one time he was Lando Griffin, but that's a very long story, so let's just stick to this one, shall we? Okay, so Peter gets chased out of his own house again with a shotgun, causing him to retreat to a shabby hotel room to mope. Luckily for him, Brian, who'd been left outside unsurprised, follows him back to the hotel and offers Peter some solid advice.
Wait a minute, Peter. If he's Peter Griffin, then that means you can be James Woods.
That's a great idea, Brian. If I was a famous movie star, I wouldn't even want my family.
No, Peter, I'm saying you can do to him what he did to you. You can ruin him.
That, my friends, is why he was outsmarted in the first place. Brian, bless his patient dog heart, explains the situation to Peter as slowly as he can. Since Woods is busy messing up Peter's life, Peter is free to pretty much do the same. After all, identity theft is a two-edged sword, and no one wields weapons as carelessly as Peter does. So they sneak back into the house to link up with Stewie, who is surprisingly cooperative and offers to forge the documents they need. One toddler craft session later, and Peter Griffin is now the new James Woods. Peter then hits the town posing as James Woods, and since he's already an expert at dragging his own name through beer and mud, it doesn't take long for him to do the same to James Woods' reputation either.
Well, Dave, I have a hilarious new movie coming out on HBO next month. It's all about 9/11. The movie's called September 11th, 2000 Fun.
No!
James, that sounds unbelievably offensive to Americans.
Yeah, that should do it all right. Pissed off, Woods tracks Peter down to the Drunken Clam. He challenges Peter to a brawl. Peter accepts and chooses a nearby ally as the venue. And the rest, from that point, is history.
Peter, I'm here. Where are ya? Ooh, a piece of candy. 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 Ooh, a piece of candy.
Back in the box again, and this time for good. Guess it pays to listen to Brian. And you know who else should have listened to Brian? Well, her name starts with a letter that pretty much sums up the result of her actions.
I can't believe you guys. Don't you realize you're contributing to a potential public health disaster by not vaccinating your child?
That's exactly the point. My child. He's my child, and nothing matters more than his well-being.
Oh, God, this is going to be a Lewis story, isn't it?
So Season 15's Hot Shots is basically a sneak peek into 2020, as the 2016 episode showed us a world riddled with a pandemic and stubborn anti-vaxxers. It all starts in the Griffin house with the family watching TV and Meg running downstairs with a bat in tow. However, instead of calling an exterminator, Peter decides he's the perfect guy to handle it, and so retreated to failed attempt after failed attempt till he eventually injures one of his kids' arms.
Oh, now I want you to live.
What is it? Ow!
Peter and Lois rush Stewie to the hospital. Luckily, it's just a bruise, but since the doctor is not about to let them leave without getting some syringe action going, he seizes the opportunity to suggest updating Stewie's vaccinations. However, one read of the vaccination pamphlet is enough to get Lois second-guessing, so she decides to go home and just think about it, which of course leads her down a rabbit hole filled with every anti-vaxxer chat room she can find. And before you know it, Lois goes from a concerned mom to basically the leader of the anti-vaxxer movement.
Right. Come on, Peter. I've got all the stuff for our anti-vaccination rally.
I don't believe this. It's bad enough you guys aren't vaccinating Stewie. Now you're trying to convince other people to make the same reckless choice?
Lois goes to work spreading the gospel of anti-vaccination, and with Peter, a master of propaganda, by her side, well, nothing and no one can stop them.
Vaccinations cause autism, paralysis, and even death. Fact. Vaccinate rhymes with masturbate. Would you let a doctor do that to your kid?
Like, how do you even argue a point like that? By the time Peter's masterpiece airs, Quahog is fully on board the anti-vaxxer train, a train with a one-way ticket to Pandemicville, as all the kids in town have now contracted measles. It is at this point that Lois finally sees the error of her ways, oh, and also Peter's ways, because he was in on it too. Unfortunately, this revelation arrives right after Peter had destroyed the town's supply of vaccinations, because when Peter sets his mind to something dumb, he sees it through.
Gotta get to the hospital and get Stewie vaccinated.
It kind of destroyed all the vaccines. All right, what else?
I mean, if you're gonna ruin public health, you might as well do it with sass. So the entire town is put under lockdown, at which point Stewie freaks out about his lack of vaccination. No thanks to people dropping all over town like flies. He decides to bolt out of town, and since nothing is ever straightforward in Family Guy, his exodus out of Quahog comes with a few twists and turns. First, he bumps into future Stewie, who might be more of a junkie than a time traveler, then tries to evade the police by swinging on a bridge. Of course, things go sideways, and Stewie nearly plummets to his demise, only to be saved by none other than Sean Penn.
Vaccinations are a human right.
Great, just what I needed, a lecture from liberal Hollywood.
This whole thing has been a lecture from liberal Hollywood.
In the end, the Griffins get to count their lucky stars, and also count the fact that 150 Quahog residents kinda died. Turns out living in the same town as the Griffins reduces your life expectancy by about half, go figure. Yet one could argue that there are worse fates than a reduced lifespan, like the one Meg was staring at in Season 10's Lego My Mego.
Oh my god, Dad, are they gonna take me? I'm so scared.
Meg? Meg?
So Meg's misfortune pretty much begins where you'd normally expect, and no, it's not at home, and no, it's not at the Drunken Clam. It's actually at school, where the entirety of the gym class sees Connie D'Amico rally the entire class against Meg.
All right, ladies, let's pick teams for dodgeball. Connie, would you like to be a captain?
Sure, I pick everyone except Meg.
Fair enough. Go!
Tired of being everyone's punching bag, Meg jumps at her friend Ruth's suggestion to study abroad in Paris. After wrangling permission from Lois, because Peter's opinion is about as relevant as an expired coupon, Meg and Ruth jet off to Paris, leaving Quahog and its madness behind. Hours later, they land on what looks like the perfect postcard city, but then they decide to share a ride with some random French dude, and what's worse, stop the ride in front of their new residence. Naturally, said rando instantly calls up his shady associates, and before you can say bonjour, Meg and Ruth are whisked away, leaving Peter on the phone feeling helpless.
What I do have is $2 and a Casio wristwatch. You can have one of them.
Dracar Noir.
These guys are serious. Lois, Meg's dead!
Ah, Peter, always a beacon of hope, really. Back in Quahog, the FBI swoops in, delivering what has to be the worst motivational speech ever known to mankind. If she's not found in 96 hours, she'll vanish forever. And as if that wasn't bad enough, then there's this.
We've got to hurry!
Sorry, we can't begin our search until she's been missing for 96 hours.
Oh my god! My baby!
Yeah, there's a pretty grisly trait over there. Usually we just end up burying framed pictures.
Taxpayer money hard at work, folks. Brian overhears the doomsday clock they put on Meg and decides it's time for him and Stewie to step up. They hop on the next flight to Paris and quickly get to work tracking Meg down, starting from Ruth's place. Turns out Stewie's much more equipped than the FBI, and thanks to his recorded snippet of the kidnapper's voice during Meg's call with Peter, he's able to track the kidnappers right to their den. After a brief skirmish, well, maybe not brief, but you get the point, they run upstairs to the kidnapper's lair where they find a bunch of girls handcuffed to beds.
Stewie, I don't see Meg anywhere. Brian, look! Oh my god! Meg! What the hell? Where'd you get that hat?
A girl gave it to me.
And as it turns out, that girl, being Meg of course, is now on her way to a slave auction house. So they head over to the auction house where Stewie has the brilliant idea to disguise himself as merch. They end up separated at the venue, and Brian, dressed up as an Arabian prince, is forced to buy him back for $500,000. And it's at this point that the jig is up.
That was so fun!
How will you be paying?
Oh, I don't have any money. Can we work it out maybe some other way?
Wait a minute. Something doesn't smell funny here. You're not Arab!
So they get captured, and since we're in the realm of cartoon villainy, they both get chained up to a rusty pipe. A few tugs and they break free, knock out the guard, and storm off to find Meg. Only it's a case of too little, slightly too late, as although Meg is fine, she's now on her way to her newest owner. They chase Meg's captors onto a yacht, and might I say, one of the most epic sequences of Family Guy history, which turns into a shootout on the deck with the captors. Meanwhile, Meg is below deck meeting her new owner, which turns out to be an Arab prince who bought her to be his son's new wife.
Fair goddess, it is my hope that you will agree to be my wife, but the choice is yours. If you say no, I will have you flown back to your family on our private jet. But if you say yes, I will spend the rest of my days making your every wish come true.
I mean, we all know what Meg was gonna choose. But the moment they lock lips, Stewie ends the fantasy with a well-placed bullet. He then quickly wipes Meg's memory, yay for convenient Men in Black mind wipe technology, leaving Meg with no knowledge of her fiancé taking a dirt nap. And as a final gag from the Family Guy Grim Reaper, it's revealed that poor Ruth is alive, minus her tongue. As for the prediction, well, during Stewie's auction, one of the men who put in a bid was none other than Brett Ratner. 5 years after the episode, and he's out of Hollywood after being accused of sexual harassment. But our next prediction is also once again in the realm of sexual harassment. Brought to us by Season 14's The New Adventures of Old Tom.
Good evening, Quahog. I'm Dallas Portland.
And I'm T. Homie with the news in your mouth!
What the hell's he doing?
Hopefully my midlife crisis is just as colorful. We kick things off at the Quahog Mall because apparently Peter has used all of Lois's underwear as makeshift slingshots. I mean, what else are you gonna use women's underwear for, really? Naturally, Lois is ready to leave after restocking her drawer, but Peter decides that it is the perfect time to turn into a video game junkie. Lois gets angry and ditches him at the mall, and by the time Peter comes to it, he's all alone. And for some reason, he can't take a cab back home. Maybe he's broke, maybe he's forgotten the way back. Either way, he ends up stuck at the mall at night, and what could possibly go wrong in that scenario?
Holy crap! Wait! Don't close the mall! Like an actual Amtrak train, this is dangerously out of control! That's legally defensible, by the way. On your screen is a list of actual rail disasters.
Everything is the answer. One night of that, and he's on the local idiot gets trapped on the mall train news, at which point the news star Quahog 5 News in the name of Dallas Portland makes his grand debut. A few minutes on the airwaves, and pretty much every housewife in a 10-mile radius is suddenly fanning themselves. Peter, feeling jealous that Lois and her gal pals are swooning over Dallas, heads to the drunken clam to drown his sorrows. Standard protocol for Family Guy men, by the way. There, he bumps into an equally depressed Tom Tucker. Turns out Dallas has managed to upstage every male in Quahog, including Tom himself. And this is where the prediction comes in, with Peter comparing Tucker's downfall to that of Charlie Rose, the talk show host. And while the cutaway involved Rose covering the news while heavily drunk, his downfall would come but a bit differently a year after the episode aired due to multiple allegations of sexual harassment. Anyway, back to the story. Peter, in his clearly finite wisdom, decides that the best way to help Tom is by making him cool again, and apparently cool equals midlife crisis stunts, so they strap a GoPro to Tom and try to make a skateboarding video. Which, surprisingly enough, starts off pretty well. Only this is a show where random things tend to happen a lot, so we get a bear attack. So fast forward to the next news broadcast, and Tom debuts his fresh new young guy look. And because his whole act screams epic cringe, plus he did bleed himself on live TV trying to get a tattoo on his face in real time, Tucker ends up being relieved of his duties on air. With his job gone, Tucker finally hits rock bottom. Peter goes to Tom's apartment to apologize, but Tom's too busy throwing himself a pity party. Actually, scratch that, he's throwing himself off the building. Yeah, Tom's on the roof ready to jump, and Dallas arrives, of course, to cover the suicide for sweeps week.
Look, Tom, before you do anything crazy, you should know one thing. I have that exact same bathrobe.
Hey, Tom, the camera's gonna be on you in a second. Before you jump, could you just hand me this microphone? Like you're passing me the torch?
What the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? Getting an interview with a crazed jumper on the brink of suicide. This is huge!
Good to see that textbook narcissism isn't off journalism curricula yet. In a dramatic twist, though, Peter flips the script and threatens his own suicide, effectively giving Tom an exclusive interview to show the world he's still a relevant newsman. Tom talks Peter down, and in typical comedic timing, a pigeon spooks Peter, causing Tom to fall off the roof. Fortunately, he lands on a group of unsuspecting bystanders. Not that I say that out loud, that's actually a tragedy. But anyway, the next day, thanks to the high ratings from Tom's near-death coverage, he gets his old job back. Now let's move on to something something that sounds wholesome, but I promise you really isn't. We're gonna talk about every single one of Quagmire's relationships. Glenn Quagmire is an awful person. Let's just say that now, up front. He's a shameless womanizer who objectifies literally all the time.
Hey, Meg, 18 yet?
No.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Well, I'm glad, Brian.
All right.
Voila, one of the few examples you're gonna see in this video. But between all of those one-night stands he's having, Quagmire has actually managed to tie himself down on occasion.
Well, then you've never seen me at my best before. All thanks to Carrie.
Oh, not at the dinner table.
So today, I've gathered each and every Glenn Quagmire relationship I could find, and as insane as it sounds, Quagmire's relationships get even crazier than his normal hookups. Want proof? We'll look no further than Quagmire's Quagmire, where Quagmire finds a new girlfriend in Sonya.
Ow! 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 You're hurting me, and I really need to clean out my trunk.
Giggity.
That's my word. That's my word!
Oh yeah, Girlfriend of the Year award incoming. The episode kicks off with the boys heading to the Apple store where Glenn picks up his very first MacBook. He gets home and starts toying with the new technology, but to put it lightly, he's not so great with computers.
Okay, wait, there's an agreement that just popped up. Just hit accept. Well, that seems a little foolhardy, doesn't it, Peter?
Come on, Glenn, nobody's got the time to read those 40-page agreements. What's the worst that could happen if you just click?
No, Peter, the whole thing's fried. I can't even... Ah! What the hell?
Hey, you clicked accept.
I stand corrected. With his computer still acting up, Glenn heads back to the Apple store for tech support, and as soon as the lady at the front counter cracks open his laptop, the exact type of site you'd expect Quagmire to be on opens up at full volume. Thankfully, the tech girl knows the issue down to a T.
Your browser history shows that you've been going to kinkylatinas.net.
Oh.
Personally, I'd recommend college Latinas.
Wow, so you're into that kind of stuff too?
Uh-huh.
Sounds like she's got a lot of experience in the field. Quagmire's into the girl, though, takes her out on a date where they start to really hit it off, pervy topics and all. Glenn wakes up the next morning and realizes he got lucky with her the night before. Though, oddly, he doesn't remember what all went down. Sonya tells him that even though Glenn seemed like a sure thing, she really wanted to make sure, and...
You roofied me?
Are you mad?
I'm in love.
Glenn, you're telling me that the way for you to fall in love with a woman is if she drugs you? Obviously, this girl's messed up, but if that's how Glenn's love logic works, then apparently these two frickwads are made for each other, no? With someone as depraved as him as a partner, Quagmire's sex shenanigans skyrocket from doing it in front of his old senile principal on a basketball court to covering each other in paint and recreating the Chinese alphabet. Seems Quagmire's got no limits when it comes to coitus, until Sonya says this.
I want you to have sex with your father. Yep. And I'm gonna watch.
Hi, Glenn.
I would have been out of this relationship way before that point, but I'll emphasize it here. If I were Glenn, I'd run for my life. Sonya says that their relationship should be about pushing each other's boundaries, and so...
Did you enjoy your stay at the Marriott?
No, I did not.
Oh, that's not pushing boundaries. That's crimes against humanity. With that lovely moment in his repertoire, Glenn heads to the bar, and the boys are worried about him.
No, wait, give me those. Oh my God!
Quagmire, what the hell happened?
Call me a kink shamer, but this is messed up. To make matters worse, Sonya followed Glenn to the bar and ramps up the kinkiness to dangerous degrees as soon as he steps out.
I mean, I understand that no doesn't mean no, but...
This is one of your fantasies, right?
Sonya publicly humiliates Glenn by beating him bloody before stuffing him in a trunk and driving off. She even out-giggitied him, which is, I mean, well played, honestly. Eventually, Peter, Joe, and Ida gets concerned after they hadn't heard from Glenn in quite the while and heads off to find him, eventually leading them to Sonya's shed. Hey, a house wouldn't be complete without one.
Quagmire, you in there?
Oh, he's eating. We'll come back when you're done eating.
Peter's a good friend, but his deductive reasoning, well, I'm glad Quagmire had Joe here. Let's just say that. The gang breaks into the storage unit, but before they can make the save, Sonya shows up and flips Joe's gun on everyone.
What the hell?
How'd you know the gun would jam?
The gun was never loaded. Sort of had a mental breakdown in April. No more bullets for this guy.
Joe's got that Mission Impossible type plan. That was epic. Glenn's released from his crazy girlfriend's chamber, and to celebrate, the boys head to the clam to celebrate everything being back to normal.
And it's good to put all those troubles behind us.
My dad told me he's pregnant.
Oh. I refuse to question that, let alone think about it any further at all. The one thing I do always question is how things would have been if Quagmire ended up with Lois. Okay, I don't always question that. That's just fracking weird. I just needed a good segue. And we get our answer in the episode, Meet the Quagmires.
I love all your jokes. That's why I married you.
It's shallow, it's despicable, but hey, at least they seem happy. It all starts at the Drunken Clim, where Quagmire's talking about the wonders of his unmarried life.
Women have a fourth hole. I mean, it's only visible if you're looking from exactly the right angle, like the entrance to Hogwarts.
Glenn's convos are always so riveting, no? The talk's got Peter wishing for a bit more excitement in his life as he realizes he spent all of his wild teenage years with Lois instead of going crazy like all the other kids that age. So he asks Death, who just happens to be at the bar, of course, don't question it, to send him back in time to when he was 18 for just one night. Death agrees, and Peter is back in the 80s, where everyone sees him as how he looked back then. Peter had a date with Lois the day he was sent back, but decides a change of plans are in order that'll help him embrace his wild side.
Lois, we got the rest of our lives, but tonight I got plans with Cleveland.
Golly goober! You know, Peter, there are gentler ways to let your future wife down, okay? That's just... Later that night, Peter heads to the clan with young Cleveland and ends up making out with Molly Ringwald, but before he can get any further, Death wraps things up and sends Pete back to present day, where Molly Ringwald is his wife. Naturally, he takes the news well. He's got the voice of an angel. Brian notices things are out of whack in a bunch of different ways, with the most noticeable change being that Lois is coming out of Quagmire's house.
Come here, baby. Let's head upstairs and play hide and go anal.
In case that subtle nod didn't tip you off, it turns out Quagmire and Lois are married now. Brian and Peter deduce that their one night in the 80s drastically changed the future, and only have their suspicions confirmed when they head over to Quagmire's family for dinner.
Oh!
Those chins haunt my nightmares to this day, by the way. Peter tries to talk to Lois about how they were meant to be, but she says that Peter's preference to party left the door wide open for Glenn to sweep her off her feet at the country club dance. And it really does seem like she's taking a liking to Quagmire's lifestyle.
Let's go upstairs and do it.
Okay.
That's slapping Peter in the face on a whole new, much more disgusting level. How does Lois put up with him and his constant sex jokes? Peter and Brian realize they've got to get Death to send them back to the 80s and set things right. And thankfully, he does just that. With Death helping, Peter's got the perfect pathway to please Lois and set the future straight, as long as he doesn't botch it up.
You are a delight. I look forward to watching it with you, sweetheart.
That's a pretty big screw up, if I dare say so. Though thankfully Death sets him back up for another try, and it looks like all is well. Or at least it does, until Cleveland tells him all about his plans for a night on the town. What'll it be? A lifetime of happiness with Lois, or a single night of partying with Cleveland? Do I even have to finish that sentence? We're talking about Peter Griffin here. Of course he's going to be irresponsible. At least Glenn appreciates Lois, kind of. In fact, he appreciates her so much that she invited him to the country club dance, exactly where she said that she fell in love with him in the other timeline. And Death is just absolutely done reversing things now, so Peter's got to figure out how to fix things for good. Later at the dance, Quagmire's making moves with Lois, so Peter and Brian sneak in to try to win one more chance with her. He tries talking things through, but she still refuses, and it looks like time is running out. With all other options exhausted, Peter decides that there's only one option left to fix things.
Hey, Quagmire!
Huh?
Sorry, Lois, but I have to do this.
Because violence is always the answer. Believe it or not, though, Peter manages to win Lois's heart with that punch, and the two decide to spend their lives together. Poor Glenn, though. He really did seem happy with his life with Lois. I mean, he had kids. Doesn't matter how terrifying they look, they're still his kids. So Quagmire's marital issues don't end there, as, yes, he was actually married once more in I Take the Quagmire. Though, as per any Quagmire relationship, to call it healthy is more than a stretch.
I love you, Glenn.
I love you too, insane woman.
What?
Oh, right.
He's got such a smooth way with words. The episode starts with Peter on Wheel of Fortune, where, get this, he wins. Never let someone tell you dimwits prevent success. As part of his earnings, he gets 1 free week of maid service, and believe me, he goes to town with requests for his new servant, Joan.
No one's cleaned my belly, but Lois is afraid to go near there, and my fingers are too thick.
That's a black hole of a belly right there. Joan, don't fall in! Wanting to make the most of his last night with the maid, Peter and the boys decide to load a watermelon with pudding and firecrackers to prank Meg, and it goes about as well as it could go, I guess. But when the maid comes in to clean up, Quagmire gets a bit out of character.
Hey there. It's nice to pleasure your acquaintance. Would you like to go out to dinner tomorrow night?
I'd love to.
God, he works fast.
I mean, when has Quagmire ever been reduced to stuttering like this while fully clothed? After some Disney fantasies that are as lovely as they are controversial, it's Glenn and Joan's 3-week anniversary, which means it's the perfect time to pop the question. The boys can't believe Glenn's now engaged, with Peter believing this is all a prank. But when the families of Spooner Street show up for Glenn's engagement party, they realize it's no joke.
Come on in, friends.
Not a leopard print carpet or pink thong in sight. Glenn's a changed man. Even his own bachelor party doesn't break Quagmire's domesticated chill.
All right, Quagmire, time for your lap dance.
No, guys, it's degrading to women.
Glenn Quagmire worrying about objectifying women? What world are we living in? The boys are super worried about him now and try to get through to his wild side, but with the wedding tomorrow, they've got to take drastic measures to do so.
I know you have a foot fetish, so I got you the Statue of Liberty's foot.
Jones all the foot I need now.
I don't even want to know how much effort Peter went through to get that, but for Glenn to turn it down, Peter has every right to be upset. At the wedding, Peter decides to use one last tactic to break Glenn, Lois. If you couldn't tell from the last episode, he's obviously got at least a little bit of a thing for her. So Peter spills champagne all over Lois's chest, and to get her dry, well, I don't know about you guys, but I think towels are overrated.
Here, let me jiggle you dry.
I made a terrible mistake.
Yay, they did it. I don't think this is a good thing. Tears on a wedding day go both ways sometimes. Eventually, Glenn gently brings up the idea of divorce with Joan, with which Joan, being a reasonable lady, a calm and rational discussion follows suit.
What?
But.
Because if you ever left me, I'd have to cut myself. I'd cut you.
With the stakes raised, the boys decide that the only way to split Glenn and Joan up without anyone getting hurt is if Glenn, quote unquote, dies. They even capture footage of Glenn's last moments, first getting attacked by a ninja, then a robot, and finally...
Dun, 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 dun.
Well, I'm sold. Joan isn't, though. So the boys initiate Plan B. Heart attack. Glenn fakes all the symptoms to really sell the fatality, and I do mean all of them.
I said when people die, they void their bowels. Oh my God! What a jackass!
Oh, the things we do for love, and the things we do to get out of it. Glenn's funeral takes place the next day, and it's so convincing that even Death himself showed up. A close call with some cement forces Quagmire out of the act, but Death still gotta take someone with him.
So...
No, you can't take him!
Death was never specific about which Quagmire had to go. Although, to be fair to Joan, she literally sacrificed herself for Glenn. That's very sad. Glenn's gotta be feeling pretty rough right about now.
Can you leave that body here for another 5 minutes?
Right back to normal. I can't believe I expected anything less. Oh, I wouldn't say Joan was the worst of Quagmire's spouses over the years, because in The Giggity Wife, Glenn ended up with a real piece of work.
I would like to pawn all these clothes for crack money.
The episode starts with Peter, Joe, and Quagmire headed to Harvard to get some free grub thanks to a confiscated ID from Joe. After dinner, the boys head to a bar and get absolutely wasted, wrecking the town in all sorts of insane ways, including sailing down the streets in a massive ship. Physics don't apply when you're having fun, good to know. Though the fun comes to a screeching halt the next morning, and not because of a hangover.
Who the hell are you?
Who the hell do you think I am, sweetie?
Dark times have befallen this poor, poor man. With Shawnice as his new wife, Glenn immediately asks for a divorce, but she's happy to finally have a chance at living out her wedded dreams. Even after questioning the legitimacy of the marriage, Joe takes one look at the certificate and confirms it's real, meaning Glenn is stuck with this keeper till she agrees to split.
This is true love. Hey, what's our last name again?
The next day, Joe tells Glenn that Quahog's divorce lawyers heavily favor women, so even if Glenn did manage to split, he'd end up losing everything in the process. The only way around it is if she agrees to the divorce. Hear that, kids? Always get prenup. So Glenn decides to try and make the most of the situation and just adapt to being married. Firstly, by getting Shawnice a pelvic exam. Considering the fact that she's never had one, it'll be no easy task.
God, who are the pigs who just throw their empty beer cans down here?
The next step of Glenn's plan is to get her some better clothes, and so Shawnice heads out on a massive shopping spree before pawning off all her clothes for crack money. Glenn's got a real keeper there, guys. Next up, he's got to indoctrinate her into suburban life and bring her to dinner at the Griffin's place. Chris, being a bag full of hormones, capitalizes.
I have $3.74. Do something to me. I love you.
That night, Shawnice propositions Glenn, but he turns her down, which makes her ask if he's gay. Seeing a golden opportunity, Glenn asks if that'd be a problem for his wife, and she says yes. So Glenn just maximum overdrive.
I was gonna make you breakfast maybe once a week, and
I would have loved that, Charmise, if I just weren't so super duper double gay.
Seems pretty gay to Shawnice as she agrees to a no-fault divorce, meaning Glenn's off the hook. That is, until she walks in on Glenn watching straight porn. Couldn't have waited just a few minutes, you frick. The only way Glenn can prove to Shawnice that he's truly gay is if she watches him do it with another man, and thankfully Glenn's got an ace in the hole. Peter.
I have some demands.
Of course, of course.
There will be no kissing on the mouth.
Okay.
I changed my mind. There will be kissing on the mouth.
Part of Peter's demands here is that Glenn has to take him to a beautiful dinner, but the awkwardness of the scenario isn't lost despite the candles and roses. In fact, Glenn looks a little tense.
I'm tense because I have to bang you in 20 minutes.
Sure.
What the is going on with my life?
You brought this on yourself! Finally, the time has come to do the deed. Shawnice is ready to watch, and so the two begin.
Oh, yeah, that was so hot.
Just like we always do.
Oh, real convincing there, guys. Thankfully, before things get messier, Shawnice realizes that even though Glenn isn't gay, if he's willing to do this much to get a divorce, their marriage wasn't meant to be.
I wanted to be somebody's wife, not somebody's burden. Good luck to you, sweetie.
Well, I'm glad she came to her senses. It only took a near-forced copulation to do so, but hey, she got there eventually. Thankfully, in the episode Take My Wife, Glenn's just back to dating, but that doesn't mean this girlfriend is any more of a suitable life partner. Not to say he's one, but I'm just...
Quagmire, what color are Kimmy's eyes?
Shaved. Sorry, what is it? What's the question?
I mean, come on. What husband ever knows what color his wife's eyes are? I mean, we're being real here. The episode starts with the wives of Spooner Street talking to the husbands about booking a trip to the Bahamas while prices are discounted. One issue, the deal is for couples only. Glenn's single for now. The couples meet up at the Griffin household ready to leave, but right before they do so, Glenn shows up with his new girlfriend, Kimmy.
I met her in a pop-up window on the internet.
Hi, Peter Griffin, all but separated.
Let's rush past the fact that Glenn's a computer virus dodger and point out that Peter just said that in front of his wife. After flying out, the gang finally makes it to their resort, and right off the bat, they're showing just how classy they all can be.
Something about black people wearing all white clothes. Very peaceful.
I can't tell if she meant that as a compliment, but it shouldn't have come out of her mouth, that's for certain. Later that night, the gang head to a beach barbecue, but Glenn didn't get the memo that he had to have a shirt to eat. Probably should have changed either way, though.
What the hell happened to you?
Oh, Kimmy and I fell asleep on the beach.
Yeah, I think you better change.
Okay, we'll be down in a minute.
Turns out that the whole trip is actually one giant couples therapy week that the girls trick their husbands into. But just because Quagmire and Kimmy are new to each other doesn't mean that they can't get in on the fun with the I feel statements.
My cervix hurts.
I feel pride.
However, the next day, the counselor says that while all the couples are incompatible with their current partners, they'd each work better with one another's partner. And just for a day, they're all required to switch around. And it goes pretty well. Everyone's getting along great with their new partners, but Peter gets along with Kimmy a little too well.
$1,000 for one whole handful of your butt. For 2 handfuls, I'll give you my car.
One cheek for $1,000 and 2 cheeks for an entire car. Someone hasn't read Art of the Deal. Lois angrily rounds up everyone to head home early, but right as she does so, the staff of the island revolts to take it back, leaving the families to run for their lives. Glenn and his new partner, Bonnie, make it to the forest and start thinking about escape plans.
I saw a small landing strip, giggity. Chance to get off giggity the island.
Did you really see that?
I don't know, baby. I'm crazy with the heat. Take your pants off.
That plan was dropped faster than a New Year's resolution. Eventually, the couples realize their new partners aren't everything they're cracked up to be before they're captured by the rebels. They're grouped up and picked off one by one, but hey, at least they have enough class to allow some final words.
Any last words?
Moist.
There's a lot of words that I'd expect to be Quagmire's last, but moist probably does make the most sense, doesn't it? Well, that and giggity. In their last moments, Peter and Lois apologize to one another for being bad partners and rekindle their love for each other, surprisingly. The gunmen cover their heads and take them outside, with the two saying, "I love you," one last time before...
You've successfully completed the program.
What?
Every bit of that was staged? Yeah, so turns out this was some extreme form of marriage counseling. Who would pay for that? So yeah, all the couples head home alive. Oh, and Quagmire and Kimmy break up off screen because it was kind of obvious that he was just using her for giggity time from the get-go. Speaking of obvious, can you guess what happens when Quagmire gets a hold of Tinder? Well, the dating game shows us all exactly what we'd expect.
Good time, the way you wanna love tonight.
Yeah, his next relationship here is basically with his phone. Not hoping the men are gross accusations out here. After a bunch of medieval antics, don't ask, Quagmire sees Mort walking off with a beautiful lady, all thanks to Tinder, which he amazingly doesn't know about at this point.
What's Tinder?
It's an app for your phone.
What, like hookers?
Nope, just 2 horny people with phones.
Hey, is Joe wrong? The next day, the boys make Quagmire his Tinder account, and after learning the ropes of making a good bio and how to swipe, he gets his first match. Though to put it gently, Quagmire isn't as much of a Casanova online as he is in real life.
I hope this finds you well. Appreciated your last communication.
No, stop. Just send her an eggplant and the erupting volcano.
Still though, sounding like Shakespeare on Tinder probably isn't gonna win you any favors. Quagmire gets his first date and heads over, bouquet in hand, ready to run through all the motions before getting to the good stuff, though plans change pretty quickly.
A lovely bouquet.
Take off your pants and sit on the coffee table.
Okay.
That's gotta be some whiplash for Quagmire. It's like eating at a fancy restaurant all your life and then going through a drive-thru for the first time. Quagmire goes on a escapade with Tinder, swiping right on everyone, and before you know it, the boys wonder where he's been, head over to his place to check up on him. To absolutely no one's surprise, he's turned into a sex-obsessed golem, loincloth and all.
Let's get a little light in here, huh, buddy?
Ah! It burns my Tinder!
Boys have to take drastic measures though, so while he's distracted by another date, they grab his phone and throw it out. However, Quagmire can't break his swiping fever, and so the boys break into song to get the old Quagmire back.
There was a time when you'd be more selective and feeling erective.
Only a Family Guy song could get away with that. And American Dad. And BoJack Horseman. And Rick and Morty. And The Cleveland Show. And South Park. Oh, and... But despite the gang singing all about how Tinder makes you gross, Quagmire still won't give up his new favorite app and heads to a bar to drink his troubles away like a normal adult. While there, he meets a real girl who notices he's upset, giving Glenn the perfect chance to break his sad Tinder streak, and after some soul searching, he realizes he's got to get back to his pickup art roots. One short convo about a fake dead brother later, and...
My shouldn't be alone tonight. All right.
Okay, enough of the rapid-fire relationships there. Let's get back to long-term commitments in the episode Must Love Dogs.
My name's Carrie. It's really nice talking to you, Glenn.
Hey! Candy!
Hell hath no fury like an angry daughter dressed as Elsa. So Carrie and Glenn head out on a date at a coffee shop where Glenn quickly realizes that she's a dog person. Let it be known, he is not.
I don't think I could be with someone who doesn't love dogs as much as I do.
We like the same things as soon as you say what you like.
It's crazy, you can hear both his sorrow and manipulative nature in his voice there. It's pretty good act. The two set up their next date at a dog park, meaning Quagmire's got to get a puppy to seal the deal. He heads to the pet store, but is blown away by the high prices there and leaves empty-handed. He heads to Peter's for some beers afterwards, and once he gets a glimpse of Brian, he hatches a plan.
There he is, Brian the dog.
Why are you using my full name?
All right, let's cut to the chase.
Glenn explains he really likes this girl, even beyond the sex, and will do anything to get Brian's help. But you know Brian, he's way too far up on his high horse, and there's no way he'd help his sworn enemy out just like that.
There are not enough tennis balls in the world for me
I
to...
have 6.
I'll do it.
Okay, maybe I should have seen that one coming. Quagmire heads to the dog park the next day with Brian on his leash, though he's still trying to get used to the whole owning a dog act that he has to put on.
And who's this little guy?
This is Harvey, named after Weinstein.
I couldn't hear you because my dog was licking my ear.
Oh, thank God.
There's fumbling the bag, and then there's causing someone to run away screaming because you named your dog after a notorious criminal. Quagmire and Carrie get a bit more acquainted to the point where Glenn even admits to Brian he loves her, but he's not convinced. Soon after, Glenn takes Carrie to meet the Griffins over dinner, though Brian's decided to take Glenn's relationship up a notch to really test Glenn's commitment.
Will you marry me?
What's this now?
Yes, of course I'll marry you.
Now that's low. He had puppy dog eyes and everything. How could she resist? The two move in together, and Glenn quickly sees that his house is going to be turned into a kennel as Carrie's got a shelter's worth of rescue dogs she's bringing into the family. And I like dogs and all, but even I'd be against that. Imagine the vet bills. Soon after, Quagmire's house becomes absolutely cluttered with dog food, which does anything but help his iffy stance towards his new pet.
Doggy gate open. No, stop it! Malcolm, stop humping your brother. Backseat, outside.
How does backseat even eat? Also, yeah, this new lifestyle seems like hell. You can't even say walk without being bombarded with barks. Poor Quagmire. At his engagement party, Glenn starts giving a speech to commemorate the moment, but makes a fatal mistake.
I would walk 500 miles.
Never, ever say the W word near a giant horde of dogs. Also, I don't want to know what those pups are even doing to Glenn in that huddle, by the way. So after the stampede, Glenn finally comes clean.
There's something you need to know. I hate dogs.
know, after seeing what just happened to him, why would the crowd gasp at the thought of him hating dogs? They just trashed his entire engagement party, humped his face to boot. But with that secret out, Carrie finally decides to take her dogs and leave. Meaning, yet again, Quagmire's back to bachelorhood. And probably will now forever be a cat person. Though as close as Quagmire came to love there, he came even closer to it in Candy Quahog Marshmallow.
I don't have anyone waiting for me in Quahog. Here, I've got Sujin and our grandcats. I've got a family.
Because why just settle for settling down when you can settle in another country? The episode starts with the guys cleaning out Quagmire's house, and after a bit, Peter finds some old VHS tapes of a Korean show featuring what looks to be Quagmire, and sure enough, Glenn confirms it's him. Who'd have thought Quagmire would have been in a Korean soap opera?
That girl's hot.
That's a guy.
That other guy.
That's a girl.
That cat is.
That's a dog.
What is everything?
One thing to know about Korean soap operas, soap operas in general, they can be pretty weird sometimes. So weird, in fact, that by the time the gang reached the end of their binge session, Quagmire's love interest in the show is hit by a bus at their wedding. Happens to the best of us, really. The guys are desperate to know what happens next, but with no other tapes and no info online, they're left with one option: give up. Just kidding, they fly out to Korea. And as soon as they touch down, Quagmire's recognized a lot.
I take a picture with the giant Samsung phone. It's also a tiny Kia car.
With how big that phone is, it's hard to say it's convenient, even if it can turn into a car. With all the attention Quagmire and his friends are soaking in on the luxuries Korea has to offer, with even Peter getting in on some plastic surgery.
Peter, are you all right?
You know what? I feel good.
Golly Cooper, that's horrifying. Human Barbie, you've met your match. Later on in their trip, Glenn runs into his old co-star who played his love interest, Sujin. He even confirms the gang's suspicions that the two were indeed an article even outside of the show. It's inevitable, just look at Tom Holland and Zendaya. And what's more, Sujin's even got the last episode of the soap opera that the boys are looking for. Sounds like a fun night planned.
Can we see it?
Why, yes. You and your friends must come to my home for gross Korean dinner.
Well, I mean, besides the dinner, everything else should be fun, right? After the boys finally see their inevitable dosage of K-pop, Glenn's got a surprise. His and Sujin's cat is still alive, and they had kittens.
What?
That's right. You're a grandfather.
This is more pussy than even I can handle.
I don't think his brain could fathom another way to phrase that. It was too perfect. Anywho, everyone catches the soap opera finale, and it turns out Quagmire's character is forced to leave his love behind and fly home to America, and the boys are heartbroken.
Why would he go back to his sad, pathetic bachelor life in America? Why would he ever want to go home? Okay, Quagmire, let's go home.
Does he not realize what he just did there? Naturally, Quagmire realizes he'd be much happier if he stayed in Korea. Everyone else has a family, but Glenn's got nothing, and even his roles as a friend can be filled by someone else.
Who am I going to get all my wiener jokes from?
Yo, I got him from a book.
Oh, I wish I didn't know that.
You hate to hear it. Glenn's ripping off a bunch of other dudes' wiener bits. What? With it seeming like Glenn is stuck in his ways, the boys try to convince him to come home the Korean way, through K-pop. Duh.
Quahog is your home, boy.
They certainly nailed the hyper-colorful outfits and backgrounds. I'd have bought it. Unfortunately, Quagmire is not budging until he realizes Sujin's family's sleeping traditions. Everyone lives together, everyone sleeps together. Lovely.
What's the matter, Glenn? You don't seem completely emotionless.
I am. I'm emotionless.
Honestly, the mental blow of realizing that this is your life now kind of would suck the emotions out of you. Thankfully, Quagmire quickly realizes the error of his ways and heads home with the boys. After one more K-pop song, of course.
Candy Quahog Marshmallow!
The lyrics didn't need to make sense. You just kind of get the vibe, you know? One thing I definitely don't want to get the vibe of is Quagmire's relationship with Meg in the episode Meg in Quagmire. We all knew he'd go for her at one point, but did we ever think he'd go this far?
You okay?
Yeah, babe.
I gotta pee, but I don't want to move. I'm so comfortable right now.
We start the episode off, and it's Meg's 18th birthday. After a day of fun, I think, at the Kids' Choice Awards, the Griffins returned home to what should have been a surprise party. Unfortunately, Peter ruined the surprise, and there wasn't anyone there in the first place. Poor Meg. Thankfully, Quagmire shows up late to welcome her to adulthood, not liking where this is going.
Happy birthday. Hey, where's that pinky going, huh?
Correction, really not liking where this is going. And neither is Peter for some reason, who intercepts Glenn's flirting and sends him home. Unfortunately, the two exchange numbers and start texting later that night, and as soon as Meg agrees to hang out more with Glenn, his instincts start to get the better of him.
It's too much.
I love love stars.
Again, she's been 18 for like 15 hours, and the dude is dude's gung-ho. The next day, Glenn shows up at the door with flowers, ready to take Meg out on the date. Peter's pissed as all hell, but oddly, Lois rushes Meg out the door. Apparently, she thinks Meg is just doing this to get a rise out of them, and so she insists that they just let this blow on over, because that's always healthy to do when your daughter's with a guy 3 times her age who talks like this.
Hey, you want to blow this joint?
Sure.
Oh, wow, really? All right, go for it. Oh, you mean leave? Yeah, sure. No, let's go.
After their date, Quagmire gives Meg a kiss goodnight and heads inside, only to find Peter. Hopefully he can give him a good scare and get Meg to safety.
Did you have with my daughter?
Peter, trust me, it's not happening. Yeah, she's really making me work for it. Maybe you could talk to her.
Asking a father to convince his daughter to sleep with someone? Are there no boundaries Quagmire won't cross for meaningless sex? Peter obviously refuses to help, but Quagmire refuses to let Meg go, as he puts it.
But it's like you're asking a fish not to swim. She's legal and I'm going in.
So the Quagmire Meg dating extravaganza continues, but every time they seem to be getting frisky, Peter butts in and saves the day. Eventually, it gets to the point where Peter has to say something to Meg, telling her about what happened to Joan Van Ark after Quagmire slept with her.
And 2 short months later, this is what happened to Joan Van Ark.
Oh my God!
That's what happens to you when you bump uglies to someone who's contracted every STD known to men. Even still, Meg still sticks to Quagmire. Said still twice because that's how still it gets. And Lois tells Peter to quit trying to change things. Oh, whatever you say, Fricker. Surprise, surprise. The very next day, Peter tells Lois the Quagmire took Meg to his cabin, and now she has a problem with things.
You admit you were stupid.
Yes.
You admit all women are stupid.
No.
All right, I'll take what I can get. Come on.
This is Glenn. I tricked a giraffe Quagmire. What did Lois think was gonna happen? The two get to Quagmire's place right as the couple leave for the cabin, but Quagmire and Meg manage to arrive much earlier than Lois and Peter, leading to this lovely moment.
And then I try to start the campfire?
That's insane. We taking our shirts off now? Okay, follow the leader.
Even this dude's shadow is a perv. That's how you know you should keep your daughters away from him. Peter and Lois finally make it right as Quagmire and Meg were about to,
Thanks for the ice cream, Glenn. Somehow it does taste better in my underpants.
Now get over here while the inside of your mouth is still freezing cold.
I've officially run out of ways to say this guy is creepy. You get it. He's a problem. In an instant, Peter's got Quagmire pinned to the wall and lets Meg know how he really feels about all this.
But you're still my daughter, and it's my job to protect you from errant wieners. You're gonna do what I say and get in the damn car!
Look, it's a bit harsh, but honestly, this is one of the few moments where Peter's actually a good father for Meg. He really is trying to make sure his friend doesn't creep on her. Friend in quotation marks at this point, by the way. This is one Quagmire relationship I'm glad ended as quickly as possible. We go from Quagmire being morally deplorable to Quagmire being less morally deplorable in Teagues for 2, where we learn he's actually got a tragic love story hidden beneath all that sleaze. I mean, hey, everyone's got their true love, I guess.
For me, that woman is Cheryl Teagues. Would never fall for these tricks. That's why I keep trying to figure out how to bring you back into my life so we can make it work.
Honestly, it's crazy to hear Quagmire say anything with that amount of genuine passion. Anywho, after Brian's rejected by a girl he likes, Peter recommends him to take Quagmire's class on picking up chicks, though, as we all know, the two hate each other, so there's no way this could go over well. Thankfully, Brian's already paid for the class, so he's in, but Glenn's got rules.
But you lick yourself once in this class and you're out.
Don't look. I spilled something.
Every time Mayor West is on screen, I ask, how did you ever get elected? Every time without fail, man. Glenn teaches his class to dress flashy and act like a jerk, but when Brian tries again with his crush and uses the Quagmire strategies, she bails immediately. Big shocker. When Brian complains, Quagmire explains these strategies aren't for finding love, but for getting laid. In fact, he says Brian will only find the woman of his dreams when he's ready, and even then, it might not always work out, as it did for himself and his true love, Cheryl Teagues. Apparently, the two met on a boardwalk when Glenn was doing unicycle work, and thankfully for him,
well, I think unicycles are sexy.
Nothing's more attractive than riding on a singular wheel. Nothing! The two hit it off great at first, but after a while, Glenn grew jealous of her having other guy friends and decided to split off from her. Tragic? I guess. Anywho, Glenn kicks Brian out of his class for back-talking, and so now he's out for revenge. The next day, Cheryl shows up at Glenn's door to drop by and say hi before she heads back to her new boyfriend. Can you guess who it is? I'm just gonna put it bluntly, editor, I'm sorry, you're gonna actually have to blur this one out. That might be the biggest move I've ever seen in my life in both senses of the word. So now, obviously, Quagmire's got to get some revenge of his own and decides to pay for Brian and Cheryl's date for the evening on the condition that himself and his new girlfriend can join them. Who is Quagmire's new partner, you may ask?
Here she is.
Jillian?
Hi, Brian. How are you?
Oh, Brian's ex and supposed love of his life. These two are cutthroat, aren't they?
Get in here.
Hey, let's have dinner, huh?
Yeah, I mean, we all knew this was coming. The girls realized they were just being used by the boys to get at one another and decided to ditch them, leaving them to their own stupid petty squabbles. Brian and Quagmire meet outside after all is said and done, and it's almost looking like Quagmire's heartbreak is starting to make him a better, more genuine and forgiving person.
Cheryl's great, and I hope someday you get the chance to be with her.
I'm never gonna get that chance again. And you know what? I deserve to be lonely.
It really seems like the guy's opening up. Maybe this shared sadness is all the two needed to become friends finally. Yeah, you notice the lack of emotion in my voice the past two sentences. Like, we all saw this one coming. So, yeah, Quagmire's a pretty sleazy guy, but really, that's nothing new for shows like Family Guy. And I'll prove it to you by showing the most loved and most hated episodes of Family Guy. For every iconic Family Guy episode, there is a stinker that is universally hated by fans.
Ryan, look out!
Let's kick things off with Herpy the Love Sore, where the bond between Stewie and Brian took on seedy undertones that became too uncomfortable for some viewers, and by some, I mean a lot.
What the hell? Ow! Ew, what's this?
Surely they didn't think this would win the fans over, right? I don't think they cared, actually. After Stewie walks in on Brian watching The Outlaw Josie Wells, where two characters make a blood brothers pact, the two best buddies decide it's time to seal the deal as well.
I think we should hold hands more often.
Blood brothers now. You happy?
Actually, yes.
What could possibly spoil a wholesome moment like this? Well, the next morning, Stewie wakes up and is caught with a sore so gnarly, it makes the plague look like a mild sunburn. Stewie confronts Brian and says this.
You son of a... You gave me herpes!
What? What are you talking about?
Look at my lip, and now I have some very uncomfortable phone calls to make.
Yep, Brian passed his herpes on through the blood pact. Oh, that's gross, dude. This episode's all about the gross factor, which despite being a cartoon is super effective. Just look at recent SpongeBob episodes. Brian denies it at first, but after Stewie parts his fur and reveals his skin looks like the surface of an overcooked pizza, he admits that he's riddled. While Seth MacFarlane has proved time and time again that pushing the envelope can create some truly hilarious moments, the idea of giving a baby a lifelong STD was seen as a step too far. Who'd have thunk it? Meanwhile, at the Clam, Peter and the gang discover that a group of thugs have taken their favorite booth.
You don't want to move, and that's fine. We'll come back in an hour.
But this ain't your booth no more.
Accepting defeat, the guys are forced to sit at the bar instead, but they quickly realize that there are just too many advantages of a booth to give up. For example, the angle of the TV is unwatchable, and poor Joe only has legs covered in spider veins to keep him entertained. But their seating arrangement was the least of their worries.
I heard about what happened at the Clam, and I'm not interested in having with a quarter of a man.
Hey, I'm half a man!
Not anymore.
News travels quickly in Quahog. The gang's cowardly reputation was spreading faster than Brian's herpes. This makes them easy targets for others to bully them. Meanwhile, after Stewie and Rupert have an awkward, albeit one-sided conversation about having to get tested, Chris reveals this.
Yup, he knew he had herpes and he didn't say anything.
And Brian is out of control. He's spreading his friendship bonds all over the place, the hussy. When even Meg is treating Peter like he's the belle of the ball, Lois intervenes and tells Peter that he needs to go to the Clam and reclaim the booth. Joined by Quagmire at the last minute, the guys confront the three thugs, and things go exactly how you'd imagine. After that beating, this is probably the only time Joe is thankful he can't feel anything from the waist down. Despite losing the fight, however, it turns out that the thugs were actually soldiers who had to go out on duty, leaving the booth empty. This plot fell flat and really only seemed like a safety buffer for any upset caused by the herpes shenanigans. Speaking of the herpes trio, Chris and Stewie commit to letting the world know about Brian's disease, including updating his profile picture with a real-life picture of herpes. So if animated sores weren't enough, they went that extra step further. Let's face it, if I want to see people covered in spots, I just go to a Star Trek convention. What disgusted people the most, however, was Brian's uncaring attitude throughout the whole episode.
Because, Brian, for the first time in my life, I realized I couldn't trust my own best friend.
This struck a chord with viewers, as it undid the friendship building that had happened before this moment, including Stewie's campaign to bring Brian back to life earlier in the season.
You're alive, my friend!
What the hell's going on here?
That car killed you. A little part of me died as well.
So Stewie literally invents a time machine to go back and save his best friend, but Brian can't even save him a trip to the clinic? Come on, dude. Brian eventually realizes that it was wrong not to tell Stewie about his condition and apologizes to his friend. So I guess everything's hunky-dory again, except for the fact that they'll have herpes for the rest of their life, offering one last gross-out moment for the road.
So what would you say some of your weaknesses are?
That's probably one of them.
Something tells me he didn't get the job. While this episode was an insult to one of the best TV friendships, they more than made up for it in a crossover everyone wanted, but never actually expected to happen. Family Guy and The Simpsons have been competing with each other in the adult animation scene for years, but when the shows decided to join forces, it created one of the greatest collaborations in cartoon history. A car wash scene isn't the first thing you may think of for this crossover, but I'd be damned if I wasn't on the ground laughing when I first saw it. In The Simpsons Guy, Peter decides to write his own comic strips and gets them published in the paper by calling in a favor.
Why can't anyone get me a picture of the Spider-Man?
Here you go. Yeah, I got a whole subreddit of superhero thong shots.
Ah, Reddit. Go for the senseless drama, stay for superhero thong shots. A lot of people in Quahog love Peter's jokes, although some get him in hot water, like the one where a guy takes his wife into the shop claiming his dishwasher's broken. Classic, really. The offensive joke puts the worst kind of warriors on his back, the keyboard variety, and Peter is forced to apologize on TV.
You have no idea how offensive you are to women, do you?
What? I bet I can name more than you, but don't tell my wife how many I know.
I may be wrong, but this may not be the best industry to bring up when not trying to sound like a misogynist. Peter's disastrous appearance stirs a protest outside his house, summoning more Karens than a Starbucks that just ran out of oat milk. Scared for their safety, the Griffins flee Quahog, but after stopping at a gas station, they run into a slight issue.
For this leg of the trip, I was thinking of driving with my shirt off.
With no other choice, they walk to a nearby town where the clouds are white, the hills are green, and the fish have more eyes than scales.
Try it like this. Donut.
Donut.
You and I are gonna get along just okay.
Yep, after 15 long years, fans finally got to see Peter and Homer enjoying donuts together, outside of those weird fanfic blogs, that is. The Simpsons are nice enough to put the family up until Chief Wiggum finds the car, giving all the characters time to bond. Stewie helps Bart deal with Nelson in the most psychotic way. Lisa takes Meg under her wing. Chris and Brian take care of Santa's little helper. Marge and Lois go to the movies, and Homer and Peter agree to team up to find the car. I'm not too sure about this. With their track records, this can only end in disaster, and everyone knew it when watching it for the first time. So where do they start? Well, their first move is to think like a car and do what cars do.
Oh, crap.
I think you're doing it wrong, guys. Gas is supposed to come out of there, not in. The next great idea is to lure the car thief by doing this. This reminds me, I need to go to the car wash after this video. Not to clean my car, to wash my eyes out! Eventually, the car shows up after Hans Molman took it by mistake, and with the Griffins ready to leave, Peter and Homer have a goodbye drink. Wholesome, right? Well, Peter offers Homer one of his Pawtucket ales, and things turn sour. You see, it turns out that the Quahog local beer is actually Duff with a new label on it. This leads to the Pawtucket Brewery getting sued and closed down. Seeing any parallels here? Any friendship that they had developed between them quickly unravels here, and things go nuclear when Peter says the 3 words you should never say to Homer or the Simpsons fandom.
I'm saying the Simpsons suck.
Why, you?
What happens next is quite possibly the most wackiest, violent, and over-the-top fight that either series has ever seen, which takes place in several iconic Springfield locations. Roll over, Ernie the chicken. Peter's the final boss. This fight is downright ridiculous in the best possible way and had fans on the edge of their seats. But there could only be one winner, and as it was a Family Guy episode, I guess they just couldn't let Peter lose. The Simpsons Guy episode has been hailed as one of the best due to the way that both shows managed to combine their different styles of humor to create some seriously hilarious and cohesive gags. Fans of both franchises also loved the self-satire from both shows, like how Bart has been a kid for 22 years, how Seth McFarlane only accepted to do the episode because Fox wanted the marketing, and pointing out the glaring similarities between the characters.
But it's not just the main Duff recipe that's been plagiarized, and design elements have been similarly several other Duff variations, packages, fringed. Result cheap copies, clumsy counterfeits, and weak substitutions.
Well, they do say imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. After the dust settles from their epic fight, the two patriarchs of the family make a truce and show their respect for each other. This, of course, is a head nod to how the two creators feel about the shows. While Homer and Peter's meeting was legendary, another bizarre relationship that formed between the two other unlikely characters wasn't so entertaining. They say the thrill is in the chase, and when Chris finally reciprocates Herbert's affection, viewers realize that not all role reversal episodes work.
Is this really happening?
You're going down, old man.
I've got the same exact question for the writers team. Is this really happening? In Con Harris, Stewie discovers that Brian is hanging out with older women. Stewie instantly assumes there's something seedy going on, but Brian is adamant that he's just keeping her company after her husband passed away. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. Meanwhile, Peter decides to teach Chris how to cut the lawn, so he won't have to do it himself.
For the rest, you can just watch this how-to video on YouTube.
What's going on, guys? Here to take your lawn mowing skills to the next level.
You can't help but respect his level of laziness. The lawn mowing doesn't go unnoticed by Herbert, however, who offers Chris $600 a week to mow his lawn. He just needs to go under the table to get the money. Does anyone know the number for Dateline? While Chris is making money, Brian is also trying to bag himself by scamming rich old women, and Stewie wants to get in on it.
What the hell are you doing here? This is my scam. Now butt out. These old bags are going to die. Someone's going to end up with their money.
This is exactly why I'm always warning my grandma about dogs and babies and cute little outfits. They just cannot be trusted. Back at Herbert's house, the Griffin's boys turn up to cut the grass with a resident pervert mistaking Peter for a kid. Get out of there, brother. Run! Chris and Peter get to work on Herbert's grass, which thankfully isn't a euphemism, but it does get a little too close to becoming one.
But Mr. Herbert, you always made the cookies with the large pill in the center for me.
He just got to him first.
I thought I was your favorite.
Are you sure you didn't slip you something, Chris? While this is going on, the con artists agree to join forces to seduce the wealthiest heiress in Newport, but there's just one problem. Her 95-year-old husband is clinging on for dear life to his life. So while the two keep an eye on their target, the biggest bone of contention for this episode happens after Brian tells Stewie the heiress's name.
Who is she? That's Margaret Woolworth Carrington von Schumacher Chanel Batten Windsor Armani Roosevelt Ginham Hearst Montgomery Rothschild.
Yeah, this goes on for a while and stops being funny about a third of the way through. Fans thought this gag went on for far too long and happened way too many times in the episode, leading people to believe it was just used as filler to save on writing time, but that's not the only thing that got under people's skins. With the end looking nigh for the heiress's husband, Brian and Stewie swoop in to secure the wealth. They are doing just about anything to get the job done, including Brian wearing a Cats League protection pin. What a traitor! The plan seems to be working, and the husband seems to be going on his last legs here until...
Get the hell out of my face, Brian! Quagmire? No, Quagmire! That's what I said.
How can they think that they can compete against Quagmire in seducing old women? Let's face it, he's probably not doing it just for the money. But he does offer them a deal. If they find a way for the heiress to die, he'll split the inheritance. Well, it turns out they didn't have to do anything to get the money, as the heiress died of natural causes anyway. Or did she?
What a couple of rubes. I'm finally out from under that crushing debt.
Yes, it was a Meg story.
I don't know what's worse, being conned into taking on $18 million of debt or being tricked by Meg. Yeah, they'll never live this one down. Back on Spooner Street, Chris's jealousy of Peter and Herbert's relationship hits boiling point, and the two sweaty guys begin fighting topless. This proves to be too much for Herbert, especially after discovering who Chris's chubby friend really is.
Why are you being such a jerk, Dad?
Dad?
Well, he often said he wanted to explode all over me.
The one word that is kryptonite to perverts. Though this Brian-Stewie team-up didn't pan out well critically, it's fair to say that most of their adventures usually err on the good side. After Brian realizes that time machines are chick magnets, he inadvertently sends himself and Stewie back in time, but not in the traditional of senses.
I think I can hear the ocean. Smell it, too.
Well, there you go. The Family Guy writers just came up with an entirely new form of horror. I'm absolutely terrified of reverse birth. At the start of Yug Yillamaf, which is just Family Guy backwards, by the way, Brian is striking out with the ladies, but with the promise of showing off Stewie's time machine, he manages to convince a woman to go back home with him.
How romantic.
Yeah, you know me.
Oh my God, the president's been shot!
While Brian was shooting his shot, so was Lee Harvey Oswald. They didn't include that in the history books. After realizing the time machines are a great way to pick up women, Brian takes full advantage of the situation, traveling through time and space like a randy Doctor Who. What Brian didn't realize, however, is that the time machine was clocking all the years, which Stewie was bound to notice. He follows the advice of his date to turn the years back to cover things up, but things do not go according to plan.
Oh my god, it's having a complete meltdown!
This is why you always read the user manuals. After waking up, Stewie and Brian discover that the malfunction has changed the direction of time, reversing everything except them. Ernie and Peter have an unfight and a plane crashes. Not everyone is so lucky, though.
Reverse time did that kid a favor.
I'm not so sure about that.
Stand up! You're gonna break that thermometer!
This episode was hailed as a huge success due to its clever premise, as well as opening up a lot of opportunities for time-related jokes and visits to past episodes, like this memorable moment from Season 4.
Is that the Epicac bottle? Oh no, not this. Oh god, it's not gonna be coming out of us. It's gonna be going... Ah, what the hell? I don't want it. I don't want it.
Man, I don't know which direction of time would be better in this situation. Things soon take a concerning turn when Stewie realizes that time isn't just going backwards, it's accelerating backwards.
Man, we got a large number of clovers on our lawn.
No, 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 no! Oh, hey, Cleveland.
To make matters worse, Stewie begins to feel the effects of reverse time, meaning that he will continue to get younger until he is unborn. Sure, that sounds freaky, but what I find most disturbing is how nobody's speaking backwards. Unless I'm also being affected by reverse time right now, which means I can understand reverse language. I need to lie down. With Stewie getting younger and younger, time is running out. Ironically, as it's being restored. Stewie regresses to how he was when he first arrived home from the hospital before being taken back to the hospital at the moment of his birth.
Come on, Brian, hurry!
It's a girl with a no.
Yeah, Stewie's gonna need a lot of counseling after this one. Luckily, with some quick thinking from Brian, he does what he did before, but moves the gauge forward, fixing time. Brian rushes to the hospital to see his best friend get born again, and after Brian asks where Stewie is, without yet naming the football-headed baby, Lois thinks the name really suits him. So that's where he got his name. From himself. Makes perfect sense to me. Thankfully, Stewie tells Brian this.
You did it. You saved my life. I shall be forever grateful.
I couldn't imagine life without you, buddy.
This episode found the perfect mix of jokes with a good balance of a well-thought-out plot. Unlike the time Peter does something so drastic to keep Carter's inheritance, Family Guy has very few boundaries when it comes to humor, which often results in the usual side-splitting stuff. But when they overstep this line, they really overstep the line.
Chris, wake up. I have something very important to ask you. There comes a time when every man looks at his son and thinks, I want to take this to the next level.
I get a lot of folks are close to their parents, but that's just way too much for me. In Fresh Air, Chris wants some father and son fishing time, but Peter is not interested. This upsets Chris, who wonders why he doesn't want to spend time with him. This is when Lois suggests that he could take care of his grandpa while he recovers from an injury. Something tells me that she only suggested it to get out of the job herself. From the get-go, it is clear that this episode is going for messed up shock humor. For example, one cutaway gag shows Peter's hairless twin in the shed who looks like an overweight naked mole rat. Well, that's not really that bad. It gets worse, such as this nugget of wisdom Chris shares with his frustrated grandpa.
God, I wish there was a way I could just do it myself. You know, just to be done and napping within 4 minutes.
Let me show you something.
Cool. Hey, next time I want to try it with my hand.
Yeah, some lessons don't have to be taught, guys, like not pausing to answer your partner when they ask you, do I look fat in this? After Chris and Carter have some family bonding time, they find ways to entertain themselves, like having the pizza delivery drivers race each other and starting their own garage band. Old man-themed rock music? I definitely buy tickets for the Bedpan Bandits tour. Once Carter's back on his feet, he thanks Chris in the biggest way possible.
And I have an important announcement to make. I have decided to change my will. Grandson Chris, the sole heir to the Pewterschmidt fortune.
What? With Chris now an heir-to-be, Peter decides he'll have to suck up to Chris if he has any chance of getting the inheritance. So, how does a middle-aged man connect with his teenage son? Well, like this, apparently.
Hey, there he is. Oh, boy, hot dogs and Nintendo, huh, Chris?
Oh, so now you want to spend time with him. There's nothing like a huge fortune to bring a father closer to his son. Peter laughs at his jokes, makes up a secret handshake, and even decapitates a school bully who turns out to be an an innocent deaf person. Yeah, he really wants that money. Peter works tirelessly to connect with Chris, but struggles to find anything in common. Exhausted, Peter goes to the clam and explains what's been going on to the guys. Now, this is where Peter gets one of his most outrageous ideas to date, which many thought was too insane, even for the legendary Peter Griffin.
There comes a time when every man looks at his son and thinks, I want to take this to the next level.
Yeah, Peter proposes to his own family, his own son, just to get the inheritance. It might have been acceptable for the British monarchy a couple of hundred years ago, but now it's just wrong. What's more concerning is that Chris actually accepts, even after realizing that Peter is only after the money, but his motives are actually really sad. He accepts to marry his dad if it means they'll get to spend more quality time together. That's messed up. After tricking Lois into signing the divorce papers, Peter and Chris head out to Vermont where they can legally tie the knot. So this marriage is just a formality on paper, right? Nah.
No, Dad.
That's right, the Griffin couple are going the whole hog. They set up their bridal registry, organized the wedding breakfast, and even practiced their first dance. With everything organized, all that's left to do is the ceremony, attended by guests of the previous cat funeral. How thoughtful of them. Luckily, Lois finds out about the twisted plan and crashes the wedding in the nick of time.
Peter, you cannot do this. I don't care how much money Daddy's left him.
Don't listen to your mother, Chris. It's because of her we have bedtimes.
But this is when Chris drops the bombshell that he wants to marry Peter because it means he can spend quality time with him. And guys, this might sound crazy, but might I throw a suggestion? Why not start small, like go to a game or something? I don't know. So then, and only then, might I add, that Peter realizes that he's been a huge jerk. He calls the wedding off and promises to spend more time with his son with no strings attached. And more importantly, he learns this important lesson.
And I guess I learned it's wrong to take your son to Vermont under false pretenses to try to marry him for his inheritance.
You should have known that.
Yet another reason that doesn't have to be taught. This episode is hated by many fans because of its overuse of interfamily relationship jokes, from Chris helping his grandpa to Peter proposing to Chris, Joe trying it on with his son, and this awkward moment.
Chris, our bath is ready.
I don't know what to do now. I don't have the parenting skills necessary to deal with this.
I say we never speak of this again.
While Family Guy usually pulls these kind of topics off as short tongue-in-cheek gags, this time it proved too prolonged, too uncomfortable, and just too unfunny. But the show has proved time and time again that a couple of bad apples don't spoil the bunch. In fact, their more adventurous ideas have turned out to be some of their most beloved episodes. Family Guy is arguably at its best when they do intricate storylines with clever humor, like the time the Griffins stumble into a murderer's trap, killing off several characters. Best part of the episode? It's got real stakes. These characters stay dead. And then There Were Fewer starts as a classic murder mystery trope, or pretty much every Scooby-Doo episode, with a mysterious letter inviting the Griffins to a dinner party at an isolated mansion. Of course, Peter has no idea who this person is, but hey, free food's free food. Once they arrive at Rocky Point Manor, however, they soon realize that they're not the only ones here. Wow! I don't envy Consuelo being in charge of the turn-down service. As night falls and a heavy storm rolls in, the guests sit down for dinner and finally meet their mysterious host.
Good evening, everyone.
James Woods?
Woods introduces his new girlfriend Priscilla and explains that after becoming a born-again Christian, he wants to apologize to everyone he has wronged. Sounds kinda nice, right? Well, things go south really quickly.
You know, it's like when I did Glenn's star chart. Did the cork hit me?
And right before the appetizers, too. Killers have no consideration. The group assumes it must be James Woods who killed Glenn's girlfriend Stephanie and hot-footed out of there. As they all try to drive away, however, a tree is struck by lightning and crashes through a bridge. To make things worse, there's no cell phone reception. Of course there's not. With no other choice, they return to the mansion to confront the murderer, but there's a slight problem.
Look!
Hey, I'm no Sherlock, but I don't think he's the murderer anymore. Realizing that the killer is amongst them, the guests begin piecing things together and find a hidden gun with a timer attached to it, aiming at the chair James Woods was meant to be sitting in. They then discover that Muriel has a motive to kill Woods, as he was blackmailing her to keep prescribing drugs. When they try to grab her, however, the lights dip and she disappears. The group split up to find Muriel, with Stewie and Brian finding her first. Unfortunately, they didn't find her fast enough.
Muriel, my sweet Muriel. She was so beautiful. She was so generous.
We were married.
Such a touching tribute, Mort. But I'd work on it for the funeral. With more twists than a pretzel factory design department and breaking up shocking and suspenseful moments like this one with top-tier gags, fans consider this pretty much a perfect episode. And after how this case turns out, I couldn't agree more. With the body count now at 3, time is quickly running out for the rest of the group. Luckily, Quagmire's astute observation skills come in handy.
Wait a minute. Something's not right here. We're short one in this room.
Oh my God! Priscilla's gone!
Never expect an ounce of nuance with Quagmire. With Priscilla now missing, Derek rushes to the roof to find a signal. Yeah, because going anywhere alone with a killer on the loose has always worked out fine for everyone.
Oh my God. It's you! Stay back! Stay back!
Oh, did I say fine? You know what I meant. The group believes that Priscilla must be the killer, although let's face it, their hunches up until now have not been the best. After searching the rooms for the missing woman, they find some evidence pointing to the killer, a bloody golden globe under Tom Tucker's bed. Obviously, this could have been planted by Priscilla, if not for this teensy-weensy detail. Dead people can't kill people. It seems clear that Tom is responsible for all the murders, and the group captures him. With the killer caught, the storm is gone, the bridge is fixed, the ordeal is over. With everyone ready to leave, Lois checks in on Diane to see how she's doing, a decision she instantly regrets.
She actually bought me this blouse for my first solo broadcast.
I mean, how could she have known you'd be anchoring alone? I mean, none of this happened until... You're the killer!
Very clever, Lois.
It's always the ones you least expect. Diane explains that she met James Woods a year before and began seeing him. But after turning 40, Tom got a younger woman to replace her as his anchor partner, while Woods dumped her. Huh, double whammy. Wanting revenge, she manipulates Priscilla to seduce Woods, convert him to Christianity, and convince him to organize a dinner party so she can murder him and frame Tom. Sheesh! What happened to the days when exes just burned your clothes after a breakup? Well, it turns out that Priscilla had no idea that Diane was going to kill Woods, and after catching the killer removing the knife, Priscilla just had to go. Muriel also caught Diane with a knife, which added her to the list of collateral damage as well. As for Derek, Diane couldn't let the police come before all the loose ends were tied up, so after bashing his head in, she planted the golden globe under Tom's bed. Unfortunately, it's too late for Lois. While standing on a cliff's edge and a gun pointed at her, things are looking pretty bleak. Until...
If anybody's gonna take that down, it's gonna be me.
Well done, Stewie. Someone's getting an extra potion of mashed bananas tonight. Suffice to say, this episode was a hit. I mean, it was nominated for an Emmy after all. It's just a shame that so many characters had to die. But their deaths did add to the plot, unlike the time a Griffin family member was senselessly killed off. Despite Seth MacFarlane rectifying the death of a beloved character, it didn't stop the public uproar that followed, which branded one episode nothing more than a publicity stunt.
Oh boy, this is probably the worst pain I've ever had to go through. And I've sprained my ankle twice.
I don't think spraining your ankle can be compared to a family death, Peter. Life of Brian starts with Stewie and Brian fleeing from a group of angry Native Americans after traveling back to the 17th century and giving their ancestors guns. What a sentence! This leads to the future being completely changed, and the duo needs to go back in time to restore things, but that will not be easy. We're dealing with time.
What? What is it? Looks like it took some bullets during our escape. Doesn't seem to be working.
Luckily, the Native American version of Stewie also created a time machine in his reality, allowing the pair to put things right and take the guns back. Hey, it's rude to take back gifts, and it makes Christmas morning really awkward. With things back to normal, Stewie decides to destroy his time machine so it can never put them in danger again. So once the machine is dropped off at the dump, they turn their attention to more important matters, like the cool stuff people have thrown out. After finding a street hockey net, they decide to take it back with them so they can play a game. I mean, who wouldn't want a dirty old hockey set from the dump? Just take the old band-aids and banana peels off, it'll look good as new. Ready to have some fun, the duo go home to set up the game, but that's when the unthinkable happens, and Brian is hit by a car. While this level of injury happens all the time in Family Guy, this time his plot armor ran out.
You've given me a wonderful life. I love you all.
Stewie blames himself for destroying the time machine, which could have obviously saved him, and vows to rebuild it. Isn't it always the way? You throw something out and then you instantly need it? The problem is Stewie can't track down the titanium capacitor, putting an end to any possibility of bringing Brian back. With no other alternative, Brian is put to rest, with Peter sharing these emotional words.
The truth is, Brian wasn't just my dog. He was my best friend in the whole world. He was loyal. I guess what I'm trying to say is, he was like a brother to me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life missing him.
Which, I'm gonna be real, I was not expecting that to be taken seriously when I first saw it. While the episode paid a fitting tribute to everyone's favorite talking dog, the senselessness of the death instantly angered fans, as it wasn't a result of some epic adventure, but a car accident. Seth MacFarlane later said that this was by design and wanted to reflect real-life tragedy and remind people that they shouldn't take characters for granted. But as the episode continues, further fuel is added to the fire when Lois decides it's time to find a new dog.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. So what's your story?
Just a regular guy. You throw a stick, maybe I bring it back. Maybe I bring back an iPhone that fell off a truck.
The Griffins bring Vinny back home, and he becomes an instant hit with everyone except for Stewie, who still isn't over Brian. While crying about his missing best friend and how everyone has forgotten about him seemingly, Vinny comforts Stewie and shares his past.
I live with an old man named Leo, and we got pretty tight. Kind of became my whole world. By the time he passed away, it was real tough.
Stewie realizes that their new dog is also dealing with loss, which forms a new friendship. So the death of Brian wasn't well received for a number of reasons. Not only did it completely change the comical tone of the episode to something really bleak, but the Griffins' choice to adopt Vinny in the same episode did not sit right either. While it was a touching episode that dealt with the reality of death, many people found it too serious for a Family Guy episode. The loss of Brian caused a huge reaction from fans, with the subject trending on social media even. On top of that, there was also a petition to bring him back that got over 150,000 signatures, with one guy even getting a rib tattoo with the image of Brian to honor him. He must regret that. Just 2 episodes later in Christmas Guy, Stewie found a way to go back in time to save Brian from getting run over. While this was a relief to many fans, also very many found the episode pointless, depressing, and designed to trick them for a publicity stunt. I just feel sorry for the poor guy who got himself inked. Maybe next time wait a few more episodes, pal. This episode proves that having a time machine hanging around is a good thing. If not to revive your dead pets, then to take a trip down memory lane and go back to where Family Guy began. Many well-established shows wish they could bury their pilots, but not Family Guy. They celebrate the cringe.
Oh, hey.
Who the deuce are you?
You know they're going old school when Stewie's still saying deuce. In Back to the Pilot, Brian needs Stewie's help to find a missing tennis ball he buried over 10 years ago, which just so happens to coincide with the day Family Guy first aired. Hopping in the time machine, the duo go back in time to their former, albeit lower quality, home.
Excellent. The mind control device is nearing completion.
Stewie, I said no toys at the table.
Damn you, vile woman!
Stewie looked so mean back then. Maybe he was still teething. Brian wants to dig up his ball there and then, but Stewie tells him he can't do that because it would change the future. This is where Brian makes the valid point that they could do a lot of good by changing the past and stopping awful events that are soon to come to pass. Brian always trying to take the moral high ground. Fascinated, Brian and Stewie continue to spy on their past selves and make a bizarre discovery.
Wait, what are they doing?
I don't know, they're just standing there like zombies.
And remember you had an Irish coffee the day we went to see Philadelphia?
Oh, they're setting up cutaways.
So that's what they do when we watch some wacky scenario. It's kind of freaky. The time travelers go to Stewie's room so they don't get seen using the time machine to return home, but past Stewie does end up catching them, making for a weird comparison between the old art style and the new one. Fans loved how they poked fun at themselves in the early stages of the show. They make fun of how Stewie uses longer words than a blogger with a broken space bar, how Meg's original voice actor passed up a huge opportunity, and point out an infamous animation error.
Ew, I remember this. Peter's eye did that weird creepy thing where it went over his nose.
Oh, remember when you got drunk off the communion wine at church?
If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you really laugh at, right? When Stewie and Brian are ready to return home, they discover that the batteries in the return pad have run out of juice. After taking some money Peter dumps at the Super Bowl to buy new batteries, they are forced to hop through time again when the blimp comes crashing down towards them. They end up at the court hearing for Peter's welfare fraud case, but end up distracting the Kool-Aid guy.
He only accepted that money because he...
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Yeah! You guys did this! You guys did this!
Did they just destroy the Kool-Aid guy?
Oh yeah!
After getting back to their own timeline, everything seems normal, except for the fact that Brian reminded his past self about 9/11, which meant he stopped it from happening. This obviously changes the future, including Bush reforming the Confederacy after losing the election.
Bush lost in 2004?
Yeah, he probably couldn't exploit people's fears with no 9/11.
There is one time travel rule, Brian, and you blew it. Even with a civil war breaking out in this timeline, Brian is adamant that he did the right thing. To prove it, Stewie and Brian head 5 years into the future and discover things are a little different.
Nice work, Bri.
Whoops. At least Joe gets to be a cyborg.
The world may have become post-apocalyptic, but Joe's looking well. Brian's meddling caused a huge ripple in time, resulting in a nuclear war that wiped out 17 million people. Desperate to set things right, they head back to tell past Brian not to tell past Brian about 9/11. The duo then returned back home again to check if they have restored the original timeline.
11. Oh, there it is. We did it, Brian. High five!
All right, high five!
Congratulations, I guess. But not everything is the same this time. Brian made sure he was the author of the Harry Potter books. Come on, dude! You had the self-control of a raccoon in a dumpster full of pizza. And honestly, kinda same. Having to once again head back to the past, they run into more versions of themselves with warnings for the future.
It's what you're about to do, stopping them, that causes utter bedlam. Oh, come on. We're from the further future. What you guys do eventually works out. It's what you two are about to do that ruins everything.
So it's fair to say these guys have well and truly screwed up. The alternate versions of themselves continue to turn up to warn the previous Brian and Stewies about their mistakes until ultimately the Stewie we've been following tells them all to go home and do nothing. Literally, stick to the rule of not messing with the timeline. He even gets a little persuasive to make sure it doesn't happen.
Who are you? Just get back in your time machine, get back to the present, and stay there! Ah! You gonna flap your lips? Or are you gonna do what I said?
Okay.
My God!
That'll teach Brian to follow the rules. With the original time-traveling pair stopped in their tracks, all other versions cease to exist, which means that everything that happened in the episode never happened and all goes back to normal. Thank goodness. While Family Guy cleverly added a level of self-commentary through Brian and Stewie pointing out the flaws of the pilot, the same can't be said about the worst-rated Family Guy episode to date. The Griffins are no strangers to breaking the fourth wall to get creative, but in You Can't Handle the Booth, they went one step further, which proved to be one step too far for fans, or several.
Yeah, I'll tell you how. You can explain to me why my husband makes 4 times as much money as I do.
Okay, this is awkward, but I assumed you knew.
The episode starts with the Griffins heading into a recording booth at the Fox Studios to do the DVD commentary along with the real-life animation producer of the show, Shannon Smith. The episode they're talking over is actually one that never aired, giving viewers a glimpse into what happens behind the scenes.
The new smartphone from Crabapple is out.
Awesome! Yeah, the network doesn't like us using the names of actual companies on the show.
We can still say Burger Kong, McDarrell's, Coca-Cola.
Like any DVD commentary, the Griffins speak over the scenes to give insight, but this is where they made their first and possibly biggest mistake. As this was supposed to be a new episode that nobody had seen, viewers were trying to understand the plot of the episode, but had characters speaking over it, making for a very confusing watch.
That open bottle, is that yours or mine?
I don't know, maybe yours?
This is why we need a Sharpie in here to put our names on our water!
Jeez, Chris, what the hell?
The plot of the episode sees the Griffin family all buying the new Crabapple phone, but after Lois catches fire and nobody helps her, she tells the rest of the family that they are too obsessed with their phones. The final straw is when the Griffins are too distracted to witness the second coming of Christ.
Jesus Christ?
Guys, Danny the intern is here with your paychecks.
Oh, thanks, Danny.
In their defense, if they just wait 30 more seconds, it'll all be over X. During the voiceover, Lois finds out that Peter has paid more money than her because he has to pay alimony to his first wife, Sarah Paulson. This obviously angers Lois, which is further fueled when Paulson comes into the booth to add to the commentary.
Hi, everybody. So sorry I'm late. I was stuck in the canyon.
Is that a euphemism for lesbian?
Come on, guys, be quiet for a second. I want to see what type of sandwich Predator likes. Sarah Paulson brags about the awards she's won and references her past projects, but the problem is that some fans aren't familiar with the actress. This is something the Family Guy team must have realized as Chris tells the viewers to pause the episode and Google her. It seems like it was more for the celebrity connection rather than for content, which alienated some viewers. While Lois and Peter leave the booth to argue about his secret ex-wife, in the episode they are watching, Lois takes the children and Brian to the old Sturbridge village to show them how times before technology were better.
Here's a fun fact. In colonial times, butter and soap were the same thing.
You know, walking around smelling like popcorn doesn't sound great. Back at the Griffin household, Peter manages to get himself stuck in the baluster slat of the stairs after dropping his meatball sub. This gives him the perfect opportunity to sing a rendition of an obscure Muppet song that went on for far too long.
Halfway up the
I don't believe this. Singing the same song a frog sang. How the hell was this not cut from the show?
My thoughts exactly, Lois. Someone's getting fired. The Griffins in the episode return to find Peter in his predicament, but manage to get themselves stuck too. And to make matters worse, a gang of burglars walk in to rob the place and have a karaoke party. And they might be bad guys, but you can't say they don't know how to have a good time. As this is going on, the drama in the booth hits a boiling point.
You're dishonest, and frankly, I deserve better.
What are you saying, Lois?
I'm saying this marriage is over.
Wow, I've never heard Lois scream this much. Get that woman a throat lozenge stat. With Lois ending the marriage and quitting Family Guy, there's only one man who can save the future of the show. Nope, not another Homer Simpson cameo, but the creator of Family Guy, Seth MacFarlane himself, who shatters the fourth wall.
I'm actually here to tell you there's no need to talk sense into Lois, or for anyone to leave the show, because you're all TV characters, voiced by me, Alex Borstein, Seth Green, and Mila Kunis.
Can you imagine how trippy trippy it was filming this episode and holding a conversation with your fictional characters. Luckily, Lois forgets to pick up her paycheck, and the rest of the group explain that they are just cartoon characters. She realizes that if everything they do is scripted, nothing actually matters, including Peter's secrets. I guess finding out that you don't really exist puts things into perspective.
The truth is, you should all be thankful you're animated characters. Lois, you haven't aged in decades. Stewie, you get to travel through time and do things no baby could ever do.
Anywho, easy to say that this episode is hated for a reason. It's incredibly hard to follow and gets kind of boring at a lot of points. While this episode felt totally disconnected and messy, the most cherished Family Guy episode can be described the same, but in the most intricate and hilarious way possible. The adventures of Brian and Stewie have become some of the best in Family Guy's series, but there's one that fans consider the absolute masterpiece.
What the hell?
I don't know, but suddenly I feel all sweet and warm and fuzzy.
Every time I rewatch this episode, I get that same warm, fuzzy feeling inside. Legitimately, a banger! Road to the Multiverse sees the Griffin family attending the annual Quahog Clam Day celebrations. There's a clam-themed milk bottle toss game, a guess the weight competition, and a best pig competition, which Stewie wins. After Brian asks where he got a muscular pig that looks like a bodybuilder who had a bowl of roids for breakfast, Stewie lets him in on a little secret.
You ever heard of the multiverse theory, Brian? There are an infinite number of universes coexisting with ours on parallel dimensional planes.
Dimensional planes, right.
Well, if it's good enough for Spider-Man, it's good enough for these guys. To show Brian what the multiverse looks like, they take a trip to a super futuristic reality. Stewie explains that it formed this way because Christianity was never invented, so the Dark Ages never happened, and science was allowed to advance. While this universe is massively different from their normal one, what is most unbelievable is that their version of Meg looks like this.
My God, is that Meg?
After seeing the wonders of alternate dimension, Brian is still keen to see more. First, they visit a Flintstones version of reality before moving on to a version of Spooner Street where Japan won the Second World War. After they get their fill of reality jumping, Stewie and Brian try to return home but end up in a universe where everyone has two heads, one that's happy and another that's sad.
Honey, have you seen Stewie?
I sure have. He's over there playing in the corner.
I want you to know I love you. I'm trying to get excited about it.
Man, these guys would be total buzzkills at parties. Plus, imagine how much shampoo they'd go through. Stewie tries to get them home again, but the untested reality hopping machine beams them into a block of ice during an ice age. Unable to reach the controller, Brian relies on his doggy instincts.
Keep going.
Okay, let's see. You want to go for a walk?
It's working. Do more.
You want a treat, boy?
But you really have one, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we're going for that walk?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
The next trip through the multiverse lands the duo in a world where everyone needs to drop a deuce before going to a reality where everyone acts and looks like whimsical and happy Disney characters who have a slight obsession with pie. Sounds like my kind of place. Stewie and Brian press the button several more times to get home, but don't have a lot of success.
Love it.
Hate it. Brian, this feels weird.
It's fortunate that Family Guy isn't live action. Can you imagine what the chicken fight would have been like? The animal rights people would have been all over that. After hopping into a Washington Post political cartoon, a universe with just a really complimentary guy and a reality of portraits, they end up in a world where the roles between dogs and humans are reversed. Suddenly, Brian changes his tune and decides he wants to stay.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Holly. Let's go. This guy's a freak.
I wonder why. Stewie fixes the controller, but after the two struggle, it smashes on the ground, trapping them in this version of reality. With nowhere else to go, they turn up at the Griffin household under the guise of new neighbors. There they find the dog equivalent to each family member, as well as a human Brian, which just feels wrong. With Stewie feeling hopeless about returning home, it turns out that the pooch version of him is just as smart or even smarter than him.
I know who you are, Stewie.
I beg your pardon?
In fact, I figured out how to navigate with absolute precision.
We've been jumping randomly from one universe to the next.
Did you have the shuffle button on?
Ah, classic rookie move when navigating the multiverse. Or Spotify. Always uncheck the shuffle button, folks. Dog Stewie offers to send them back using his machine, but after biting Peter for being annoying, Dog Joe takes human Stewie to the pound to be dealt with.
You can pick him up tomorrow. Oh, okay. Just bring a trash bag. What did he mean by that? Any human that bites a dog gets euthanized. You know that.
Yeah, just like in our world, if they bite someone, it's curtains. With no time to lose, the two Brians and Dog Stewie sneak past Joe and free Stewie. With Joe on their tail, quite literally, Dog Stewie opens up a portal and sends the reality hoppers back home, along with human Brian. Now free from the rule of dogs, human Brian can go and live a great life.
free in a world of his own kind, full potential.
Oh my god, he got hit by a car!
Or maybe not. Road to the Multiverse was an ambitious concept that the Family Guy team pulled off flawlessly. They experimented with different animation styles, had a solid plot throughout, had hilarious gags, and had their trademark gift of making people reflect on how society is. It was a home run, and one the fans appreciated. As you can see, Family Guy can have some real stinkers, but sometimes they really tug at those heartstrings. So let's take a look at every unexpectedly heartfelt episode in Family Guy. Family Guy is famous for its humor, especially the shocking stuff like this.
Oh, it's my book club, Peter. Come, join us.
Oh, okay.
But every once in a while, between all those hilariously dark episodes, you'll all of a sudden find an episode that smacks you right in the feels.
I mean, I love you as one loves another person whom one simply cannot do without.
I love you too, Stewie.
Yeah, it's time to ride the emotional roller coaster that is Family Guy. And let's start things off with a fact. Dogs are some of the most faithful companions a human can have, and none come more faithful than Brian, even if it costs him his life.
Who's this at? Who's this at?
Probably belongs to the hospital.
What's that for?
Cutting me open, harvesting my organs, and killing me?
Bro, Peter, don't rub it in, man. In New Kidney in town, Peter and the guys are having a few beers at the Clam, discussing some pretty thought-provoking hypotheticals.
Would you rather have dinner and then with Megan Fox's body with Leonard Nimoy's head on it, or re-roof an entire condo complex by yourself?
Oh, boy.
Can I close my eyes?
You couldn't get me up that ladder fast enough. When Peter fails to add to the guide talk, he tells his friends he's too tired to play, as Brian and the other dogs in the neighborhood have kept him up all night. This is when Joe suggests trying some Red Bull to wake him up.
Here you go, Peter. It's on the house.
So, what do you think?
No, bro. The first ones are always free to get you hooked. This sends him down a Red Bull bender, which gives him more energy than the Duracell bunny after accidentally sitting on a Tesla supercharger port. It's a long story. He trashes the house, beats the cow milking record, and somehow manages to set Chris's junk on fire. Like, dang, I heard they can give you wings, but they left that hazard off the can. He even goes on The Price is Right, but spins the wheel a little too vigorously.
Paramedics, come on down!
It's the producer's turn to spin the wheel of compensation, and something tells me it's definitely not landing on the number they want. Peter is clearly out of control, so Lois cuts him off, but after throwing away his stash and banning him from buying any more, Peter decides to make his own moonshine version. He adds some questionable ingredients, including the highly toxic kerosene. Brian tries to warn him, but Peter glugs the whole jug anyway. After drinking a literal fuel and passing out, Peter receives some pretty bad news.
Kidney failure? But is he gonna be okay?
We'll put him on a kidney transplant list, but that could take months.
Yeah, to say the least, it's pretty bad news. But hey, on the bright side, at least he'll have $3 to the gallon from whatever's in his kidneys. At the Clam, Peter gets annoyed that his dialysis treatment is cutting into his beer drinking time, which is pretty ironic, if I might add, and decides to skip his treatment. After all, skipping one treatment won't kill you, right?
Oh my god, you don't look so good.
What are you talking about? I feel great. Like I could go another 20 years or more.
Yep, Peter ends up looking as yellow as Homer Simpson in a pool full of custard, a sign that things are not good. Desperate for a new kidney and his human family members not suitable for a transplant, Brian offers one of his, but there's a snag. Because dog kidneys are too small, Peter would need both of them, which means he would die. Brian is known for being pretty selfish at times, but this time he was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice.
You're my best friend. You gave me a home when I didn't have one, and you've treated me like a family member ever since. I'm a dog. I have another 8 years at best. I'm willing to give that up so you can have another 40.
Saying that Peter was obviously moved by this gesture is kind of an understatement, and things get really emotional, with Peter and Brian having a very tearful moment. With the operation happening the next day, Brian must say his emotional goodbyes, sharing the last words of wisdom with each of the Griffins, but not before taking advantage of the situation.
Can I hump your leg for 15 uninterrupted seconds?
I suppose so, Brian. I said you could do it for 15 seconds.
Didn't need it.
Dirty dog! It's probably for the best the pooches don't qualify for the Make-A-Wish program. After finding out what's happening, Stewie kidnaps his friend so he can't sacrifice himself for Peter. Ouch. When your child chooses the family dog over you, I think it's time to take him to a ball game or something. Actually, no, I hate sports. I don't take me to any ball game. Keep your balls away from me. Brian explains that if he doesn't let him go, Stewie will lose his dad.
And if you don't let me go right now, you're gonna lose your dad.
But, Brian,
I don't want to lose anybody. I don't want to lose anybody.
Poor Stewie. He's so upset that he's achieved the Tom Selleck level of a snot stash. Coming to his senses, Stewie lets him go, and Brian makes it to the operation in time. With just moments left before Dr. Hartman puts them under, Peter and Brian say their goodbyes. As the doctor arrives, though, he makes an announcement that turns this depressing moment around.
I found another donor for your husband.
Oh!
Me.
What?
Brother, I need to move to Quahog. My doctor won't give me any appointment, let alone a few of their organs. This episode was touching and one of the most wholesome Family Guy moments that remind us how much the Griffins actually love each other at the end of the day. I really don't know what's more moving, the fact that Brian was willing to sacrifice himself for his best friend, or Dr. Hartman willing to give up one of his kidneys, even if it was to stop losing some of his last remaining patients. I guess every business sometimes needs an investment, even the small, pink, squishy kind. While Brian narrowly avoided losing his kidneys, in another episode, he loses a lot more. When Brian gets arrested for a DUI, he's forced to do some community service. He hates it at first, but after meeting a mature lady who can sing, he changes his tune. And she must have a really beautiful voice. And Brian wallows and Peter swallows. Brian takes a woman out on a date, but she isn't as sophisticated as he may like. Don't be so shallow, Brian. She's willing to look past the fact that your tail wags whenever you're asked if you want to go for a walk. I don't know why I talk to cartoon characters like they're in the same room as me. Does anyone else do that? I feel weird. I feel weird. Depressed that he'll never find someone he can have an intellectual connection with, Lois suggests to Peter that he should take him to the Laser Rock concert. Unfortunately for Brian, it has the opposite effect.
Be as bad as one, his number since the number.
You are a filthy.
Brian, wallowing in his loneliness, hits his flask of whiskey while driving, which gets him pulled over by Joe for swerving in the road. A month later, Brian goes to court and is given a punishment he's less than thrilled about.
So, what do you have to do for your community service?
I gotta take care of some old woman who hasn't been out of her house in 30 years.
Well, I mean, you were looking for a more mature woman, Brian, and you can't get more mature than caring for the elderly. I'm just saying. This is when Brian meets Pearl Burton, a grouchy old woman who treats him like a slave. Eventually, he's had enough of being bossed around, and despite Pearl's threats of calling the judge to lock him up, he gives her a piece of his mind and leaves. Back at Spooner Street, though, Brian makes an interesting discovery.
In 1961, Pearl used an appearance at Carnegie Hall to make the leap from jingle singer to artist.
That's Habanera from Carmen.
While Brian appreciated how beautifully she used to sing, the people back in 1961 only wanted to hear her sing jingles, so she vanished and was never seen again. Brian, realizing that he had been mean to Pearl and hadn't even tried to get to know her, returns to her house, and in the nick of time.
Pearl, I mean...
Oh, stop trying to talk me out of it.
No one who sings Carmen like you is pathetic.
What?
I heard you sing Habanera. You were sublime.
I agree with Brian. Although I don't know much about opera until now, I thought habanera was just a type of chili pepper. Talking Pearl out of doing anything hasty and cheering up the elderly woman by telling her he appreciates her singing, the two become friends. Brian leaves, but not before telling her that he will be back to spend more time with her. See, Pearl, this is the kind of hanging out you should be doing. I'm sorry, that was probably in poor taste. This isn't the only wholesome relationship looming in the episode, however, as Peter decides to grow a beard that would make Hagrid jealous. The problem is that it attracts a rare species of bird. When your facial hair starts attracting wildlife, it's probably time to get the razor out. To make matters worse, the uninvited guest uses Peter as a nest and leaves him to take care of the 3 baby chicks. Knowing they have nobody else, Peter does everything with them. Brushes their beaks, shares milkshakes, and even regurgitates food for them. Okay, maybe that last part's gone a little too far. Lois notices that his feathered friends are growing up too fast and makes a suggestion.
Peter, they're getting awfully big. So every good mother knows when it's time for her babies to leave the nest.
Anytime they want. Ah! Fine, I'll let him go.
Something tells me that's not toothpaste in his beard. Reluctantly, Peter agrees that it's time for them to fly the nest, despite how close he had become to them. And speaking of getting close, back at Pearl's house, the elderly performer gives Brian his own private night at the opera. From the comfort of an armchair, Brian suggests that Pearl should go out for dinner with him and see everything she's missed out on.
Brian, I've missed so much. If it wasn't for you...
She probably should have focused on the things she couldn't see, like the truck hurtling towards her. How can you focus on things you can't see? You know what? Brian visits Pearl in the hospital, where his friend tells him that she shouldn't have much time left. Naturally, Brian feels terrible for making Pearl leave the house, but that's when she tells him that she had the best day of her life today, apart from the truck thing. Further tugging on the heartstrings, Pearl tells Brian she wishes they could spend more time with each other, a request Brian is happy to fulfill. Thanks to virtual reality, Pearl and Brian get to spend a lifetime together before she takes her last breath. At the same time, Peter lets the birds fly away, forcing both of them to say goodbye to their new friends. One at the end of a life and the other at the beginning. What a double whammy for emotional moments, dude. Does anyone else have the urge to sing the Circle of Life right now? Later, the guys go to the clam to drown their sorrows, but inadvertently get some female attention.
I'm not ready yet. Hey, you're getting some looks yourself.
Now, I've heard of a chick magnet, but it's taking it to whole new levels right there. It's clear that Peter has a fatherly instinct deep down within him, and it's not just birds that get to see his parental side. Peter doesn't have the best track record when it comes to showing how much he loves his children, but after being forced to spend time with Meg, he realizes that she's not so bad. And no, this isn't a parallel universe episode. Road to Rupert begins with the Griffin family holding a yard sale to get rid of their old junk. But Peter doesn't exactly know how these things work and buys a pair of Evel Knievel gloves he already owns. If that wasn't dumb enough, he then sets up a death-defying stunt in the street.
I'm busy. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some death to defy.
Frackin' nailed it. Unfortunately for Peter, his actions led to Joe revoking his driver's license. Yeah, trying to jump parked cars in front of a police officer's house isn't the smartest of moves. With no way to get around and having the attention span of a toddler, Peter tries to find ways to entertain himself.
Norm! And Peter, yeah!
Playing Mr. Peterson?
Griffin.
I can't find the...
He was talking to me, Norm. Quit stealing my punchlines, you fat drunk.
If we all punched our screens after seeing a fat drunk, we'd all need new monitors by the end of this video. I already do. I can't see a thing. It's an instinct. Punch drunks. Anyway, it doesn't take long until Lois has had enough of her husband being around all the time and asks Meg to be his personal driver. As you can imagine, Peter is not thrilled.
Oh, this sucks. Can you believe I'm stuck with Meg driving me around? It's bad enough I got a suspended license. I gotta ride around town with Stinky McPoop pants. I want apple juice.
Aw. Isn't it sweet when parents give their kids cute nicknames? Meg soon regrets offering to help her dad after he acts like a child, demanding juice and SpongeBob. You ask me, that sounds like a good time. But to make matters worse, the guys join Peter in the back of the car for beers. As is often the case with the drunk passengers, they get a little too rowdy, and after Cleveland gives her a wet willy and Peter sets her hat on fire, Meg finally hits a boiling point.
What the hell is your problem, you dumb bimbo? Oh, God, stop!
Meg, that was awesome!
I think Meg just let out all the resentment and anger she's been holding in for years in one fell swoop. Be careful who you wet willy, guys. For the first time, Peter actually respects Meg, and it only comes at the expense of some poor dude getting his ass whooped. Lois, on the other hand, isn't happy and tells Meg she needs to phone up the guy and apologize. Unbelievably, Peter sticks up for his daughter.
Hey, don't you talk to her like that. Meg's as cool as the other side of the pillow.
He even calls her cool. Maybe Peter needs to go get a brain scan after that Evel Knievel stunt. His last brain cell might have been dislodged. Or maybe it got re-lodged back into place. I don't know. After showing she can look after herself, the father and daughter duo soon become best friends and spend some quality, albeit destructive, time together. Peter's being a real menace this episode. No one on Spooner Street is safe. They also go to a drive-thru movie, and Meg manages to pull off the death-defying stunt that got Peter in trouble in the first place. After spending a couple of days together, Meg tells Peter how much he's enjoyed spending time with him, and surprisingly, Peter shares the same sentiment.
I'm starting to realize I got a really wonderful daughter.
Thanks, Dad.
It's heartwarming to see Peter treat Meg like an actual daughter for once and not just the butt of his jokes. The wholesome moment seems like it's about to end, though, as Joe comes over and tells Peter that his license has been reinstated and that he no longer needs to rely on Meg to drive him around. She, like me, and probably everyone who watched this for the first time, expected her dad to go back to how he was before, making fun of her and farting in her cereal bowl, normal stuff. But that's when Peter tells his daughter this.
But from now on, Meg, you and me are secret best friends.
10 seconds later.
What I want is a fresh glass of better daughter.
Now, that might seem harsh, but when it comes to Peter Griffin logic, he couldn't have said anything sweeter, in my opinion. Meg rarely gets to look like a badass and also be the apple of her father's eye, so this episode really has the feel-good factor for the family underdog. But this isn't the only time Family Guys had a heartwarming father-daughter focus. In fact, there was one with the most unlikeliest of characters. Quagmire is committed to being uncommitted when it comes to the ladies, but as he finds out in Quagmire's Baby, living life like Hugh Hefner on crack comes with consequences.
Look, there's a note.
Glenn, this is your child. Next time, wear a condom, jerk. Oh my God!
That stork delivering babies could have knocked first. Sheesh. After Joe sends off for a DNA test, it turns out the little baby belongs to Quagmire. Not exactly a family guy. He tries to pass the baby on to his neighbors, but Lois tells him that the baby is his responsibility now. Problem is, he doesn't have any idea how to take care of a child.
Bathroom's down the hall to the right. If you ever come home and there's a tie on the door, it means I'm frogging someone, so give me at least a couple hours. You smoke?
Poor kid, don't stand a chance. Thankfully, Lois comes over to help out and asks if the baby has a name yet. He tells them her name is Anna Lee, with a shortened version that YouTube won't let us share. But let's just say it'd be at the bottom of my list of baby names, personally. Quagmire tries to keep his life as it was before Anna came along, but as he quickly finds out, babies can get in the way.
So, how long you been in beauty school?
2 months.
Well, tonight we're doing facials.
You have a baby?
Yeah, it's a long story. Now, where were we? Giggity, giggity.
Talk about failing at extracurricular activities. When he finally wakes up, his date is long gone, but she does have a letter telling him that she was a virgin, so it was probably for the best nothing happened. For Quagmire, this is the equivalent of the Grinch stealing Christmas. Angry, he decides that it's time for Anna to leave. First, he asks Peter if he and Lois want to adopt the baby, but he tells them that they can barely look after the two they had. Poor Meg. That secret best friend title didn't last long. He does offer a suggestion, though.
Now, this is just a suggestion, just throwing it out there. Have you considered abortion?
Peter, I think it's too late for that.
Good heavens! With nobody willing to take the baby off of Quagmire's hands, he decides to take her to an adoption center. Joe tells him that he's doing the right thing, while Peter reminds him that the moment he gives the baby up for adoption, he can no longer abort it. Good to know. As he hands Anna Lee over to the receptionist, Quagmire realizes what he's giving up.
Here, she'll go to a good home, right?
Oh, yes.
She'll be somewhere safe, right?
How can you give her up, Glenn? She has your eyes and doesn't have your chin. The guys go to a strip club to celebrate Quagmire's freedom, but everything he sees at the Fuzzy Clam reminds him of her.
That stripper has a rash on her ass, just like Anna Lee used to get. And that other stripper's sitting on that guy's lap, just like Anna Lee used to do.
I guess grief affects people in different ways, but when strippers start reminding you of your daughter, it's time to see a therapist. He realizes that he made a huge mistake giving up his only daughter and breaks down. Heartbroken, Quagmire visits Anna Lee's new home to take her back, but after peering through the window, he sees a scene fitting of a Christmas card, with her new mother and father coming in to play with her. This is when Glenn realizes that they look like a real family, and that the baby belongs to parents who can actually care for her.
Well, I guess I just realized it's not about me. This family is what's best for Anna Lee. I gotta let her go.
I'm proud of you, Quagmire.
Thanks, man.
Now, if that don't tug at the heartstrings, I don't know what will. But this is Quagmire we're talking about. The chances are he has a lot more babies out there for when he's finally ready to be a dad. While he is known for being a sleazy womanizer, this moment shows a softer side to him. It's actually kind of sad. Like his stash of little blue pills, the experience has made him grow. The difference being that this personal growth won't wear off in 4 to 6 hours. It'll wear off the next episode. As is the case with Anna Lee, there have been moments in Family Guy where someone had to say goodbye to someone for the greater good. While Vinny helped the Griffins get over losing Brian, Stewie wasn't ready to give up on his best friend.
You realize if I save Brian, my family won't get another dog. We will never have met. I'll probably never see you again.
Aw, man. Just when I was warming up to Vinny. In Christmas Guy, the Griffin family plans a trip to Quahog's Christmas Carnival for Stewie's first Christmas. He has more repeating birthdays than a grandma in denial. On turning up at the mall, however, it turns out Stewie's Christmas elf costume is the most Christmassy thing about the whole carnival. Confused, the Griffins look for answers.
Where is the Christmas Carnival?
Canceled. I don't know why. I'm just a small cog in this operation.
They canceled Christmas at the mall. Where in the world would they listen to the same 10 festive songs on repeat now? Stewie is upset that he missed out on meeting Santa and begins around Quahog. Did that make sense? It will in 1 second.
I don't know, Lois. I feel like if we don't do something, Stewie's first words are going to be, "Why did you kill Christmas?" You know I'm usually all business, but deep down, thing is, it keeps me going more than anything else. A sense of wonder.
Well, you have your work cut out for you, Peter.
I see. Canceling Christmas will be the cause of World War III. It won't just be chestnuts roasting on an open fire. I don't know what I meant by that. Thanks to Vinny's street intel, he discovers that the mall's owner was behind the cancellation. Who would be so mean as to do that, you might ask? Well, none other than, of course, Lois's dad, Carter Pewterschmidt. Peter takes things into his own hands and visits Carter to get answers.
And why did you cancel a Christmas carnival? You know what it's like being rich at Christmas, Griffin? Everyone expects an expensive present, and I get nothing.
Bah humbug. I guess it's not just taxes rich people don't like paying out for. Peter isn't going to let this issue fly, and he helps Carter find his Christmas spirit so he can bring back the carnival. First, he tries to get Carter to write a letter to Santa, but Peter lies about all the family members except for Carter needing a ball stool to fight against gravity. There's a gift idea for the Griffins. Get Carter the Ball Sling 5000. There you go, I just saved Christmas. Where's my money? Peter also tries several other ideas to evoke festive joy, but fails miserably. Who doesn't like being forced to drink eggnog while being videotaped? Eventually, Peter is just left with one more trick up his sleeve.
No Christmas carnival.
I had no idea you were Jewish.
What? Is that how this is coming off?
Yeah, kinda.
There's nothing like a little anti-Semitic stereotyping to get people into the Christmas spirit. I'm sorry. Finally, Stewie gets to meet Santa, but realizes that the only thing he wants is for Brian to come back. Vinny can see how much he misses his friend and tries to cheer him up.
Vinny, my name is Brian, your favorite dog. Hey, whose leg do you got a gagoosh to get an amaretto di Serrano around here?
Vinny, you're not Brian.
For a split second, I thought Brian had risen from the dead. You should have had a martini glass to really sell it. Vinny tries his hardest, but Stewie explains that there's only one Brian, and he is gone. Vinny then suggests that they go to the mall so he can buy Stewie a Christmas present to cheer him up. So at the toy store, Stewie tells Vinny he hates how barely anything is left on the shelves around the holidays, but looking around, he spots a familiar-looking baby carrying a toy.
That boy is me. Several months ago, I time-traveled ahead to purchase that Christmas toy.
If I had a time machine, I'd be doing the same thing. No more waiting for my DoorDash to arrive. I am DoorDash. Stewie asks Vinny to distract his past self so he can steal the time machine return pad and save Brian. The loyal hound is happy to do so. After all, robbery seems to be like a hobby for the street-smart Vinny. In fact, he knows how exactly to pull it off.
Hey, how you doing? This may sound a little presumptuous of me, but you ever do any modeling?
Well, not professionally.
He may be a genius, but when it comes to vanity, he's a sucker. Stewie manages to steal the time pad and prepares to go back in time to save Brian. The only problem is that by doing that, the timeline will change, which means that Vinny would never have come into the Griffin household. At this point, the family has grown fond of the new dog, but Vinny understands it's a sacrifice he has to make for Stewie's happiness.
So, I think this is goodbye.
Hey, I'm man's best friend, not some stupid baby's best friend, right?
Bro, take him with you. 2 talking dogs are better than 1. After an emotional goodbye, Stewie goes back in time and waits for his past self to go inside before pushing Brian out of the way of the car, saving his life. Stewie explains how he couldn't live without his best friend and how he stole the time pad to set things right. As a result, the timeline where Brian died was erased, along with that version of Stewie.
Merry Christmas, Brian. Hey, who are you talking to out here?
A pretty awesome guy.
Pretty awesome guy. Why don't you marry him, huh? All right, game on!
Sure, a pair of polka dot socks are fine, but this is the ultimate Christmas present. But it's not like Brian hasn't also returned the favor by bringing one of Stewie's friends back from the dead. After ripping his cherished teddy bear apart, Brian realizes that despite how clever he is, Stewie is still just a baby.
He was a great friend. He was always there whenever Stewie needed him. He always listened. He made Stewie a better person.
The world does need more Ruperts. In Dog Bites Bears, Stewie settles down for a Fast and the Furious movie marathon with his 2 best friends, Rupert and Brian, with Stewie and Rupert talking all the way through the movie. However, Brian decides to go to the bar instead.
Suit yourself. Rupert and I are just fine without you. Yeah, you're right. I bet he is on his period. Whatever that means.
I'm with him on this one. I hate it when my stuffed animals chat through a film. Frickin' shut up! I'm trying to record! Sorry, one of them was trying to get my attention now. Still trying to figure out what's stuffed animal and what's voice in my head, but I'm learning to differentiate it between. Stewie and Rupert watch the movies late into the night until Stewie can't stay awake anymore and leaves his stuffed friend to watch the rest of the film. When he comes down the next morning, though, Stewie gets the shock of his life.
Rupert?
It's a massacre! How could they show this on television? Turns out that while Rupert was minding his own business, a drunk Brian mistook him for a chew toy. Stewie, obviously upset, wakes him up by calling him a murderer with a gun pointed at his face. Brian offers up his favorite tennis ball as a sacrifice to say sorry.
You're comparing Rupert to a tennis ball? He always knew there was something off about you, and now we know what it was. You're a psycho!
Yeah, I get it. Hanging out with a tennis ball is just boring, man. For something so round, they're surprisingly square. That might be the drugs talking. I think Brian could learn a thing or two from Stewie's view of friendship. He literally saved him from being killed by a car, and yet he's happy to make Rupert look like an explosion at a cushion factory. Talk about double standards. After cremating the remains of Rupert, Stewie sets out for Vermont to spread his ashes. When Brian finds out, he rushes to the bus station and follows him to the Great Mountain State. The 2 hike up a mountain, but with Stewie's anger building, it's not long until the bad blood is spilled, and the 2 begin fighting. Brian eventually admits why he destroyed Rupert, and it wasn't just a drunken mistake.
Fine! You're right. You know what? It wasn't an accident. I was sick of you talking to him all the time. And I was sick of always playing second fiddle to that bear. He's not even real.
Yeah, Brian was jealous of a stuffed toy. Insecure much? After finding out that he killed Rupert on purpose, Stewie tries to do the same to Brian, but accidentally goes stumbling down a cliff, injuring his ankle. With no other choice, he lets Brian carry him up the mountain using a bushcraft sled, but not without giving him a piece of his mind the entire way up.
Want to know some of the other things he called you? Fat Lassie, Rin Tin Twink, Poopy Snoopy, Mama Dookie.
I think he left out Goofy Gonad's face and Huckleberry Hound, would you like these nuts? I'm running off of 3 hours of sleep. As they continue their climb, Brian asks Stewie how a person with so much intellect and maturity was still hung up on having a teddy bear, to which Stewie tells him this.
Because Rupert was going to be with me forever! He wasn't ever going to leave! Oh, really? Brian, let's be honest. You're a middle-aged dog, and one day, all too soon, I'm going to be crying at your funeral in an Armani suit.
So Stewie is afraid of losing Brian, therefore he focuses on his stuffed friend. Okay, hear me out. Have you ever considered taxidermy? Despite Brian's feelings about Rupert, he realizes how much his little friend loved him and shares some sweet words about how much he meant to the both of them before sending him off to the great toy box in the sky.
Okay, Rupert was a great bear. A great,
Power bottom.
Right, okay.
Beautiful sentiment. But I'd leave that out of the obituary post, Stewie. With only a bottle of pee at hand, Brian pours it out as a tribute. And this is why you shouldn't eat yellow snow, kids. Before going home with Stewie fast asleep in the back of the car, Brian makes one last stop.
Rupert! You've come back to me!
And I'll take with me the...
What are the chances that some random antique toy shop along the road has a Rupert? Let's just hope that Brian doesn't hit the bottle anytime soon, or else it's going to be another trip up the mountain. This episode was really touching and gave the duo an opportunity to have a heart-to-heart. More than that, reminded Brian that Stewie is still just a baby who finds comfort in his teddy bear, despite the fact that he carries a gun and has committed more crimes than a mafia boss. Defeating a stuffed bear might be easy, but a real one is much more difficult. This is a lesson Peter learned the hard way, which led to a touching father-son moment, surprisingly. At some point in every father's life, they have to admit that their kids have some traits they can't compete with, whether it be a skill they build upon or something they're born with.
All right, stand back, Lois.
Oh, my. Well, no wonder he's always slouching.
Chris needs a lock on his door pronto. The people of Quahog are making the most of the winter in the episode, and the wiener is by having snowball fights and skating on the frozen lake. Peter challenges Chris to a race and beats him, which leads him to getting pretty cocky about it. But after bragging to the guys with the bearded clam, they tell him that it's only a matter of time before his son takes up the mantle of being the best at doing stuff. Like any mature middle-aged man, Peter graciously accepts the fact. No, he doesn't.
All right, salt shaker up the nose.
I got pepper.
I win!
With Peter getting competitive, he takes Chris to play basketball, expecting to run rings around him, but he underestimates his son.
What do you got? What do you got, huh? Come on! Come on, ref, that's charging.
No foul.
No foul!
Yep, time is a cruel mistress. After Chris outplays him, Peter resorts to playing dirty, even lying about him and Lois getting a divorce. You're supposed to distract the kids with expensive stuff when getting a divorce, not make that the distraction. He's got it all wrong. After the game, though, Chris inadvertently shows that there is one area Peter will never beat him in.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever beat you.
Hey, Chris, what's with your leg? Oh, my God, that's not your leg!
So it turns out that Chris is carrying more sausage than an Italian deli on Black Friday. I'm so sorry for that sentence. Feeling inadequate about his size, Peter starts overcompensating. Not only does he stuff Stewie down his pants to try and impress the ladies, but also buys a long, phallic-shaped sports car.
Don't worry, baby. I'll be gentle.
I just feel sorry for those poor guys driving smart cars. Looking for another way to fix his masculine pride, Peter goes to a hunting shop where he finds more men having the same problem as he.
Our locker room with full shower facilities.
Holy crap, they're all so small.
Well, you see, Peter, the way we look at it, a man's only as big as the gun he carries.
Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Oh, it's a gun. With the help of Brian, Peter begins practicing by shooting CDs launched by Brian. While they talk, however, Chris finds out that his dad is hating on him because of the large size of his dong and starts believing he's a freak. Peter decides to take Chris out on a hunting trip to prove that he is still better than his son in at least this aspect. He takes the reins and explains to Chris how to be a master hunter. The two bond, and Chris tells his dad that he was beginning to believe he doesn't like him anymore. But before Peter could respond, they come across their first target.
Tracks. There must be a deer around here.
Well, those are snowmobile tracks.
Shh, there he is.
Fascinating. They always leave the good stuff out of wildlife documentaries. While Peter was concentrating on the deer, the hunter didn't realize he had become the hunted. A giant brown bear creeps up on the pair, giving them the same look Yogi gives to a picnic basket.
Say hello to Satan for me.
Peter must be the fast food equivalent to this bear. 0 health benefits, but filling. Facing imminent death, Peter's life flashes before his eyes, albeit a short flash, with him being held back in the 4th grade for most of his life. Luckily, Chris's couch potato knowledge kicks in, and he remembers how to stop a bear from attacking.
Dad, I know what to do. Go away! Go on, Dad! Stay tuned for an all-new Ally McBeal!
Whether it was the prospect of having to watch Ally McBeal or being intimidated by Chris, the bear backs down and leaves them alone. After saving his life, Peter tells Chris that he acted like a real man and says the words all Griffin children long to hear.
Holy crap! Chris, that was amazing! You handled that bear like a real man. I'm proud of you, son.
As you can imagine, Chris is very surprised to hear that Peter's actually proud of him, as he has overheard what he had said about him to Brian, but Peter admits that he was just being stupid and jealous. He finally accepts that his son is bound to be more impressive when it comes to some things, and no amount of enhancement supplements seen on late-night TV commercials will change that. Very sweet moment between father and son. Weird, but sweet. While Chris managed to save Peter with these, it took a lot more to save Stewie from the foster system. When a social worker mistakes Stewie for a crack baby, it takes the whole of Spooner Street to save him from being taken away.
Sandy Belfort, Child Services. We're placing this baby in a foster home.
What?
For God's sake, feed me!
Must be his eyes. She's always looking high as a kite in the early seasons. In Love Thy Trophy, Meg comes home upset because the girls at her school were mean about how lame her bag is. The girls refused to let her go to lunch with them, but invited the teacher, Mrs. Kenner. Wow, when the teacher's more popular, you know things are rough. Meg, determined to get in with the popular kids, plays the Daddy's Princess card.
Daddy, if you really love me, you buy me a Prada bag.
Can't say no to you, honey. What are they, like $10?
1100.
You wish I loved you that much.
Anybody else think Peter was nicer to Meg in the earlier seasons? Nowadays, he would have just told her to shut up. Later on, while pushing Stewie in his stroller, she sees a job vacancy and realizes that she doesn't need her dad's money after all. Unfortunately, having no experience, and let's face it being Meg, the owner of the diner turns her away. But as she's about to leave, a waitress tells him that he should give her the job as she's a young, single mother.
What's the little guy's name? Well, I can't send an unwed teenage mother out on the street without a job.
My son's name is Stewie.
Guess we've all told little white lies to get a job. Although I do regret saying I was a trained skydiving instructor that one time. If this was Family Guy, we would cut to that, but we can't cut to that, so you're just gonna have to imagine that. I don't even know how you would, this disembodied voice leaping out of a plane. Anyway, Meg starts waiting at the tables while Stewie waits at the counter, eating his own body weight in pancakes and syrup. Everything seems to be going well, and Meg realizes that customers are willing to give her huge sympathy tips on account of her being a single mom, something that never happens in real life. Meanwhile, Peter and the rest of Spooner Street get to work on their float for the Quahog Harvest Festival Parade. It's quite wholesome if you look past the fact that it's a giant pair of
We're never gonna get this float done in time for the parade. Pick up the pace, guys!
The group's efforts pay off and they win the parade, which brings them together. The problem is, who gets the trophy? Unable to decide, they put it in the middle of the street, held up by their float, but the next morning when Peter goes out to get the paper, he discovers it's been stolen. The families instantly turn on each other and start pointing the finger.
Wait a second, what about Peter? He's the one who wanted the trophy all along.
Last night I was stealing Joe's ladder so I could steal a trophy tonight.
Peter!
At least he's honest. With the families of Spooner Street going to war, they decide they need to protect their homes.
Cleveland and Quagmire are holding their positions, but I haven't seen Joe all day.
Dad? Careful, Kevin. There's a bear trap 2 feet to your right.
Thanks, Dad.
Can you imagine being a UPS worker? It'd be like stepping into a horror movie. If their shorts weren't brown when they arrived, they definitely would be when they left. While Peter and Lois were distracted with the missing trophy, Meg manages to take Stewie with her again to the diner so she can use him to make more tips. You're exploiting a child. Don't think she cares. Anyway, what next? Make him wash the dishes and refill the coffee machine? Unfortunately, Meg takes her money-making scheme one step too far by telling customers that her baby is addicted to crack and that he's been eating dog food. Thinking that Stewie is a neglected, crack-addicted baby, a social worker visits Spooner Street at the worst possible time.
I was hoping I could ask you about your neighbors, the Griffins.
Bunch of card-carrying commies, you ask me.
The Griffins are not to be trusted.
Vile, cheating, lying scum.
And their carpet and drape scheme?
Well, after that glowing reference, Stewie should just pack his bags now. Along with 2 police officers, the social worker comes to take Stewie away to a foster home. And to make matters worse, Stewie, now hooked on pancakes, tells the worker he needs to be fed.
Honey, would you like some pancakes?
Oh, yes, take me!
Stewie!
Man, this is gonna take some explaining. The social worker wastes no time in taking Stewie to a foster home full of children, which has more diversity than the It's a Small World ride at Disney.
Stewie, come complete a rainbow.
Let's go play swallow the stuff under the sink.
If the social worker is still trying to save babies, she made one huge mistake here. When Meg discovers what's happened, she comes clean, and Peter and Lois go down to the Children's Services building to try and set everything straight.
Hi, where the Griffins?
I'm sorry, I can't find your paperwork.
I want my baby back.
Lois, please, let me handle this. We're the ones who fed dog food to our crack-addicted baby?
Yeah, just look a little closer. It's probably filed under D for deadbeat parents. After failing to get Stewie back, Peter and Lois confront the rest of the family, saying that their lies got Stewie taken away. While they all argue about whose fault it is, Brian gives them all a reality check.
It's all of yours. You put some shiny hunk of metal before your own friendships.
They all need to realize that the trophy made them lose sight of what was important, and now they need to team up to get one of their own back. They come up with a plan to break Stewie out. First of all, Cleveland and Joe distract the foster family while Peter slides down the chimney. Seems like the plan's a success until the foster parents catch him in the act and hold him at gunpoint. Should these guys really be looking after all those kids with a rifle just hanging around? Peter and Lois try to explain what happened, but the family refuses to hand him over. That is until the husband notices Meg's new Prada bag and is willing to trade it for Stewie. Nope, that's it. Trading a bag for a baby? Someone needs to get the social worker. She's got to be around here somewhere, right?
Glenn, honey, I have a question for you.
Hey, I have a question for you, too. Why are you still here?
I should have guessed. Peter may not express it much, but as seen in the episodes I've covered, he truly loves his family. Pretty much, for the most part. But when Death makes a return, he realizes the one person he always takes for granted. In Death Lives, Lois is looking forward to her wedding anniversary, but Peter decides to ditch it for the guys.
Peter, tomorrow's your anniversary.
Ah, crap. If Lois finds out I'm ditching her to play golf, she'll hit me with a frying pan, which is why I'm gonna drink this frying pan antidote.
He's gonna need a lot more of that antidote when Lois finds out. After Quagmire signs the gang up for golf, Peter plans out a scavenger hunt to distract her from the fact that Peter's a lousy husband. It seems that he went through the trouble of deceiving his wife for nothing, though, as Loretta won't let Cleveland play, and a thunderstorm forces Brian and Quagmire into the clubhouse. Undeterred to let a little bit of rain ruin his day, Peter carries on playing, which was not the smartest move.
You again?
Well, the last time he saw Death, he did say that they'd meet again soon. Peter begs Death to not take him away, but the Grim Reaper calms him down by saying he's just having a near-death experience. Oh, that's completely fine then. Curious, Peter asks when he's supposed to die, to which Death tells him it's 2 years after they get divorced. Peter don't believe him, as Lois has been crazy about him since the day they met.
And why don't you give him a kiss?
Oh, Peter, I hear music.
Yeah, me too.
I've never met a guy like you. You're so full of life. It's like I can really be myself with you.
Oh, man, she was beautiful.
You know, this looks awfully familiar. That's me. Look at all that hair. Can't believe I thought that looked good.
I love you, Lois Pewterschmidt.
I love you, Peter Griffin.
Sure, they may have caused a fuel truck to crash and brutally kill the driver, but it's still heartwarming to see them like this. Peter takes the flashback as proof that she will never leave him and demands to be brought back to life, but Death tells him that he has to have a revelation about his feelings for Lois before he can live again. What happened to golf? Death decides to take Peter back to the moment he met Lois's father, and it went about as well as it could be expected, really.
It's nice.
It's early Etruscan.
Oh, get out of here.
Ensign Glenn Quagmire, welcome aboard.
Overprotective parents, am I right? While Carter's reaction wasn't great, it did lead to Peter meeting Quagmire. His womanizing ways now make perfect sense after being stuck for weeks on a ship full of guys. Eventually, Death gives up trying to make Peter realize how he feels about his wife and allows him to go back into his body, but not before telling him this.
The revelation, jackass. It could have helped you save your marriage.
Wait. I can't lose Lois. Please, I'll do anything.
I wonder if Peter wants to save his marriage because of Lois or because he knows he's going to die in 2 years after they split. Peter makes Death an offer he can't refuse and tells him that he can get him a girlfriend in return for his help. It turns out that reaping souls doesn't leave much time to go out and mingle, as Death jumps at the chance of having a wingman. First of all, they go to the beach, as according to Peter, it's the best place to pick up chicks. But then it turns out that Death has zero riz.
Do you, live around here?
I live with my mom.
Tell your mom we said hi.
Heads up!
Ouch. Good thing he's already dead. That rejection would have killed me. Peter discovers that Death has a crush on a woman he met after he reaped her dad's soul after he passed away. Well, there's a cute story to tell their kids. Wasting no time, the two go to the pet store she works at, but after she can't hear him with all the dogs barking, he decides to leave. I mean, what did he expect? A skeleton's like the Holy Grail chew toy for a dog. Peter isn't taking no for an answer and tells Death he has to find a way to make it happen, just like how he managed to get back home to Lois. But Death tells him that he's had enough, and Peter calls him a chicken. Pissing off the entity that can literally send you to the afterlife isn't a good idea.
What the hell is going on out here?
Amy, you want to go somewhere and grab a coffee?
Sure, I get off at 2.
I'll meet you here.
Well played, Death, although it might be awkward when the coffee trickles through your ribcage. After one last trip to the past, the moment Peter returned from his little adventure, he finally realizes how much he takes his wife for granted.
What the hell are you doing here? Take this and stay away from my daughter forever.
$1 million? I love her, Mr. Pewterschmidt.
Oh, Peter.
Yeah, Peter was willing to give up $1 million to be with Lois, and now he can't even be bothered to do anything for their anniversary. Back in Quahog, Lois goes to the store to find the next clue of the scavenger hunt, but after bumping into Cleveland and Loretta, she finds out it was all just a ruse to play golf. Oh, someone's in trouble. Driving like a mad lad, she pulls up on Peter, ready to give him a piece of her mind, but he has one last trick up his sleeve. It turns out that Death abused his powers to scare Peter Frampton into singing the couple's song. Dang, that's smooth, Peter. After getting the "This Is Your Life" treatment from Death and seeing the journey Peter and Lois have been on, this episode showed a side of their relationship fans rarely get to see. Their actual relationship. Sure, Peter can be lazy, inconsiderate, deceiving, and a jerk, but deep down he loves her. Another Griffin duo who sometimes struggle to show how much they care for each other is Stewie and Brian. But after they're trapped together, they have no other choice but to share their feelings. A visit to a safe deposit box goes wrong when Stewie and Brian are accidentally locked inside a vault.
Hello? Hello? We're locked in! Did you just crap your diaper?
I got scared when the door closed.
Stuck in a confined space with a baby dookie? Oh, can it get any worse? With the bank vault door automatically locking at the end of the day, Brian and Stewie have no way to escape. To make things worse, Stewie wastes the last of his cell phone battery by calling a menswear store to ask for a refund extension for his new sweater. What? While there's no way to charge the cell phone, Stewie does come up with a suggestion to get rid of their smelly problem.
Like a black guy.
Whoa, Coke, all right? I don't want any trouble.
There's not gonna be any trouble as long as you eat my poo.
And here's me thinking being held up for a wallet was terrible. Brian obviously refuses, and out of anger yells and slaps Stewie in the face. Realizing he's being a huge jerk and seeing how uncomfortable Stewie is, Brian apologizes in the most disgusting way possible.
Oh, and just do me a favor and tell me when you're about to be Boon River. Oh, my God, there it goes.
How did the two smartest characters in Family Guy overlook the option to lock the poop in the deposit box and use the sweater as a makeshift diaper? With nothing else to do, Brian decides to open up the very expensive bottle of scotch he's been keeping up for a special occasion. After sharing the drink with Stewie, they try to entertain themselves because nobody has ever regretted a drunken decision, right?
I don't know where the pin went. Wait, move your hand. Oh, wow. There, I think the pin's too thick to go all the way through. Ah! Got it. How's it look?
If he's going for the bloody keyhole look, it's spot on. The two move on to a conversation about how dogs live with purpose, but Stewie tells Brian that he isn't really like that. Offended, Brian tries to tell Stewie that people will make fun of his sweater. This leads to Stewie saying this.
I use you, man.
Yeah, I would know if you were using me.
I got you to eat my
Yeah, you were afraid you were gonna get sick.
because I wanted to see if I could.
Whoa, that's next level manipulation. Or should I say manipulation? Last one, I swear. Things get even worse when Brian realizes that a security camera has been filming them the whole time, which means Brian's dirty deed is going to be seen. Brian tells Stewie that he could kill him for being so mean, but when Stewie calls his bluff, the gun goes off and the bullet narrowly misses the drunken idiots. The next morning, Stewie won't stop asking Brian why he needs a gun at all. I mean, he always claims to be against them. This is when Brian makes a tragic confession.
No.
Come on, please.
I keep it in case I ever want to commit suicide, okay?
Wow.
Brian goes on to say that life can be too much, and when Stewie said that he didn't live with purpose, he reacted the way he did because he knew it was true. It also turns out that the bottle of scotch was part of the contingency plan.
And that bottle of scotch?
I was saving it for my last drink.
Whoa, heavy.
Stewie has a few things to say about Brian's plans, though, and tells him how selfish he is, as he's the only one that makes his life bearable. He then tells Brian that he made up all those horrible things because he felt hurt.
I mean, I love you as one loves another person whom one simply cannot do without.
I love you too, Stewie.
Stewie goes on to tell Brian that he gives his life purpose, and that should be enough, as it's the best gift a friend can give, apparently. I mean, I'd take a Chipotle gift card. I have a problem. Eventually, the two fall asleep, and like Brian and Stewie in this emotional episode, the vault door opens, finally setting them free. While he doesn't come out and say it, I think Stewie just gave Brian a reason to carry on, fleeting as it may be. How long do you think it'll be before Stewie tells everyone about the poo-poo platter thing? Well, this episode tackled a pretty dark subject, and I'm not just talking about the gross things dogs do. They still managed to keep the comical tone while addressing a very serious real-world problem. It's honestly impressive. It wasn't just about Brian needing to hear that life matters, but the viewer too. Hope you're still awake after all that, because now we're gonna get back to the parts of Family Guy people don't love so much, as we talk about the most loved and most hated characters on the show. Family Guy's got characters. A lot of them, in fact. Some of them you love, and some of them are absolutely horrible human beings beyond redemption. For example, Quagmire is definitely not everyone's cup of tea. In fact, some people downright hate him. His perverted antics have often overstepped the mark and left some viewers offended by his levels of depravity.
Glenn, will you accept this rose?
Really? After I drugged you and tried to have with your unconscious body?
What?
Yes.
Oh man, I bet the FCC had a full mailbox today after this aired. In Brian the Bachelor, the Bachelorette comes to Quahog. Peter thinks it'll be the perfect opportunity to help Cleveland get over Loretta leaving him and convinces him to audition. Unfortunately though, Cleveland panics while waiting to be seen, so Peter ties him up naked to calm him down.
You know what? Look, Cleveland, look. See? Now you're not alone.
I need to get out of here.
Cleveland, no, you're staying.
Oh my God!
These guys look like they've turned up to the wrong kind of audition. Understandably, the executives are horrified, but before they have time to call security and an army of cleaners to deal with that chair, with no other guys left to audition, they offer Brian a role on The Bachelorette instead of Cleveland. The only problem is Brian has a little competition.
Quagmire?
Oh, hey, Brian.
How did you get on the show?
Yeah?
All right. Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, check under the bed.
Nope, nothing.
Quagmire? Really? Don't they do background checks for these shows? Or supposed to, anyway? The lawsuits are coming faster than Quagmire can rip his tiger skin underwear off. While Brian is there for the free booze, Quagmire has far darker reasons to be on the show. At the Bachelorette house, Brian is happy to get into the open bar, but Quagmire can barely contain his excitement. And I do mean that literally.
Hey guys. Well, it's been great to meet you all.
Dude, put your pants on!
Shut up!
Can you imagine how much blurring the editors would have to add with Quagmire around? They might as well smear butter on the camera lens and be done with it. Unbelievably, Quagmire is given a rose by the Bachelorette, Brooke Roberts, which means he gets to stay in the competition along with Brian. The first activity the Bachelors have to do is horse riding with Brooke, but she soon gets annoyed by how everyone is coming on to her, even though that's the whole point of the show. That's like signing up for a boxing match and getting upset that someone's trying to punch you in the face. When Quagmire goes on a private date with Brooke, he arguably does his most perverted act to date. While the two are enjoying some quality time in the jacuzzi, drinking champagne, Glenn offers to top up her glass. Sweet and thoughtful, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think that was a Mento he just put in her drink. Come on, Quagmire, asking for consent isn't just a pleasantry, you know? This dark moment went a little too far for some viewers and left a bad taste in their mouths. Kind of like that champagne. If spiking Brooke's drink isn't bad enough, he then does this.
All right. Oh, hey. Good night, Brooke. Thanks for a lovely evening.
Something tells me she'll just let him keep that sandal. So gross. Unable to remember what he's trying to do to her, Brooke invites Quagmire into the finals along with Brian. As part of the last activity, she visits the Griffin household to meet the family, but things quickly devolve into chaos.
What?
There!
Peter, Lois, we have proof Chris vandalized Goldman's pharmacy.
Who sold you the drugs?
Wow, their table manners stink. Brian thinks he's blown his chance with Brooke, but it turns out meeting Quagmire's mom went even worse.
His mother.
Glenn, would you feed Mittens? Mittens is a member of this family.
When they said he had to do a family activity, I don't think they meant that. Brian is crowned the winner of The Bachelorette and admits he's fallen in love with Brooke, but it turns out the whole romance was just for the show. What? Reality TV is fake? Family Guy always tackles sensitive issues and pushes the envelope of comedy, but with Quagmire, a lot of critics draw the line at what should and shouldn't be joked about. I mean, there are very few deviant crimes this guy hasn't committed.
Did you have with this underage girl? Quagmire, I'm afraid you're under arrest for statutory rape.
All right, but let me just send the pictures I took of her last night to all my friends.
You'd think he'd know better living next to a cop. But while Quagmire gets a lot of hate for his questionable antics, the same cannot be said about Stewie, who, despite doing some pretty awful things, is one of the most beloved characters in Family Guy. Stewie Griffin is as complicated as he is lovable. He can be an evil mastermind, the hero, a murderer, and sometimes even act his age.
Lois, you know what we should do right now? We should play restaurant with my Play-Doh. Oh, can you imagine such a world?
Now it's time for bed.
Hey, Lois, I have a secret for you. You're awesome.
I guess it beats him trying to kill her. Stewie is unarguably one of the most popular characters in Family Guy and has delivered many legendary moments for fans, from time travel to elaborate musical numbers. He's had plenty of running gags over the years. One of the longest is his hatred of his mother. But in Stewie Loves Lois, that all changed. The episode begins with the pair having some mother and son time at the park, but things go so wrong when a dog steals Rupert and does the unimaginable.
Rupert!
Give me that bear!
A little injury. Poor Rupert has less stuffing than a $1 burrito. Obviously, Stewie is traumatized after seeing his buddy get torn to shreds. Thankfully, Lois must have taken a crash course in stuffed animal surgery as she manages to make him good as new. Well, except for the scar running down his body, but I think it gives him character. By saving Stewie's best friend, he starts seeing Lois in a new light.
And to help you feel better, I made your favorite dinner.
Cut green beans, Atkins friendly potato sticks arranged according to size from largest to smallest, Scooby-Doo yogurt, perfect down to the last detail. I was wrong about you. You're my everything.
I bet he regrets all the times he tried to murder her now. Maybe. Lois is happy that Stewie's finally acting like a super clingy baby, even climbs under the bed for her cuddles. Although I think he may have instantly regretted it after this happened.
Lois, your breasts are great. Well, good morning, Mr. Nipple. Must be cold in here. What do you say we move south a little bit? There we go. Oh, you are so ready.
Well, let's just hope Stewie has the memory of a 1-year-old, or else the therapy bill is going to be sky high. Stewie doesn't seem too traumatized, however, as the two continue to bond, and he even tells Lois that he loves her. At this point, it just feels wrong to hear him say that.
Oh, you're like a female Bonnie Hunt.
Only Stewie can sound like a baby and a Victorian gentleman at the same time. It's kind of impressive. The newfound love from Stewie is short-lived, though, as his neediness starts wearing Lois out. If I were her, I'd just be grateful he didn't act this way throughout the entire 26 years of the show.
Lois! 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 Mom! 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 Mummy! Mama!
What?
Hi.
Wow. If this is what babies are like, then I would like to dedicate this video to my mom and say sorry. Sleep deprived and exhausted, Lois has a dream about putting Stewie in the washing machine. Well, that's pretty disturbing for me. The freakiest part is that Lois can hear him speak. Worried that she's going to act out the dream, she turns to Brian for advice, who tells her to break Stewie's overdependence.
This is for your own good.
Where are you going? Lois? Lois? Lois, answer me! Damn you, I will not be ignored! Get back in here and love me!
Sorry, I just got flashbacks of my high school crush turning me down for prom. And it's past. Unfortunately, Lois's tough love approach don't go as planned after Stewie takes drastic measures and stages an overdose of medicine from the bathroom cabinet. Okay, dude, listen to a sad breakup song by Adele like the rest of us and get over it, bro. Fortunately for Stewie, that plan kind of works out.
Hey! I'm dying up here! Lois, get with me! Ah! Ow!
It only took a broken arm for her to notice him again. Kinda concerned about that. Lois runs to her baby and smothers him with affection, but for Stewie, it's too late. He even tells her that he hopes she gets charged for child abuse. Well, it's safe to say the old Stewie's back.
Forget it, you neglectful, swag-bellied measle. You had your chance and you blew it.
I'd sleep with one eye open, Lois. This little dude may like snuggles, but he also has more weapons than a cartel safe house. Well, let's move on from a cherished Griffin family member to a neighbor reveled for her miserable personality and lack of morals. Loretta Brown ranks as one of the least liked Family Guy characters ever, and it's pretty clear to see why. They say you should not speak ill of the dead, but Loretta is the exception to the rule and is deservingly on the hated side. Not only did she constantly berate and control Cleveland throughout their marriage, but she cheated on him with the absolute worst person.
Hey, can I have my fish back?
Oh, you gonna have to reach into the cookie jar.
The phrase, "there's plenty more fish in the sea," has never been truer here. In Cleveland Loretta Quagmire, Peter invites his neighbors out on a boat trip. Quagmire decides to do a little bit of fishing, but accidentally tosses his catch into the bosom of Loretta. He asks Loretta if he can get his fish back, but she tells him he'll have to get it out himself. At first, it seems Quagmire might have a sliver of decency as he tells her he can't do that because she's his best friend's wife, but any sense of loyalty quickly goes out the window.
Hey, Quagmire.
Well, we'll have to do this again sometime.
You name the time and the place, little Nick.
Who would have thought a fish could be such a good wingman? But surely Loretta was just joking, right? No, she wasn't. As Peter and Brian are talking out on the street, they overhear Loretta making noises that sound like a farmyard animal in distress. They quickly burst into the Brown family home to help her, but are met with this sight.
Peter Griffin, temporarily suspended CPR. Holy crap.
We should go.
Boy, that was embarrassing, huh? Walking in on Loretta and Cleveland having
sex.
Peter, that wasn't,
You know, for a large, heavy-set black guy, Cleveland's got a cute little white ass.
Come on, Peter, catch up. Fortunately for Quagmire, the guys didn't see who Loretta was with, only his tattooed butt. They quickly tell the rest of their friends that Loretta is cheating on Cleveland, which makes Quagmire scared that his dirty little secret will come out. I wouldn't worry, Glenn. Unless they start printing a picture of your ass on ID cards, then you're scot-free. Peter and Brian act like true friends and tell Cleveland that they caught his wife doing the nasty with another guy, and Cleveland rushes home to confront her about it, but this is all she has to say for herself.
Were you really having carnal relations with another gentleman?
I'm a woman, Cleveland. I need some passion in my life. I need a real man, and Lord knows that ain't you.
So she cheats and blames it on him. Wild. What makes this moment really sad is that Cleveland apologizes to her for not being able to satisfy her in the bedroom. Shortly, Loretta will realize that she's the one in the wrong here.
That's nice mentality, and for that I apologize.
Apologize? I cheat on you and you apologize to me? You are pathetic.
I disagree, but I respect your candor.
Goodbye, Cleveland.
Cheated on and kicked out. Safe to say Cleveland is having a pretty cruddy day. With nowhere to go, Cleveland goes to stay with the Griffins. Lois gets worried that he's bottling up his emotions, then he needs to express them. But Peter thinks he just needs to find a rebound and turns to Quagmire for advice, inadvertently discovering the truth in the process.
Guys, let me throw something on.
Peter, look!
That's the tattoo. Well, I think we're about to find out who the culprit is.
Not so fast, guys. Maybe there's another guy in the neighborhood with Quagmire's number tattooed on their ass. Peter and Brian confront Quagmire, who tells them that he didn't mean for it to happen and begs them not to tell Cleveland. But Peter does the right thing for once. Cleveland takes the news well. A little too well. Unbelievably, he says he'd rather his wife fool around with Glenn than someone who could give her a disease. Are we both talking about the same Quagmire here? Lois decides to get tough on her friend, but things get a little weird.
Better it be Quagmire than someone she could get a disease from.
This is why your wife left you. You don't have any passion. Sometimes a woman wants to see her man be a man. You gotta push back a little. You gotta get a little rough. Oh, God, Peter, hit me.
Yeah!
Ow!
Wow, Lois has a freaky side. Nobody tell Quagmire. Peter takes Cleveland to a wrestling match to help him get his masculinity back, but it doesn't work. So he resorts to acting out what he saw Glenn and Loretta doing.
Those are so his mannerisms.
Peter, what the hell are you doing?
I'm Quagmire, and I'm doing you, Loretta.
What the hell?
Oh, you like it? Yeah, much better
Peter,
than Cleveland.
knock it off!
Yeah, you sweet thing.
Get your
Oh,
damn
you
hands
like
off
it dirty,
me, son of
don't
a
you?
bitch!
As you can probably imagine, this made Cleveland want Quagmire's head on a platter. Scared for Glenn's safety, Peter asks Mayor West to hide him in his house until Cleveland calms down. Mayor West is more than happy to help protect him, even standing guard while he sleeps. I don't know who Glenn should be more scared of, really. Cleveland's anger reaches a boiling point, and after working out like an inmate serving a life sentence, he confronts Quagmire.
Oh, hey, Cleveland, I was just leaving you a message.
Violated the sanctity of my marriage.
He has more beds than a Motel 6. Eventually, Cleveland manages to catch Quagmire, but realizes that it's not in his nature to hurt anyone. But that's a good dude. Soon after, Loretta turns up and Cleveland finally sticks up for himself.
You told me this was Lois's intervention.
Cleveland?
Loretta, what you did was unforgivable. This marriage is over.
Well, that's just fine, Cleveland. I am through being your wife.
And of course, she is still not sorry. Funnily enough, though, it's not just Cleveland who couldn't stand Loretta, as Alex Borstein, her voice actor, decided to quit the character as the gravelly voice put too much pressure on her vocal cords, ultimately leading to Loretta being killed off.
Oh, God!
The irony. But not all the neighbors living on Spooner Street suck. Take Joe Swanson, who, despite his intense nature, is one of the sweetest characters in Family Guy. Whether it's his unhinged outbursts of aggression, his unwavering devotion to upholding the law, or his close relationship with Peter and the gang, Joe Swanson is definitely loved by fans. But in one episode, that almost changed.
Crippled and you were lazy. I decided it's time I got some friends more suited to my status.
We've been friends for years.
Hey, we all make mistakes.
While there have been many jokes about Joe's disability, in Believe It or Not, Joe's Walking on Air, viewers got to see a side of him they've never seen before. And I'm not just talking about his backside. While the guys are enjoying a drink at the Clam, they get quite the surprise when Lois, Bonnie, and Cleveland's girlfriend Bernice turns up for a girls' night. With the women practically taking over the clan, Peter builds the Quahog men's club in his backyard, but it's not long before the women show up there too. Is nowhere sacred? Turns out that a little bit of female energy is exactly what the club needs, with everyone up and dancing. Well, almost everyone.
What's the matter, Bonnie? Don't you want to dance?
It's okay, Joe. I don't mind sitting here with you.
What I mean is, I don't want to hold you back.
It's just as nice watching other people have fun.
If that isn't sad enough, he overhears Bonnie talking to Lois the very next day, saying that she didn't mind not dancing as she knew what she'd signed up for with Joe. Ouch. But fair. Feeling like a burden, Joe goes to Dr. Hartman to see if there's anything he can do to fix his legs. The doc tells him that he can have a leg transplant, and after choosing a pair of legs that didn't belong to Big Bird or a horse, the new Joe Swanson is born.
Gentlemen, the new Joe Swanson.
I cannot tell you how strange it is seeing him stand up after so long. I feel like a proud parent who just saw their baby take their first steps. But it's not long before Joe is taking advantage of his new legs, which includes doing the no pants dance with Bonnie and forcing the guys to do all the things he couldn't do before. They go rock climbing, practice karate like they're in Cobra Kai, and even perform this little number.
It's too late to say goodnight.
So say good morning!
Dude is scary with working legs, but he does have fancy footwork. With Joe's confidence spiraling out of control, he decides to ditch the guys for a new group of friends who can keep up with his new sporty lifestyle. In fact, Joe comes to this realization.
With you guys is that I was crippled and you were lazy. I decided it's time I got some friends more suited to my status.
But we've been friends for years.
We all make mistakes.
If you think that's harsh, when Quagmire reminds Joe that they've been friends for years, he tells them that everybody makes mistakes. So this is what Joe was like before his accident. A huge douchebag. Talk about walking out on your friends. That's literally what he did. The guys are obviously upset with how Joe just dumped them and tried to recruit a new friend, but they can't find anyone suitable. Sitting in a bar all day and talking crap must be a lot harder than it looks, huh? Peter eventually goes to Joe's house to try and convince him to be friends again, but discovers he's also turned against Bonnie.
There's nothing to talk about. I've outgrown you, Bonnie. I need to spread my legs and fly. Keep the kid.
Now that's going too far. Peter tries to stop Joe from leaving with his new friends, but he just won't listen. Desperate, Peter comes up with a plan to make Joe disabled again because, and I quote, it's the right thing to do. Family Guy logic at its finest. Waiting for Joe to return home, the guys jump him armed with weapons, but things don't go according to plan. Okay, I'm certain the donor of those legs was John Wick, dude. Frick. The guys continue to fight, but Joe just completely whoops them, leaving them bloody and bruised. It seems like the new Joe's here to stay, but that's when Bonnie appears with a gun and just shoots him.
Ah, my perfect ass!
For your spine.
Ah, damn it!
I'm a terrible shot.
Ah, just give me the gun! I'll do it myself!
Well, they do say if you want a job done right. After disabling himself, the old Joe returns and apologizes, and the guys forgive him. I'm just glad he's back to the version of him everyone knows and loves. Despite being in a wheelchair, Joe Swanson is one of the most physically capable characters in Family Guy, especially when it comes to kicking ass. With legs, he's just deadly. On top of that, he's genuinely caring, loyal to his pals, and a pretty sweet guy.
We can all go for a nice long walk.
All right! Yeah! Wait a minute.
Don't ever change, Joe. While most characters have gone against their morals at some point, Joe's law-abiding discipline has always pretty much kept him genuine to his character, unlike Brian. Brian's character has evolved a lot over the past 26 years of Family Guy, and not entirely for the better. At first, he started out as the voice of reason, but has since become self-centered, pretentious, sleazy, and I dare say pretty hated.
Ah, my head is swimming. Oh my God, Brian, no! What are you doing?
I can't help myself, Lois.
So this is why people get their dogs neutered. A great example of how far he's fallen happens in Play It Again, Brian. After his essay wins first prize in a writing contest, Brian is invited to an award ceremony at Martha's Vineyard. It seems that the vacation couldn't have come at a better time. However, as Lois is annoyed that Peter keeps choosing to spend time with the guys over her.
So, a lot of tension with Peter lately, huh?
That's an understatement, Brian. He's been incredibly thoughtless lately, even more so than usual. But tonight is our night, and a little physical release will do us both some good. Peter, oh, come on!
Not so fast, Lois. Let him explain. This might be a role play thing. With Herbert looking after the kids, which is probably the worst decision they've ever made, Brian, Lois, and Peter hit the road and head to Martha's Vineyard for a couple of days of relaxation. Lois and Brian waste no time enjoying the resort.
Yeah, it really is another world out here.
And just so quiet.
I'm half shark and half Peter. Don't come near me. I will eat you.
They should just do what everyone else does on vacation and put them in a daycare group. Oh wait, that's just for kids. At the award evening, Brian and Lois are ready for a nice evening, but Peter is nowhere to be seen. What a shocker. Brian takes this opportunity to tell Lois that he's just happy that she's there to share the special moment with him. When it's time to accept the reward and read his essay, Peter is still missing. But something tells me Brian prefers it that way.
To those she loved, she exuded strength, life, laughter, and light. And to me, also sorrow, for circumstance had bound her to my best friend, through whom we met in the warmth and serenity of her home.
Come on, man, that's your friend's wife. Actually, scratch that. She's your owner. When Peter eventually turns up, he's stinking drunk after raiding a minibar. At this point, Lois has had enough and tells him he's a real piece of work for choosing to drink over being there for Brian. The next morning, Peter promises to spend some more time with her, but not until the game is finished. Sheesh, talk about priorities. Lois spends the day with Brian instead, which plays right into his pause.
It's never out of date. Hearts filled with passion, jealousy and hate.
They walk on the beach, go to the fun fair, have a couples massage, even get some free lobsters that were destined for the boiling pod. For the first time, Lois actually enjoys a romantic day. Too bad it's with Brian. When they return to the hotel, Lois discovers Peter has canceled dinner plans because he needs to buy new pants after laughing so hard and pooping the ones he was wearing. Well, I'll give him points for creativity with that excuse. Brian and Lois decide to have a cozy movie night instead.
It's gonna be great. A whole evening with Lois.
Lois, my darling!
A couple of steaks, some wine, maybe a couple of sundaes.
Lois, my darling!
Little music, some candlelight.
Lois, my darling!
What a sleazeball. During the movie, he seems to control his urges, but then reverts back to hitting on Lois, telling her that the essay he wrote was about her. He goes on to tell her how much he loves her, which flatters her, and if he had left it there, it would have been a sweet moment between a dog and his owner. But then he does this.
My head is swimming. Brian, no! No, stop it! What are you doing?
I can't help myself, Lois. I know you're married to Peter, but I love you and I can't stand it anymore.
Brian, no! No! Get down! Get down! This is a good sweater!
Yeah, so the whole plan was to get her drunk and make a move. Bad dog. Lois fights Brian off and tells him to leave. Upset and convinced he just committed a crime, Brian confesses what he did to Stewie, who ain't surprised at all. Yeah, this family really isn't normal, is it? When Peter comes back to the room after spending the entire night drinking at the bar, Lois tells him everything. Peter confronts Brian, who is drinking away his problems. And you know, I was expecting him to be apologetic and beg for forgiveness here, but that is not at all how it went down.
You don't deserve her, you know that?
Say what now?
You don't deserve her. She does nothing but give and give and give, and you repay her with selfishness and neglect. You've barely spent any time with her at all on this vacation.
Who the hell are you to tell me how to run my marriage?
And he's got a point, but still making a move on Lois is pretty low, Brian. Peter goes on to say that Brian is a train wreck when it comes to relationships and can never keep a girlfriend for more than a few months. While that is true, he's still just a dog. If they can get distracted by a squirrel, what hope do they have in the love department? Offended, Brian throws whiskey in Peter's face, which starts a full-blown brawl in the bar. Yeah, so much for a relaxing vacation. After the fight ends, Brian tells Peter that he let his feelings for Lois get in the way of any rational thought and apologizes. He then promises that he won't try anything like that ever again. I'll believe it when I see it. After Peter forgives him, Brian talks to Lois to smooth things over, but Lois does not make it easy.
What's that?
Well, it's not like I haven't thought about it.
Really?
Well, yes. I mean, you and I have a lot in common, and we've spent so much time together over the years.
Let me just ask you this. When these thoughts about you and I have crossed your mind, is it good?
Well, a lot of times when Peter and I are having I feel suffocated, but with you, I imagine it would be like doing it with a stuffed animal.
Well, there's an image that's etched firmly into my brain. Thanks for that. While Peter is running out of friends he can trust with Quagmire and Brian happy to ruin marriages for their own selfish needs, there's one guy who has always been nothing but faithful. Cleveland Brown is one of those characters that you can't help but love. He's gentle, naive, and insanely loyal. In fact, he'll do just about anything for Peter, even if it gets him in trouble.
That's it. Now thigh me.
Cleveland definitely has not skipped leg day. In Unzipped Code, Jerome tells the guys how he had a bedroom mishap and ended up breaking his knee. The injury is so bad, in fact, that he needs surgery if he ever wants to walk again, but he just can't afford it. The guys wanting to help their friend come up with an idea to raise money by making a sexy calendar of men in uniform. Clearly, Cleveland isn't the most sculpted of guys, but that doesn't matter, as his thighs can crack a coconut.
We go. Now throw that bad boy up on the mailbox.
Ah, you're a natural. You're like Giselle, Beyonce, and Naomi Campbell all in one. You're Jizz on me. That's it, Jizz on me. Jizz on me, yes. Jizz on me.
I wouldn't shout that too loud, Peter. People are going to think this is a very different kind of shoot. The calendar proves to be a success and makes enough money for Jerome to have his surgery. But it turns out the reason the calendar is so popular isn't that Joe has his chest out or Quagmire is wearing his pilot's uniform.
Give me that. All right, let's start at my navel and work down. Belt buckled at the 3rd notch, per postal code regulation. Shorts securely zipped. Neatly pressed crease running down to my Cocoa Pebble.
Yep, they noticed there was a sack in the photo, and it wasn't a postal sack. Cleveland is horrified that the whole town has seen his picture, but things get even worse when his boss at the post office fires him for making a mockery of the uniform. Feeling depressed about losing the job he loves, Peter lets him tag along at the brewery, and it's not long until Cleveland's postal expertise comes in handy.
Griffin, what the hell is going on? We've got a dozen delivery trucks that are days behind schedule.
Mind if this goose takes a gander? Well, for starters, you've got your downtown delivery scheduled for Wednesday morning, but that's when the street sweepers come around and hog the right lane. You switch to the afternoon, you'll be done in half the time.
Peter's boss, Mr. Lloyd, takes advantage of Cleveland's encyclopedic knowledge of the town and offers him a job. At first, Peter's excited to be working with one of his best pals, but Cleveland makes it clear that he takes work very seriously.
Dang it, Peter! This is work, not a sleepover! Now, would you please get out of here? My 10 o'clock meeting is about to start.
Whoa, it's his first day and he's acting like this? I know who's got their eye on the $5 Employee of the Month prize. When Peter makes changes to his delivery schedule, which throws them hours behind, the brewery boss wants answers, but Cleveland quickly fixes the problem. While he does save Peter's bacon, he inadvertently earns himself a promotion, causing Peter to be demoted and lose his office. Hey, that's not cool. Where is he supposed to slack off now? Peter and Lois are invited to Cleveland and Donna's house to celebrate the promotion, but Peter is still bitter.
So what does this promotion mean? Are you like Peter's boss now?
We're all on the same team.
That means yes.
Come on, Peter, you were responsible for him losing his job in the first place. After the party, Peter tells Lois that everyone thinks Cleveland is better than him, but Lois doesn't want to listen to his pity party and tells him he needs to prove Mr. Lloyd wrong.
Think of how good it'll feel to prove your friends and Mr. Lloyd wrong.
That's exactly what I'll do. I bet they won't think Cleveland's so great when I get him fired.
She meant prove him wrong about you, not Cleveland. There's no hope. Peter plans to get Cleveland fired and leaves an anonymous tip at the health department, claiming that a rat was living in the beer tank. Cleveland's worried, after all it'll be him who gets in trouble there, but after taking a look, the tank is spotless. Turns out that Peter was the one responsible for calling in the tip and putting a rat in the tank, but luckily Cleveland found it before the inspector arrived. There's clearly only one rat here, Peter, and that would be you. When Mr. Lloyd finds out what happened, Peter's plan backfires in the worst possible way.
Just informed that you tried to sabotage this operation by putting vermin in the beer tank. This is the last straw, Griffin. You are fired.
Fine. I'm not good enough for this place anyway.
Maybe Peter will get a job at the Postal Service? Swap, swap. Luckily for Peter, Cleveland is a true friend and he sticks up for him. He tells Mr. Lloyd that the country needs regular, mediocre guys who are happy to work a soulless job for a crappy paycheck. God bless America. Cleveland's speech earns him yet another promotion, but he turns it down as there's really only one job for him.
I'm gonna get right to it and say being a postman is who I am, and I'm here to get my job back.
Well, that's great, but...
Please, sir, let me finish. With this rubber band, I will cinch the offending testicle so that it can never dangle nor sway where it does not belong. Here I go.
Wow, what a sacrifice. He really loves his job. It turns out that he didn't have to wrap his family jewels with a rubber band after all, as the Postal Service couldn't fire him anyway. As he hadn't checked his mail, he had missed the letter telling him to come back to work. The irony of a postman who doesn't check his own mail. Cleveland is such a good soul, but for every sweet character, there is a monster willing to do some truly terrible things, including beating women. Family Guy rarely shies away from tackling sensitive topics with comedy, but Jeff's treatment of Quagmire's sister Brenda is by far one of the most controversial, making him one of the most hated characters in the entire show's history.
Brenda, you tell him?
No, not yet. Everyone, I have wonderful news. Jeff and I are getting married. I'd show you the ring, but it's under the splint. My finger fell down the stairs.
Now, I'm no expert, but I don't think that finger fell down the stairs. In Screams of Silence, the story of Brenda Q, Peter and Joe head to Quagmire's house after he fails to show up for their fishing trip. After getting no answer at the door, they go inside and get the shock of their lives.
Holy crap! Oh my god! He must have autoerotically asphyxiated himself!
Yeah, while he was watching Clown...
Oh, yeah, baby.
That'd be an embarrassing cause of death to have on your gravestone. Fortunately, the guys get to Quagmire in the nick of time and he's rushed to the hospital. His sister Brenda comes to visit along with her boyfriend, Jeff Fiekelman.
All right, on the way back, I get to pick the radio station because that was awful.
I know, yeah, it was. I'm sorry. Oh, God, I hope Glenn's okay. I'm so worried about him.
Shut up and limp!
I'm sure he can be nice sometimes, like when he's sleeping. Seeing Quagmire still unconscious, Brenda sings him a song from their childhood, which wakes Glenn up, but as the siblings hug, Jeff yanks her away and tells Quagmire to get his hands off his girl. What? This dude's got more screws loose than a secondhand IKEA wardrobe. Peter and Lois help Quagmire back to his house, while Brenda offers to stay to take care of him while he recovers, but Jeff ain't happy.
Well, listen, how about I make us all some dinner, huh?
Come here! You fat, ugly...
This dude's actually just the worst. After going home for the night, Lois tells Peter that she's upset over how Jeff treated Brenda earlier. Peter tells her that they might have just been having an off night, but that's when they hear Jeff screaming at Brenda, telling her she needs to pick up the night shift at the prison so she can buy him more motor oil and wallet chains. You know, the important stuff. Quagmire, unsure about what to do, turns to Lois and asks her to talk to Brenda about Jeff.
Jeff would never allow that.
You know, that's kind of what I want to talk to you about, Brenda. Do you mind taking off your sunglasses? Oh, my God.
No, it's really not that bad. It only hurts when I see.
You know, you don't have to stay with a man who treats you that way.
What? He's about as sweet as a lemon dipped in salt. Lois gives Brenda the harsh truth that real men don't treat people that way, but she's having none of it. Joe suggests the group hold an intervention to try and make Brenda see that Jeff is a nasty piece of work. While Meg and Peter fail to make a point, it's Glenn who gives a truly touching message that goes way beyond the show.
A woman makes choices to make her life better. Sadly, the fact that you are with Jeff proves to me that you have made a choice to make your life worse.
Well, that was heavy for a Family Guy episode. Can Peter have a fight with a giant chicken or something to cut the tension? At first it seems that Brenda is finally willing to listen, but that's when Jeff bursts in. Brenda then drops the bombshell that she's pregnant and that they're getting married. Oh man, it just keeps getting worse and worse. All the guys agree that people like Jeff shouldn't be a part of society.
You know, I was thinking this afternoon, what the hell happened to the days when a guy does something like that to a girl and a bunch of us guys get together and just go kick his ass?
Boy, that'd be satisfying.
When Joe's thinking about breaking the law, you know it's bad. Quagmire goes on to suggest they kill Jeff, but Joe tells him that murder is against the law and it's not happening. But he soon changes his mind when he sees Jeff hit Brenda and the guys invite him for a late night hunting trip. In the woods, the guys wait for Jeff to take a leak so they can catch him off guard, but it turns out he's not as dumb as he seems.
When he comes back, I'm just gonna do it, okay? I'm just gonna point my gun straight at his head before he even knows what's going on.
Kinda like this? You know, Quagmire, you are pathetic. You have to bring your friends out here with you to do your dirty work?
That was a fast leak. I hope he washed his hands. Jeff knocks out Peter and Joe, then drives Quagmire into the woods to kill him. Knowing the bully won't turn down an offer to inflict more suffering, Glenn suggests they fight to the death. Jeff quickly overpowers him and chokes him until he stops breathing, but Jeff underestimates who he's messing with.
What the hell? I killed you!
I choke myself every day, you bastard!
Is it wrong that I found that really satisfying? I don't think I need to explain why fans despise Jeff, a reaction the Family Guy writers no doubt wanted, although I don't think they could have ever imagined just how hated he in this episode would end up being. But it's not always black and white when it comes to Family Guy characters, with even the most loved ones doing bad things. But who doesn't like a good redemption arc? Lois is the glue that holds the Griffin family together, and is a much-loved character. She's grounded, caring, and with a hint of craziness mixed in. But who will pick up the pieces when she's no longer around?
Here you go, meet your new friends.
Hi.
I'm sure Fisty is lovely when you get to know her. In breaking out is hard to do, Lois, Brian, and the kids go grocery shopping. Unfortunately, Lois forgets to go to the bank and doesn't have enough money to pay for everything. Usually, she would just put them back, but this time... Nothing beats a nice slice of ham with the essence of handbag fluff. Back at the Griffin household, Brian notices that Lois still has the ham despite putting it back. She tells him that she had 2 hams but put 1 back, and Brian buys it. Stealing and lying, hit the bottle, and you've got the deadbeat mom's starter pack. Later, Lois goes into a clothes store, and remembering the rush she got from stealing the ham, things start to get weird. That's exactly how I act when I find out the buffet is all you can eat. Maybe I have a problem too. And it doesn't just end there. Lois hits more stores than a shoplifter planning to go on a summer vacation. To further her buzz, she even invites Bonnie and Joe over for dinner. Yeah, she invites a cop to look over all her new stuff. She's out of control. Brian realizes that Lois must be stealing.
Hey, is that an original Matisse?
Hey, Bonnie, listen, why don't you stop with the questions, huh? You're ruining everyone's good time.
Yeah, Bonnie, stop asking questions about the expensive artwork. The spree does not end there, though, with Lois going to an auto parts store to steal a muffler. What she doesn't realize is that Brian has been following her and he catches her red-handed. When confronted, she admits that she's become addicted to stealing, but promises that she's done with her life of crime. Brian helps Lois load the car with everything she took so it can be returned, but it's too late.
Hold it right there, Lois.
Oh my God, I am so embarrassed. Let me just get my purse.
Wow, Joe's a badass. I wonder what he'd be like with legs. In court, Lois apologizes for stealing, and the judge decides to go lenient on her. Well, that is until she steals his gavel. Are you serious? Seeing that she's completely out of control, Judge Blackman sentences her to 3 years in the slammer. And with the matriarch of the family gone, the Griffin family falls into chaos.
Peter! Peter! There's so much duty in here. I can't take it anymore.
And this is the reason I'm happy they never invented smell-o-vision. During a prison visit, which I'm pretty sure Peter only agreed to so Lois could change Stewie's diaper, Peter complains about having to do all her jobs around the house, and Lois tells him that's the reason she started stealing, as she was bored of the same repetitive lifestyle. Knowing the family can't live without her, Peter comes up with a plan to break her out.
I'm just gonna have to pay my debt to society.
Not necessarily. I think I got an idea of how to smuggle you out.
Bye-bye. Take care now. Have a nice day.
Well, I didn't say it was a good plan. On the run from the law, the Griffin family end up in an Asian town to start their new life. They rent an apartment, get jobs, and try to keep a low profile, but unfortunately, Joe is still on the case. And after tuning into the sumo wrestling channel and spotting Peter, he discovers where they're hiding.
Everybody, over the fence!
Aw, man, that's not fair. What next? To put a stick in his wheelchair spokes? With Joe piloting a military-grade helicopter, the Griffins head into the sewer, but Joe's hot on their trail. Blowing a hole in the ground with a missile, Joe flies through the sewer, hunting his fugitives.
Self in.
You're mine now, Lois.
Oh my God, Joe! Joe, you're too heavy! I can't hang on!
Pretend I'm your child, Lois. Nutmeg, nutmeg!
It's a good thing she can muster up supermom strength when thinking about her kids. Well, except Meg. The heroic act worked out in her favor, though, as Joe irons things out with Judge Blackman and she's allowed to go free. I'm pretty sure that's not how the law works, but I'll roll with it. No one can deny that Lois pretty much sticks to her morals, but the same cannot be said about her father, who would rather hide the cure for cancer. That actually happened, by the way. Carter Pewterschmidt is selfish, cruel, racist, and insanely rich. All the villainous traits fans love to hate. And boy, do people hate him. While he's done some seriously unforgivable things, nothing comes close to the time he chose money over saving millions of lives.
Medicine, why the hell would you keep it buried like this?
I'll tell you why. Because there's far more money to be made in treating a disease than in curing it. Why cure someone of cancer in a day if we can treat them for a lifetime and bill them every step along the way?
Spoken like a true sociopath. In The Old Man and the Big Sea, Peter and the guys go to a ball game, but after piling on each other trying to catch the ball, Quagmire's secret comes out.
Damn it, Brian, that came to me. That's my ball. What?
Holy crap!
Yeah, it turns out that Glenn has less hair than a naked mole rat. At first, the guys tell him to embrace his baldness, but when he suddenly becomes boring, tuning into ham radio and spending way too much time in the library, they convince him to get a hair transplant. Way to be supportive, guys. At the hospital, however, Brian overhears some terrible news.
I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Pewterschmidt, but the cancer is terminal. If you're lucky, you've got 2 weeks to live.
I understand. Oh my God! Carter's dying?
Frick, man, just 2 weeks? If I were him, I'd ask him if that includes bank holidays. Not the time. With this newfound knowledge, Brian tells Stewie about his grandfather. Stewie taps into the hidden camera in his room to check for himself and sees Carter looking rougher than a music festival porta potty. It's down to Brian to break the news to Lois about her dad, and as you can probably expect, she does not take it well.
Oh my God, Daddy!
Yeah, I feel really horrible for you, and I hate to do this, but I'm trying to catch a 4:50 movie, and it's like 4:40 now, and so if I'm gonna make it, I have to leave, like, now.
Man, you suck, Brian. For that, I hope they've run out of popcorn by the time you get there. Worried about her dying father, Lois and the family rush the Pewterschmidt estate to spend the remaining time they have left with Carter. When they arrive, however, the situation isn't as dire as it seemed. In fact, Carter looks completely fine. Lois yells at Brian for making up an awful lie, but Brian can't ignore what he heard at the hospital and comes up with a theory.
I think Carter is sick, or possibly even dead, and that the man we saw today was an imposter brought in to keep Pewterschmidt Industries' stock price up and to keep people from knowing the truth.
Now that's a wild conspiracy. What next? Family Guy is really an alternate reality of The Simpsons? Wait, I think it actually is. Like, that would make a lot of sense. Brian and Stewie decide to follow the imposter, and after getting into an elevator, they overhear him talking about keeping a secret from the public and that Specimen Z is secure. Brian and Stewie are convinced that they're talking about the real Carter Pewterschmidt, who is either being kept hidden or is already dead. The duo rush to the 12th floor and find the vault holding this Specimen Z, but what they discover is way worse than their original theory.
Specimen Z is a cure for cancer.
Why the hell would you keep it buried like this? I'll tell you why. Because there's far more money to be made in treating a disease than in curing it. Why cure someone of cancer in a day if we can treat them for a lifetime and bill them every step along the way?
What? That's insane!
Downright evil. To make things worse, Carter tells Brian that he's had the cure since 1999. Dude, if he's had it that long, I wonder why he waited until he looked like a walking corpse to cure himself. Maybe he really likes hospital jello, I don't know. Brian says he's committing a crime by withholding the cure for cancer, but Carter isn't worried and throws them out of the Pewterschmidt Industries building. It's just lucky they're family, or else they'd be wearing a concrete overcoat right about now. Brian knows that nobody will ever believe them, but fortunately, Stewie snags some of the miracle goo back at the lab. They're about to tell Lois about the shady dealings when Carter and his goons catch up with them.
Brian here has stolen something very important from me. Give it to me, Brian.
Lois, your father has a cure for cancer, but he won't release it because it's not profitable, so I stole it.
Daddy, is this true?
Can you imagine being told your father is that evil? Like, it's right up there with the guy who invented pineapple pizza. Lois discusses it with Carter and tells him how much more important saving lives is compared to making money. And after asking him how he would feel if his family got cancer, he eventually agrees to make an announcement. So has Carter finally gained a conscience? Of course not.
Sitting here in front of the TV awaiting the big announcement. Remember the one that's gonna benefit all mankind? The one you promised to make for me, your daughter?
I lied. Lois, you can't stay mad at him. He's rich and successful.
Carter's the kind of guy who would sell ice to the Eskimos and then charge them delivery. While most Family Guy characters have some redeemable characteristics, Carter is and will always be a jerk. And yes, Lois has a horrible father, but at least things are balanced out by her husband most of the time, who, despite his many faults, is everyone's favorite Family Guy. Whether it's his childlike mentality, his outrageous jokes, or the loyalty he has for his family, you can't help but love Peter Griffin. Throughout the show's history, he's barely changed. Well, except for the time he grew a mustache.
Peter, don't you think you're kind of letting that mustache consume your personality?
Shut up, Brian. I am part of a very special community now. People with mustaches look out for each other.
I'd hate to see what he looks like with a beard. In McStroke, Peter decides it's time for a change of appearance after picking up Cleveland's mail and reading his copy of Mustache Aficionado. Thinking that a little facial hair makes guys look classy, Peter decides to grow a good old-fashioned handlebar mustache.
Oh, I think it's sexy.
I think it's gay.
It's not gay, Brian. If I'm gay, then Freddie Mercury was gay.
You're just jealous that dogs can't grow a flavor saver, Brian. Peter tells his family that they should expect him to become more fatherly, although he also says it makes him look poorly educated. And that's not true. Albert Einstein had a killer stash, and he was smart. Peter thinks it's finally time to go visit the all-mustache exclusive places in Quahog, like the Italian Deli, where he thinks he can speak Italian all of a sudden, and the secret society.
Point of mustache.
The chair recognizes your mustache.
What can we as citizens do about mustache awareness?
Good mustache question. We have a new product in our mustache catalog that makes a great stocking stuffer. We call it the Must Stash. The slogan is, you must stash your mustache in the mustache.
For anyone thinking about taking a shot every time someone says mustache, trust me, don't. It will not end well. It's not long until the mustache culture goes to Peter's head, and it's not just his lip. He begins to feel superior to everyone else not sporting a good lip rug. Brian tries to tell Peter to calm down and stop letting a little bit of facial hair change his personality, but that's when they see this.
Oh my God, Peter, look! McBurger Town is on fire!
Oh man, I hate it when they char grill the meat too much. The firefighters struggle to put the fire out, which is no doubt fueled by the gallons of cooking grease they have lying around. Looking for help, a fireman spots Peter and his impressive mustache and decides he's the perfect man for the job. The fire department has some strange credential requirements.
No, with great mustache comes great responsibility.
And yes, while Peter saved the restaurant manager's life, it came at a heavy price. Peter's mustache gets completely burnt off, and he's no longer welcome in the community. On the plus side, however, the manager of McBurgertown gives Peter a lifetime supply of free burgers to thank him for saving his life. Totally worth it. So Peter wastes no time in taking advantage of all the free food, but after eating 30 hamburgers, he collapses.
Mrs. Griffin, your husband has had a stroke. The left half of his body is completely paralyzed.
Peter, sweetheart, how do you feel?
Had better days, Lois. Had better days.
First he loses his mustache and then the feeling in the left side of his body. He just can't catch a break. 3 months later, Peter's back home, but the effects of the stroke haven't gone away. Desperate to get back to normal, Peter visits a stem cell facility, and after 5 minutes, he's as good as new. Wow, I bet he's waited longer at the McBurgertown drive-thru than that. Back to his old self, Peter tries to sue the company for being unhealthy and causing his stroke, but as they have lots of lawyers, he loses the case.
Peter, one man can't take on a multinational fast food conglomerate.
Oh, yes, I can. This ain't over, Brian. Those people are bad, and I'm gonna prove it to the world.
How do you expect to do that?
Are you kidding? I've tackled tougher jobs before.
But Peter, if fast food's so bad, why does it taste so good? Determined to find some incriminating evidence to expose the truth, Brian and Peter pretend to be rich businessmen looking to invest. Somehow they believe them and get shown around the headquarters. Once the coast is clear, Brian and Peter enter a restricted room, and it turns out to be a slaughterhouse.
Well, the cow part C-O-W, like cow. So it's kind of a dark joke.
Yeah, it's a Holocaust joke. That's really funny.
Unfortunately, life in a slaughterhouse is no laughing matter. They have killed a great many of us, including my beloved wife.
Man, that's so sad. I'll never be able to look at a steak again. Well, at least for the next couple of hours, anyway. Peter and Brian break Mr. Cal free so he can testify in court, but they're seen and chased through the building before making their escape. With all the ammunition they need, Mr. Cal whistleblows on the mistreatment of the animals, ruining McBurgertown's reputation. All that's left to sort out now is where Mr. Cal will be living.
Where will you go now, Mr. Cow?
I cannot stay here? Peter said I could stay here.
I don't really see how that's gonna work out.
Oh, well, as I said, Peter just promised that
I should stop you there. I didn't really promise anything. I just said maybe if it was okay with Lois.
Oh, that's awkward. Is it too late to ask for your old spot back at the McBurgertown headquarters? The fact that Family Guy has run for 23 seasons is a testament to how much fans love the characters, especially Peter, who causes havoc in most of the storylines. He may be an idiot, but he's a hilarious idiot with a good heart.
Let's balance out all that negative emotion with some positive ones, all right? Specifically, every heartfelt moment Peter was nice to Meg. This one ain't gonna take long. To get into a college, Peter is determined to help his daughter out.
Principal Shepard, to get Meg into a college.
If she has any chance at all, she's going to need a little help.
We'll do anything, whatever it takes.
You do understand how this works.
We understand. I guess I'll meet you in the car.
He didn't mean you have to sleep.
There are a few options.
Strangely, this won't be the only time in this video that Peter is willing to trade his body to help Meg. In Meg Goes to College, Peter comes up with a plan to get Meg into Brown University. First, he forges a letter of recommendation from Big Bird, and I can see why. Sesame Street is an academic source material. I mean, I'm still learning from it now. Luckily, the letter isn't needed, as Principal Shepard has a plan to get her in. And by plan, I mean a big ol' stinking lie.
Mrs. Griffin, every college has spots set aside for athletics. We can make Meg look like a star athlete. With the click of Meg looked like she played varsity lacrosse, won the Quahog Mirrorhead, rolled down a temple in Apocalypto.
Lois, this is amazing! Meg's gonna look more successful than...
Oh, we could use those Photoshop skills for our thumbnails. With Meg's credentials fluffed more than the cast of an adult film set, she receives a letter accepting her into college. After the family helps her move in, Peter becomes jealous that he didn't get into Brown. Yeah, Peter, there's probably a reason why your parents didn't push your education. At some point, you just gotta give up. With Meg moved in and ready to start a new chapter in her life, it's time for the rest of the family to leave. Only Peter has other ideas.
Homie, wanna listen to it for the next 6 months and again for the rest of your life?
Hey, you're my roommate? You're A-Shock Shakar?
God bless you.
Classic.
Peter, you can't pretend to be 18 years old. Your underwear is probably older than that. Meg quickly settles into college life and even gets an invite to a party, but her happiness is short-lived when she finds out that Peter has decided to stay at the college. But it's not all bad, as he helps her scope out the college to stop Meg from making any dumb mistakes.
You gotta get me out of here. These people are out of there. Do not go AD Pie, Meg. Do not join this thing.
Looks like Peter's hell is Quagmire's heaven. While Peter tries to help, Meg gets annoyed that her dad is butting in on her education. Snapping, she tells him to leave the campus as he's not even supposed to be there, resulting in Peter serving up a fresh slice of reality pie.
Me? You wouldn't even be here if your mother and I didn't...
What?
Yeah, your whole application was fake.
Is this true? What? No, of course not, Dean. If it is, you're going to be... Oh, no!
Well, that weekend on...
That's right, the dean heard the whole thing. Doesn't she know it was supposed to be a private conversation? Back on Spooner Street, Peter feels awful that he got Meg suspended, but Lois is more concerned about the possible jail time for fraud. Wait, is it a crime to Photoshop your head onto another body? Oh, man. Looks like I'm losing my six-pack on Facebook. Meg is understandably pissed, and Peter tries to comfort her.
I can't believe you two did this to me. Maybe if you believed it have happened.
Meg, honey, nobody wanted we did. You know, maybe there's a way none of you gets in trouble.
He sure has a way with words, doesn't he? Luckily, Brian comes up with a plan. All she has to do is prove she's capable of everything written in the application, and they'll have to drop the suspension. After doing a lot of training, Meg and her parents return to Brown, determined to set things right.
I could have your attention. I'm Dean Distant. We're here today to determine whether or not to buy her admission to our university.
And we're Mom and Dad.
What did they say? I'm very far away.
I've never seen Peter look so proud of Meg. Or maybe he's just excited about getting her out of the house. Meg miraculously manages to pull off every test. She kills it at softball, dives like an Olympian, performs splits so well it made my eyes water, and recites love as a battlefield in Russian. That was so beautiful, it would bring a tear to Vladimir Putin's eye. The only task left to do now is to prove that she can windsurf over a dangerous waterfall. Well, it was nice knowing you, Meg. Undeterred, though, she agrees to do it, and with a group of fans cheering her on, all that's left to say is this.
Guys, no matter what happens, I forgive you for what you did. I know deep down you were just...
Whatever you think the lesson is here is fine by us.
Good luck, Meg. We love you.
She's pretty forgiving for someone who's about to go to their watery grave. But Meg did manage to pull off all the other tests, so maybe she will soar across the waterfall like a gracious bird caught in the updraft of it. Nah, she crashes to the bottom and has to be rescued. At least you tried, Meg. At least you tried. It's strange seeing Meg have a fan club, especially with Peter at the forefront, but this isn't the only time people have liked her. Only on another occasion, it was in a really creepy way. Meg hasn't always been the most popular with the boys, but after realizing she has certain assets that a bunch of weirdos enjoy, it's down to Peter to save her from being exploited.
All right, you guys, before we begin, let's sing the...
In This Little Piggy, Meg goes to Stewie's preschool party and is approached by a photographer who asks her if she's ever modeled before because she has a great look. Meg is flattered and happily takes his card. Hold up, Meg, great look? This guy's after your organs. I'm just putting it out there. It's a possibility. The next day, Meg takes Evan up on the offer and arranges to meet with him, but Peter isn't exactly thrilled when he hears about it.
Lois, please send these back to the factory. I believe they're defective.
Oh my God, Peter, did you just rip your own ears off?
Well, that's a bit of an overreaction. I'd hate to see what he does when he sees the modeling photographs. Meg tells them that they're terrible parents for not believing in her and accepting that some people may actually think that she's hot. At the photo shoot, which looks suspiciously like a place you'd find a leather couch with cameras pointing at it, Meg gets to work. Well, it looks like I'm skipping lunch today. After performing more poses than a mime artist working overtime, Evan tells Meg that she did a really great job and offers to show her the photographs.
Wait, Ben, are they all of my feet?
The thing is, my name's Evan, by the way.
And there's the catch. Evan tells Meg there are a lot of people out there who are willing to spend fat stacks on foot sites. Hey, I'm not judging until I am. After getting home, Meg tells Peter and Lois that Evan thinks she's got a lot of potential and could be a famous model. Of course, she leaves out the fact that she'll probably be featuring on Pinky Passion 6. Look, I'm just assuming there are 5 others. I'm not saying that I know the first 5 Pinky Passions. Moving on. Back in the studio, Meg tells Evan that she's changed her mind, but after seeing that she got 35,000 views in a single night, Evan persuades her to carry on.
And besides, think about all your fans.
I guess when you put it that way, I wouldn't want to let down Drizzlefoot 321. You really think I can do it, Evan?
That's it, Meg. Don't do it for yourself. Do it for Drizzlefoot. I'm sure he's a stand-up guy. Meanwhile, back at the Griffin household, Chris decides to reward himself with some alone time on the internet and just happens to land on Meg's feet pics. While he's shocked at first, it takes him a whole 15 minutes to tell his parents. Come on, man. Peter and Lois confront Meg about what she's been up to.
Please, don't try to act like you guys care.
Oh, thank God.
Peter!
Well, that's a sentence no parents ever want to say. Meg tells them to stop acting like they care, and despite Lois trying to convince her, she leaves for a foot fetish party being held in her honor. Peter acts like he doesn't care, but soon realizes that he doesn't want his daughter to be objectified by a group of strangers. Most people would have gotten that straight away, but this is Peter Griffin we're talking about. It takes him a little bit. Desperate to stop her from making any bad decisions, they turn to the one man who can help find the sleazy party.
Foot fetish party, huh? Oh, come on in. It's 50 guys, 1 foot.
Oh, my.
When did parties change from blow out the candles to take off your sandals? At the party, an uncomfortable Meg is surrounded by a group of dudes who look like they just crawled out of their mom's basements, I would know. With a tarp on the floor, I think it's safe to say the organizer isn't just worried about beer being spilled. With Evan getting things started by suggesting they sing the Japanese anthem, Peter and Lois enter the nick of time. Meg asks them what they're doing there. After all, they don't care, right?
We're protecting our little girl from a lot of guys who I hardly recognize from Best Buy.
And to feel appreciated.
Really?
We love you, sweetheart. Better than this.
Thanks. Can we please go home?
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Not so fast. I promised these men a foot.
What did you say is going on the other side of this curtain?
Yep, your eyes don't deceive you. That's Peter actually telling Meg that he loves her. He even tells her he's sorry for always putting her down. Is he feeling okay? Meg realizes that she's made a huge mistake and asks her parents to take her home. Unfortunately, the group of guys aren't happy that the fun is over, so Peter organizes someone else to fill in as the party piece.
Going on the other side of this curtain?
Don't worry about it.
Boy, good luck.
Power heist.
This crew pulling off a ride luck.
I'm just thankful we're on this side of the curtain. Back on Spooner Street, Meg thanks Peter and Lois for helping her, but not before a concerned Joe comes to the door telling Peter his foot somehow got pregnant. Well, this is going to be an expensive series of paternity tests. This isn't the first time Peter is worried about Meg, though, although his way of showing his feelings can be quite complicated, to say the least. As after Meg goes to Paris for a semester, she ends up being kidnapped by human smugglers.
I'm so scared.
Meg? I don't know what you want, but I have a very particular lack. I will never be able to find you. But what I do have is 2 dogs. Watch. You can have one of them.
Truck.
These guys are serious. Lois, Meg's.
Whoa! Peter's willing to give up $2 for Meg. That's a whole gas station hot dog he could buy with that money. Lego My Mego starts with Meg taking part in a gym class session where all the girls choose to gang up on her in a dodgeball game. Girls can be really brutal. Meg tells her friend Ruth that she's had enough at the school, to which her friend gives her a tempting offer.
I hate it so much here. Why don't you come to Paris for a semester with me instead? I'm leaving next week. Hey, I know. If you...
Man, Ruth must be even more unpopular than Meg if she's willing to spend a whole semester in France with her. Meg asks her parents if she can go, but Lois tells her that they don't have enough money to send her to Paris. That's when Meg explains that she's been saving up all her money and can find her own trip. Something tells me she's been planning an escape for a very long time. I can't blame her. The Griffin family goes to the airport to see Meg off on her travels, and Peter shares some heartfelt words.
You be careful,
So, little guy.
Don't worry about me. Just get yourself laid.
Will you get us as soon as the plane lands?
Okay, Mom, I will. I'll miss you, Dad.
I've never been very... Could be, Meg.
And I'm gonna bring you back something special, little guy.
Don't worry about...
He may have left 2 letters off the actual word, but I think he really means it. After landing in Paris, Meg and Ruth are excited about their adventure. Luckily, there's a random French guy waiting outside the airport who offers to split a cab with them, because that's not suspicious at all. Meg is keen to let her parents know that she's arrived in France safely.
In residence.
Hi, Dad. It's me. Just wanted you to know I got here.
Sound is what concerns me.
Oh, it's so amazing. Yes, Dad. And sound.
Oh, good.
Peter is genuinely relieved that she is okay, but that relief does not last long, as the shady guy from the taxi turns out to be a human trafficker who's targeted Ruth and Meg. It must have been a really slow day at the airport. It's not long until the criminals strike, and despite hiding under the bed and telling her dad what's happening, she's captured.
Meg? Meg? I don't know who you are, what you want, but I have a very particular lack of... We'll never be able to find you. But what I do have is 2. Watch. You can have one of them.
These guys are serious.
Lois!
Please can do. My little girl is in terrible danger.
Ma'am, the men who...
Peter looks genuinely angry, but let's face it, the Taken movie would have been a lot shorter if this is how the call went. Lois and Peter are terrified and called the FBI, but the agents tell them that if she's not found in 96 hours, she'll probably be gone forever. Thanks, FBI. Also, they can't start searching for her until it's been 96 hours. Thanks, FBI. With Lois and Peter worried sick, Brian and Stewie decide that they need to get Meg back themselves, so they fly to Paris and track down the guy who targeted Meg at the airport, but after giving chase, things don't end well for him.
Oh no, I have shattered.
Damn it! He died before he could tell us anything.
The first guy always dies.
Well, I'm sure he didn't want something in here we can use.
Ugh, this guy has a Velcro.
That's embarrassing. Nobody wants to shout how themselves. It would have been bad enough. Luckily, the duo discovers an address in the wallet of the human pretzel and come up with a genius plan to find out where Meg is being held captive. You see, Stewie had recorded the phone call to Peter, and dressed as a European cologne salesman, they use a voice recognition device to find the kidnapper. For a baby, he really knows how to kick ass. After Stewie beats the guy up and Brian makes himself a sandwich, they discover that Meg and the other girls are being kept upstairs. At first, they think that they found her, but it turns out that she's been sent to an auction for charity. That's just awful. Can't they just host a raffle with crappy prizes like everyone else? Brian and Stewie manage to sneak into the event under the guise of a businessman and a slave, but they soon get discovered anyway. After escaping the basement, the two chase after Meg and her new owner, but it turns out that she's actually been purchased for his rich and handsome son who wants to be her husband. If she doesn't want to get married, she can simply go home on a private jet. Wow, is Meg actually going to get a happy ending for once?
Yes, I will spend the rest of my days making your every... Will you be my wife, Princess Meg?
Stewie?
Oh, you back? But you really don't remember anything?
Ooh, so close. But you had to hand it to Stewie. He's a great shot. Back in Quahog, the rest of the Griffin family are happy to have Meg back home, especially Peter. Although he has a weird way of showing it. He may act like he doesn't care, but we all heard him offer up his Casio watch to get her back. If that's not caring, I don't know what is. It's clear that Peter takes Meg for granted pretty much all of the time, but when things are really bad, he always realizes how lucky he is to have her. Lots of kids like spending time with their dad. Unless that man is Peter Griffin, of course.
But that's my dad.
What's more important to you, your job or your family? And don't pick the obvious one.
Oh, hey, guys, I was just catching up on some plunger nipples.
Clean up on aisle 5? In Hell Comes to Quahog, the guys are enjoying a few games of ping pong at the Clam until Lois calls and reminds Peter that he needs to pick up Meg from the roller rink. Not letting the chore harsh their buzz, the guys head on over to the rink, strap on some roller skates, and let the good times roll. Joe, I wouldn't have my hands in those shoes if I were you. Do you know how many people have worn those fricks? Gross. After having fun, the guys get into the car and go home, but they've forgotten Meg. You know, the whole reason they went to the rink in the first place. To make matters worse, she has to walk home in the pouring rain. And when she does get back, she's pissed and tells Peter that if she had her own car, she wouldn't have to depend on him all the time. Unbelievably, Peter actually agrees to help his daughter out and takes her to a used car lot. Meg has her eye on a reliable sedan, but Peter has other ideas.
What a good-looking question. 3 inches of reinforced steel protects your daughter from short-range missile attacks.
I see. And does the sedan protect against missiles?
It does not.
Ah, you hear that, Meg? Yeah, it does not protect against missiles. See, these are the questions. This is why I'm here.
Peter, you can't be serious. This is a 30-ton war machine.
I'm still not sure.
Did I mention the tank is a tank?
Sold.
Sure, a tank seems cool. One accidental push of a button and the car in front is going boom. Of course, Peter starts wreaking havoc with a new tank, even blowing up Cleveland's house. I'd hate to know how much he spends on new bathtubs. But understandably, Meg is annoyed that she hasn't been able to drive the tank herself, despite it being bought for her after all. Peter eventually agrees to take her out in it, but the driving lesson does not go according to plan. Was there even a plan?
Joe, my God, what happened?
You just ran over me, you bastard! I don't know where you got that thing, but I'm impounding it!
Look at you. You look like a half-empty toothpaste.
It'll be okay, Joe. Grab the foot pump, you'll be fixed up in no time. Joe, understandably annoyed that his legs are now even more unusable somehow, has the tank impounded. Meg decides that she'll get a job at the newly opened Megastore to buy her own car. The problem is that the new store is running everyone else in Quahog out of business, including the Pawtucket Brewery. With Peter out of a job, he blames Meg.
Peter, you lost your job because I didn't blame Meg. And you can stop making time someone says Meg.
So, how was your day, courses, Meg?
Meg! Meg!
I'm not gonna sit here and take this.
If that meatloaf was dry when it was served, it's definitely not anymore. To make matters worse, a heat wave hits Quahog at the same time, and Superstore USA needs all the power it can get, causing a power outage. Sure, they've taken all the jobs and sapped every last bit of electricity, but where else can you find a Starbucks and a Burger King right next to each other? Think of the bigger picture, guys! The people at Quahog decide to protest at the store, and Peter goes inside to give them a piece of his mind.
That's our industrial-sized air conditioner.
Wow. When I walk into Superstore USA, I get the sensation that I'm standing on a mountaintop with the wind blowing through my hair!
What? Are you out of your mind?
Leave this lot, losers, unless you want a licking. And we'd love to deliver that licking, right, fellas? Yeah, love it. A lot. I'd love to lick a lemon lollipop in Lilyhammer.
Man, I haven't seen someone switch sides that quickly since Anakin Skywalker. And at least that was like a kind of slow burn. Meg soon realizes that her dad joining her is far worse than him hating her, as she becomes his supervisor, or should I say, a babysitter. He colors in the books, hides in the pants rack, and sticks plungers to his nipples. While Peter slacks off, meanwhile, Meg is promoted to assistant manager, and her first task is to fire Peter. The company progression here is insane. In another week, she'll be the managing director, bruh. When Peter comes over, she knows what she has to do.
And you're the only one I'll ever have. So I'm not gonna fire you. Mr. Pittsburgh, I quit.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah, get it all out of your system.
Meg, that was a wonderful thing you just did for me.
Dang, that's sweet. He might be a deadbeat selfish moron, but he's her deadbeat selfish moron. Meg's loyalty to her dad leads to one of those rare moments where Peter realizes how special his daughter really is. He may have been cut off by the giant tank crashing through the wall, but it totally counts. After Brian and Stewie use the impounded tank to get revenge on the Megastore, power is restored to Quahog and everyone who lost their jobs can get back to work. Well, except for Meg, but she's more interested in something else.
You were gonna say you loved me. You love me, and you know it.
Hey, mouth, young lady.
Well, you think you'll look for another job, Meg?
Meg!
Uh-oh.
Who needs a job when you have your father's love? Well, everyone who needs money, I guess, but it's still heartwarming to see. And while Meg was in charge of Peter at the store, after turning 18, it's her dad who has to pull rank. Every father dreads the day when guys come sniffing around their daughters, especially when that guy is Glenn Quagmire.
No, Grandpa, I don't. No kid wants to be read any exist. It's just you won't leave.
Okay, where? You think they're hiding in there?
Oh, no.
See you later, suckers!
Luck to them.
Peter!
Oh, right, let's go.
Who said romance is dead? In Meg and Quagmire, the Griffin family go to the Teen Choice Awards for Meg's birthday, although I'm pretty sure the Fox Network made them go under threat of being fired. I mean, why else would you sit through that? Well, it turns out that it was all a massive ruse.
Hey, what's with all the cars on the street?
Oh, they're all here for you.
For God's sake, you idiot! We were supposed to open the door so Oh dear.
Mom, if it's a surprise...
Surprise!
Oh dear.
Mom, if it's a surprise...
I'm shocked Peter even remembered it was her birthday, let alone organized a party for her. After getting inside, however, it turns out nobody actually showed up to said party. Now that's just depressing. Meg is understandably upset, but that's when a party guest finally arrives, and it's probably the last person you'd ever want around your 18-year-old daughter.
Well, it's your 18th birthday, Meg. That's a very important a young woman's life. Hey, welcome to the adult... You got another member right next door if you ever want to talk and... Hey, where's that Pinky going, huh? Pinky going, huh? Where's he going? What's he doing? Get back here.
Ew! Something tells me Quagmire had this day booked in his calendar for quite some time. At first, Peter finds it funny that his buddy is hitting on Meg, but then Brian reminds him that it's his daughter. With Quagmire seducing Meg with wild stories about his career as a pilot, Peter steps in and tells him it's time to leave.
Take it easy, you guys. See you later, Meg.
Bye.
Okay, that was weird.
That was weird.
Right?
Oh my God, so weird.
I tell you, I'm gonna be kicking butts and taking names, and then giving those names to kick. What's your name?
Derek.
What's your name?
Michael.
You're Derek now.
Huh? Who'd have thought it? Squished somewhere between his selfishness and the remaining brain cells an ounce of fatherly instinct. Unfortunately for Peter, though, Quagmire is only just getting started. While lying on his bed like a kid who just got his first girlfriend, the pair start texting. Oh man, this is not gonna end well. The next day, Quagmire comes around to see the Griffin household again, but Peter ain't happy.
Oh, hey, Mr. G. How's it going?
Quagmire, what are you doing here?
Hi, Glenn. Bye, you guys. Me and Glenn are going out.
Don't worry, Dad. I'll take care of him.
Okay, you two have fun on your date.
What? I can't let Quagmire take Meg out on a date. That guy'll bang anything.
We'll see you later.
Lois, you out of your mind? We out on a date. That guy'll bang anything.
I made meatloaf. It's in the fridge.
I can see where he's coming from. At this point, Glenn can sneeze and give everyone an STD. Lois comes up with the theory that Meg is trying to get a rise from them and isn't planning on doing anything, although I think we all know what's actually going to rise. Giggity giggity. Ew. On their romantic date, the two really hit it off. Quagmire obviously tries to shoot his shot and invites Meg over to his house, but she tells him it's getting pretty late. But if Glenn really wanted company, he definitely got it.
And I want you to stay the hell away from her.
Peter, it's me. I do. Besides, Meg is 18 now, and you've got...
Quagmire, you're one of my best pals, and I'm asking you not to do...
Your job. It's my turn now.
Look, Quagmire, pals, and I'm asking you not to do this.
I don't think I've ever seen Peter this protective over Meg. I'd be careful, Quagmire. With a jaw like that, it'll be impossible for him to miss. Ignoring Peter's warning, Meg and Glenn continue dating, but Peter's got other plans. While watching TV, Peter crashes the party and tries to sabotage the relationship by texting the other women Quagmire's talking to, inadvertently finding out way too much about his daughter.
Room for one more right in the middle of you two? Come on, scooch apart there. Oh, well, now that you're with Meg, you don't need to be talking to Backbush anymore. Ring saying you're off the market. Ring? All right, well, I better send a text to Backbush.
Yeah, I think we're checking off every box in the father's worst nightmare bingo card right now. All we need now is awkwardly passing on the landing in the middle of the night for the win. Lois tells Peter that the best way to stop the relationship is to do nothing, but the plan backfires and Peter lets Quagmire take Meg to his cabin, known as the Stuff It Inn.
One time, my friends and I went camping, and nobody could.
That's insane. What is going on over...
And then I tried to start the campfire, and I could...
Something tells me that the second letter in B&B doesn't mean breakfast in this place. Just a hunch. Luckily, Peter arrives at the cabin just in time and does what he should have done when Quagmire first came sniffing around.
There you are, you son of a bitch! You get away from my daughter, you pervert! Meg, get in the car, we're going home!
I'm not going home! I'm 18 and you can't tell me what to do anymore!
Meg, I'm only gonna say this once. You may be an adult, but you're still my daughter. And it's my job to protect you from errant wieners. So I don't care how old you are, you're gonna do what I say and get in the damn car!
Oh, Peter rarely pulls the genuinely concerned parent card to his kids, but when he does, he's scary. Back on Spooner Street, Meg realizes that her parents have stopped her from making a bad decision and actually thanks them. You can say that again. Do you really want your kid's first word to be giggity? Peter had to play the strict parent to protect his daughter from the resident deviant, but there have been times where they have been best buddies. Meg and Peter, not Peter and Quagmire, even though they have been best buddies. Anyways, it's no secret that Meg isn't Peter's first choice for, well, anything. But after taking her to a college interview, he finds out how fun she can actually be.
I can't believe you would be so irresponsible.
Some water balloons at Nerds?
Sure. What the hell?
Well, we'll work on the... To the Megcopter!
I don't think Lois will be able to cope with another version of Peter. Peter and Lois take Meg to the college fair in Meg Stinks, where there are plenty of colleges to choose from, including Dakota University and its offensively drunk mascot to Roberts University, which is notoriously hard to get into, apparently. Meg has her heart set on Green Mountain College, however, and thanks to Principal Shepard, she gets an interview. Peter is more than happy to drive her all the way to Vermont. Well, after Lois kicks his butt into submission, that is. Hitting the road, the father and daughter duo try to entertain themselves, Meg sharing how fun it is to hang your arm out the window.
Hey! My hand to go back, but I'm not letting it.
You lost your hand!
That's all right. I can regenerate. In air.
It's your hand!
That's all right. I can regenerate.
Nah, don't worry, he has cartoon regeneration powers. Someone should really tell Seamus. By the time they get to Vermont, Peter's already sick and tired of Meg's company. But when one of Peter's favorite songs starts playing on the jukebox, he's shocked to find out that it was Meg who chose it.
Hey, Night, there's one cool person in this dump. I wonder who played this. Played Night Moves? How would you even know what that song is?
From hearing that song in the backseat of your car since I was a little kid.
Listening. Never even knew you were there. Wait, were you there?
Yes, Dad. I know a lot about you. Guacamole.
It's the devil's vomit.
In the last election, you voted for Mike.
It's in the White House, Meg.
And I know you love Augustus Gloop. And you hate Mike TV.
And the Father of the Year award goes to... It turns out Meg knows everything about her dad, from his fear of guacamole to his love of Augustus Gloop. You know, the important stuff. When it's Peter's turn to share things he knows about Meg, though, things get awkwardly quiet. Turns out Peter gave up his aspirations to be a foot doctor after Lois fell pregnant, leading to this sad realization.
You're my kid.
Who had the chicken parm?
Oh, that's my second entree.
Thanks, Dad. Boy.
You know what? You have it, Meg.
We're gonna have a couple of night moves.
Isn't it beautiful when a parent acknowledges their kid's existence? Well, it is for Meg's case anyway. After arriving at Green Mountain College, Peter starts scoping out all the important spots, the library, the study hall. Nah, the best keg parties, of course. After a few games of beer pong in a building that suspiciously looks like a crack den, the two continue to bond, albeit in weird ways.
Throwing at Bus's apples, not eating apples. See, flashback, because we're friends now. Meg, you can be in the flashback, because we're friends.
Not a great thing for a girl to hear, but hey, a compliment's a compliment, I guess. When they finally get home, Lois finds out that Meg missed her interview after partying all night and sleeping through it. Well, if that's not the college experience, I don't really know what is. Although it's probably a good idea to get in first. While Meg and Peter had a great time, Lois isn't impressed.
Dinner's getting cold. I wonder where you... They left for the movies 5 hours ago.
God, look at Lois picking food from her teeth with her nails. Do it? We were just talking here. Oh, now she's crying. That's not what she's a pig.
Mom, you're a pig.
No, you're not supposed to act here. Oh, now she's crying. That's not what I wanted.
Stop crying.
Come on, Lois. She can spend the rest of her life at college. She'll only get a short period of time with her father. Wait, no, I have that the wrong way around. Peter and Meg carry on hanging out together and having fun, but Lois tells Meg not to let Peter distract her with his craziness. Meg tells her mother that she's enjoying spending time with her old man. She knows what she's doing, but something tells me she's out of her depth.
Awesome. Come on, let's go next door and get your mom a funny refrigerator magnet. Get a piercing, too.
Ooh, that looks painful. On the plus side, she won't have a problem getting a job at Hot Topic. After going home, Meg realizes how exhausting Peter can be. I mean, do you know how difficult it is to pull off a bank robbery? You have to shout at people, check the cash packets for dye, change your identity afterward. It's a huge headache. Lois explains that part of growing up is sticking to your priorities and doing the hard things in life, even if it means ending the best friendship you've ever had.
College or breaking up with your father. Now, life's not always easy, Meg. Just ask...
I guess. But it's not gonna be easy.
Meg. Just ask an ugly Boy Scout.
Scoutmaster.
Man, being an adult blows. Meg breaks the news to Peter that she's gonna have to drive back to Green Mountain College and do the interview alone, but Peter takes it to heart.
Like this, Meg? I like the fun, Meg. I thought we...
Dad, I don't need you to be my friend. My father.
Well, that is too much to ask. Hard being a father. This is why that wound all our kids. I hate the passage. My little girl's growing up.
Yes, she is, Dad. Yes.
Poor guy. Just when you discover you have an amazing kid, they fly the nest. Maybe one day he'll even realize that she's a girl. And for those of you who are wondering, Meg contracted an STD on her first night of college, and like a father's love, it never goes away. I'm sure I've read that on a t-shirt somewhere. This isn't the first time Peter has needed Meg though, but it's not always to have fun. Sometimes it's to plot revenge. Sibling camaraderie is one thing, but Peter's sister Karen takes it to the extremes. Luckily, one Griffin family member knows how he feels.
Even I can see that your sister's a huge bully. And trust me, I know more about getting bullied than anyone.
You do? How?
That's an understatement. At this point, that beanie is more booger than cotton. When it comes to Family Guy, relatives come out of the woodwork quicker than a rich uncle's will reading. And Peter's sister, Karen, sends a letter telling the Griffins that she's coming for Thanksgiving, but Peter isn't exactly thrilled about seeing his sibling again.
Sort of hostile interrogation.
Your father doesn't like to talk about his sister, Meg. They've never really gotten along.
Wow, Peter, in all the years I've known you, you've never even mentioned a sister.
Big deal. I don't talk about my sister.
Peter, Karen's coming, and that's that.
How cool! I didn't even know I had an aunt. I can't wait to meet her.
Look, I'm telling you guys, it's gonna be a disaster.
If Karen is anything like Peter, Lois is really going to regret saying that. With everyone gathered for their Thanksgiving dinner and Karen finally arrives, she's an instant hit with Meg, Chris, and Lois, but for Peter, it's a trip down a very smelly memory lane.
Hey, Karen, welcome to our...
Bring it in, PP!
I like her.
Oh man, I cannot see Peter in a wig. Peter's humiliation does not end there though, as Karen punches him in the love spuds to make the rest of the guys laugh. That's when they realize where they've seen her before. She's a famous wrestler called Heavy Flow. Who said wrestling wasn't a blood sport? Okay, I grossed myself out with that one. Yeah, that's, Karen takes over the dinner party by sharing embarrassing stories about Peter to make everyone laugh.
Was I supposed to know you didn't want your teammates to know you wore a bra?
Tell one where Peter is a nincompoop, or maybe a silly Billy.
What's halt a top?
More stories! More stories!
Nincompoop, or maybe a silly Billy. Oh, man.
Now I see why Peter has never mentioned her before. She's even worse than him. Karen continues to ruin things for Peter by stealing his job as head turkey carver and taking over the annual football game. In fact, she gets a little too carried away during the family fun.
You're a jerk!
The hell was that?
That's his stutter. And whenever he stutters, he usually...
Don't! Oh.
Just give her your lunch money and have it done with, Peter, dude. At this point, everyone gets a glimpse into the relationship between Peter and his sister, especially Meg, who is concerned about her dad, and she tells him that she knows a bully when she sees one. After all, Peter's been treating Meg like this for years.
Dad, I know you can stand up to Aunt Karen. Finally do. She'll stop terrorizing you and me for the rest of my life.
You know what? Right. I'm gonna do it.
You are?
A lady wrestler and defeat Heavy...
Yay, Dad!
I am gonna become a... and defeat Heavy Flow.
So Meg wants Peter to stand up to Karen so he doesn't have to bully her anymore? That logic is so messed up, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense, I guess. So what grand plan does Peter have to stand up to his sister? Well, the obvious one, pretend to be a female wrestler called Maxie Patty and kick his sisters. But of course, despite being fanboys of Heavy Flow, the guys help Peter prepare for the fight. Joe organizes Steven Seagal to help him with some pointers. Quagmire tries to hypnotize him to find the root of the trauma, and Cleveland fills him full of drugs, which, let's face it, is 90% of the way to being a professional fighter these days. But stepping up in the ring with a machine like Karen isn't exactly easy, and Peter, Patty, puts up a pretty good fight, but it's not enough.
Oh my God, she's taking it too.
So it turns out that Maxie Patty can't stop a Heavy Flow. Locked in Karen's infamous headlock, things are not looking good for Peter. With his face going redder than someone who's fallen asleep on a sunbed and his arms moments away from being snapped off, this happens.
Stewie, he's in charge of the show now.
Say hello to Teen Laquifa.
1, 2, 3.
If these are the female wrestling names, I'd hate to hear what the guys are called. Peter realizes that it's Meg that saved him and put his sister in her place. Confused as to why she would do that, Meg explains that she couldn't stand by and watch her dad get beaten up.
I guess I was taking out all the pain I felt on you.
I understand. Better than anybody. But I still love you, Dad.
I love you too, Meg.
Did somebody order a hot-ass bitch in this lady? Oh, you're alive. Sorry, I was told I was in charge now.
Hey, he said the whole phrase this time. A therapist would call that progress. Maybe Peter will stop bullying Meg now? I mean, I doubt it, but don't let me ruin a beautiful moment here. And I probably shouldn't bring up that Karen will most likely never wake up from her coma either. On the plus side, that's one less Christmas card he'll need to send out this year. What? Stamps are expensive. Meg definitely stepped up to save Peter, but it's not like he hasn't gone above and beyond to help his daughter. Sometimes a little too far, one might say. After getting Meg into a spot of legal trouble with Luke Perry, it's down to Peter to take one for the team.
Thirsty?
No.
Gee, the sun seems really...
It's gonna take a lot more than freshly squeezed nipple juice to get out of this one. I think I don't want to ever say that one ever again. In the story on page 1, Lois and Peter take Meg to see the Dean of Admissions to try and get her into Brown University. After bribing the secretary a crisp $5 to get an appointment, it turns out that Meg doesn't have enough extracurricular activities to get into college. Her last chance is to get a job at the school paper, but she has to convince Neil first.
Realize how smooth the skin between your acne is.
Okay, I'll give you. Ever been able to get an interview with the mayor of Quahog? You?
The words every member of the science club longs to hear. Meg's first assignment is interviewing Mayor West, but he avoids her by jumping out of the window. Determined, though, she waits for the perfect opportunity to catch him off guard, which just so happens to be when he's taking a deuce. Holding the toilet roll as ransom, she forces him to agree to an interview and hits journalistic gold.
For an hour, and I don't have anything I can use for my article. Can you just...
Sneaky sis, that one's also funny.
Mayor West, you've been talking...
Somebody's stealing my water.
It just went down the drain.
It's cost $150,000 of the taxpayers' money. It's me $1 million.
You spent public money investigating this? I think I have my story.
Your story? Wait a minute.
Thanks. I think I have my story.
The sad thing is, real-life politicians have probably spent way more on a lot worse. After writing about the corruption in City Hall, Meg shares a copy with Brian and Peter. Brian thinks it's a great story, but Peter's convinced it'll just bore people. Knowing how much Meg wants to succeed, though, he sets to work writing an even better one before breaking into the school and swapping it with the original story. What's more interesting, I ask you, than thousands of dollars being spent on a crackpot's delusions? Calling someone out for being gay. What is this, high school? Oh wait, it actually is high school. Unfortunately, it's not long until the news reaches Luke Perry, who vows to sue the writer for slander. Understandably, Meg is pissed, and Peter tries to defend himself by saying he just wanted her to have something good to post.
Luke Perry's fault. If he were actually gay...
Brian, that's it. If I could get a Perry doing something gay-like, it'll make people be as true. Hey, I've gotten people to believe crazy. And if you are pure of heart and deed.
In a weird, messed up way, this is his way of showing he cares, in the same way that a kid tries to wash his dad's car with rocks. With the help of Brian, Peter realizes that if the rumor turns out to be true, then he can't sue Meg, and she won't be called out as a liar. He plans to snap a picture of Luke Perry doing something freaky with another dude, which will just fix everything magically. I see one blaring problem with this plan. He's not gay! Brian and Peter turn up at the Five Seasons Hotel, and Peter comes up with a foolproof plan.
Well, I'm sure I can take it. There he is.
Yeah, you heard that right. He just said he'd take a bullet for Meg. We'll see. Knowing he won't get another chance, Peter cranks his seduction level to the max.
Oh, Luke! They're a very clean people. And they have been ever since they...
Visualing a picture of Luke Perry vomiting.
Damn it. They're a very clean people. And they have been ever since they first came.
I just feel sorry for Lois having to see that all the time. Her gag reflex must be off the charts. Back at the Griffin residence, Meg is still angry with Peter as everyone at school thinks that she's a liar. Meg thinks that he did it maliciously, but Lois tells her that he only did it because he knew how much he wanted to go to Brown and genuinely thought that would help. Lois tells her that Peter will straighten everything out, but his next plot is far from straight.
I'm telling you, Dark Side of the Moon totally syncs up with the Wizard of Oz.
Listen, I gotta get going.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Aunt Doherty told me that once, but I thought she was just being a bitch. Get going.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Come on, Luke. No, nobody told you about stranger danger. Back at the pool, you already saw he was a weirdo in a Speedo. It's like, with Luke and Peter sitting on the couch and Brian hiding with the camera, Peter makes his move. He spills wine on Luke and tells him that bumping uglies with another man is the best way to get a wine stain out. Wow, I've lived a sheltered life. I always thought club soda was the best. When Meg and Lois return, Peter is forced to come clean.
Please, Dylan.
What the hell? But hey, you gotta print the real story, and this time, I want to talk to the real reporter. Let's go, Meg.
Who would have thought Peter would go so far to help Meg? Thankfully, Luke Perry understands and agrees to drop the lawsuit as long as Meg writes the true story. Now, that's what I call a happy ending. Meg gets her big story, enough credits for college, Peter doesn't have to do anything freaky, and Luke Perry shuts down the false allegations. I mean, Luke Perry, gay? Come on, Peter. How'd you think you'd get away with that one?
I'm kind of busy right now.
Oh, yeah, that's okay. Well,
So, where were we?
If I do this, you promise to stop stealing my water?
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know what to believe anymore. Peter has rare moments where he shows how much he loves his daughter despite treating her like dirt most of the time, but when she almost dies, he can't help but share his true feelings. After a near-death experience, Peter gets super protective of Meg, especially when it comes to her love life.
Just want to talk to him.
Why do you...
Just want to talk to him.
Dad, this is ridiculous.
Talk to him. I just want to talk to him.
It's not his
I
fault.
just want to shoot him. I just want to talk to him.
You can't shoot him.
What are you doing?
You.
Yeah, I get the feeling he's not there to talk. A flash flood hits Quahog and Peter's daughter, with the Griffin family household resembling a scene from the Titanic. Lois tells the family that they need to get out of the house before the water rises anymore, but Peter sends Meg into the kitchen to save a case of beer. Priorities. While diving underwater, however, Meg's shirt gets snagged on a shelf, and it's down to Peter to save her.
My God, we better get her to a hospital. She doesn't look too good.
Yeah, she looks worse than Andy Garcia when he had his conjoined twin.
Was anyone else expecting him to come back with the beers? It's good to know he prioritizes Meg slightly higher than Patriot Ale. At the hospital, things aren't looking too good for Meg. Dr. Hartman tells the family that she's in a coma and that she might never wake up. After hearing that devastating news, Peter realizes that he's been taking his daughter for granted and makes her a promise.
Well, I am gonna change. You hear me, Meg? If you come out of this, I am gonna treat you like a princess for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Worried sick, the family watches over Meg, but after a young intern doctor called Michael comes in to check on her, she miraculously wakes up. Everyone's relieved that she's out of the coma, especially Peter, who intends to keep that promise of his.
Oh, there's my little angel. Here, let me get that.
Thanks, Dad.
Wow, Peter, I've been true to your word about treating Meg better.
She's my own. She needs to be protected like a rare gem herniated scrotum of an older gentleman.
Like when you took her to that new movie? Well, I think you've been wonderful.
It only took slipping into a coma to get noticed. Why didn't she think of that before? When Lois gives him props for being true to his word, Peter tells her that Meg is his only daughter and needs to be protected like an old guy's herniated scrotum. Has a father ever said anything so beautiful? So Meg and Peter begin spending quality time together, like going to the movies. Although I think he may have gone a little too far, sticking up the Connie D'Amico for her.
Say, can you do me a favor? You see that fire extinguisher there?
Dad, that's enough. Dad, that's enough. That's enough, Dad.
On the bright side, maybe Connie's dad will be nice to her once she wakes up from her coma. Peter tells Meg that she can have whatever she wants, but that's when the doorbell rings. It turns out that Meg and Michael really hit it off at the hospital and are going out on a date. And with Peter's newly discovered protective side, he does not take this news well.
Stay away from my daughter, you possible rapist!
Dad, stop it. Michael's my date.
Meg, I almost lost you once. I'm not gonna lose you again. This guy may look harmless on the outside, but on the inside, he could be a complete bastard, like Fred Flintstone.
Come on, Peter. A doctor's a great person to go on a date with. Think of all the weird moles and rashes you can show them over dinner. Oh, and also they make a lot of money too, but like, the moles, man! Lois is totally fine with Meg going on a date, but Peter's suspicious that he could be two dwarves in an overcoat trying to trick her. Man, the number of times I've been caught out with that one. Following Lois's advice, Peter gives Michael the talk.
Neither is her lower back or her hair.
I understand.
Do you, Michael? Do you? We'll see.
Well, that was disturbingly specific. Eventually, the intern manages to convince Peter that he's good enough for Meg, and 3 weeks later, they're still going strong. Good for you, you crazy kids. Things soon go sour, though, when Michael spots Peter spying on them in a pretty offensive disguise.
This is more than I can deal with. If your father is this, I don't see how it can work out.
But, Michael...
I promise I won't forget you.
Oh no, Joe.
He just walked out on you. He's a bad man. Like,
if he can throw in the towel that easy, he definitely wasn't cut out to be part of the Griffin family. I'll just tell you that right now. Meg is super upset, and Lois and Peter try to make her feel better and encourage her to move on from Michael, but that's when she drops this bombshell.
I'm pregnant!
Swear to God, I didn't know that when I set you up with her.
Oh yeah, you bet your bottom dollar she needs to see a doctor to make sure. Oh wait, that's what's got her into this mess in the first place. The news obviously comes as a shock, and Peter insists on forcing Michael to marry up using a shotgun as a little bit of encouragement. Yeah, Peter went psycho dad. But luckily, he didn't have to give him both barrels, as Michael instantly gets down on one knee and proposes right then and there. The family starts preparing for the wedding, and Peter organizes the bachelorette party, although I don't think Meg appreciated it that much.
It's Officer Nasty. Careful, I might be carrying a concealed weapon.
Something tells me she won't want those glasses back. The day of the wedding soon arrives, but Lois finds Meg crying. She tells her mom that she made a mistake and isn't pregnant after all. Lois urges Meg to tell Michael the truth. I mean, after all, he isn't only marrying her because he thinks she's pregnant, right? Yeah, he gets out of there faster than the Roadrunner on crack. Meg apologizes about the whole situation, but Peter reassures her that it's his fault.
Sometimes a father just gets a little overprotective. You gotta know, I was only thinking about your happiness.
I know, Dad, and I appreciate it.
The problem now is that these people are expecting a
It's either Peter has started on the champagne early or he genuinely loves his daughter. Maybe both. Probably both. Look, as we've seen, Meg and Peter have a complicated relationship, but it's when they're forced to spend time together that they realize how much they truly have in common. When Peter loses his license after failing a ridiculous stunt, Meg is forced to be her dad's chauffeur.
Hey, Meg, you sure look hot.
What?
Hey, Meg, I lit your scalp on fire.
I imagine this is what it's like to be an Uber driver. In Road to Rupert, the Griffin family does some spring cleaning and holds a yard sale. Problem is, Peter doesn't seem to understand how selling stuff is supposed to really work.
Holy crap, Evel Knievel gloves. I bet I could do $5.50. 10, sold. Second, I wish for the gloves.
Peter, those are yours.
$10. 2, 7, 4, sold. Second, I would have gone to 15 easy. I am so stupid.
Yes, you are, Peter. With a pair of Evel Knievel gloves, Peter believes he has the skills to jump over a row of parked cars. What? That's like buying a Superman costume and thinking you can fly by jumping off a building. Well, let's not give Peter any more ideas. The stunt goes well, as you'd probably imagine.
Wow, this is just like what happened with Matthew Broderick, except no one... What happened with Matthew Broderick, except no one's dead.
Ooh, so close. If only he had worn the cape and helmet. His reckless actions do not go unnoticed, however, as Joe swiftly comes around to revoke his driving license. Did he really think Joe wouldn't look outside his window to see a demolition derby going on outside? With no license, Peter is forced to stay in the house. I guess they don't have any buses in Quahog. Like a grounded child, it becomes even more annoying than usual, and Lois decides that he needs a personal driver to get him out of the house. But who would be stupid enough to put up with Peter all day?
Until you get your license back?
What? Lois, this is the best you could do?
Well, it was either Meg or a talking monkey smoking a cigar, but I didn't think you'd like that.
Ah, Meg, you'd have a better time driving around with a gassy pig who just ate Taco Bell. At least the pig can't speak. Kind of. Peter has a tantrum like a toddler and demands apple juice while watching SpongeBob. Kinda sounds like me after a long journey, no matter the age. To make things worse, he invites the guys to get loaded with him in the back seat.
Gross! Would you stop it? Stop it!
Oh, that's just nasty, Cleveland. You don't know where she's been. Why would Meg even agree to drive a bunch of drunk guys around? Well, it's a recipe for disaster, as you'd imagine, and I get no answers to that question. Meg eventually hits boiling point after Peter sets her beanie on fire, and Quagmire has to put it out with beer.
Hey, Meg, don't be such a hot...
Hey, Meg, look hot today. Hey, Meg, I lit your scalp on fire.
Don't worry, I'll put it out.
What the hell is your problem, you dumb bimp?
That was awesome.
Wi-Fi, just can't wait to get on the road again. Wi-Fi love is making music with my friends.
So Joe will take away Peter's license, but will let Meg beat up a guy? Double standards! After showing her old man that she's got a mean right hook, he couldn't be prouder, even describing her as an amazing daughter. Lois, on the other hand, isn't impressed and urges her to apologize to the dude who got his butt whooped. But Peter steps in to defend her.
You should call that man and apologize.
Hey, don't you talk to her like that. Meg's as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Come on, be real. Nobody's as cool as Lando Calrissian in pillow form. With the newfound respect, Peter and Meg start enjoying each other's company. They go to a drive-thru cinema like they're in the Flintstones, smash mailboxes with a baseball bat, and even pull off that Evel Knievel stunt that Peter failed miserably at earlier. Some parents are proud of good grades and a tidy bedroom. Others like to see them wreak havoc and beat up dudes. I guess it's true what they say. You can't learn parenthood from a book. The duo becomes the best of buds, and Meg and Peter agree that they haven't had this much fun in ages. This leads to a touching heart-to-heart moment.
Sometimes I give you a hard time, you know, calling your name, farting in your cereal when you go to get milk, and she doesn't know she's eating my fart. But you don't realize I got a really wonderful...
Dad.
Peter, good news. Your suspension is up. It's back.
You mean it? I'm free? No more getting driven?
Aw, what's a few extra bubbles in your cereal when you have a father's love? Meg rarely gets to see how much her dad loves her, but when he does show off his soft side, it really hits you in the feels. Like Meg with that driver. only instead of the feels, it was his face. But all good things must come to an end, and Jo gives Peter the good news that his license has been reinstated, which means he no longer needs Meg. Understandably, she thinks that her dad will go back to being his old self, but Peter tells her this.
Well, maybe just to keep up appearances in front of the family, you know, peer pressure and all that. But from now on, Meg, you and me are secret best friends.
Who wants a glass of fresh lemonade?
Not me! What I want is a fresh glass of better daughter! Hey.
Secret best friends are better than nothing, I guess. Who knows, one day he might be ready to take their friendship public. But I doubt it. Since we started talking about Peter, we might as well keep talking about Peter. So let's take a look at every insane job this man has ever had. Trusting Peter Griffin to do a good job is like letting Herbert run a daycare. Not a good idea. But somehow, Peter has not only landed some of the wildest jobs, but has also managed to mess them up in spectacular fashion.
Hi!
So how'd the medical experiments go?
So good, Lois, so good. I'm gonna squeeze right in here if my thighs will let me.
You ain't getting a paycheck, you getting a gay check. I see myself out. That was absolutely terrible. Everyone wants an easy job. Take Peter in The Fat Guy Strangler, where he literally finds a job where all he has to do is be fat. Sounds perfect, right? Well, not when there's a fat-phobic killer on the loose.
So he has pictures of himself strangling fat guys. That doesn't mean he's the fat guy strangler.
Oh yeah? What about the dead fat guy under his bed?
So the episode starts, and Lois insists that Peter has a physical checkup, but of course, Peter has more important things to do.
Don.
Why?
Because I'm skipping my physical to go have steaks with the guys, and I don't want Lois to know about it.
Okay.
I mean, can you blame him? Go to a restaurant to ask for a greasy slab of meat, or go to the doctor to be called a greasy slab of meat? Easy decision, really. On returning, however, Lois is keen to know how the physical went.
Hi, honey. How was your physical?
Good, yeah, too good, matter of fact. You know what the doctor said? Doctor said I was too healthy, you know? In too good of shape.
Sure, Peter. We all know you're as healthy as your bowel movement after eating 17 steaks with the boys. Of course, Lois sees through this and forces him to see Dr. Hartman, who delivers this not-so-surprising news.
Oh yeah, he's fine. He's just really fat.
Oh, thank God.
Wait, hang on a second. Did you just say I was fat?
I mean, I'm no medical professional, but I'm pretty sure I could have diagnosed that one myself. On finding out that he is overweight and being oblivious to his size, Peter takes offense. After the initial denial, he eventually accepts that he is carrying more pounds in the British Minting Office, but instead of losing weight, he decides to stand up for equality and founds the National Association for the Advancement of Fat People. In his new role, Peter calls a meeting and manages to get enough people to fill the room. Still, with the stature of these guys, that probably wasn't hard to do.
Snacks are for later.
You can't deny these guys snacks. You're gonna have a riot on your hands. Peter may have found a job where he could celebrate his size, but what he didn't know was that his members list was about to become a hit list. You see, Lois discovers she has a long-lost brother who had been locked away in an asylum. Believing nothing was wrong with him, she takes him home. Free a lunatic, what could go wrong, right? It's later revealed that this was the reason he went insane.
Jackie Gleason?
Beat it, kid. Your mother's busy. Pow! Right in the kisser!
And that'd do it, all right. Patrick finds out that Peter, the founder of the NAAFP, after walking in on him being weird with a pie, and tells him he hates fat people because they remind him of TV legend Jackie Gleason. To make matters worse, Peter does the worst thing he could have possibly done in this situation.
Pow! Right in the kisser!
Pow! Right in the kisser! Pow! Right in the kisser!
Pow! Right in the kisser! Pow! Right in the kisser!
Well, that catchphrase is ruined forever. Patrick, now filled with rage, goes on a killing spree, targeting the overweight people of Quahog, making Peter's new workplace the ideal hunting ground. Fear spreads amongst the members of the NAAFP, but Peter, taking his role super seriously, knows what has to be done.
You son of a...
Don't listen to Brian. Thinking about.
Out of my way, Lois. Your brother is buttery toast.
I love toast. I just found my...
I don't know about you, but a good song always takes my mind off of being hunted down by a very different kind, a chubby chaser. Peter invites his group over to his house to protect them from the killer on the loose, but as Lois's brother walks through the door, Brian lets everyone know that Patrick is the killer. Patrick runs away, and the group, after being distracted by the thought of buttery toast, then hop on their trusty rascals and give chase.
He went into James Woods. Let's spread out and find him.
We'll head him off at...
Todd, man, you gotta chew your foot.
Once Lois accepts that her brother is a psychotic, fat-phobic murderer after far too much convincing, she and Brian head to the James Woods to save Peter.
Now let him go!
Ah, you missed!
No, I didn't. That's when I tried to jump into the General Lee.
I never meant to hurt anybody. I mean, I did mean to kill those fat guys, but I never meant to.
Wow, Brian really holds a grudge even when his friend is being strangled. Lois manages to talk her brother down and put him back in the asylum where he belongs. So in just a couple of days, Peter starts a new job where he can help overweight people, but triggers a mentally unstable guy to kill 3 of the members. Sheesh, they should have just stuck with Pilates. But if you think that's insane, by the time Peter broke bad and turned into Walter White. Nope, that's not my way of doing a crazy Family Guy transition skit. It actually happened. In Farmer Guy, a plan to avoid a crime wave results in them not only becoming a part of it, but surfing their dirty money right to the bank.
Oh, Lois. Now, I know you're freaked out, but meth lab is our family's best chance to make meth in a lab.
Talking about Peter?
I'm talking about saving the farm. The lab is just what we need to get back
I mean,
on.
he's not wrong, I guess. The Griffins decide to move to the country as crime rates in Quahog skyrocket.
All the fish in the bucket now, not one fish at a time as a reward, all of them.
And here's me thinking the only robbery that goes on at SeaWorld is the ticket prices. After moving to a rural farm in the middle of nowhere thanks to the money generously provided by Fox, Peter and the rest of the family get to work on their new lives as farmers. Unfortunately for them, though, they soon find out that it's not so easy to run a farm.
Okay, Bessie, now. Get yourself out there. Easy does it. Wait a second. Oh, get in line, you!
Dang, gals are getting smarter. With debts piling up, Brian makes the sensible decision to go to agriculture college to learn how to farm, but soon after saying goodbye to the voice of reason of the family, well, most of the time, the rest of the Griffins find themselves in a bit of trouble.
Guys, what's that over there?
Am I the only one expecting them to wake up on the yellow brick road? I mean, they've already got the guy without a brain. After entering the basement for shelter, they discover more than old pickle jars and bottles of moonshine.
Whoa, hang on, Lois. Now, I know you're freaked out, but when you really stop and think about it, this meth lab is our family's best chance to make meth in a lab.
What are you talking about, Peter?
Something tells me the previous farmer wasn't just cooking apple pies during his winter evenings. Talk about getting baked. Lois wants to call the police, but Peter has other ideas to pay off their debts and keep the farm.
No.
Lois, we've always given our family whatever it needs. Well, right now, our family needs us to sell illegal drugs to the tank top community. What do you say?
Well, that escalated quickly. But hey, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, I guess. Lois reluctantly agrees, and Peter begins preparing himself to be a meth dealer and acts totally rational.
You guys lock the truck?
Dad, we don't even have
What the hell is going on out there? Come on out, whoever you are. I want to show my kids what it looks like when a dies.
Peter, there's no one there.
Oh, this is Peter we're talking about. Let's just hope no customers make house calls. I had this funny feeling that it cut into their profits. Peter starts making meth, using pigeons to deliver the product to the people of Tank Top and Quahog, who return with the cash. Huh, there must be some really trustworthy drug addicts out there. What started out as a plan to cook one meth, as Lois puts it, turns into an operation so big it makes Pablo Escobar look like a vitamin salesman. They even get Stewie in on the production by getting him to fetch the ingredients. Oh, someone should be expecting a call from CPS. Eventually, Brian returns from agriculture school to find the farm is a lot different from how he left it.
Nothing. Just working on a family project, getting in some together time.
Okay, well, I'm back, and I might have the solution.
I get that everyone likes making unbelievable amounts of money, but can you really put a price on a good home-cooked tomato soup? No! Soon after, they discover that the people of Quahog are getting more zooted than a sniffer dog raiding Charlie Sheen's house. This leads to Lois having a realization.
I don't recognize us anymore. It's time to go be the Griffins again. Let's go, Peter.
Peter isn't so convinced, but after the farm and his new business go up in flames due to, get this, the highly flammable chemicals, the Griffins have no choice but to return to Spooner Street where they belong. Following Peter's lucrative business idea, albeit an extreme way to make some cash, the family now has enough firepower and street smarts to protect their home. In fact, the thieves of Quahog need to be scared of them. It was lucky Brian returned before Peter was responsible for any deaths, unlike the time Peter took over a very unexpected position and made a complete mess of it. Look, we all need a break from our jobs at some point, even the Grim Reaper. In Death is a bitch, Peter is responsible for disturbing the natural order, forcing him to do the unthinkable.
You saying it is for me to kill someone?
I know. Why don't you kill Louis?
I'm gonna do it. You're gonna have to do something.
Lois and Peter decide to do the no pants dance, but Lois finds a large lump in the wrong place. After having to wait for his test results to come back, he's convinced that he's going to kick the bucket.
but I won't pay a cent over $60.
Sir, $1,000.
Okay, $70.
What? That's twice what it costs.
$40.
He doesn't know how to haggle.
If I were in his shoes, I would probably opt for the buy now, pay later scheme, although the funeral director may be waiting quite a while for the cash. He even sells all of his stuff so the family would have some money for when he's gone, although I highly doubt anyone would be interested in his secondhand pants.
Oh, finally! Now I can get myself to the... Uh-oh!
Yeah, something tells me they weren't green when he bought them. Peter eventually receives some news from Dr. Hartman.
Hey, okay. Mr. Griffin, all your tests came back negative. As it turns out, the lump on your chest was just a fatty corpuscle.
Yep, the lump turns out to be harmless, but the only thing it's capable of killing is the passion in the bedroom. After his brush with death, Peter is thankful for his life, but the bliss is short-lived after he sees the price of the medical bill.
Price of my bill or my phone number?
Your phone number.
Oh. Well, it's still pretty pricey.
That's nothing compared to my ambulance bill. Peter, being his classic cheap self, comes up with a cunning plan to dodge the fee.
Neither of us is drunk. Hey, knock it up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. Unfortunately, the plan backfires when Death turns up after mistakenly believing that Peter is dead. But after a turkey dinner and lots of crying, which sounds like way too similar to how my Christmas went, Death says it's time to go. But Peter has other plans.
Look, I caught Flo, Joe. You don't think I can catch you? Ah! Ah! My ankle! Ah!
Oh! But on the plus side, at least he doesn't have to pay for x-rays. After Death is unable to carry out his soul-reaping duties, everyone in Quahog realizes they are immortal and embarks on a streak of violence. With the chaos ensuing, Death gives Peter a deal he cannot refuse.
Not gonna do your dirty work. There's no way I'm getting on that plane. I'm still here, and there's nothing you can say that'll change my mind.
Either you kill them or I kill you.
Personally, I think he accepted Death's job a little too quickly. I mean, does it even come with dental insurance? 401k? Is there a death union? Is there? The Reaper tells Peter he has to kill the cast of Dawson Creek to let everyone know that Death is back on the menu. Death explains that James Vanderbeek and the rest of the gang are on a plane destined to crash and that Peter simply has to let it happen. Easy peasy, right? Well, Peter's conscience kicks in, but it's not because the plane is full of innocent kids. Oh, no.
Error. A pilot error. Nice going, fat. Hey.
I don't think he's cut out for a career in reaping souls, but he could always take up professional arm wrestling with those powers. He'll be the champ in no time. Might raise suspicions. Sounds like a good anime. Anyway, the plane begins to nosedive, but thankfully actress Karen Black is around to land the aircraft and save everyone. It's great when things work out. With the people of Quahog knowing that the laws of death apply again due to the pilot's unfortunate end, Death agrees to let Peter live the rest of his life. Let's face it, the way Peter acts, it won't be long until they see each other again anyway. It's crazy how there are laws and rules for everything, even death, apparently. Everyone wishes they could ignore the rules, but when Peter does it, America gets invaded. Sure, it's fun to think about ignoring every single law, but as Peter finds out the hard way in E Peterbus Unum, it's to keep the peace, and more importantly, avoid war.
Dad, I tried to go to school, but this guy won't let me.
Oh, yeah? Him in what army?
The U.S. Army.
Oh, that's a good army.
Who would have thunk it that Peter would become top priority for the military? Actually, that's not really that surprising. So after trying to get a tax refund to treat the Griffin family to a new swimming pool, Peter realizes that he isn't eligible for a single cent. Undeterred, he decides to cut the middleman out and build his own pool instead. What could go wrong? Yeah, a sliced live power cable isn't exactly what you'd want at the bottom of a large body of water. And that wasn't bad enough. He's then told by the electrician that the town's laws wouldn't allow him to build his own pool anyway. Seeking a permit from Mayor Adam West, Peter makes an interesting discovery.
It's not part of Quahog.
The hell are you talking about? I've been living at 31 Spooner Street for 12 years.
Sorry, but according to this map, you're not even part of these United States.
That's right, 31 Spooner Street doesn't exist on any maps. Realizing that he now technically owns his own country and being completely done with all the rules and regulations, Peter decides he's going to be the president of his own sovereign nation.
This day forth, this territory will be known as Pretoria.
Let's just hope his leadership skills are better than his flag designing skills, or else Pretoria is doomed. Peter, drunk on power and not just the beers he refuses to pay for the drunken flam, takes full advantage of his diplomatic immunity and goes on a crime spree.
Oh, now you're just being crazy.
Hey, that's against the law. You're coming with me.
Can't touch me. Can't touch me.
Yeah, breaking into an MC Hammer song doesn't get you out of trouble with the police. Trust me, I've tried. Pretoria becomes the laughingstock of the United Nations after demanding a better seat at the meeting, but gets trolled for his small country.
Well, that's more like it.
And hey, would you also like a special satellite that can scratch your ass with a laser beam from space?
They have those?
Poor dude. The joke will be on them when Elon Musk upgrades his Starlink. Although I wouldn't want to be the first to try out that new function. At lunch, the great leader of Pretoria gets some advice on how to be taken seriously.
Around here is to find something you want and just take.
Everybody respects you. How come you're still eating here by yourself?
I guess if it's good enough for every powerful nation throughout history, it's good enough for Pretoria. Peter then embarks on a campaign to invade America by going next door and claiming Joe's pool. I guess every nation has to start somewhere, right? Of course, the US can't stand by and let the 4-bedroom republic get away with this. Despite having their house surrounded by tanks and their utilities and food cut off, Lois tries to make the best of the situation by trying to teach Meg and Chris, but it seems that the isolation is getting to them.
I think Mrs. Griffin's hot.
Go to your room.
Damn you, Rupert!
Yeah, that's just nasty. Besides, they'll have to get in line behind Brian and Quagmire first. At breaking point, Lois tells Peter to give up his rule as nobody is on their side, but that's not strictly true. Peter's ballsy move to stand firm against the government attracts a few new allies to his cause.
Marco Polo! Marco Polo! Fish out of water! Oh!
You're telling me that Peter, a guy who's known for being drunk like 50% of his entire life, is in charge of a pool party that features some of the world's most notorious leaders and war criminals of the early 21st century? Where can I buy a fallout shelter at? After Peter makes a mess of his new country and most likely plans World War III over hot dogs and potato salad, the rest of the Griffins decide to cross the border, or the street, rather, to be part of America again. With just Peter and Brian holding the front line and the US threatening to blow up Pretoria, the world's most clueless president is forced to make one last decision for the good of his country.
After all this, I end up with nothing?
How about this? You get home from work, I'll scratch your back with a match.
Oh, Lois.
Oh.
What do you when you do it?
No.
I wonder how many great nations have fallen after accepting a back scratch. I mean, I guess those Roman Emperor cloaks did look quite itchy. I think all Peter needed was a good national anthem for his country. If only he had some unknown musical talent waiting to get out. Ever discovered you had a gift after a few too many drinks? Maybe you'd become the Gordon Ramsay of creating absurd but delicious snacks with the potty mouth to go with it. In Wasted Talent, Peter discovers that he has a special gift, but there's one huge problem.
Congratulations, Lois.
The episode begins with the beer equivalent of Willy Wonka, the Pawtucket Patriot Brewery, offering a tour for anyone who finds the Silver Scroll. Of course, Peter takes the mission on.
Go, 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 go!
Nothing.
Peter, it's 7 in the morning.
But just like the plot of everyone's family favorite movie where a mad chocolatier tries to murder a group of children, Peter finds the last scroll and visits the fabled brewery.
And you'll sink to a state of pure inebriation, you'll be tanked.
And I got a feeling that if Peter gets stuck in the beer river pipe, he'd be cool with it. Of course, the tour goes horribly wrong after Peter and Brian ignore a keep out sign. Faced with impending death, they do the only thing that will save them.
I want you to know I've really cherished our friendship.
Me too, buddy. That's why I was holding this in, but since we're gonna die anyway...
Peter, that's it.
So remember, kids, if in doubt, let a fart out. It'll scare away bears, distract robbers, and get you the whole plain road to yourself. Yeah, Pawtucket Pat isn't impressed by the non-beer related gases contaminating his factory, and Peter and Brian are swiftly kicked out by all the Chumbawambas.
Chumbawamba, go! Ah! Ah!
Man, for little guys who get to taste test booze all day, they sure are cranky, aren't they? Upset, Peter has one too many drinks and tries to vent to Lois, but she's too busy trying to get Meg ready for an upcoming piano competition. If there's one thing you can't do, however, is keep a drunk guy quiet.
Attention around here.
Peter, that's incredible. I don't understand how you're like the idiot from Shine.
Yeah, Peter discovers he is a genius on the piano, but only when he is stupid drunk. The irony. Lois, impressed by Peter's skills, helps him practice for the competition by getting him a gig at the Drunken Clam. Taking full advantage of the situation, Peter has Lois ply him with drinks all night. genius. I'm gonna tell my boss I'm really good at my job, but only when I'm full of Wendy's spicy nuggets. The worst part of the whole situation is that Lois knows that she's doing the wrong thing, but tries to justify it by saying this.
Don't start with me, Brian. This may not be my proudest moment, but what a win.
Well, I guess you're not the first person to do whatever it takes.
I wonder what'll run out first. The beer supply, the drunken clam, or Lois's moral code meter. The competition day soon rolls around. The only problem is that there's no liquor and all the stores are closed. Desperate, the spouses head to a high school party and get tanked so he can perform. Just maybe a little too tanked. Peter, looking like a really bad Elton John tribute act, impresses the crowd and wins the competition. It seems like Peter has finally found a career where being a borderline alcoholic is actually a benefit. But for Lois, it's getting the victory over her piano rival that really matters. Unfortunately, Lois's dream of creating a musical prodigy is short-lived. She realizes that she's been sacrificing Peter's well-being by filling him with booze just so he can be successful in music. Come on, Lois, it worked out fine for all those rock stars back in the 80s.
Stop playing. I'm gonna eat this whole sandwich.
See, Ozzy turned out alright. It's probably for the best, though. With him being that drunk, who knows what he could have come out with. I know free speech is important, but sometimes there has to be censorship. It's a lesson Peter had to learn the hard way. Everything seems to be censored when it comes to content these days, but as seen in PTV, those who break broadcasting laws will get into so much trouble it affects every aspect of their lives, including bedroom activities.
Make you feel better? How about a little angry huh?
Oh, all right.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Those actions are highly...
Let me explain. In this episode, Peter chooses to watch the Emmys instead of Meg's play, but after some gentle persuasion from Lois, he reconsiders.
Not.
Yes!
You like eating red carpet, tough guy?
Yes!
Say you like eating red carpet!
I like eating red carpet!
Giggity.
The only thing that'll make this misunderstanding look worse is the carpet burns on his face. Peter later finds out that he missed the moment when David Hyde Pierce accidentally exposed himself at the Emmys, leading to all the television networks censoring everything that comes even close to provocative or controversial. Kinda like YouTube.
You can't say that. No, 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 no.
Peter, unhappy with seeing black boxes and hearing more beeps in the time R2-D2 accidentally downloaded Darth Vader's plans for family therapy, decides to start his own TV network. With the help of a giant satellite, Peter starts broadcasting uncensored shows through the PTV network from the garage.
Good night, John boy.
Damn it! This house!
Here, look at these numbers. We're a hit.
Wow, TV in the 70s was wild. After seeing the figures, Peter decides the next step for the network is original programming, including one hosted by Quagmire and the Nude. Man, I'd hate to be the person flicking through the channels and accidentally finding this golden gem. Other primetime must-watchers include Dogs Humping, Cheeky Bastards, and let's not forget...
The Peter Griff boob hour. Look at that side boob. How about that side boob? Well, it shouldn't, because that's my... Good night, everybody.
The side, Peter, that's it.
Ugh, I think I threw up in my... everywhere. Peter is riding the high on the success of his new network after receiving thousands of fan mail letters. Lois, on the other hand, isn't a fan and gets concerned that the content he's showing could be harmful.
You're on.
Hey, PTV fans, welcome to Douchebags. We're out here on the I-95 overpass doing our first segment. I dare you to crap off of that. Basically, we'll spend...
Man, I thought pigeons were bad. After traumatizing Stewie by dropping a deuce on the car, Lois takes things into her own hands and reports Peter to the FCC. It seems that the only person who hates the FCC more than Peter is the Family Guy creator, Seth MacFarlane, who takes the opportunity to do a musical number slamming those who have tried and failed to censor the show. Now that's taking it to the man. The Federal Communications Commission swiftly shuts Peter's new venture down and, to make things worse, starts censoring real life as well. They air horn any dirty words, convert farts into jokes, and snoo time comes with more rules than Dungeons and Dragons. Even going for a whiz is controlled.
2 shakes, that's it.
Oh, why thank you, Tinkle Fairy.
Lois, you ruined everything, you know?
Is nothing sacred anymore? Peter, upset with Lois, reminds her that without creative freedom, many of the best things in the world would have never been created. For example, the car crash between a guy eating a chocolate bar and a guy eating peanut butter, which created the Reese's bar. Lois soon realizes that being over-censored is actually terrible and accepts that Peter is right. Wow, it's the first time for everything. The Griffin family head to Washington to make a change, and after farting through a megaphone, Peter gets the attention of Congress.
Going on. This government's FCC is trying to take all the farts away from television. Well, I say it's wrong. These things are part of the fabric of American life.
Yep, people like fart and poop jokes. Get over it, FCC. Give the people poop! Once Peter reminds the government that America was built on smutty humor, like how all the historical monuments are shaped like crude things, they have no other choice but to lift the extreme censorship ban. But we can't blame Peter for trying something new and attempting to break the mold. In fact, I would say his openness to experimentation is one of his best qualities. Except for the time he agreed to be part of a medical study which changed him in some very unexpected ways. When money's tight, most of us will do pretty much anything to make ends meet. Well, in Family Gay, Peter takes that notion to the absolute extreme and starts doing things that puts his marriage in jeopardy.
Hey, this is Scott.
Oh, who's Scott?
My soulmate, Lois. I'm here.
I mean, I'll give him this. Peter pulls off a green shirt oddly well. After being sent to the store with just enough money for a tin of beans, Peter returns with a horse. In most cases, this would be a bargain. But that's in most cases.
It's wise to have a brain-damaged horse as a house pet.
Shut up! You don't know nothing. But anything.
Whatever, Peter.
They do say owners start looking like their pets, I guess. Oh yeah, hold on. I gotta make sure we include this bit. Peter,
the horse is here.
Oh, the horse is here. Sorry, I tried. Peter enters the horse into a race, but after it crashes into the stand and causes $100,000 worth of damages, the Griffins are sent into serious debt. Peter decides he'll get a second job to help pay the bill.
Hey, Lois, look at this. Subject wanted for medical... What's that?
Experiments.
Asparagus.
Experiments.
Because that's a completely rational thing to do. Call me overcautious, but why not just start a job that won't potentially kill you? On the plus side, maybe they're testing out brain cell regeneration. The first two serums turn him into a squirrel and Seth Rogen, but the last one has more adverse effects.
Yeah? Are you gay?
Guilty!
Yeah, Peter went gay for pay. With his newfound sexuality, Peter becomes an over-the-top gay stereotype and begins acting completely differently. He trades beer for wine, eggs, and bacon for a croissant and grapes, and has a slight shift in his choice of entertainment.
Absolutely fabulous piece on Fiji in yesterday's travel section. I wish I was Beyonce.
Peter, I can have that doctor undo whatever he did.
Oh!
Huh, those are some side effects. While Lois is concerned at first, she soon finds out that Peter's new personality is way better than the last. He bakes delicious muffins, helps Chris with his homework, and does all the chores. Talk about taking your work home with you. Now that is quite the dedication to your new job, brother. The guys at the Drunken Clam, however, aren't so accepting. Except Quagmire.
If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it my way.
Darn it! Knock, knock. What's the problem?
For all his perversion, you can't fault him for being inclusive. Giggity giggity. Lois's bubble soon bursts, however, when she comes to bed in a skimpy nightie looking to thank Peter for all the work he's done around the house, but after coming on to him, Peter rejects her because he's gay now.
Wait a minute, you mean we can't have sex?
No.
I guess Lois values some things over housework and a decent husband. Who would have thunk it? Lois takes Peter back to the research hospital to find out if the effects of the drug can be reversed, but she receives this disappointing news.
No, he could be this way for the rest of his life.
I don't see what the big deal is. I like myself this way.
It's a
Come on, Lois, he's here. He's queer. Get used to it. Okay, maybe if your husband turned gay overnight, it'd be a bit of a culture shock. Where are they gonna find the extra wardrobe space at the top of a hat? To make things even worse, Peter gets a boyfriend called Scott and leaves Lois. Okay, maybe this new job has gotten a little too far now. Peter and Scott get on with their new life, but Lois misses her husband, even his destructiveness at times. Brian, determined to fix things, kidnaps Peter and takes him to a religious gay camp where they try and force the sexuality out of him. What is this, 1850? Once Lois discovers Brian's cruel plan, she comes to a realization.
Lois, you've made me happier than a pig among...
All right, I think we're all in agreement.
Hi, Peter.
Hi.
Luckily for Lois, the gay gene eventually wears off. Unfortunately for Peter, it happened right in the middle of activities that resemble an earthquake in a sauna room. It's a shame the religious folk of Quahog couldn't be accepting and cool with different orientations, but there is a religion that is cool with everyone, no matter how they identify, and Peter just happens to make it. In The Father, the Son, and the Holy Fawns, the Griffin family hosts an 80th birthday dinner for Peter's father, Francis. But things get heated over a clash of religions, which inspires Peter to fix said divide.
Oh, Peter, I know this is important to you, but I don't want to see you humiliated. And I want to worship the Fawns.
Is this the Church of the Fawns?
Guess Lois just wants to live in some happier days. Get it? Because of the Fawns. Let's just keep going, okay? With Francis forcing his religious views down the throats of the Griffin children, Lois asks Peter to talk to his dad. Peter tries to broach the subject, but just makes his father angry, and an angry, old-fashioned Irish Catholic is not someone you want to piss off. To make peace, he offers Stewie up for a baptism, but it goes wrong, and Stewie gets sick.
You had my back?
Come on, honey. This is no worse than when I rented out the immigrants.
Oh no, not another tainted holy water outbreak. There really needs to be more research done. Stewie's illness brings up a conversation about what religion Peter truly wants to identify with. He tries out different ones and finds faults with all of them before finally deciding to worship one man who has always been there for him, guiding him and providing him with plenty of happy days.
If this be your will...
This is how a crab walks.
It sure is.
Peter embarks on a new career as the founder and preacher of the Church of Fawns and turns an old barn into a place of worship. After passing out flyers around town and Lois's expected words of discouragement, people begin to flock to the new church.
...of my motorcycle from temporary blindness. And yea, for I am holy, Dix Downey, the only Negro in the state of Wisconsin.
So that's his plan? Talking about episodes of his favorite TV shows and expecting people to listen? This is just a club. Peter's father, who obviously doesn't appreciate how a leather jacket and slicked back hair make you the coolest guy in the room, tells his son that he is embarrassed by him for making a mockery of faith.
So today wasn't religion. It was just a bunch of sheep singing songs and listening to ridiculous tall tales.
Actually, that is religion.
Shut your trap, Brian! Ha! You
Don't call it, Francis. If there can be a religion that believes a galactic overlord brought aliens to Earth, then Peter can believe in the Fawns. Is it good for him? Who knows, man? But but he can. Brian, ever the atheist, makes the point that listening to stories of the Fawns in the Bible could be considered the same thing. Although personally, I see some differences. Jesus walked on water. The Fawns water skied over a shark. Similar but very different, and for very different reasons.
Reading from the letters of Potsy to the Tuscaderos.
Brian decides to make a truce with Francis to put an end to Peter's new role as a reverend of the House of Fawns. Peter's in the middle of one of his sermons discussing the divine continuity errors of Happy Days when Brian and Francis crash the party.
When a religion gets too powerful, it's bound to have imitators.
What are you talking about?
Brian had organized actors from classic 70s TV shows to turn up so they could invite the disciples of the Fawns to their newly formed religions, clearing the room. This put an end to Peter's latest loony career move.
Preaching honesty, friendship, courage?
No, don't be so hard on yourself, brother. Give it another 2,000 years. I'm sure people will come around. Although the Church of the Fawns didn't bring Peter, Brian, and Francis together in their beliefs, they could all agree on one thing.
Stupider than me.
Madonna?
Oh, yeah, she's pretty stupid. That's something we can all agree on, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Francis?
Oh, major idiot. Major idiot.
Yeah.
Aw, nothing brings people closer together than a mutual hatred of a famous pop star. While Peter did a pretty good job as a preacher, albeit on a religion based on an old 70s TV show, he really finds his calling when he's hired for his unlikeliest career to date. They say most sports require fitness, but as you'll see, that's a huge lie. Peter is invited to his high school reunion in Patriot games, and after attending, he lands one of the most sought-after jobs in America.
I'm ready. Come on. Good game, everybody. Yeah, come on. Good game. Let's get out there. Let's do it. Yeah. 110%, everybody. 110%.
Most people overlook that you need to have spanking skills to join the NFL. At first, Peter isn't so keen to see his old school pals at his reunion.
Everybody's all got their nice cars and their big important jobs and their fancy hats and their fresh strawberries so big you can eat them like a hand fruit.
Peter, everyone lies at those things.
That's exactly why I didn't go to mine. It's so embarrassing when you only own a sombrero. After Joe comes up with a good point telling him how everyone lies about their jobs at school reunions, Peter changes his mind and comes up with his new alias alias.
And is that you?
Hey, Mike, long time no see.
Wow, what's all this?
Oh, this? Oh, I just came from work. I'm a secret agent astronaut millionaire.
Cool. Where'd you get the cowboy hat?
I guess when you can't land on one fictional career, choose them all. Through one of his old buddies, Peter is introduced to Tom Brady, who obviously didn't have anything better to do that night. Everything's going well until the secret agent astronaut millionaire cowboy lets slip that he actually works at the Pawtucket Patriot Brewery.
Man, in fact, I was just saying that the other day to all the guys down at the brewery.
Brewery? I thought you were a cowboy astronaut millionaire.
He's a fake! Look, this cowboy hat comes right off!
Poor Peter. His lie was totally believable until then. I think it's the cowboy hat that really sold it. Drinking his embarrassment away, and then some, Peter catches the eye of Tom.
Peter, that was amazing. I've never seen a guy your size who could move like that. How would you like to play for the New England Patriots?
I'd love to. Say, listen, Tom, could you get me a towel? I threw up on the floor.
Oh, so when he throws up, he gets the job playing for the New England Patriots, but when I throw up, I get fired? Granted, I should have left the operating theater first, but still, the hypocrisy. As a professional athlete, Peter proves to be an asset to the team and single-handedly beats the opposing teams. Peter and Tom really hit it off, although Peter may have gotten a little too comfortable with his new friend.
Hey, what's going on?
What the hell? Get out of here!
Well, we're on the same team. We shower together.
Yeah, in the locker room.
Yeah, give me you. Yeah.
Be careful who you're smacking, Peter. That's a $3 million butt you're whipping there. As is often the case with celebrity sports personalities, after a few commercials and spending way too much money on erotic art, the success goes to his head.
Yeah, that is happening for real. Yeah.
Ah, story old as time. When he turns up late for his game with the Patriots, ruins the field with his new car, and does more showboating than Terrell Owens after one too many of his energy drinks, Tom is not very happy.
For what?
We've had it with your crap. I talk in your contract to another team, and the only one that'll take you is in Europe. The Londons.
Personally, I think he's just jealous. Peter is swiftly kicked out of the Patriots and sent to England to play for the worst team in Europe, the London Silly Nannies. And let me tell you, the only thing worse than their team name is their football skills. Swapping cheeseburgers for crumpets, the Griffins don't enjoy their time in Britain, and Peter comes up with a plan to challenge the Patriots to a grudge game to get revenge. Of course, he'll have to get his team ready first.
Well, give me that dirty look one more time and PJs and have a pillow fight with you.
Very well, then.
I like your gal.
Yeah, I told you they need some work, and I'm not just talking about their dental plan. Who the hell am I to talk about that? Peter uses a tried and tested American sports technique to get the team up to scratch. Hard work, a strict training schedule, and a solid strategy. Nah, I'm just kidding. They use steroids. Unfortunately, no amount of anabolic enhancement can keep the nerve of the Silly Nannies, who all ran like roaches, leaving just Peter to face the entire Patriots team alone.
Here, you bastards. So let's do this. Oh, hey, Brady. You gonna gloat and call me a loser now?
You're not a loser at all. What you did just now.
Oh yeah, that's gonna sting in the morning. At least he tried, I guess. While Peter may have lost his home in Quahog, his career as a professional football player, and most likely a couple of teeth in the process, he did gain one thing: the respect of Tom Brady. And how many people can really say that? It's just a shame that Peter fails at pretty much every job he takes on, but he does succeed sometimes, kind of. Don't believe me, kind of? Out of work and depressed, in Fish Out of Water, Peter puts on more weight than the entire cast of The Biggest Loser during a Super Bowl party. Looking for inspiration, Peter decides on a new career, which very nearly makes him fish food.
Oh, yeah, now that's a job. Fresh sea air, working outside. That's how a real New England man makes a living. Well, maybe that...
No better place to ponder life than on a forklift, I guess. After spotting a group of fishermen getting ready to set sail, Peter realizes it's always been his dream to catch fish for a living. Inexperienced yet determined, Peter buys a fishing boat at auction, but little did he know it comes with much more than just leftover stinking chum and sun-bleached novelty signs saying "Gone Fishing."
Congratulations. You just bought yourself a cursed boat.
Cursed?
I know a curse sounds pretty crappy, but you never get freebies when you buy stuff these days, so I class that as a win. Seamus explains that it was a giant blue fish called Daggermouth who killed the former captain, Salty, but after ignoring the warning, he gets a loan from a shady bank to pay the $50,000 for his new boat.
Three kids.
I'll take them. They're banks. Now, I trust you have collateral. I'm not. Sign this. Here you go. Good luck.
Yeah, you don't want to deal with anyone who's willing to trust Peter Griffin with money. Ready to be a fully fledged fisherman, the only job left to do before the maiden voyage was to name the vessel.
There she is, boys. The SS more powerful than Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, and the Incredible Hulk put together.
Yes?
I think it's got a ring to it. I'll have to submit that one to babynames.com later. The other fishermen at the dock take an instant dislike to Peter, moving in on their watery turf, with Hennessy becoming his new enemy.
Wow. So how do you do it?
Oh, you're very nice to ask. A worm out there. They usually go for it for a while, and then they just lay back and accept it. Okay. What the hell?
What concerns me is the fact that Hennessy has that sign just lying around. To make matters worse, Peter returns home from a hard day's work at the fish market to find that the bank has taken everything from the Griffin home and plan on taking the house also if the loan isn't paid back within 48 hours. Pretty harsh, even a loan shark could give you at least 72. Determined to show everyone that he's worthy of sailing the seas and desperate to make some quick cash to pay back the loan before he loses everything, Peter takes the only option he has left.
You need 50 grand, Griffin? Well, I got a suggestion for you. Why don't you kill Daggermouth?
So, without any fishing experience, a cursed boat, and the help of the guys, Peter embarks on the mission to Fish Stench Cove to take down a man-eating fish, because that's totally not a crazy idea. Out on the vast open sea, the gang drinks beers and gets some bonding time in while they head to their prized catch, or let's face it, their untimely deaths. The fun times soon come to an end, though, when the crew pulls into Fish Stench Cove and come face to face with the infamous Daggermouth.
That's a little nautical joke. I'm a fish, you see. I'm also delightfully... Not so fast! Perhaps I could offer you a glass of port.
That fish really knows how to hold its breath as well as it holds its liquor. While the aquatic killer gets the upper hand on them, his slow-loading antique pistol allows Peter to harpoon him. While expecting to see fish guts, the gang realizes that it's actually a robot created by Captain Salty, who was supposed to have been killed by the fabled fish. Salty explains that he faked his death to sell Daggermouth merchandise and gives Peter the plunder he needs.
Oh, I'm gonna give you $50,000 to be on your way.
$50,000? For why?
To keep your mouth shut. And because the longer we stay here, the more...
Don't give Peter any more ideas. As we've seen in this video, he doesn't exactly make great career choices. So yeah, you can't really trust Peter with a job that doesn't involve beer, as things get pretty hectic. So yeah, you really can't trust Peter with a job that doesn't involve beer as things get hectic. Why is that though? Well, it's time we learned about Peter's whole deal. I'm talking about a good long look at Peter Griffin's entire life story. Peter Griffin, man, myth, legend, owner of the Peter Copter. But every legend has, well, its legend. And so today we're looking at Peter Griffin's entire story from start to end. And where better to start this story than at the very beginning, as in Padre de Familia, we see the birth of the future Family Guy.
I went to Mexico to terminate my pregnancy, but God had other plans, and you were born right there.
Considering Peter's whole life is full of happy accidents, it only makes sense that he's one himself. The episode kicks off with the Griffins attending a Veterans Day parade, with Peter getting hit right in the patriotic gland after a riveting musical performance by Herbert. Complete with a children's choir, because why wouldn't you trust that man with a massive group of kids?
Anybody want to see my purple heart?
I don't know how he managed to make a purple heart sound phallic, but golly goober, he did it. The next day, Peter's USA parade is in full swing, with him even trying to get his family in on the homeland love. Though with this being how he shows his appreciation of the country, I can't blame them for not wanting to get involved.
If you're not from here, God's gonna hunt you down and give you AIDS.
At least the troops liked it. Later at the clam, Peter overhears a couple of employees speaking in Portuguese, which gets him heated over illegal immigrants coming into the country and taking jobs. He signs the boys up for border patrol and gets rid of anything Speedy Gonzales related in his house, and even brings his anti-immigration stance to the workplace, where he tries to get one of his foreign employees fired. He convinces his boss to enact a citizenship check and heads to his mom's place to pick up his birth certificate. One issue.
You weren't born in America. You were born in Mexico.
What? Hey, you know how it is. One day you're wearing an American flag suit, the next day you find out you're an unwanted baby and an illegal immigrant to boot. As an illegal immigrant, Peter ends up getting fired from his job, and the only way he can get his cash back is by passing a citizenship test. And for Peter, that's a lot harder than you'd think.
Complete this sentence. The land of the free and the home of the blank.
Homer the Whopper?
I mean, he isn't wrong. Honestly, they should at least give him partial credit for that one. Needless to say, Peter fails the exam and is forced to look for a new job. When his new gig as a maid for a motel doesn't work out, he tries out nannying instead, though I don't think he's got the right build for that one. Those floating umbrellas should really label their weight limits to prevent tragedies like this from happening again. Out of options, Lois calls in someone who she knows employs immigrants with no issues. Her dad, Mr. Pewterschmidt, offers Peter a job at his mansion and even allows his family to stay there for as long as they need, though the accommodations aren't top-notch, to say the least.
This isn't so bad.
We're sharing a tool shed with 7 other families.
Crowded? Sure. But honestly, it looks like they're having a lot of fun. In fact, Peter even starts to get in on the fun, embracing his Mexican heritage by celebrating Cinco de Mayo. His fun is interrupted by Carter pretty quickly, though, who tells everyone to get back to work. Thankfully, Peter finally realizes the truth about America and decides to stand up for what's right.
Immigrants built this country, and I say it's time for us to take it back.
Could you say whole speech again in Spanish?
You know, it's the thought that counts. Despite the language barrier, Peter starts a revolution and marches right up to Mr. Pewterschmidt's door. Carter offers Peter a deal to get him citizenship, but Peter insists he wants all of his employees to be granted citizenship. Unfortunately, Carter won't change the deal.
Peter, you must go.
I'll never forget you, Gerardo. Boy, I sure am gonna miss Ronaldo.
Names are hard. It's a thought that wait, I just said that. Though even though he was born in Mexico, in the episode of Peter's Two Dads, we find out that his bloodstream screams a bit more green than anything else. I always thought Peter seemed a bit luckier than most. The episode starts with the family figuring out it's Meg's birthday next week, meaning they've got to plan a party ASAP. Thankfully, they managed to put something together at the last minute and even get a ton of folks to show up. Meg's friends, Peter's dad, and even Quagmire.
So which one of you wants to lose your virginity?
I don't even know if this man is permitted in school zones. He should be far away from here. Anywho, the party as a whole is kind of a disaster, with Peter deciding to show up drunk and dressed as a clown for the sake of entertainment, and I know you shouldn't be driving a car while drunk, but what about a unicycle?
This is gonna blow you guys away.
Grandpa! Somebody call an ambulance!
All right, that answers my question. At the hospital, Grandpa Griffin's injuries are far too severe for him to survive, but just before he passes away, he leaves Peter with some final words.
Peter, you're a fat, stinking drunk.
Well, I mean, he did just kill the man. I honestly don't blame him. With those words haunting his thoughts, Peter decides that booze is the real killer of his father, and so he pledges that from henceforth, he's gonna stay off the bottle for good.
Peter, what are you doing? Crack? What the
Hey, at least I'm not drinking, Brian.
Stick to the bottle! Stick to the bottle! Brian suggests that Peter finds what drives him to drinking in the first place, and after a visit to a therapist, he figures out that Francis Griffin wasn't his real father. He visits his mom's place to ask who his real father is, and she explains that she met a young man named Mickey McFinnigan on a trip to Ireland. Right then and there, it's settled. Peter's heading to Ireland to meet his father right away. One plane ride later, and Peter and Brian are ready to hit the Shamrock Trails. Stereotypes, huh? The two head for McSwiggan Village to find Peter's father and quickly find out that he's the town drunk. Though in Ireland, that's a good thing.
Top of the morning, laddies. Let me cut you an Irish rose.
If that man isn't Peter Griffin's father, then nobody is. Bafflingly, Mickey says the two can't be related despite the obvious similarities, so Peter decides he needs to prove he's related the only way he knows how, by out-drinking him. Yep, so much for that promise earlier. The drinking contest goes about as well as you'd expect it to go. But hey, Peter's liver failed after Mickey's, so that means he beat him. Mickey finally accepts him as his son, and the whole bar celebrates with a classic Irish jig.
Looks like a railroad map, and he never shuts his friggin' trap. But all the ladies catch the clap from your drunken Irish dad.
Because what else would you do when you find out you're related to a drunk? But alright, now that we got Peter's heritage out of the way, let's jump ahead a couple of years and figure out how he met his better half in the episode, Death Lives.
I love looking at stars.
Say no more.
Peter, wait,
Very interesting.
Oh
my God!
Absolutely irresistible. How could you not marry someone who can do that? It's Peter and Lois' anniversary tomorrow, but Peter's got other plans than to spend the day with his wife, instead opting to play golf with Quagmire, leaving Lois a scavenger hunt he put together at the last minute to keep her distracted the entire time. However, it starts raining right in the middle of his golf session, and with a metal putt in hand, I'm sure he'll be fine, right?
You again?
Well, it's no surprise Peter has come face to face with death on multiple occasions. However, Death tells Petey that this is only a near-death experience, that his real death date will be 2 years after Lois divorces him. Peter is baffled to even hear that Lois would think about divorce, and so Death shows him their humble beginnings as a couple, starting out with celebrity belly impressions in a park that quickly turned into a makeout sesh on a freeway. Well, despite their love literally causing a car crash, at least they're happy.
I love you, Lois Pewterschmidt.
I love you, Peter Griffin.
There's no way she's gonna leave me.
I feel like the first I love yous being paired with flames and death is kind of a bad omen for the future of the relationship, but anywho, Death tells Peter that he can't get Peter out of limbo until he has a revelation, meaning he's got to keep reliving their history until he finds a reason to change. An epiphany, if you will. Kind of giving me Simpsons movie vibes here. Peter's next memory is the first time he met Lois's father, and after Peter starts a conversation about how Carter's flesh balloons generate top-tier juice, Carter does the only sensible thing he can do. There's overprotective parenting, and then there's tossing an unfit suitor into the ocean to drown. But hey, as bad as things may seem, when Peter's picked up by a Navy aircraft carrier, he ends up meeting a future friend for the very first time.
Ensign Glenn Quagmire, welcome aboard.
No two words go better together than Quagmire and seaman. I'll see myself out now. With Peter not picking up on the fact that he needs a change, Death decides he doesn't want to help someone else get a girl when even he can't get one, which gives Peter the brilliant idea to be his wingman.
Get you a little fixed up, you know, get your hair cut, give you good clean. Shave, maybe some cologne. The chicks will be all over you.
Yikes. I think he's got a rough task ahead of him here, but still, looking back at Peter's memories, Death sees just how much love can affect you, with Peter's connection to Lois overpowering Quagmire's offer of cheap hookups. Meanwhile, Lois is starting to pick up on the issues of the scavenger hunt after it sends her to the sewers.
Mom, you remember that goldfish we flushed down the toilet? He wasn't dead.
Brother, this anniversary has gone down the drain. Back to Peter and his memories, though. After coming ashore, he hitchhikes and coincidentally runs into another future friend, Cleveland. He gets him to give him a ride to Rhode Island to return to Lois, but has to go through South Carolina to get there, which,
Holy crap! Do you see what I see?
I'm afraid I do.
We're being chased by ghosts!
I wish they were ghosts, Peter. Luckily, things are better for the current day Peter, as he manages to get Death a date with the girl he likes, and then we cut back to Peter's past one more time when he finally gets back to the Peter Schmidt's mansion. He crawls through a window and accidentally runs into Carter, who offers him a crisp $1 million to stay away from his daughter.
No deal. Lois may be worth $1 million to you, but to me, she's worthless.
He's no wordsmith, but he's a good husband when he gives Lois the time of day. Present Peter realizes this too, asking Death to send him back home so he can give Lois the proper gift for their anniversary. After finding out about Peter's golfing, Lois manages to make a deranged dash to give him a piece of her mind, but stops just in time to see Peter smiling and listening to their favorite song being played live. The two hug, and love is in the air once more, except for Death.
You can't hug your children with nuclear arms.
Check, please.
Hey, not every date's gonna lead to a romance like Peter and Lois's. But real quick, there's one super important moment in Peter and Lois's marriage that we cannot forget to look over in the episode Meet the Quagmires. Through a complicated series of events, Peter ends up changing history after going back in time and ditching Lois on a date. In this new timeline, it ends up being Quagmire who marries Lois.
Let's go upstairs and do it.
Okay.
Lovely. Turns out the exact moment that Lois fell in love with Peter was at the country club dance that Peter ditched that night, with a kiss sealing the deal for good. In the end, Peter gets a chance to fix his mistakes, heading to the dance and knocking Quagmire out before he can steal his girl.
Lois Pewterschmidt, will you be my wife?
Yes, I will.
And there it is, the kiss that started it all. Oh, and Peter may have accidentally started a rivalry with a certain feathered fella at this dance as well.
Whoa, big guy. You're probably never even gonna see him again.
Whoever that kid is, he's never been more wrong about anything in his entire life than right there. So what exactly did Peter and Lois's wedding look like? Well, according to the episode Peter and Lois's Wedding, it looked a lot like a Friends episode.
There were originally 9 friends, but 3 of them died of pneumonia. Don't let Monica get Botox.
Yeah, that joke just did not age well for a million different reasons. The Friends fans are furious right now. The episode starts with the Wi-Fi going down to the Griffin household, but instead of retelling the Star Wars trilogy, Peter gets the idea to retell the story of how he and Lois got married. Apparently, after college, Peter moved in with Quagmire in Cleveland, while Lois moved in with 2 Bonnies. All right. Good news, though. Quagmire got a promotion to Blockbuster.
This calls for a fountain dance.
Man, I could go for a good fountain dance with my friends right about now. If only I had any. Moving on, Lois explains that during this time, Peter and herself had agreed to take a break from dating, but remain close friends, meaning her dad set up some backup bachelors for her, with the favorite being Tom Tucker. Meanwhile, the guys start to realize something.
Peter, you're still in love with Lois.
Yeah, every time you see her, you go, swing! The sound of being lifted by a... I think.
I mean, I've never heard my junk make any noise like that, but this is Quagmire, so I feel like I have to trust him when it comes to these things. Peter realizes the guys are right, deciding to save up enough money to buy a ring and propose to Lois. One issue, she's already engaged to Tom Tucker. I'd be surprised, but when the man can do this, can you blame her? Those hips don't lie, man. Despite Tom's flexibility, Lois isn't swayed and ends up falling for Peter all over again after he makes her a mixtape. She tells Carter that she wants to marry Peter instead, and he's surprisingly understanding, even setting up a bachelor party for him at an MTV beach house. This can't possibly be a ruse. Surprisingly, even Joe was at this party, but the boys just never ran into him.
I was pretty much the coolest guy there. There were these other idiots there having a bachelor party, but I didn't know them. They were losers.
Seeing Joe with functioning legs always scares me. At the party, Carter pays off the hottest girl of the 90s, Daisy Fuentes, to try and smooth talk Peter, and sure enough.
But the next thing I knew, I was kissing Daisy Fuentes. And it was on national television.
In the mud and everything. Kinda unhygienic. Lois catches their kiss on TV and chucks Peter's mixtape into the ocean. That one can never see Peter ever again. With Peter out, Tom Tucker's back in, and the wedding is coming in hot. Peter overhears the wedding while partying with the guys and heads off as quickly as possible.
So I decided to get there the way everyone got around in the 90s. Propelled by an explosion.
Peter crashes the wedding and blasts himself and Lois into the corner so they can talk privately. He admits he's always loved her, and even Daisy Fuentes shows up and admits Carter paid her to kiss Peter. Lois falls for Peter one more time and starts to hightail it out of the church, but this is the 90s, so he needs some unnecessary action.
There's something about punching someone in a church that just feels good.
To cap things off, Peter decides to buck out a baseball stadium to host Lois and his wedding, but he kind of got a screwy deal as it took place right in the middle of a game. He catches a game-winning hit that cost the Red Sox their championship, and the crowd boos him out of the stadium. Even Lois ain't a fan.
I was having serious regrets about my decision, but was already pregnant with Meg, so there was no backing out.
Yeah, now that's a grim indicator of how their marriage will turn out. Though if you know anything about Peter Griffin, you know he's got a mortal enemy that he's destined to be intertwined in a struggle with until the end of time. And no, I'm not talking about Meg. I'm talking about a giant bastard of a bird. So how did Peter's feud with Ernie the giant chicken begin? Well, it all kicked off after he was handed a coupon outside the supermarket.
I'm sorry, this is expired.
You son of a...
A feud for the ages all started over a $1.20 in savings. Makes sense. And when I say ages, I do mean it. This fight stretches across land, air, and sea, time, and finally through an office building, where the two tumble out of a window to the concrete below. And from then until the end of time, this chicken would forever be the bane of Peter's existence. But alright, here's a pop quiz for you. What was Peter's first job of the series? Did you say toy factory inspector? Well, I wouldn't blame you if you don't remember, as Peter ends up losing his gig there for good in the episode of Mr. Saturday Night.
I bet you're just one of those low-level assembly line guys who stand there all day screwing heads on dolls.
Why, you little snot-nosed...
Mr. Griffin,
You'd think kids would be into hearing about toy factories. After a rough time at Chris's career day, Peter tells Lois he's unsatisfied with his position at work, so she gives him the idea to invite Mr. Weed, yes that's his real name, over for dinner, and surprisingly he accepts. That night, Lois pushes Peter to try and get a raise, though she may need to be even more assertive.
Peter, don't you have something to say to Mr. Weed?
Mr. Weed, I don't care what the guys at work say. I never thought you were an effeminate weirdo.
Okay, as awful as that was, the rest of the dinner actually went surprisingly well, with Lois cooking a great meal and the general family atmosphere making Mr. Weed feel for Peter. He offers a major raise to Pete, and the rest of the table is shocked, especially Brian, who starts choking on his food.
He's dead.
Talk about a roller coaster of a night, highest of highs to the lowest of lows. At Mr. Weed's funeral, Peter insists that his raise was sealed by verbal contract. Maybe not the best time to be arguing that, but I digress. Mr. Weed's video will is read aloud by his lawyer, where we quickly learn that his wish is for his factory to be torn down and turned into a health center.
The demolition will begin in now.
Well, any chance of getting a raise was just buried by that rubble. Peter starts looking for a new job, but struggles quite a bit. He fails at being an air dryer, a deaf guy, and worst of all...
Hey, looking for a good time, sweet cheeks?
Peter, get in the car.
Okay, but it'll cost you. What do you want, a Cleveland steamer?
I feel like I need to cut out my eyes, cut off my ears, and for good measure, cut off my tongue. I will now be jobless. Thankfully, Lois comes in the clutch, saying that she saved enough money from teaching piano lessons to cover life expenses for a bit and give Peter a chance to work towards his dream job at becoming a Renaissance fair jouster. What? Getting stabbed in the chest and trampled by horses every night doesn't sound fun to you? Actually, though, Peter has some reason to his dream here, as the Black Knight of the Fair once saved him from what could have been a fatal fall. Peter shows up to his first day of training and is quickly introduced by his drill sergeant to
the Black Knight himself! And this is his trophy winch!
People say chivalry is dead nowadays. It's been dead since medieval times, man. The next day at practice during lunchtime, the maiden of the Black Knight starts coming on to Peter a tad, and Peter might be a bit too dense to realize the meaning behind her old English.
Wouldst thou take a gander underneath my frock?
There you go. She's freaking perverts.
After that display, the Black Knight banishes Peter from coming to the fair, meaning his dream is now dead again. Peter heads to watch the jousting the next day for some closure, but when the Black Knight yells at him from the field and calls him a fizzle, he gets the courage he needs to stand up to his hero-turned-bully. He hops on his steed and jousts towards his certain demise. Fortunately...
to the owner of a yellow Hyundai, your car is being towed.
What? I won!
He should have just ridden his horse to the fair if he wanted to prevent that. Though even after an offer to joust around the country, Peter opts to give up jousting as he's finally accomplished his dream. Though that also leaves Peter with no job, so where does he go from here? Well, Peter finally scores a stable gig about a season later in the episode Jungle Love, and it's fair to say that it's his absolute dream job.
Welcome to free Pawtucket Ale. We just ask that you don't drink during your shift.
That won't be a problem, sir.
2 seconds later.
What happened to your pants?
Oh, look who's here.
I'm just saying, if it's really his dream job, he should at least wait until his orientation is over. The episode starts with Lois kicking Peter out of the house and forcing him to finally go get a job. He heads over to the unemployment office and hands over his list of gigs he feels he's suited for. And they're exactly what you'd expect.
Cowboy, astronaut, warlock, more powerful astronaut.
I can see cowboy, but the rest, actually, Homer Simpson's been an astronaut. Let's put that down as a maybe for Peter. Anyway, there's a job opening at the Pawtucket Brewery, and sure enough, Peter snags it.
Finally, I'm one of those guys who can't wait to get to work in the morning. Like a dairy cow.
Ah! Oh, yes!
So Peter heads into his first shift and quickly takes advantage of the free beer he gets. He's basically drunk 24/7 as a job now, and you already know that's going to cause his family life to crumble.
Oh my God.
Hey, Meg, you see my pants? Oh, Lois, by the way, we're out of toilet paper.
I'm scarred for life just watching this scene. Thankfully, Peter's boss steps in and says that his drinking has gotten out of hand, even demoting him to the shipping department where there's no free drinks. Peter's new bosses are Angela and this guy, Opie.
He is a burden of the state. He is your superior.
Peter's less competent than a guy who only speaks gibberish. Offensive, but checks out. Sure enough, that job is a Peter Griffin staple for the rest of the series. But speaking of Peter Griffin staples, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk of another Peter Griffin staple, his favorite song.
Well, a bird, bird, bird. The bird is the word. Hey, guy behind the counter. The bird is the word. Hey, frightened little child. The bird is the word.
You may be the only person in the entirety of Rhode Island who still likes that song. The episode starts with the Griffins heading to a 50s-style diner and taking in all the sights, the celebrities, the polio, and the jukeboxes. Peter in particular has a frackin' awakening when he hears his favorite song by the Trashmen. You already know what it is. It's Surfing Bird.
Well, a bird, bird, bird. The bird's a word. Well, a bird, bird, bird. Well, a bird is a word.
Just think, without this scene, we wouldn't have had this Fortnite emote 17 years later. What world will we be living in then? The diner actually ends up almost tossing the record for the song, as it's technically from the 60s, but Peter nabs it right before they do and takes it home for himself. Easy to say, it quickly gets on the nerves of everyone in the Griffin household.
Oh, have you not heard? It was my understanding that everyone had heard.
Heard what? Brian, don't!
Well, a bird, bird, bird.
Come on, Brian, you're better than that. You walked right into that one. So Peter keeps singing and singing and singing and singing and singing and singing, and eventually Brian and Stewie cannot take it anymore. They sneak into Peter's bedroom while he's sleeping, steal the Surfing Bird record, and do what must be done. The only way I'd be any happier is if that was a 100 gex record, but luckily those guys aren't popular enough to have one. Suck it! After realizing his most prized possession is missing, Peter heads to a used record store to see if they have any extra copies of Surfing Bird, but finds a guy behind the counter who looks way too similar to Jesus to be a coincidence. And yeah, he definitely is. The second Peter threatens to piss on some Christian music, he cracks. And boy, with the Son of God back and roaming the earth, you'd think Peter would treat this moment with the seriousness it deserves, but...
You've returned! You've returned to bring us the good word!
What word?
Well, a bird, bird, bird.
Can't say I'm surprised. Peter invites Jesus over for dinner, and he's a massive hit with the whole family, except for Brian, who's a tad skeptical at first, you know, atheist and all that.
Can you perform miracles? Sure. How about this?
I love you, Jesus!
Oh, I love you too, fella.
Well, I guess that's why he rose on Sunday. After some more miracles, Jesus decides it's best he ought to head home and gets ready for his next shift at the record store, but Peter says that he ought to come out of hiding and solve the world's problems. Jesus decides to go along with Peter's plan and outs himself the second he steps onto water. So Jesus quickly becomes a celebrity, getting a spot on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno and striking poses on the covers of all the biggest magazines. Hey, remember those? Jesus becomes so big that he even lands a reading at the MTV Movie Awards, but to say fame changed him would be an understatement.
Hey, it's a pleasure to be here with you 6 interchangeable women. Last time I only hung around with one.
The Messiah would make jokes like that, wouldn't he? But as if that's not bad enough, he even ditches Peter in favor of a frickin' cow for a night on the town. Peter tries calling his friend the next day, but realizes he's brushing him off to party.
None of this would have happened if somebody hadn't stolen my Surfing Bird record!
It all comes back to the bird. It is the word, after all, from what I've heard. The next day, Peter finds out that Jesus has been arrested, and against his better judgment, he heads over to bail him out. Jesus admits that he may just need to disappear again and try coming back in another 1,000 years, but leaves Peter with a special something before he goes. Take a wild guess as to what that is.
What, you haven't heard?
Crap!
Well, a bird, bird, bird. The bird's a word. Well, a bird, bird, bird.
So, we've covered the past, we've covered the present, and now it's time to look to the future. And in the episode Stu and Stewie's Excellent Adventure, we get just that.
How's the arthritis?
Not bad. Of course, since you walked in, I'm feeling a little stiff. Giggity gig. Oh, I just pooped a little.
I just hope Peter's life is better than Quagmire's. The episode kicks off after Stewie runs into a guy who looks suspiciously like himself but older. Turns out it's an older Stewie who's on vacation into the past, and apparently that's just a thing you can do in the future. Right before Stewie heads home, baby Stewie latches on and hitchhikes his way to the future, where the little fella is amazed he hasn't taken over the world yet. Two Stewies head home, and little Stewie gets another dose of reality.
Oh, Stu, my big boy.
Hello, Mother. She's still alive?
No world domination, and he hasn't taken out Lois yet? Is this the future or hell? The hits keep on coming too, with Meg coming home as Ron after getting a sex change, and Chris having a wife named Vanessa. Peter's into her as well.
Don't you look nice? Oh, I broke my hip.
You need some help, Dad?
Nah, I'm good.
30 years later, and he's still not afraid to cheat on Lois right in front of her. Over dinner, Vanessa asks Stu, aka older Stewie, if she thinks that they should put Peter and Lois in a retirement home, but he ends up dodging the question. Kinda a tough one to answer right on the fly. After dinner though, Stu brings Stewie home to his crummy apartment and takes him to work the next day, where Stewie meets Fran, Stu's co-worker. Stu and Fran seem to get along well, but Stewie takes his assumptions a step too far when he assumes that they're dating.
Stewie, I've never slept with any woman. I've never had...
I mean, yeah, being 30-something and still a virgin is, I mean, if that's your choice, that's your choice, but something tells me that's not his choice. So yeah, a little sad. Not like I know anything about that life either, though. Meanwhile, Ron and Chris confront Peter and Lois about putting them in a home, and to Peter, it doesn't really sound that bad.
She says they have people there who will wipe your bottom.
That is sweet. And it doesn't sound ridiculous at all, Meg.
Hey, look, any chance to avoid manual labor, no matter how small, is always a win for us lazy folks. I get you, Peter. Back at Stu's place, Stewie has Fran over and puts old Stu on the spot to have to her right then and there. She's super on board for the idea and heads off to get ready, but Stu doesn't even seem to know the first thing about doing.
You march in there right now and insert your into her.
I would hope that Stewie doesn't know how that works, considering he definitely has not been taught it at school at his age. But Stu, like, I mean, surely you know something. Now get this, Stu actually does it for a whole 8 seconds. Impressive, right? And to make matters worse, he gets fired the next day because his work doesn't allow workplace relationships. And to make those matters even worse, his apartment burns down. On the bright side, at the retirement home, Peter and Lois have already got friends there waiting for him.
Hey, Joe, how are things since the operation?
Oh, great, Peter. I sure do miss Bonnie, though.
Well, it's amazing they were able to give you her legs.
I wear short shorts!
Again, Joe with the leg scares me. Back to Stu and Stewie. Stu admits that despite the recent events going on, he's sort of ruined his own life by not taking any risks after a near-death experience in his youth. Wanting to change history, Stewie decides to go back in time to prevent this from happening, and sure enough, he does just that. Meaning this version of Peter's future might not be entirely canon at this point, but hey, even if it is, I'd say he found it pretty freaking sweet. Alright, we talked about Peter enough. How about we talk about his friends? They're a real crazy bunch, and Quagmire might just be the craziest, but he also is pretty normal. In fact, here's every time he was just a normal dude.
Welcome. We open today's bidding with this pair of panties confiscated from a prostitute.
$50.
She had 9 STDs.
$45.
And when we caught her, she wet herself.
$50. Studies going well?
Yeah, mostly A's and B's so far this semester.
Oh, that's so great. Seeing anyone special these days?
Yay, obviously, right?
Right, of course, yeah. Look, don't get me wrong, guys. I think it's hilarious, and I totally get that the sex thing is what made me popular, but would it kill us to just once tell a joke that brings glory to God?
This is the normalometer, and every time Quagmire is normal, it will increase.
And I always say, if you don't have anything nice to say about someone, don't say anything at all.
And the not-so-normal moments will decrease.
Dear Diary, jackpot.
Get it? Got it? Good. No time to waste. We got a lot of Quagmire to look at.
Hello? Oh, hey, Quagmire, what's up?
Hey, Peter, I need some help with my computer. I can't find my photos.
Did you look under Photos?
What is that?
It's a folder called Photos.
Yeah, I don't have that. I just have 40 folders all called New Folder.
Okay, you know what? Click on your hard drive.
Okay, now the arrow on the screen, that's me, right?
Yeah, that's you. Okay, now just...
Whoa, there's a calculator on this thing?
Listen, Quagmire, what are you trying to do?
I just want to put pictures of my cat on everyone's internet computer. Like, how do I do that? Okay, wait, there's an agreement that just popped up. Hang on, let me read the whole thing.
Just hit accept.
Well, that seems a little foolhardy, doesn't it, Peter?
And here is why Quagmire should never go back to Loretta again.
You go on and beat it, little Nick. I'm a changed woman. I don't mess with your kind anymore.
You're a meanie.
Hey, Quagmire.
Hey, Cleveland.
Why are you staying in a hotel?
My house burned down.
Oh, why are you naked?
Naked? But everybody's been telling me I'm wearing magnificent robes made from the finest silk.
Things got real fast for Quagmire when his love child was delivered like a DoorDash order.
Well, now hang on, Quagmire. There's no guarantee it's your baby.
Giggity.
Oh, I say that.
It's pretty sweet seeing Quagmire with a baby. Surely he can't make this a weird moment, right?
Have you given her a name yet?
Yeah, I named her Anna Lee, but I'm probably just going to call her Annal for short.
That's funny.
Thank you.
Personally, I think Glenn would make a great father. He's already got the lame dad jokes down.
In about an hour, I'm gonna piss away 20 grand.
What, are you gonna bet on the Knicks? I'm sorry. I mean, how often? I mean, oh man, nobody thinks that's funny?
But as funny as he is, not everyone appreciates Glenn's humor.
What the? Oh man, we're supposed to do a show tonight. Where's the audience? I don't see them anywhere. If only they could make some noise to let me know they're here.
We're here.
Oh, there you are. Oh, thank God. Well, we're room for improvement, so without further ado, I need a place.
Your ass.
Okay, come on now, something serious.
Your mom's ass.
Hey, let's get that guy out of here. Okay, a real place.
For a guy with the libido of a rabbit who just got out of prison, he can be surprisingly normal around Lois.
Lois!
Peter, what's going on? Is it true? Did you really burn down Mort's pharmacy?
Hi, Lois. Hi.
And in episode 17 of season 5, he was super stoked for her. Maybe a little too stoked.
Quahog's new mayor is Lois Griffin.
Oh, were we done cheering?
But you can't fault him for how happy he is when his pals get good news.
We were keeping it a secret, but you guys are my best friends, so I'll tell you. Lois and I are having another baby.
Oh! Yeah. We are so throwing you a shower.
And in Herpy the Love Sore, he's even willing to take an ass whooping to get the booth back at the Clam.
Oh man, this is gonna be fun. Yeah, and there's only 2 of you losers. Where's your skinny friend?
Right here.
Quagmire, you came!
Sure did, Peter. Thanks for calling me skinny, by the way. I realized you were right.
But you know what's not fun? When your buddy decides to drunk call you in the middle of the night.
Hello?
Hey, what are you doing?
Quagmire, I'm sleeping.
Yeah, I was just out with Joe. What are you doing?
I just told you.
Oh, that's right. I just asked that. I forgot. Hey, this song made me think of you. So wait, listen to this song. Isn't that awesome?
You said you weren't gonna call him.
It's not him, you big bully. Joe told me not to call you. So what are you doing?
Glenn is definitely the kind of guy who doesn't mind sharing what's on his mind.
Yeah!
Let go, Carter!
Get some! Get some!
Hey, Joe, that's like right in my fucking ear.
But that's a breach of police protocol.
This isn't about you as a cop. This is about you as a man. Come on, what do you say? Quagmire and I'll help you bring this guy to justice.
Peter, what did I say about you volunteering me for shit?
You think they were following us?
Either that or they got a grudge against our back windshield.
Oh, Joe, that's so dumb.
I never realized how mean Quagmire is to Joe. If I was using the douchebag-o-meter, it'd be going off the charts in this next clip.
Are we sure this is the way to the dining hall?
Oh, I'm sorry, your feet getting tired? God, I'd love to be able to wheel around in a toy all day.
All right, Lois, it's all up to you. We only need 6 to beat the pinheads.
And it'd be 4 if someone could have hit that 7-10 split, right? Joe.
Call me old-fashioned, but dressing up as a waitress to trick Quagmire isn't that nice either.
Wow, that was terrific, Jessica.
It was good for me, too.
Got you again, Quagmire.
You said you were that waitress from Friendly's.
I lied.
You jerk.
I didn't feel anything, but you did.
Despite their differences, they luckily agree on most things.
He's right, Peter. It'd be suicide to go after that fish. There's got to be another way.
We could have a bake sale.
Oh, now see, I think that's a neat idea.
It's not like Quagmire doesn't depend on his friends either. Take the time he asked Brian to help him lie so we could get a woman.
I mean, there he is, Brian the dog.
What's going on here? Why are you using my full name?
All right, let's cut to the chase.
I like chases.
Okay, look, I'm seeing this woman, and there's something different about her. I mean, it's not just that the sex is great, which it is, but I appreciate her as a person, which sounds kind of weird coming out of my mouth. Anyway, I told her I have a dog, so would you pretend to be my dog?
Does anyone know the number for animal welfare?
It's our pleasure. She looks like a nice kitty.
Kitty? Lois, she is a purebred Persian. I can trace her lineage to the cats kept by Cleopatra.
Just tell me what I need to do, Glenn.
Well, first, she has a very active bowel. You can't be too generous with the baby wipes. Stroke front to back like you would on yourself. Otherwise, you're smashing feces into her genitals. Also, she's very skittish, so you have to touch her like this. I'm going to touch you now. Is that okay? See how I'm going? Slowly.
It seems the only female safe around Quagmire is his sister.
Hey, Quagmire, what a coincidence. You and me just running into each other. How you doing?
Fine.
Ah, taking a break, huh? She's a hot piece of ass. And from the looks of it, she likes it rough.
That's my sister, Brian. Her boyfriend has been beating her mercilessly. The last thing she'd want right now is to be objectified.
Oh, God, I'm really sorry.
I got a deaf brother. You want to make fun of him, too?
Who would let Quagmire work from a girl's bathroom?
Mr. Quagmire, the girls' gym class will be in the showers in 20 minutes.
Thank you, Shirley. She's been with me 12 years. It's her birthday today. Didn't get her anything. Ugh.
Only Glenn can hold a normal conversation while doing something super creepy.
Oh, hi, Meg.
Hi, Mr. Quagmire.
What can I do for you?
I was wondering if I could borrow some roofies?
Oh, sure. Just a sec. Roofies, huh? Pretty big pill for such a little girl.
Yeah, I know. But I asked someone to do me a favor, and they're not too keen on doing it.
Oh, I know what they're for, honey. So, how's school?
Oh, good. Thanks.
Studies going well?
Yeah, mostly A's and B's so far this semester.
Oh, that's so great. Seeing anyone special these days?
Yay, obviously, right?
Right, of course, yeah. Okay, well, listen, good luck with everything, and call me if you get arrested.
I will. Thanks.
But this isn't the first time Quagmire has helped Meg out.
But you've got all the time in the world and a lot of wonderful experiences ahead of you. Hang on, I want to give you something. This book helped me when I was about your age. It let me know that as long as I kept on rolling, I'd find that one person who would make me whole.
Thanks, Mr. Quagmire.
Oh, you don't have to thank me. Now get on out of here, you little scamp.
Quagmire isn't always a slime ball like the time he married Joan.
So Joan and I just love without a trace, don't we, honey?
Yeah, it's all right.
We think it's all right.
What are you talking about? You hate CBS.
Ooh, hate is a word we don't use in this house. Joan and I always say, if you don't have anything nice to say about someone, don't say anything at all. We say that, right, honey?
Sometimes.
Sometimes we say that.
He was also pretty tame when he took Consuela out.
Hey, guys. Hey, this is my date, Consuela.
No.
Okay, we're here as friends, but I'm gonna change your mind one day.
And it's not like you can't hold a normal conversation with women.
Gosh, that's all so fascinating. Let me ask you something else. Have you girls ever worked in an office with other women who you have negative things to say about?
Oh my God.
Quagmire, shut up. We're here.
He may understand how women work, but when it comes to magic tricks, not so much.
Now, we all saw you put your card back in the deck, so how did it end up in your shirt pocket?
Oh my God, how did he do that?
Outside of his freaky side, Quagmire is also surprisingly passionate about obscure TV shows and movies.
Give me all your money.
Okay.
You have a white wallet?
Yeah, just like Truman Capote.
Who's Truman Capote?
What a surprise. The muggers never heard of Truman Capote. There's a library card in there. Use it. Yeah, he's terrible. What we need out there now is another Tim Daly.
Who's Tim Daly?
I don't even know who that is.
From Wings?
Nope.
Tim Daly. He was on Wings. What? No, nobody here watched Wings.
Is that the one where there's a guy and he's like he's a pilot or something?
Oh, there's two guys. They're brothers and they're both pilots.
And wasn't there a fat guy with a mustache?
That was Roy. He's hilarious.
Was this a cartoon?
No, my God, no. It took place in an airport. The thing was on for 10 years, and the funny repair guy was Lowell. It made Tony Shalhoub's career.
Who?
The tennis player?
Yeah, you know what? Screw you guys. I don't even know you. Crazy people living under a rock don't know Wings. I love Wings.
And there's one other thing he may love just as much as women, and it's a surprising one.
Hey, Quagmire, can I?
Hey, hang on a sec. And that's why I contend that when Frost speaks of birch trees, he may very well be talking about himself.
No, Glenn, that's not...
Gloria, please. You want to hear my interpretation, or are you simply going to tell me that I'm wrong?
I'm simply pointing out that...
Yes, we know. You're very well read, but this is poetry we're talking about, and I think when it comes to poetry, you can't be wrong. What, Peter?
Nothing. Sorry to interrupt.
When it comes to the unsexy things in life, like paying taxes or receiving mail, he has to act like a normal, functioning human, right?
Package for Glenn Quagmire?
Oh, excuse me. I got a package for you, too. All right. Nice try, but I built up an immunity.
At least he's not perverted when it's him who's delivering something.
You know, this is awful timing, but I remembered part of the reason I came over was because my cousin is looking for a job at the brewery. I'll just put his resume under the door.
The only thing that rivals his perviness is his anger.
God damn it! Come on! Shit! Come on, Glenn! Come on! Get your head in the goddamn game! Ah! Hey, that's a stroke.
I just tapped my ball, Quagmire. Relax.
Oh, relax. Oh, okay. Oh, look, I just tapped my ball. Oh, just tapped it again. Oh, tap. Oh, where is it? Oh, it's in the hole. Eagle. Yay, Quagmire.
Hey, Quagmire, you know it's not fun when you're like this.
You want fun? Go home and buy a monkey.
What does that even mean?
I don't know. Boy, we got a beautiful day for this.
But where's that anger and frustration when he's being held at gunpoint?
Well, Quagmire, sorry it had to end this way. A tragic hunting accident. I guess that little baby's gonna grow up without an uncle.
Actually, I have a brother, Gary Quagmire.
Oh.
I think you got a brother too, don't you?
All right, forget the uncle thing.
I wonder how he'd act if he was the one holding the gun.
Man, wonder if I'm one of those secret assassins who doesn't even know it, but I'm a highly trained killing machine.
Well, I could test that by attacking you. If you repel my attack, maybe that means you're a secret assassin.
Good idea. I don't think I'm a secret assassin.
Despite his mind being as pure as Chernobyl's public swimming pool, he does have a sensitive side.
I just like... When you lose... There's so much...
Glenn loves animals, but as you'll see in the next clip, he may like them a little too much.
Falcon. Whoa, easy there, fella.
Xerxes. His name is Xerxes.
What does Xerxes eat?
Rodents. Now, if you'll excuse me.
What the hell? Peter, make him stop!
Hey, what do you got going on down there, Quagmire? You got a rodent situation?
No!
Well, Xerxes seems to think there is.
Get him off, Peter!
Admit you got a rodent in there.
Peter!
Admit it!
Oh, you scared him out the front. Tony, come back!
Look, it's not all about sex with Quagmire, like the time he and Peter agreed to just snuggle.
No, I totally get it, Peter. Snuggling is a basic human need.
Right, I mean, who says that the body next to you has to be male or female or whatever?
Or alive.
Yeah, well, no, but yeah.
Look, I think it's a great idea, and I'm completely with you. I'm in. Let's try it.
Yay, that is such good news. And I'm so happy they gave us a booth.
I know, because they're supposed to be reserved for parties of 3 or more.
I know!
I guess with a life as crazy as Quagmire's, he has to have a few normal pastimes to balance him out.
Hey, what's up, Quagmire?
Oh, there's the sound of the birds. I thought they all disappeared because all I could hear was a lawnmower. Oh, and what's that? The wind in the trees. Good, that still exists.
If it's okay for 70-year-old women to swoon over Barry Manilow, so can Quagmire.
Looking in their eyes, I see a memory I never realized. How happy you made me, oh Quagmire. Well, you came and you gave without taking.
I would never take from you, Barry.
And it's not like he's unaware of how messed up he is.
Quagmire, what's going on with you? You don't seem very present tonight. Why are you so tense?
I'm tense because I have to bang you in 20 minutes.
Well, if it's so much of a chore...
What the fuck is going on with my life?
In this next clip, Quagmire's reaction to finding out Brian banged his dad is totally understandable.
Where is he? Where is that self-centered, arrogant son of a bitch? Get out of there, you dirty little bastard! You're dead! If I ever see you anywhere near my house, I'll blow your head off!
So Quagmire can act like a normal guy sometimes. Who'd have thunk it? If that was too much normal for you, well, how about we talk about another of Peter's friends, the talking dog, Brian, and all the terrible, terrible things that have happened to him. Meet Brian Griffin, Quahog's not-so-good boy with martini in one paw and a half-baked novel in the other. And when you mix his inflated ego with his questionable life choices, well, you get this.
Not a cat.
But trust me, it gets so much worse. From broken bones to broken hearts and everything in between, I took a serious plunge into some of the worst things that have happened to Brian. Starting with Brian the Closer, where Brian decides to enter the cutthroat world of real estate.
Welcome home.
Ah, hey there. I've been looking all over for you.
That's why you've been hiding from me in this motel?
Maybe just stick to day drinking, huh, bud? The episode starts innocently enough. Brian and Peter are watching TV when Peter finds Brian's old rope toy in the sofa. But this innocent object quickly becomes the source of pain when Peter becomes fixated on it. Dude goes full Gollum and a ridiculous tug of war ensues, which escalates very quickly into this dental disaster.
My teeth!
Ah, my own teeth just tingled in sympathy. Anyway, that alone earned a spot on this list. This looks pretty frickin' bad. That evening, Brian joins the family at dinner where he's feeling a little self-conscious, but the Griffins in their infinite wisdom decide to make him feel even worse. Stu compares him to a wild animal while Lois practically calls him repulsive before refusing to pay for a dog dentist. Peter's the worst in my opinion because he tosses the rope toy at Brian, saying he's bored with it. I mean the nerve! He storms off to drown his sorrows of the clam, where Quagmire gets tired of Brian bumming him out and offers him a solution.
Take this.
What is this?
That's my dentist. He'll bill me. I've got an account. He sells me nitrous at wholesale. I bang his wife.
Talk about a win-win. Brian, desperate and deformed, agrees, ignoring the levels of shade emitting from this dodgy setup. Fast forward to the lounge where the Griffin clan awaits the reveal of Brian's new chompers, and those are definitely something. But apparently everyone else likes them, saying he looks like a movie star. Even Stewie throws a compliment his way. Now Brian feels like a new dog, the big dog on campus, confident and happy enough to warrant an upbeat Sinatra montage. This brief moment of happiness makes everything that happens later sting even more. But I digress. Brian's confidence accidentally leads him to a new career where he gets mistaken for a real estate agent. He gets a couple to close on a house by accident just before the real agent with suspiciously similar teeth gets there. Calling him a natural, he offers him a gig where Brian's cheesy charm and willingness to ignore clear red flags really come in handy. In fact, he's so successful that his boss makes him an offer.
I can sell anything.
Well, we got this crap condo down by the marina. You find some sucker to buy it, and I'll make you partner.
All right, sounds good.
Sure does. Especially if you're not the poor sucker he has to bamboozle. Later at the bar, Brian's racking his head about who said sucker could be when he overhears Quagmire's offer to buy the gang's beer for the night. Apparently, he's got a big bonus to blow through, and Brian immediately sees the opportunity. Dude is the reason he even has a career, but okay. Brian then gets to work convincing his mark to buy the awful condo, downplaying its flaws and overselling its non-existent benefits. To quell Quagmire's fears about buying a place without seeing it first, Brian gaslights him.
Of course not. I wouldn't expect you to, because there's another buyer who's about to snap it up. I think he's a pilot for Delta?
Brian should just change his name to Judas at this point. Quagmire, looking to get a one-over on his apparent nemesis, takes the place. Next thing you know, he and the boys are loaded up in the car, ready to help him move into his new seaside condo. But when they arrive, it quickly dawns on them that this place is a straight-up dump. But Peter's not one for giving in so quickly and tries to look on the bright side.
This is a dump!
Well, maybe it's still got a nice ocean view.
The harbor is poisoned. Brian screwed me!
That's why I've never made any major investments with my dog.
Needless to say, Q-Dog is pissed, but they read the contract and discover that he's got 72 hours to undo this mess. So they head off to Quahog Realties to find that lion, Brian, but surprise, surprise, the receptionist says he's not in. Like the coward that he is, it turns out that Brian is hiding in the air vents. He does his best to avoid Quagmire till the shoddy deal is sealed, eventually ending up at a hotel, which is pretty dumb considering Quagmire's sleazy lifestyle, and unsurprisingly, Brian finds him there waiting to confront him. Revealing he knows about the 72-hour deal, Brian then feigns regret, saying he's the only one to offer to help him, and he's a good guy, which Quagmire seems to be falling for. Then Brian's alarm goes off, indicating that the 72 hours have passed, but his gleeful celebration is cut short when Quagmire does this.
You son of a...
Guess he didn't have the teeth to cut it in real estate. Yeah, it's cool. I'll let myself out. And jump straight into Brian's next horror, Barely Legal. A title that's almost as uncomfortable as the episode itself. I mean, that phrase gives me the same level of ick that Brian gets from his new, admirer.
Morning, cutie.
Hey.
I had so much fun last night, Brian. Hey, I thought maybe we can go get some coffee later.
I don't think so.
Wow, okay, there's a lot to unpack here. Brian gets a call from his on-again, off-again girlfriend Jillian, inviting him over for a movie. Sweet gal, but she's about as bright as a burnt-out bulb, which Stewie mocks while casually eavesdropping. Then Meg barges in, bawling her eyes out because her school dance is coming up and no one wants to go with her. Brian tries to comfort her, unsuccessfully, and when she threatens to unalive herself, he says,
All right, Meg, look, what if I drove you and walked in with you?
Brian, will you go with me?
Are you gonna kill yourself if I don't?
Yeah.
Brian is definitely going to regret this. Meg's overjoyed, hugging him and making plans to go dress shopping. On the big day, Brian's easing his anxiety with a hip flask, and Lois takes pictures while they wait for Meg's big entrance. The odd couple gets to dance where Brian continues hitting the hip flask like it owes him money. The booze must be doing its thing though, because he's way too mean to Meg's bully.
You don't deserve all the crap you get, Meg. You know that?
Thanks, Brian.
Someone call Chris Hansen, because this all seems pretty illegal. The next morning, Brian's hangover and Stewie's jabs are the least of his worries, because Meg's acting like they're an actual item. Remember that regret I mentioned? Brian finally realizes his colossal mistake, but tries to downplay it. Again, Stewie's living for the drama, having a field day with the suffering. Later, when Meg shoots her a shot and asks Brian out, he responds by coming out of the closet. But she's not letting up.
I'm going to the mall later. Maybe you can come and help me pick out some underwear.
I have plans, with Chris.
Chris? Oh boy, he's desperate. Unfortunately, Chris plans to get intimate with himself that afternoon, so that's a no. Eventually, Meg asks Lois if they could hit the mall, and she agrees. Brian's trying to keep his crime under wraps here, so he pushes Meg out of the house before she can spill the beans. At the mall, the levels of cringe keep rising as she introduces Brian to her friends, who are also children. Cornered, Brian pulls out the fake girlfriend shtick and tells Meg he's dating Jillian. Meg takes the news well, at least until Brian turns his back and she clearly snaps. A few days later, everything seems peachy. She even bakes Brian a thank you pie. He's loving it until she casually reveals the secret ingredient.
My hair.
What?
My hair is in the pie, Brian. And now it's inside of you. Do you feel me, Brian? Do you feel me inside of you?
Guess that's what you get for kissing kids, Brian. But truth be told, this is a biohazard, one that forces Brian to finally come clean to Lois about Meg's behavior and his own faux pas at the dance that night. After throwing some more hands, Lois tells him to go upstairs and fix this, you know, like an adult. Brian walks into Meg's room to find a creepy shrine in his honor. Instead of panicking, he air quotes breaks up with her and leaves. We see that this wasn't the best move because later this goes down. She's just going all the way with this stalker thing, huh? Love to see a woman in a male-dominated field. Oh, and during all this, Peter and his crew become police officers because of course they do. Anyway, Lois sends them on a rescue mission after Chris reports seeing Meg stuff Brian in the trunk and take off. And boy, does Brian need rescuing, because Meg's got him all sorts of tied up in a chair as she gets ready to take advantage of the situation at hand. You know, both of them are just absolutely detestable here. This entire scenario is painfully awful. Thankfully, just as he straddles him, the ragtag cavalry arrives and Lois tries to appeal to her overly obsessed daughter, but she's not having it.
I've never been more certain about anything in my life. I need him.
You don't know what you need.
I know what she needs.
Oh, come on. Him? I legit feel a pang of guilt when Quagmire makes Meg feel better by giving her a heartfelt talk about not rushing to grow up. Out of all the people! While Meg's getting life lessons from Quagmire, Brian's over here getting life lessons from just being a fracking jerk. In Brian Portrait of a Dog, where his reluctant dog show gig takes a turn after an argument with Peter forces him to confront reality on all fours.
Okay, I'm a crazy animal. Ah! Help! All right, who wants to be next? You? You?
Hey, Brian! Brian!
Let's see if Peter gets to him in time. The episode starts with Quahog in the throes of a sweltering heat wave, and the griffins are slowly melting. Everyone's at each other's throats, and then Peter walks in, excitedly waving a flyer for a dog show with a cash prize of 500 schmackaroos, which they can use to buy an air conditioner. Everyone looks to Brian.
Sorry, I don't do dog shows. It's not my thing.
All you gotta do is a few simple commands, maybe a trick or two.
Oh, come on, turn a few tricks for the fam. All right, that sounded a bit weird. You know what I mean. The griffins plead with him until Brian gives in, and when Peter's overenthusiastic training becomes too much, Brian goes and grabs a cocktail. Lois tells her hubby to consider Brian's feelings, making him sulk. Next, she gifts Brian with an Italian collar, which being the fancy boy he is, he absolutely loves. Then she says,
I know how hard you've been working, and well, the whole family appreciates it.
Thank you, Lois.
We'll be waiting downstairs whenever you're ready.
well, Lois is grateful. Not so sure about everyone else. At the dog show, Brian's anxiety is palpable as he feels out of place surrounded by regular dogs. He tells Peter that he doesn't think he can go through with this after all. His response? Telling Brian he can't back out now before offering him drugs. Next at showtime, as the announcer calls them up, getting Brian's name wrong in the process. But this does not stop Brian from absolutely killing it. He even stops for a quick cigarette break before completing his run. But the trouble starts when Peter tries to make him beg for a treat. Brian draws the line and storms off, embarrassing Peter by refusing to play the air quote good dog. So on the drive home, he confronts Brian.
How could you let me down like that, Brian?
Oh, I let you down. Why? Because I refused to demean myself?
This was the one thing I ever asked you to do for this family.
Yikes, man. Tension's thicker than a jumbo dog biscuit. This toxic back and forth goes on until Brian reaches his breaking point, demanding to be let out. On his walk home, a police officer stops Brian, using the word boy to emphasize his canine status, forces him to lie down, and escorts him home with a $10 ticket for a leash law violation, further damaging his relationship with Peter, who tells him,
He's the law outside this house, just like I'm the law inside this house.
Big man. Can't even afford to buy an air conditioner for your family.
Jeez, what a...
The next day, Lois makes cinnamon buns, Brian's favorite, to cheer him up, in contrast to Peter, who just has a fresh tray of snark for his friend. They keep snapping at each other like a bunch of mean teenage girls until Lois begs them to chill. Brian says things cannot go back to the way they were after everything that's already happened, before Peter then delivers this low blow.
Get over it, Brian. When I found you, you were nothing but a stray.
You swore you would never speak of that.
Hey, at least he stayed true to his alcoholic roots. In the flashback, homeless Brian cleans Peter's windshield. Feeling bad about not having any cash, he invites the hound home. Now Peter tells him to sit down, eat his cinnamon bun, and stop being a bad dog. Well, as you can imagine, this deeply wounds Brian, which is ironic because his sign said that he'll sit for food. Well, not today, I guess. He leaves the house in a rage, leashless, and faces a series of humiliations. He's denied service at a store, chucked out of a restaurant, and to cap it all off,
Did he just drink from the fountain?
Hey, you! Stay!
Knowing Brian, he's probably more hurt by the hot blonde snitching on him than the insane chase that ensues. He gets treated like a common stray, a far cry from the cultured, intellectual dog he considers himself to be. He ends up sleeping at a bus stop, a new low for him. But Brian's situation worsens when he's mistaken for a homeless man. A passerby treats him with contempt and Brian snaps, attacks the man, and gets taken to the pound where he gets sentenced.
Oh, he's cute. Aren't you precious? Lethal injection. Next.
Oh, you can't do this.
Ah, come on. Brian's more human than dog at this point. He shouldn't have been ostracized by humanity, and he certainly shouldn't be killed for having an issue with that. Good boy or bad boy, Brian's got a human conscience. Peter makes a desperate plea to the city council, who agree to hear Brian's case. So we get a montage of him prepping to defend himself, to kill a mockingbird style. Then, before he really gets into his defense, the council says to take him away. Not interested in hearing the dog's legal expertise. Peter then gets up and says,
He's a member of our family first and a dog second. And I'm real sorry I forgot that, buddy. Sometimes we all need to forgive.
The council has no soul and still opts to send Brian the needle until Peter bribes them each $20. Greed triumphs over the heart, I guess. Brian is released and the town now treats him with newfound respect. Though, to be honest, this next one's gonna make him wish he'd be painfully euthanized because things fall on the excruciating side of painful. Patriot Game shows us how the combination of Brian's horrible decision making and Stewie's psychopathy flushes any chance of peace down the drain.
You like that? That feel good? That feel good? Where's my money?
It all starts with Brian placing a bet on a celebrity boxing match, but this isn't some shady back alley deal. No, he's taking the bet from Stewie. Not the judge, but Brian should know better than to gamble with an infant, especially one as deranged as Stewie is. But, to be fair, it does look like a no-brainer, as the fight is between Mike Tyson and Carol Channing, a Broadway legend who was 85 at the time. He puts $50 on Iron Mike Tyson before settling in to watch the one-sided match. We then watch as Mike pummels the living daylights out of this poor lady, which isn't a good look, but Channing's absorbing punches like a human sponge, leading to this masterpiece of absurdity.
I'm so exhausted.
And the winner, Carol, put on your Sunday clothes, Channing.
Guess she really rolled with the punches, no? Anyway, this unexpected turn of events leaves Brian in a rather uncomfortable financial position. Enters Stewie to collect Brian's $50. And Brian, clearly underestimating Stewie's seriousness, brushes him off. Then Stewie says he's got 24 hours to pay what he owes and keep everything peachy. 24 hours later, Brian comes out of the bathroom and Stewie reminds him that his grace period is up. Brian then suggests pushing the payment to next Friday. Big mistake, because Stewie ain't messing around as he unleashes his inner mobster.
Where's my money? You gonna give me my money? Where's my money, man? Where's the money?
This little guy's quite the psycho. I mean, it's only $50. $50 that Brian better get his hands on by 5 p.m. Otherwise, the tiny tyrant's gonna rock his frackin' rocker again. I think Stewie's overreacting here. Maybe a little bit. I mean, $50 is a lot of money to me. How many McChickens is that? Let me know in the comments. I really don't know. Later, we see that Brian didn't get his affairs in order because he's sneaking out of his room when he spots Stewie playing golf on the top of the stairs. Unfortunately, the fake mustache he slaps on does nothing to stop this from happening.
Where's my money? Where's my money? Yeah, you got money to pay for fake mustaches, huh? Yeah. How much you pay for that fake mustache?
Dang, diaper done. Take it easy, huh? So the torture escalates to cartoonish levels as Stewie shoots Brian's other knee, and as if that wasn't enough, he then pulls out a flamethrower, and, well, what do you do with flamethrowers aside from throwing some frackin' flames? At this point, Brian's probably wishing he'd just exit existence stage right. He finally caves, shocker, and agrees to pay Stewie back. Wait, he's had the money this whole time? Bro, I would have caved before he landed that first hit in the bathroom. So while all this ultra violence was going down, Peter got hired and in turn fired by the New England Patriots. Long story short, the Griffins are on their way to the UK for Peter's new contract. On the plane, I don't blame Brian for giving Stewie the cold shoulder. When he tells Stewie to piss off, a little fricker makes him an offer.
Piss off.
All right. You get one free revenge shot at me.
But I'm not going to tell you when it's coming.
Now, I'm not one to advocate for terrorizing toddlers, but Stewie totally deserves it. Stewie, now utterly paranoid about when Brian will exact his revenge, preemptively starts beating himself. It's a hilarious demonstration of how much Brian has gotten into Stewie's head. In the end, Brian suddenly delivers his payback by shoving Stewie in front of a double-decker bus as the family begins their trip back home. Speaking of trips, in a Seahorse Seashell Party, Brian decides to take a trip of a different kind when he eats some shrooms during a hurricane. And let's just say his experience is far from magical.
I'm gonna cut my ear off to prevent World War II.
Oh, God!
It was a dark and stormy night. The Griffins are watching TV as Tom Tucker announces that Hurricane Flozell is bearing down on Quahog, so everyone should stay indoors for the next 36 hours. Hearing this, Brian heads upstairs and takes a little baggie out of a secret stash spot in the floorboards. Stewie catches him in the act and asks him what he's up to which old Bri responds,
"These are mushrooms. It's a psychedelic drug. Makes you see weird things, and I figure we're gonna be stuck inside for a while. It'll be a fun way to pass the time."
Well, if it works that way, we wouldn't be here talking about it, would we, pal? So Brian just chomps down a handful of shrooms, and the master of questionable decisions proceeds with his psychedelic adventure. He says, well, here you go, before they head downstairs. Famous last words, dude. Famous. With the TV signal gone, everyone's bored out of their rockers. Well, everyone except for Brian, because pretty soon he starts to feel a little groovy. First of all, never look at your hands. And secondly, how many did you frackin' take, dude? I mean, it's clear to see that Brian's not having a good time, but things take a turn for the worse when he cuts off his own ear. Dude's tripping balls. Stewie, surprisingly acting as the reasonable one, attempts to take care of Brian throughout the night. He tries to soothe him, keep him calm, generally prevent him from doing any more damage to himself. It's a real rare moment of genuine concern from Stewie towards Brian, but even he can't fully shield him from the horrors to come. Stewie's oddly soothing voice melts into the background as Brian descends into a self-inflicted, full-blown nightmare. Wait, is that Salvador Dali? Who is that? It's all shrooms and no magic as he's attacked by all kinds of monsters, including some demonic versions of the Griffins and Quagmire. You know, his bestie? They're all uttering distorted and creepy lines as Brian reaches the peak of his descent into pure psychological horror. poor dude's gone through probably literal hell, but he finally makes it through and finally comes out of the other end, somewhat unscathed. I'm a little shocked at how good a trip sitter Stewie is when he brings Brian back to something that resembles reality by taking him downstairs for some water. Water. The real magic potion. Brian slowly regains his senses and emerges from his harrowing ordeal. While he's dealing with this internal chaos, Meg's busy having her very own meltdown, a stark contrast to Brian's drug-induced crisis. She's just plain wilding at the rest of the family, but that's a story for another day. I'm glad to see Brian emerge from the kitchen after drinking the contents of the entire Pacific Ocean. It's well earned.
Hey everyone.
I don't know if he's ready to deal with the real Griffins, who are all monsters in their own special kind of way. I was afraid they'd harsh his mellow, but it looks like he's got this. Thank heavens, because that was a lot. Kind of like whatever Meg says to everyone to make them storm out of the room. Now, super zen, Brian has a deep conversation with Meg, who then realizes something about her role in the family.
Maybe if I feel bad, they don't have to.
You know, that's incredibly noble and mature, Meg. I think you might be the strongest person in this house.
I won't lie, I was afraid they'd make it out again, but thank Terrence McKenna, everyone's matured beyond that now. Next up, we go beyond. In Life of Brian, we see Brian Griffin finally get laid. Laid to rest?
Yes, Chris. I'm afraid that our Brian is dead.
We hit the ground running. Well, Brian and Stewie do as they race through the streets, chased by two groups of furious Native Americans in jeeps. Their escape leads to a bridge, only to be cut off by a third group, also armed with machine guns. As they leap off the bridge to swim to safety, I can't help but wonder, what the hell did they do to piss off this many people? So it turns out that Stewie went back to 17th century Jamestown and armed the indigenous people.
Thanks to you, the Indians killed all the white people and took over America. I mean, you're the one who's always saying never alter the past.
Talk about cultural exchange. Am I right? Next, we get a glimpse of this alternate America, complete with Native American-owned shops and even a Native American medical center. It's actually kind of progressive. Seeking safety, they attempt to return to their timeline, but their return pad is riddled with bullet holes. Stewie figures they'll need to visit this version of their house to find another one, and sneak into Native American Stewie's room, only to find a working time machine plus an intact return pad.
Look, there you are, giving them the guns.
What the hell are you doing there?
See, told you Brian gets laid. Anyway, they recover the guns and return to their timeline just in the nick of time. A quick check confirms that everything is back to normal. Later, Brian walks past Stewie's room and hears a racket. He goes in and finds Stewie doing something out of character, destroying his time machine. Brian asks his little pal what's up, and he explains,
This time machine has almost killed us 100 times, Brian, so I've decided to get rid of it before something irreparable happens.
This is some dark irony, because little does he know that the real irreparable damage is just around the corner. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Stewie then says that he's had his fair share of fun with what Brian calls his crowning achievement. After destroying the time machine at the junkyard, they stumble upon a perfectly good street hockey net and decide to bring it home. Decked out in hockey gear, they head out for some fresh air and exercise, a seemingly harmless activity that sets the stage for this grim tragedy.
Brian, look out!
Oh my God!
That's gotta be one of the grisliest cartoon deaths ever, man. The Griffins are completely freaked out as they try to process this very sudden, very terrible incident. They rush Brian to the vet and sit in the waiting room to hear how their beloved Brian is doing. Meg asks her mom if she thinks he'll pull through, and she reassures her, saying that this is the best vet in Quahog, so Brian is getting the best care possible. After what I imagine felt like decades, the vet comes out and tells them that despite their best efforts, Brian's injuries are too serious for him to sustain life, so they better go in and say their goodbyes. The Griffins are bawling their eyes out. As the family gathers around to say their goodbyes, Brian musters all his strength to tell them,
You've given me a wonderful life. I love you all.
This is without a doubt one of the worst things that has ever happened to Brian. It is such a gut punch for both the characters and the audience, especially Stewie, who's utterly broken by Brian's death. Expected for those going through grief, he blames himself for the street hockey and going to the dump. He then gets a glimmer of hope when he decides to rebuild the time machine, go back and save his friend. But it's very heartbreaking when he finds out he can't get a hold of a key component, and so he has to let fate do its thing. At the funeral, Peter here is finishing off his tearful eulogy by saying,
He was like a brother to me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life missing him.
We're all gonna miss him, Peter. We're all gonna miss him very much.
Bro, what happened to this being a comedy? Needless to say, there isn't a dry eye in Quahog. Well, except for Quagmire, who just hates Brian. A month goes by after Brian's death, and the Griffins feel like it's time to get a new dog. That soon? I mean, like, maybe for a normal dog, but, like, it was Brian. They settle on a pussy hound called Vinny, a kind of tough guy with a New Jersey accent that wins everyone over, even Stewie eventually, just not initially. And thus here comes the reason why I'm not that broken up about this whole thing, is because his death, Brian's death, only lasts for 2 episodes, and then he comes back via Christmas miracle. Speaking of sour moments, in the D in Apartment 23, Brian's getting 0 attention on Twitter until he tweets something prejudiced and gets more attention than he bargained for.
There he is!
Look whose shoddy writing is finally getting him noticed. We start with Brian driving Stewie to the kids' library, but our hound dog suggests that they hit up Quahog University instead. He claims it's more intellectually stimulating, but we all know he's just there to creep on college girls. After stacking up the L's like he's playing the world's biggest game of Jenga, they stumble upon a student protest. Seeing one last chance to impress the ladies, Brian revives his dormant Twitter account.
And tweeted. I am back in the game. See? Up, you're gone.
Bro should have just quit right there and then. But this is Brian we're talking about, so he pushes through, not letting silly things like shame and self-respect get in the way of his quest for online validation. At home, he reads his tweets to Stewie, who tells him that unless you're famous, no one really cares what you have to say on the platform. Brian tweets about everything from Kelly Ripa to Donald Trump, still no dice. 0 retweets, 0 likes, just actual bird sounds. Brian then goes to the movies, but wanting to hold over what fans he has for the 2 hours he'll be gone, he decides to post what will become a fateful tweet.
About to see the new Kevin Hart movie. Just kidding. I'm white and went to college. Hashtag Baywatch.
Wow, I ain't going anywhere near that. Brian's tweet is straight up racist and totally unacceptable. It goes viral while he's in the theater, supposedly enjoying Akira Kurosawa's masterpiece Rashomon. Oh wait, it's fracking Baywatch. How highbrow. As Brian leaves the theater, he finally catches the eye of a cute co-ed who immediately tosses her drink in his face. Outside, an angry crowd confronts him about his tweet. His attempt to dismiss it as a joke backfires and they chase him home, starting his public downfall. Soon, the entire Griffin family's ostracized. Lois gets shunned at the grocery store. Jerome refuses to serve Peter at the clam, with Joe even threatening him with arrest. Even Chris and Meg gets in on the action at school, leading to one of the best fight sequences I've ever seen since Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. See? Chef's kiss choreography right there. We go back to Brian, who's still holed up in the Griffin home as a revolving group of protesters camp outside the house. Tired, Lois suggests that Brian make a public apology, and he goes out to the tough crowd. He starts his apology, but keeps getting interrupted, and eventually losing his temper and snapping at a heckler before going on this ill-informed and completely tone-deaf tirade.
I'm not a racist, all right? I just told a bad joke. Is this worth freaking out over? Or are there bigger problems in the world than this tweet?
His so-called real problems are rooted in the outdated ideas behind that garbage tweet. He tries to defend himself, claiming he loves black people because he watches tons of black corn, before throwing in that he kissed a trans woman. Oh frick, alright, he's legit. Oh sure, Brian's not a bigot. Let's break out the confetti, guys. So, big shocker, the crowd turns on him. Back inside, Lois gives him an earful for yelling black corn in front of children. When Brian insists he's not who people think he is, Lois fires back.
But you also haven't done much to prove that you aren't.
I know. All I have left is you guys. Thank God you have my back.
We think you should move out.
What?
I don't think she stuttered, bro. She explains that they love Brian, but they have to put their family's safety first. He's shocked and heartbroken, trying to change their minds as he packs his car, but Lois ain't budging. After saying their goodbye, there's a glimmer of hope when Stewie runs back to him, but he just rips off his collar saying it has their address written on it. Brian drives until he finds a rundown apartment, and the sleazy landlord tells him,
Apartment 23.
Oh, okay.
I just have one rule here. No kissing the mailman.
He heads upstairs and, oh, the conditions are just terrible. He's surrounded by noise, filth, dysfunction, just like the Griffin household. You'd think things couldn't get much worse, right? Oh, they can. And they do in Moving Out, Brian's song. The show's 100th episode, where Brian's escape plan backfires spectacularly, making his living situation 100 times worse.
Brian, I want to introduce you to Joanna.
Maybe he just needs more beer. We open with Brian, Stewie, and Jillian chilling in the Griffin's living room watching TV. Peter enters and asks Jillian what they're doing later, and she tells him that they have tickets tickets to Disney on Ice, making Peter gasp with FOMO. When Jillian picks up on her boyfriend's lack of interest, she offers his ticket to Peter. Later, Brian's on the couch writing when Lois comes and asks where his better half is. He says that she's with Lois's worse half, adding,
"It's given me a chance to work on my novel, and I finally have a title, Faster Than the Speed of Love."
This guy just needs to throw his laptop in a lake or something, because that's just awful. Lois also isn't feeling it, because she practically laughs in his face. When she shares the plot, she points out it's just a copy of Iron Eagle, tickled by how terrible Brian's writing actually is. Over at the park, Peter and Jillian are having a blast after the show, feeding ducks and loving the fact that for once, they're not the dumbest people in the room. Just them and their 4 collective brain cells vibing. Peter tells her that she's a cat and she should give Brian an ultimatum: commit or quit. Later we see that Brian got Jillian's message.
What the hell did you do? Because of what you said, Jillian wants us to move in together.
She's beautiful, she's funny, and she is smart as the day is wide.
Not so sure about that last one. I mean, she is dating your pet. Brian talks to Lois about it and she tells him that he's not being fair to Jillian. Feeling guilty, Brian reluctantly agrees to get an apartment with her. Living with Jillian is better than Brian had ever expected, things going smoothly until Stewie drops by with his mail. A harsh reminder that rent ain't cheap. Desperate for help, Brian lets his pal, now flush with paper route cash, moving in, telling Jillian that,
"Hope you don't mind Stewie staying with us for a little while. He just gets really lonely without me at home."
You're so fatherly. It really turns me on.
Careful what you wish for, sis. I've seen Brian-human hybrids before. It ain't pretty. He quickly learns that this is a big mistake, because Stewie's quite the little frackin' cock blocker, constantly making things super awkward. It all comes to a head one night when Stewie busts into Brian and Jillian's room while they're busy, When he says he's lonely, she feels for him and offers,
"Come get in bed with us."
Ooh, all right, dear penthouse forum.
No, Stewie, go away.
Oh, he really shouldn't have said that. Left with no choice, he comes clean about a child paying for half of his rent and that he wasn't into moving in with her in the first place. Jillian's furious that Brian lied to her, so she dumps him. Got to Brian feeling sorry for himself, surrounded by empty beer cans, totally shattered about the breakup. Stewie then gives him some solid advice about moving on, which helps Brian realize he's now free and living in his own place. Next, Brian gets home and sees that Stewie's throwing a party at their place. This is meant to be for him to meet some women, get over Jillian, but Stewie's only invited a bunch of gay guys and this lady.
Brian, I want to introduce you to Joanna. Look out for this one.
Yikes! This makes Brian see just how cooked he is, and the next day we're back to drunk Brian surrounded by depression debris on his couch. Stewie's efforts to cheer him up with robots from 80s blockbusters only makes him even more mad and blames him for the breakup. Stewie snaps back that he needs to take responsibility and be a man if he wants to get her back. He should take some initiative. This motivates Brian to get off the couch, run to Jillian's new place, and knock on the door. When she opens, there's an awkward greeting, and then he pleads his case, saying he made a terrible mistake. To which she responds,
"I met someone else."
Jillian, do you get the oxygen network?
Mayor West? To be honest, at least he's human, so that's a step in the right direction for her. Feeling defeated and heartbroken, Brian has no other option but to move back in with the Griffins. Lois tries to comfort him.
But it is good to have you back.
You know what the mistake was, moving in together?
Brother, huh? Peter's gotta be joking, man. He started this entire frickin' mess. Turns out Brian's coping mechanism is self-destruction. Next, in the book of Joe, Brian decides to dip his paws into some physical agony by taking this marathon thing a bit too far.
Brian, why does everything you touch turn to garbage?
For once, Stewie's on to something. Brian's hanging out with Stewie at a local coffee shop when his attention is suddenly drawn to a female runner, Chloe, who enters the cafe. He tells Stewie that he's completely obsessed with her, which, knowing Brian, kinda gives me anxiety. When his pint-sized BFF tells him to go and talk to her, he goes full Brian and pulls this utterly shameless maneuver.
Where are you going?
And 1,000. Phew.
1,000 what?
1,000 tons of bull crap, that's what. No harm could ever come from starting a relationship by lying through your teeth about who you are and what you've achieved. Stewie watches this disgraceful display with disdain. I can't believe my senses when Brian somehow manages to snag a date with Chloe. Later, he's all smiles as he rings her doorbell, but the vibe shifts when she proposes a run before dinner. Not wanting to blow his fit guy cover, Brian reluctantly goes along with it.
This is great, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah. Hey, is your vision also reduced
close to just a tiny pinhole?
Just push through it, Brian.
Push through it? Dude, I'm out of breath just watching this crazy day. It's obvious that this run's brutal for him. He's wheezing, his muscles are screaming, he's not looking too hot, but she tells him to hold out for that runner's high everyone yaps about. After an internal debate between his heart and Peter, for some odd reason, he pushes himself up the hill. Then, right when he's about to give up, he gets a flood of endorphins and starts tripping balls.
Go get him, Brian. By the way, the son is really a black guy.
I knew it! Brian, being a low-key addict, is hooked on the rush of feel-good chemicals. Throw in the fact that they end up sleeping together and he's suddenly convinced he's Usain Bolt, spiraling into a full-blown running junkie. Almost immediately, running becomes like his entire personality. At dinner, he's kitted out in all of his fancy running gear and stretching, which makes Lois talk about how he's been doing a lot of running lately before asking him,
Why don't you have some food?
Oh, you mean fuel? No offense, Lois, but that stuff is nothing but chemicals and empty calories.
Just when you think this guy can possibly get even more insufferable, his weirdly snobbish reply also annoys Lois, and he shrugs it off. He then tells everyone that he and Chloe will be doing the Quahog marathon soon and that they should come and support. Couple of days of fiendish training go by, and he calls Stewie to come to the bathroom for a sec. When he gets there, he's greeted with this sight for sore eyes.
Oh my God! Ryan, you're all sinewy. Your whole body looks like Paul McCartney's neck.
Thanks.
I don't think that's a compliment, pal. Bro's out here looking like the Crypt Keeper. Brian must also be going for the gold and being freaking annoying, always going on about how much better he is than everyone else because he runs. I'm flabbergasted that he even dumps Chloe because she can't, quote-unquote, keep up with him. When Stewie says this isn't healthy, Brian brags about having a heart rate of 4 beats per minute, saying it means he's in amazing shape, completely delusional about the fact that he's destroying himself. The whole thing comes to a head at the Quahog marathon, where Stewie, despite his concerns, goes to show his mummified friend some love. Then, as soon as the race starts, Brian instantly reaps the rewards of all of his unhinged training.
Oh, my leg! Help me, somebody!
So that's a painful, embarrassing, and completely predictable ending. The episode ends with Brian back at the Griffin's house, his leg in a cast, and then in some funny twist, Stewie's own ankle starts itching, which reminds me of another time Stewie had some itching. In The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair, Brian's usual routine is switched to a more torture-based one, thanks to another one of Stewie's inventions.
What are you doing?
Oh boy, looks like this one ain't ending well for our canine, that's for sure. At the park, Brian's relaxing on a bench with the newspaper while Stewie works on a sandcastle. Their piece is interrupted when a kid destroys his masterpiece, forcing him to retaliate. He puts together an AK-47, but when he fires it at the bully, it explodes in his face. Brian checks on him, finding him dazed but unharmed. Shocked by what happens, Stewie processes everything and wonders what the issue could be. Brian then explains,
I think you're going soft. I mean, when was the last time you tried to blow something up or take over the world or even use the phrase damn you?
Oh, that's the last thing an evil genius wants to hear, and Stewie clearly is not pleased. Later, Brian wanders into his room to find him tinkering with a new contraption. Stewie begrudgingly admits to his friend that maybe he is losing his edge before revealing the neural enhancement device, a machine designed to amplify his evil side. Brian then helps him activate the machine once he's inside, but we see that Stewie stays the exact same. They then leave to fetch the tools needed to adjust the machine, and moments later, it powers up again. Next morning, Brian's on the couch, absorbed in his TV show, when who he thinks is Stewie quietly slips into the room. However, something just feels off as he stands there staring at Brian, who is unaware, until he sees him with the corner of his eye, which startles him, and suddenly things take a sharp turn.
Ah!
Real Stewie then walks in to see Brian barely breathing, and when he loosens his collar, he snaps at his friend before chucking a battery at him. As he picks up the battery, Brian freezes. Evil Stewie stands right behind him. Brian then begs him to kill the clone, but Stewie insists on studying his creation. Before he can object, Evil Stewie viciously attacks his creator, horrifying Brian, and just when it seems like it's over, Evil Stewie storms out of the house, hell-bent on wrecking everything in his path. This forces Brian and Stewie to race through town, desperately trying to stop him from leveling all of Quahog. Surprise, surprise, Stewie blames Brian for everything, claiming that the whole Evil Stewie mess was all his fault because he called him soft, which is classic gaslighting because he literally made him. Fast forward to Brian tied to a pole in the park and shouting for Evil Stewie. Seeing our guy vulnerable finally draws him out of his hiding place. He steps out with his gun raised, wearing a grin so cold it'd make Mike Tyson flinch. Brian begs Stewie's evil twin to kill him, saying he's had enough of the Griffins. That's when they pulled this off. Didn't expect that, did ya? The two Stewies get into a frantic scramble for the gun, with Evil Stewie eventually gaining the upper hand. He fires a barrage of shots, which OG Stewie effortlessly dodges. As their fight rages on, Brian stealthily weakens his restraints, desperate to break free. After an aerial attack from his creator, the gun slips from Evil Stewie's grip and slides towards Brian's feet. Eventually, he manages to free himself. Oh, how the turntables! Now Brian can't figure out who's who, so he gives a simple command that only the real Stewie would catch on to, settling this clone issue once and for all. No more chopped tails, no more battery-clogged noses for him. This seems like a good time to talk about the rest of Peter's family, like Meg, his favorite daughter, and the many times she said enough was enough and fought back.
Hi, Dad.
That right there, folks, is pretty much the Meg Griffin experience in a nutshell. And while suffering is normally a staple of her character, there have been times when she rolled up her sleeves and squared off with her demons. Like in Season 8, Episode 11, Dial Meg for Murder, where we get to see Meg Griffin snap.
My house now.
Super emphasis on snap. The episode kicks off with your classic Family Guy plot setup. Quahog's hosting rodeo, and since Peter is violently allergic to self-preservation, you already know where this is going.
Oh god, this seems like the kind of thing Peter...
Too late, Brian.
And good luck to Quahog. They're gonna need it. While Peter's busy testing the limits on human stupidity...
When Billy the Kid.
Meg's off dealing with something she almost never gets, romance. Yet somewhere between being the town's social punching bag and getting ignored by her own parents, she actually finds a love. And since this is Meg we're talking about, it obviously comes with enough drama to fill 3 seasons of Euphoria. But before we get to that, let's check in on Peter's attempt at professional Darwinism.
You know what I am back at the ranch? I'm a breeding bull. What's that? You gonna find out. Where you going, fatty? We gonna have a party.
Best to not allow your imagination to run wild there. Meanwhile, Brian, sitting comfortably in the bleachers, not getting trampled, somehow lands himself a writing gig with Teen Magazine.
Well, gosh, you know, I'm something of a writer myself. I wrote for the New Yorker for a little while.
Wow, that's impressive.
I never have to look too far for that. What do you got?
And since we need a contrived excuse to fuel Meg's upcoming disaster, his first project just so happens to be about her. So Brian and Stewie start tailing Meg for the latest scoop on her life, and what they find is certainly not what they expected.
Oh my god, Meg's dating a convict!
Compared to what her family puts her through, this might be one of her healthier relationships. But of course, Brian's pesky moral compass kicks in and he snitches to Lois and Peter.
Brian, you bastard! How could you do this to me?
Don't give him crap for this, Meg. He did exactly the right thing by coming to us.
They predictably lose their minds, and since Meg's got no escape route, she pulls out the only card she has left.
Mom, you don't understand. He's all alone in there, and I'm all alone out here. In a way, we're both in prison.
Yeah, sure. One of you's in prison and the other is stuck in a mean household. Totally the same thing. Unsurprisingly, her gaslighting attempt flops and she gets grounded. But love is blind and stupid, so when Luke breaks out of jail, Meg naturally sneaks him into her room, and because Family Guy thrives on chaos, Brian immediately busts them.
Meg, are you crazy? You can't harbor a fugitive. That's a felony.
Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna tell on me again?
I mean, yeah, that would be the logical choice. But Brian doesn't even have to, as Peter walks in, sees the situation for himself, and actually does the responsible thing for once, calls the police.
Oh no! Luke, run!
Joe, it's Peter. Come outside. There's an escaped convict running across the street.
Joe shows up, and in a hilarious twist, Meg gets arrested instead for harboring a fugitive.
No, Luke! Don't run downhill! Well, if you're taking him to jail, you have to take me too.
I know, that's the plan. You're under arrest for harboring an escaped convict.
Oh, well, that's only fair because after all, I did hide him from the... What?
Fast forward a few weeks, and it's time for Meg's big return. Naturally, her family's expecting the same awkward outcast they toss in jail. Instead, they get...
I'm home. You're all my now.
Yeah, that's usually the cue to run for the hills. Thanks to her time in prison, Meg is now in her revenge arc.
Hi.
And since her family rank top of her list of ops, she wastes no time putting them through absolute hell. Peter getting the absolute brakes beaten off him by Meg? Kinda cathartic, not gonna lie. With the Griffin household under her iron fist, Meg takes her newfound dominance to the rest of Quahog. She terrorizes her classmates, shakes down her teachers, and just when you think it can't get any wilder, she literally holds up a convenience store.
Hi, Meg. Can I help you?
Hands in the air, Goldman!
What are you doing?
Luckily for Goldman, Brian swoops in just in time to intervene, and after a tense standoff, he manages to talk her down. Not with a gun, not with a lecture, but with something far more powerful. An ego boost.
Nobody cares about me anyway!
You're wrong, Meg. I want to show you something.
He shows her the glowing article he wrote about her, and suddenly her scowl melts away. Reality sets in.
Oh my god, I can't believe I did this. I was just so tired of being everyone's whipping girl that it felt kind of good to do some of the whipping.
I mean, shoot, can't say I blame her to be honest. Still, considering all the mayhem she's caused, I'll lawyer up right about now if I were her. Go check out my other channel, please and thank you. Anywho, up next on our list is Season 6's Moving Out, Brian's song.
See, that wasn't so bad, was it?
I gotta say, that was fantastic.
What do you say we go back to your place for round 2?
Sounds good to me.
Trust me, you don't want to know what led to that. So the episode's main plot is about how Brian and Jillian's relationship is what I like to call reaching its 11th hour.
God, I've never felt so stupid. I don't want to be your guilty burden, Brian. We're through.
But since this video is about Meg, we'll just shove their story into the nearest trash can where most of Brian's relationships belong, to be honest, and focus on the real MVP of the suffering. So Meg somehow lands a job at the local convenience store, which, let's be real, is the closest she'll ever get to success in a universe that actively despises her entire existence. And if you're wondering how she managed to get hired, well, it turns out cleaning up after Stewie has its perks.
Carl, I'm so sorry.
You alphabetized all the magazines. Hey, you want a job?
What? Yeah, sure.
That's it. That's the whole hiring process. No resume, no interview, just vibes. Normally, getting a job is a good thing. You gain experience, make some cash, maybe build a little self-worth here and there. And for a brief, fleeting moment, Meg actually has all three. She's happy, she's got purpose, life's looking up, until Chris shows up.
I don't have any money, so I'm gonna have to pay for these comic books with my poo.
Just a normal sibling conversation, nothing to see there. So Chris is broke, and Meg, because she hasn't learned that kindness is a death sentence in this family, decides to help him out by convincing Carl to hire him.
Well, maybe I could talk to Carl and get you a job here.
You could do that?
The only issue? Chris sucks at retail.
Chris, I need you to stack the boxes in the back for me.
Why don't you do that?
But the boxes are really heavy.
Oh, that's because there's a bunch of stuff in them. Chris? Yeah.
Still, he somehow manages to keep his job. Why? Because as we all know, being bad at your job doesn't matter when your boss likes you. And Carl loves Chris. One minute they're talking about Jennifer Connelly's career.
You know what's another great movie? Career Opportunities with Jennifer Connelly.
And the next is a full-blown movie nerd bromance.
I mean, that's one of those movies that, she's really hot in it, but it's also a good movie.
And since Chris is now the boss's favorite, Meg, of course, is now stuck on aisle duty.
100 points. Meg, clean up aisle 2.
What the hell is this? I am not cleaning this up.
Meg, less talky, more sweepy.
And that, folks, is why some people should be left to rot. Fed up with this nonsense, Meg finally stands up for herself, only to learn that Chris is not just her brother anymore. He's now her boss.
Shut up, Chris. You can't tell me what to do.
Actually, Meg, as your supervisor, he can.
Turns out Carl was so enchanted by Chris's ability to recall timestamps of nude scenes that he handed him the assistant manager position without hesitation.
Carl, you promised me that assistant manager position.
Things change. Hey, you ever see Broken Lizard's Club Dread?
No.
Precisely why you're stuck hauling boxes there. Meg, understandably pissed, calls out Carl for playing favorites.
Carl, this isn't fair.
But instead of acknowledging the blatant unfairness, Carl fires her on the spot.
All right, then, you're fired.
What?
Just yeets her job right out the window like expired milk. And of course, Meg runs off crying.
But, no, you can't.
Chris barely blinks before he and Carl go right back to their movie talk.
You know who else is hot in kind of a screwed up way? Mary Stuart Masterson.
Talk about cold-hearted. Back home, Meg is still licking her wounds, and after applying for several more jobs, the only one she lands is, let's just say it involves a steamy call line and leave it at that.
The only job I could find was for a phone line, and I sucked at it.
Naturally, that job ends horribly, and while Meg is busy lamenting her misfortunes to Lois, Chris struts in like a smug little gremlin flashing his new paycheck.
Check it out! My salary's doubled ever since Meg got fired!
Oh, shut up, you bastard!
And here we are, reminded yet again that in the Griffin household, the dumber you are, the better life treats you. So Meg storms off, at which point Lois sits Chris down to have a talk with him. She tells Chris to stand up for his sister, which is honestly ironic coming from her.
You know, it would mean the world to her if she could get her job back, and you'd be one terrific brother if you could help her.
But somehow it works, as Chris, for the first time in frackin' forever, decides to do something decent for once. And since direct confrontation is not his strong suit, he decides to take a different approach.
Remember when Jack Noseworthy's eyes explode? Wasn't that awesome? Please agree with me that that was awesome.
You hire Meg back, maybe I'll have an opinion.
She's hired. She's hired.
Dude crumbled faster than a soggy waffle. However, in a rare moment of self-respect or sheer exhaustion from the cycle of abuse, Meg actually refuses the job.
I really appreciate what you did for me, but I can't work for that guy anymore. He's a freak.
Sure, it means she's back to being jobless and underappreciated, but hey, baby steps, I guess. We'll move on from Meg's workplace troubles to more nerdy pursuits in Season 12's Meg Stinks.
You got a funny little wiener, but you're a nice guy, Meg.
Peter and alcohol. Name an unholier duo. The episode kicks off at the Quahog College Fair, where Meg stumbles upon a rare, possibly supernatural phenomenon, people who actually think she has value.
Ah, Mr. and Mrs. Griffith, so glad you can make it. You know, Meg has attracted interest from several colleges.
Turns out she's one of the top students at James Woods High, which is kind of impressive considering who her father is. To make things even wilder, Principal Shepard has arranged an interview for Meg at Green Mountain College.
Green Mountain College? Oh my god, that's my first choice.
Shocking, I know. Someone in this town actually wants Meg to succeed. And then you have her parents, who, let's just say, have a unique approach to sharing parental responsibilities.
I'd be happy to take you, Meg.
So Peter and Meg hit the road for some forced father-daughter bonding, and knowing Peter, this will either be a heartwarming trip or something that will require Meg to testify in court. At first, the trip's not so great. And by that, I mean order a buffet for yourself while leaving your daughter to starve, kinda meh.
Well, I called and confirmed my interview for tomorrow morning.
I ordered you nothing.
What else is new?
The delivery on that line is kinda sad. However, just as things are looking grim for Meg, she changes the song in the jukebox, and surprise, surprise, it's one of Peter's favorite songs.
Hey, night moves. At least there's one cool person in this dump. I wonder who played this.
I did.
Turns out no one knows Peter Griffin quite like the one person he spends every passing moment putting down. Since Stockholm Syndrome is a hell of a drug, Meg decides to use the opportunity to bond with Peter. By the time they reach the college, their relationship has gone from hostile co-workers to beer buddies who happen to share DNA.
Oh my god, Meg, there's a keg party. If we meet any chicks, you're my daughter.
And if you don't, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother with that one. Anyway, long story short, they don't even make it to the interview.
You guys are back. How was your interview?
We didn't go. I slept right through it.
When they make it home, though, Lois is not exactly thrilled to hear how things went. So naturally, she pulls Meg aside for some actual parenting, but Meg brushes her off.
It doesn't matter, Mom. Dad and I had a great time.
After all, this is the first time her dad has ever willingly spent time with her, and no amount of logic is going to take that away. Peter, of course, doesn't see the issue. Instead, he wants to keep the party going with his new sidekick. And since Meg has been desperate for his approval since literally birth, she just goes with the flow, which is basically an extreme sport when Peter Griffin is involved.
What the hell?
Well, we'll work on the laugh, but you'll get there. To the Meg-copter!
And apparently there's a Meg-copter. Seth MacFarlane, you crazy, crazy son of a gun. But there's only so much Peter, one human being, can handle. After a failed bank robbery, long story.
Who's the manager here?
I am.
What are you doing?
You said if he moves, shoot him!
He's the only one with a combination to the safe! It's blown! This whole operation is blown!
Meg finally realizes what everyone in Quahog already knows, that being Peter's best friend is a full-time care job with no pay and even less chances of survival.
You've got to help me, Mom.
What do you want me to do?
Take him back.
And because the Griffin parents treat their kids like abandoned Sims characters, Lois decides this is a life lesson and tells Meg to figure it out herself.
A part of growing up is learning how to handle a tough situation on your own, like getting into college or breaking up with your father.
I guess.
And against all odds, Meg actually does. She reschedules her interview, sits Peter down, and breaks up with him as nicely as she can.
Dad, I don't need you to be my friend. I need you to be my father.
Wow. I mean, she's not wrong. Peter naturally reacts like a dumped girlfriend. He cries, begs, and even tries to guilt trip her.
My little girl's growing up.
But Meg holds her ground. She gets in the car, drives off, and actually lands a spot in her dream school. And just when you think she finally gets a win, Family Guy pulls the rug out one last time.
I did get into Green Mountain College and contracted HPV my first night there. I got nicknamed the Warthog. Like the HPV, it's stuck for life.
In a way, that's probably the most normal part of this episode, which is saying a lot, unfortunately. Still on the topic of Meg and Peter, up next on our list is Season 5's Road to Rupert.
Meg?
I don't mind driving you around till you get your license back.
Lois, this is the best you could do?
Parental disappointment? Right off the bat, that's a world record! This episode kicks off with a Griffin yard sale, or as Peter sees it, an opportunity to rediscover his past mistakes and turn them into future ones.
Oh, Peter, you selling your anvil?
Yeah, I've had a lot of good times with this thing. Oh, $1.
This time the culprit is a pair of Evel Knievel gloves, which instantly unlock his inner Vin Diesel. One dumb idea snowballs into a daredevil stunt, and before Lois can even roll her eyes, Peter turns Spooner Street into Mad Max Suburbia.
Wow, this is just like what happened with Matthew Broderick, except no one's dead.
Is it really a Peter disaster if there isn't a cutaway gag? Anyway, it takes all of 5 minutes for the cops to show up, which, let's be real, is just Joe at this point.
Hey, Joe.
Good morning, Peter. I'm here to revoke your driver's license.
He proceeds to recite Peter's greatest hits of traffic violations, and after a very negotiable standoff, Joe strips Peter of his driver's license.
Peter, knock
Right
it
here,
off.
Joe.
Give it to
Right
me.
here. Here
Give
you
me
go,
the
officer.
damn license.
What's up, man?
That pissed me
All
off.
you gotta do
You're
is take-
starting to piss me off!
So now Quahog's resident Wreck-It Ralph is stuck at home, which, if you're Lois, is basically a Category 5 hurricane warning.
Quit stealing my punchlines, you fat drunk. That show stopped being funny after Kirstie Alley ate Shelley Long.
Yeah, case in point. Lois, who deserves a Nobel Prize in tolerance, decides that Peter's punishment should be a driver swap with Meg, which to him is somehow worse than getting waterboarded by Quagmire.
Dad, are you ready?
Meg, in a tragic display of optimism, actually looks forward to spending time with her dad. Clearly, she hasn't read the terms and conditions of her existence yet. And Peter? Well, let's just say he wastes no time getting to work. And by that, I mean driving Meg insane.
I want apple juice.
Dad, you left your apple juice at home.
I want apple juice.
Yeah, Meg, should have brought a sippy cup. So Meg learns the hard way that driving Peter Griffin is like escorting a drunk gremlin through a haunted house, and since the universe wanted to teach a real lesson here, Peter's friends start hopping in for joyrides. It was fun for everybody! Not including Meg, of course.
Hey, Meg, I lit your scalp on fire.
Don't worry, I'll put it out.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how villains are made. 2 plugs in 1 video. Damn, I'm good. At this point, Meg has 2 options. Commit vehicular homicide, or take her frustrations out on the first sorry sack who crosses her path. And since option 1 leads to a Netflix documentary, she turns her attention to the first sorry sop who appears at her window. The second this guy starts running his mouth, Meg leaps out, goes Super Saiyan, and unleashes a 50-hit combo. The dude crawls back to his car, Meg finally cools off, and Peter, well, he's never been prouder in his life.
Meg, that was awesome.
Meanwhile, while Meg is out here discovering that violence is an answer, Stewie's on his own personal revenge tour. During that same yard sale, Brian accidentally sells Rupert's. The two go full Taken mode to get him back.
Brian, where's Rupert? I just left him here to watch my things. Uh-oh.
Another long story short, they track the buyer down like bloodhounds, at which point a ski race occurs over Rupert's custody. Stewie ends up losing, and since he's not exactly a graceful loser, he pulls one last James Bond trick featuring his brand new butler.
Oh, crone!
As for Peter and Meg's little dance, well, for the rest of the episode, Peter starts treating Meg differently. Instead of mocking her like a walking punchline, he actually enjoys her company. After all, what father doesn't want a human wrecking ball as a dog? Of course, all good things must come to an end. Joe eventually reinstates Peter's license, and just like that, Meg's temporary importance vanishes.
Peter, good news. Your suspension is up. You can have your license back.
So, I guess this means you don't need me anymore.
At least, that's what she thinks, until Peter pulls her aside for a rare, out-of-character moment and drops the ultimate confession.
But from now on, Meg, you and me are secret best friends.
Yeah, Best is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. But hey, I guess she'll take what she can get here.
Who wants a glass of fresh lemonade?
Not me. What I want is a fresh glass of better daughter. Hey.
Or maybe not. With all that family drama out of the way, we move on to more musical scenes in Season 4's Don't Make Me Over.
Oh, there, let me dry those tears. Yes, your anguish sustains me.
Not one normal thing about this family. It all starts with Meg doing what she does best, suffering through high school like it's a Saw movie. This time, the executioner is none other than Greg Hoffman, who decides to add a fresh coat of humiliation to Meg's social life.
How about a movie?
I don't go out with dudes.
And just like that, a soul has just left the building. Meg, now tethering on the brink of full emotional collapse, turns to her parents for a much-needed pep talk.
Mom, Dad, am I ugly?
Lois reassures her the best way she can.
Oh, of course not, sweetie.
Peter, on the other hand, barely gets through one sentence before shattering Meg's self-esteem like an antique vase.
Craig Hoffman said that? Well, he's a sharp kid. You might be ugly.
At this point, therapy isn't just recommended, it's a human's rights issue. With her confidence dangling off a cliff, Lois steps in for some mommy damage control and takes Meg on a good old makeover spree, except it doesn't exactly play out as both of them had imagined.
How do these jeans look?
Now that's what I call a fashion emergency. Clap for me, please. Just when it seems like the universe has banned Meg from winning, fate throws her a very interesting bone. The local news crew is at the mall holding a makeover giveaway, and since Meg meets the very specific requirement of being ugly beyond repair, she's chosen for a full-on transformation.
My daughter needs a makeover like there's no freaking tomorrow. It looks like we've got a winner.
And let me tell you, this isn't just some throw on some mascara and call it a day glow up. They pretty much Thanos snapped her ugly into another dimension.
Peter, take a look at your daughter.
Oh my God, Lois, I'm sorry. It was 20 years ago. I'd never even heard the word rubber.
Peter, this is Meg.
Oh.
Where's the mall news crew when you need one? New Meg instantly ascends the ranks of Adam West High.
Wow, great job getting hot, Meg.
Gee, thanks.
And just when you think her social takeover ends at the school cafeteria, it spreads to an even more unexpected place. Prison!
Oh my God. Who is she? God, I could strangle her all night long.
So here's what happens. Peter, for reasons that should never be questioned at this point, forms a band and lands a gig at a literal correctional facility. As expected, it goes horribly wrong because Peter, in his infinite wisdom, forgot step one of being in a band: knowing actual songs.
1, 2, 3, 4!
Oh my God, we don't know any songs. What do we do?
Lois jumps in and throws together a last-minute family band. And while that might normally still get you jumped by a bunch of angry inmates, it makes a lot of difference when you have a bit of eye candy on your team.
Chris, grab a guitar. Brian, take the drums.
Mom, can we please just get out of here?
Yes, Meg Griffin just became the prison's Beyonce. Never thought I'd say that sentence. What starts as a last-minute save quickly turns into a full-blown concert.
Cloudy skies and rain clouds have come to hide. Some sad sights won't go away. Gonna buy me a rainbow. Buy me a rainbow.
Rainbow!
One surprisingly solid performance leader and a record executive who is also an inmate because of course he is, offers Meg a real music deal.
My name's Jimmy Iovine, and I'd like to make you filthy rich rock stars.
Chairman of Interscope Records. What are you doing in prison?
I stomped a cat to death. You guys got talent.
Well, where do we shine?
Right here on Tony's butt cheek.
Peter accepts the deal, and in the blink of an eye, the Griffins are now a full-blown pop act with Meg as the shining star. And boy, oh boy, does Meg lean into it. By the time they begin touring, she pretty much enters her diva phase.
Lois, go grab me another bag of Skittles.
Excuse me?
Did I freaking stutter? More Skittles.
Lois, realizing that her daughter's fame has come at a heavy price, tries to shut down their music career before things get even worse.
Ever since you got that makeover, you've developed a terrible attitude. And all the success with the family band is only making it worse.
Family band? You know, maybe you haven't noticed, Lois, but I am the band.
One heated argument later, and it falls on Peter to pull the plug on the whole operation. Peter, for once, was actually considering being responsible, but the second SNL is mentioned, he immediately switches back to Team Meg, and so the family heads to New York. The family make it to the SNL studio. Meg is still high on her newfound success, and Jimmy Fallon is himself.
Hey, why don't you come hang out in my dressing room?
What are you looking at?
Nothing. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, nothing creepy about that. We all know where this is going, and yeah, it ends exactly how you'd expect it to. One cringe-inducing hookup, one poorly placed live camera, and suddenly the whole world is watching Meg's post-Fallon regret.
Wow, Jimmy. That was everything Ladies' Home Journal said it would be.
Being with you just made me feel so alive. From New York, it's Saturday night!
Saturday Night Live!
And Peter? Oh, Peter is not letting this slide.
Who do you think you are, Carol Burnett? You haven't earned what she's earned, buddy. All right, now where's the guy who slept with my daughter?
Wow, good on you, Peter. The episode ends with Meg right back where she started, but hey, for a brief moment, she actually stood up for herself, so I guess by her usually low standards, that is a win. But not all of Meg's clapbacks end with her crying into a bowl of ice cream, as we see in Season 7's Steroids.
I look like a guy who's been hitting the gym.
It has nothing to do with the gym. You're on.
Doesn't matter how you find the pot of gold. All that matters is that you beat the leprechauns.
I think I just found my new life motto. Now, this episode mostly focuses on Stewie's needle adventures.
Here, Stewie, try this.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Whoa! Oh my!
But since this video is about Meg, we'll be focusing on her own misadventure. It all starts with Connie D'Amico, queen of high school social hierarchy, deciding that her usual lineup of jock boyfriends just ain't cutting it anymore.
Scott is such an idiot. I'm totally breaking up with him. I'm gonna switch to one of the other popular guys.
You've gone out with like every popular boy in this school.
Yeah, you're right. God, they all suck so much. I need a new challenge.
You know, because dating conventionally attractive athletic guys is so played out. Instead, she sets her sights on a real challenge, making a loser popular. And since Neil Goldman is just too much of a project, Connie sets her sights on the next best social reject.
Chris Griffin?
Oh my God, I could smell him from here.
God, you're right. He smells like Fred Flintstone's ass.
Anyway, Connie walks up to Chris and Meg at lunch. She blows off Meg completely, then asks Chris out on a date. And because Chris is both dumb and very dumb, he doesn't question why the hottest girl in school suddenly wants to spend time with him. He just rolls with it. I mean, would you? I wouldn't.
You and I are going on a date Saturday night.
Okay.
I'll see you then.
At the date, Connie begins her very weird attempt at fixing Chris Griffin, at which point she receives an unexpected surprise when Chris reveals that he actually likes her.
You're really pretty, and I hope I get to be with you for a long time.
No guy's ever said anything that nice to me before.
Maybe you've been hanging around with jerks.
Maybe I have.
In their defense, you aren't exactly a nice person yourself. And as the story usually goes, Connie ends up falling for Chris. They become an official couple, instantly launching Chris into high school stardom.
All right, Chrissy, here we go.
Oh my God! Is that Chris Griffin with Connie D'Amico?
People now acknowledge him in the hallways. He's hanging out with the cool kids, so it doesn't take long for him to start treating his old life like yesterday's garbage. And who's sitting at the very bottom of that trash pile? Well, none other than Meg Griffin, obviously. So when Chris decides to throw a party at his house, a certain person is left off the invite list despite living there.
You can't come. There's an ass to boob ratio that you're way off of.
That is so uncalled for. And since we're following a very obvious high school drama plot here, it was only a matter of time until Chris becomes too much for Connie to control. The party, he begins ignoring Connie and openly flirting with the other girls right in front of her.
Chris, what are you doing?
Getting scraped to death by my zipper?
How the hell can you be cheating on me? I'm the one who made you popular.
No, Connie. Beating up that Jewish kid made me popular.
Somewhere in South Park, a chubby kid just smiled. The next day at school, Chris's reputation goes through the roof. Turns out there's a huge social boost that comes with dumping Connie, which is actually ironic, considering that was usually her thing.
Chris, I can't believe you dissed Connie at your party. That was awesome.
And to make matters worse for her, Chris dumping her tanked her social status so hard it relegates her to the nerd table, aka Meg's eternal prison.
My God, he's practically ruined me. I've created a monster. We've got to do something.
In the wise words of Thanos.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Naturally, Meg is opposed to this unholy alliance.
Do you really think I would help you out in any way after everything you've done to me?
That is until a spear from Chris lands squarely on her shoulder.
Hey, Meg, think fast!
Loser!
And as the saying goes, nothing unites people like mutual hatred. So Meg and Connie join forces to plan Chris Griffin's downfall.
All right, let's do it. When we're done with him, he'll be more of an outcast and a seagull at an Adam Sandler movie.
And boy, oh boy, do they deliver on that promise. So the very next day, a general assembly is called in the school hall. Chris climbs on stage to address the entire student body, at which point a large projector on screen rolls down behind him.
The meeting of the Cool Kids Club will be at 3:15, the parking lot.
Which, as we all know, is usually the cue to run for the hills and probably out of town at that. By the time the projector turns on, the clip starts rolling. Well, I'll let you see for yourself.
What's that? Did you sit on something?
Never has Dorothy's clicking shoes been more needed here. And so with one clip, the balance in Adam West High was restored. Chris is back to being a loser, Connie's back on top, and Meg has not changed.
There's no chance we're gonna be friends now, is there?
Absolutely not.
But hey, for once, Meg wasn't the one getting humiliated here. And that, my friends, is what we call progress. However, there were a few times Meg Griffin has had enough of being the family punching bag, and in Season 10's Seahorse Seashell Party, she didn't just fight back. She went full lumberjack and cut her family down to size.
Is it too much to ask to be treated with a little decency from my brother? Show me some kind of kindness by not jumping on the Let's Get Meg family bandwagon?
This is gonna be interesting. The episode kicks off with a hurricane trapping the Griffins indoors. At first, Lois is pleased as she sees it as an opportunity for the family to spend some quality time together.
It's kind of nice for us all to be together like this, huh?
And that lasts about 5 minutes before everyone realizes that no TV or Wi-Fi means that they actually have to talk to each other.
I'm bored.
Yeah, this sucks. What are we supposed to do all day?
So naturally, things go south faster than Quagmire at a sorority party. Brian, desperate to kill time, whips out a bag of psychedelic mushrooms and decides that tonight's the night he's gonna expand his consciousness.
Nice.
But there's a fine line between expanding your mind and straight up trying to rewrite history.
Brian?
I'm gonna cut my ear off to prevent World War II.
Yeah, stay away from drugs, kids, unless missing an ear is on your bucket list. While Brian is off seeing the fabric of reality, the rest of the family attempts to play charades. And by charades, I mean Peter completely ruining the game by blurting out answers like a toddler on a sugar rush.
Okay, it's a movie, all right?
Peter, there's no talking in charade.
Okay, sorry. Movie.
Peter!
Sorry. One word.
Peter, you're still talking.
Okay, right. Fletch.
Is it Fletch?
It is Fletch.
Then, just when it seems like things might settle down, Meg dares to open a can of soda while Peter is humming. And somehow, that's enough to set him off.
Damn it, Meg, will you stop that? That is so annoying.
That was annoying? What about your stupid, obnoxious humming?
Don't talk to your father like that.
Yeah, shut up, Meg.
Yes, classic Griffin family dynamics. Peter acts like a gremlin, and somehow it's Meg's fault. Normally, this is where Meg suffers the usual all-out verbal firing squad that is her family, but instead of suffering through it, Meg decides it's time she finally gives everyone a piece of her mind. First, she starts with Chris, who, to his credit, doesn't break down like a stack of soggy waffles, because she did rip him apart.
What if I started calling you a fat, zitty loser who smells like an old woman who has birds for pets and has no friends?
One body down, 2 more to go. Next, she sets her sights on Lois, who, thanks to her very colorful past, is basically a walk and roast session waiting to happen. By the time Meg is done listing out Lois's many, many sins, she finally admits to what we've known all along.
You're right, I'm a terrible mother.
Well, that only took about 10 seasons of verbal abuse for her to admit. Progress. And then there's Peter. Meg doesn't just roast Peter here. She slow cooks him on a spit, carves him up, and serves him with a side of karma. She calls him out for being a garbage father, a trash husband, and a walking human disaster.
You think that's funny, fat ass? You're a total, complete embarrassment in every possible way. Take a good look at yourself, Peter Griffin. You're a waste of a man.
At first, Peter laughs it off because, well, he barely understands what's happening on a good day, but the more Meg keeps going, the more his tiny brain starts to really process reality.
Wait a second. These are criticisms.
Yes, genius, they are. With Pandora's box now officially open and filled to the brim with every Griffin family issue, chaos erupts in the house. Arguments fly, voices rise, and eventually Peter does what he does best, runs away from any and all responsibility tied to his name.
You shut up, all of you! I didn't ask to be in this family!
Yeah, buddy, it kind of shows. Lois goes after Peter with Stewie in hand. Chris disappears to go and cry, or probably worse, leaving Meg and Brian alone in the living room. Brian, still halfway high on shrooms, tells Meg that she finally did what she should have done years ago.
You know, that was pretty cool, the way you finally stood up to everybody.
And for a moment, it seems like the episode will actually give her a win. But no! This is Family Guy. They won't let Meg have anything.
I don't know, Brian. I meant every word of it. You saw what happened.
What do you mean?
They all turned on each other like a pack of wolves.
Well, so what? That's not your problem.
I mean, it's really that simple. Regardless, we get Meg starting to realize that somehow her suffering is what keeps the family from fully imploding.
Do you think it's possible that this family can't survive without some sort of lightning rod to absorb all the dysfunction?
And because someone in this household has to have at least a sliver of responsibility, Meg apologizes, even though she shouldn't have to.
I took all my problems out on you guys, and that wasn't fair. None of you have done anything wrong.
Lois, of course, accepts it instantly. Chris, same deal. Peter, right back to the insults. And just like that, everything goes back to normal. Meg fought back, she won, and in the end, she went right back to taking the punches. Pretty ending, if you ask me. And if you thought the writers did Meg dirty in that episode, wait till you see what they cooked up in Season 10's Go, Stewie, Go.
Hello, everyone!
And then there's Stewie dressed up as a girl, which is a whole plot line of it on its own, but again, we're not going to dive into that part of this. Instead, we start with Peter doing what he does best, being an absolutely garbage husband. The man finds one gray hair on Lois and suddenly decides he's Kevin Hart with a mic special, roasting her like she's been left in the oven for too long.
Lois, you have a gray hair, 1.5 inches lefty apart.
Oh my God, you're right.
You know, I don't mind so much that you're aging, it's just the way you're shoving it down my throat.
Screw you, Peter.
Not today. Oh, wow!
Meanwhile, Meg walks in to announce she has a new boyfriend, an actual, real, living, breathing human male, and because her dating history isn't exactly stellar, the reactions are as you'd expect.
No, really, I have a boyfriend.
Well, Meg, if you're telling us the truth, I just hope to God he's an improvement over the last one.
And by that, she means a guy Meg brought home is a trolley. I thought you to imagine that, but honestly, you've probably already done enough mental damage to yourself today, so I'm not going to put you through that. Sorry if me bringing that up already made you think about that. That was not my intention. By the time Anthony shows up, the whole house is in disbelief as he's actually a normal dude.
But there's nothing wrong with him.
Mom, where's my...
One phone call leads to another, and before you know it, half a Quahog's at the Griffin residence waiting for Dr. Harmon to confirm that Anthony is in fact a functioning human male. And since the bar is that low, this man passes with flying colors.
He seems to be completely normal.
Yeah, so when I said the bar was that low, I might have undersold it. Anyway, for the first time in forever, Meg has actually gotten herself a functional relationship. That is until Anthony dares to compliment Lois.
Has anybody ever told you you're pretty enough to be a movie star, Mrs. Griffin?
And since all Lois has heard for the past week is Peter dragging her harder than a bad Yelp review, something in her short circuits.
Look, Anthony, trust me, she ain't what she used to be, all right?
Suddenly, Meg's boyfriend isn't just Meg's boyfriend, and folks, if you haven't felt secondhand embarrassment so far watching this video, don't worry, that moment is soon coming. So the town disperses, Peter and Lois leave the lovebirds alone, and just when things start heating up, Lois walks back into the room. Now, a normal person would see their daughter making out and walk the hell out. Lois, on the other hand, decides to find a nice spot to continue peeping from.
Oh my God, that's kind of hot. I bet you taste like Mountain Dew and Starburst.
Ew! Ew! With the temptation firmly planted in her mind, Lois decides to consult Bonnie, and if you're wondering how that goes, Bonnie casually admits that she cheats on Joe.
It wasn't anything sordid, just some guys I met on the internet.
I'm attracted to another man.
Giggity.
It's Meg's boyfriend, Anthony.
Giggity.
It's just that lately Peter's been making me feel so crappy about my age.
So, yeah, not gonna go further into that one. But of course, that inspires Lois to go on her own plan of seducing Anthony here. She sends Meg on a fake errand, leaving herself alone with Anthony.
By the way, Meg, I forgot to tell you, your grandfather needs you to pick him up at the airport.
One thing leads to another. Anthony, being your average hormonal-fueled teenager, takes the bait.
God, wow, this is so cool. I've never had a MILF come on to me before.
And then, of course, Meg walks in at the worst possible moment.
Mom, I forgot my keys. Do you know where...
Lois Griffin, everyone! Simply the bastion of moral behavior. Heartbroken, Meg retreats to her room. Her mother follows close behind, which is normally where the whole "it was a mistake" speech usually gets delivered. But since Lois has gone in for the Worst Mother of the Year award, even her apology is laced with a bit of error.
It was an awful thing that I did. I never meant to steal him from you.
Is that what you think? You stole him from me?
Yet instead of, I don't know, even just apologizing, Lois decides that now is the best time to flex her feminine charm. She doubles down on the whole "I stole him from you" narrative, which ends up earning her a well-deserved scare from her clearly unhinged daughter.
You don't know me.
Oh my God.
He hangs me from the shower rod with your old bras, and then we laugh at you. Now get out of my room!
So Lois storms off to yell at Peter because apparently his mockery of her is what pushed her into Anthony's arms. Yeah.
You've made me feel so unattractive lately that I went and did something disgusting and abhorrent, and I'm ashamed of myself. Peter, I made out with Meg's boyfriend.
That's a classic, ain't it? It's your fault I cheated on you. Since Peter's now a walking sack of insecurities, he buys the whole narrative and ends up apologizing. Turns out he was only bullying Lois about her age because he too was getting older and didn't want her running off with another man.
I'm old and fat and unattractive and worthless. If I could bring you down, you wouldn't start to notice that you're too good for me and run off looking for another fella.
Good one that did. The episode ends with Lois and Peter making up and making out on the same couch where Lois is doing the deed with Anthony. Meg, on the other hand, is left needing a tooth replacement, but at least her boyfriend should be safe from Lois in the future. Who am I kidding? So far, Meg's battles have mostly been against her family or her disastrous love life, but in Season 12's A Fistful of Meg, she gets a whole new kind of problem.
Oh no!
Yeah, so when I said bully, I forgot to add that he's sort of a psycho. Actually, I didn't even say bully. Well, if I would have said psycho. Now, Meg getting bullied at school isn't exactly news. At this point, it's basically her entire brand. But rather than the usual guilty parties, aka Connie D'Amico and co.
Hey, Meg, take that! Joke's kind of on us, because we're smelling it. Yeah! Awesome!
It's the new transfer student, Mike Pulaski, who has her in his crosshairs. Meg's first run-in with Mike happens one morning at the school hallway.
Watch and learn. The best way to disarm a bully is to befriend him.
She watches him turn Neil Goldman into a balloon animal and immediately knows to stay the hell out of his way. Unfortunately, Meg Griffin and Good Luck go together like oil in a lit match because of course she bumps into him at the cafeteria, spilling her lunch all over his shirt.
What's your name, dude?
Meg Griffin!
3 o'clock, Friday. I will destroy you.
Ah yes, Chris Griffin. Always there when you need someone to completely ruin your life. Naturally, Meg does what anyone in her position would normally do here, immediately panic.
Some psycho just transferred to my school and he's going to kill me.
And so begins what I like to call the 4 stages of inevitability. First, she begs her mom to send her to another school.
Hey, Mom, I need to transfer to a different school.
But Lois instantly shoots it down because, surprise, surprise, the Griffins have the financial stability of a GameStop stock in 2021. Since the transfer's off the table, Meg takes the next illogical step, get expelled on purpose. And what better way to get kicked out of school than by releasing a tape?
That by release should be everywhere by now, and then they'll have to kick me out of the school.
Sure, it's insane, but if you knew you were about to get turned into a human piñata, you'd probably start making some questionable life choices too. Unfortunately for her, the tape is a total flop. Turns out, absolutely no one in Quahog is searching for Meg Griffin in any kind of search bar.
Ugh, come on, really?
It's still got one view.
You know what? Good for her.
With the tape being a bust, Meg then moves on to stage 3 of her plan. Hiring muscle, because why fight a bully when you can just hire more bullies to bully the bully? So she tries to recruit the school jocks, thinking that surely one of them would want to do some old-fashioned goon work for cash.
What would it take to get you to beat up Mike Pulaski?
After negotiating a $1,000 hit on Mike's head, it seems as though her bully problem is finally going away. But then she turns up to school the next day to find her problems still staring her in the face.
Oh no!
The one time she gets to see the jocks all beat up, and she can't even enjoy it. With nowhere left to run, Meg locks herself in the girls' bathroom and breaks down completely. And that's when Quagmire, yes, Glenn Quagmire, randomly appears like a middle-aged, pervy fairy godfather.
Sounds like you have a pretty big problem, Meg.
Huh? Mr. Quagmire? What are you doing in here?
Oh, sweet summer child, you really don't want to know. Long story short, Quagmire's been running an operation in the girls' restroom, and for once in his degenerate life, his pervy ways turned out to be some sort of a help here, as his eavesdropping has given him a good overview of Meg's situation.
So I guess you heard about the fight, huh?
Oh yeah, they're talking about it in all the girls' bathrooms.
He offers to help Meg deal with her bully problem. First, obvious as the good pervy neighbor he is, and secondly, because he too had his own bully problem back in school. Big shocker there. Turns out back in 1986, he was bullied by a girl during the Cola War, Wars.
Why aren't you drinking Coke? Pepsi would also be acceptable.
It doesn't have to be a two-cola system.
Yes, the Cola Wars. And if you want to know what that looks like, well, here you go.
It's one thing if you put your inside out in the safety of your own bedroom, but to have it done in the cafeteria? To this day, I can't have with a woman against her will without thinking about.
And yet another moment in my life where the questions outweigh the answers. Now, normally, Quagmire's the type of guy women need protection from, but since this is a far from normal situation, we see Meg show up at his house the very next day for self-defense lessons.
Mr. Quagmire, how am I supposed to beat a guy like Mike Pulaski? He's massive.
We get a Rocky-style training sequence, but instead of push-ups and weightlifting, it's Meg learning how to repulse another human being into submission, which, I mean, is working to her strengths, yet the method which Quagmire uses to highlight them are very Quagmire.
Now, Meg, in order to get you into fighting shape, I want you to drink this glass of raw eggs.
I don't see any yolks.
Just drink it.
My mind says one thing, my heart hopes it's another, and I do hope you're thinking of a different drink than I am. Anyway, fast forward to Friday, and the entire school is gathered to watch what is essentially David versus Goliath, except David forgot his slingshot and immediately got ragdolled.
He punched her pretty! Ow, he punched her ugly again.
Just when it looks like it's a wrap for Meg, Quagmire appears in the crowd and tells her to remember her training, and that's when things take a very disturbing turn.
You ready for more?
Are you?
Emphasis on disturbing. Without missing a beat, she follows it up by popping a giant zit in his face. Mike goes from angry to mildly traumatized, but it's still not enough to stop him. He charges at her one last time, and that's when Meg pulls out the nuclear option.
Yeah, it is.
Talk about killer looks. Golly goober. Meg emerges victorious and the whole school cheers, and for the first time in Family Guy history, it seems like she finally gets the W she's long overdue for. And then we find out she dies 1 year later from eating a frozen hot dog. Seth MacFarlane, you're one cruel man! Okay, I think that's the most anyone has cared about Meg in a long time. Well, it's over now, because it's Chris's turn, and we're going to talk about the worst things that have ever happened to him. Seems like everybody in Quahog just has it out for Chris Griffin. Chubby loser can't seem to catch a break. And I went through every single Family Guy episode to pick out the worst things that has ever happened to him. Now, one of Chris's lowest moments comes pretty early on in the series in the episode A Picture is Worth $1,000 when he's forced to choose between his family and a chance to become a world-renowned artist.
Here, I made you a present.
My God. It's good. Really good.
I know art is subjective and all, but it kind of looks like crap to me, no offense, dude. The episode starts with Peter going to Bob's Funland and putt-putt golf with his family and friends for his birthday. But in classic Family Guy fashion, all they managed to do was cause a whole heap of trouble for everyone else to deal with, especially Peter. It's a mini golf course, dude, not a frickin' golf range. Naturally, the entire group gets kicked out by the park owner, Bob Funland himself. And after seeing how successful Bob is nowadays, Peter ends up having an existential crisis since the guy was someone he and his buddies used to clown on back in high school.
Bob misses his mommy. Bob misses his mommy.
Yeesh. Even for you, Peter, that's frickin' messed up. This is where Chris comes in, as he paints his dad an amazing painting as a present. Of course, Peter, being the art connoisseur he is, knows the perfect place to display this masterpiece. Seriously, dude? Your son finally shows the town for something and you use it as a glorified bandage for your crappy car? Luckily for Chris, though, that guy that drives past is Antonio Manatti, an art dealer who buys the painting for $5,000 and convinces Peter to bring Chris to New York City so he can cultivate his reputation as an artiste. Naturally, Peter sees this as his ticket to fame and accepts, bringing the whole family with him so they can enjoy the sights of the Big Apple.
I feel like we've been walking in circles.
Gotta love that stench of New York garbage. Chris ends up entirely in the hands of Manatti, who completely rebrands him into the artistier Cristobal and demands he cut off his uncultured father.
What?
Christabel.
Now, I know Chris isn't exactly the best looking dude out there, but having to go through a full rebrand has gotta do a number on the old self-esteem. And while I do think Peter's a jerk, the fact that Chris is still forced to choose between his own family and a blossoming career is a crappy decision for anyone to make. But when Chris ultimately does choose to prioritize his art, Peter is outraged and straight up disowns his own son instead of, oh, I don't know, trying to be supportive of his own kid for once. Heck, he straight up jumps ship to Meg, of all people, when she shows off her talent for bird calling.
I'm gonna make you famous, wait and see.
See what I did there? I said jump ship. And cut to his ship. With nothing left for him but his art, Chris prepares for his first exhibit at Monati Gallery, which Lois has to bait Peter into attending by saying that there's strippers giving out free tacos. But once his masterpiece is revealed to be several different portraits of Peter, both Monati and his snobby art friends reject him as a poser.
Art? Amateur?
Hey, that's my dad!
Chris doesn't really care about any of that, since he openly admits the only reason he was there in the first place was because of how much he loved his dad. And although this selfless act manages to get him back in his dad's good graces, the fact that Chris had to sacrifice his chances of making it in the art world just straight up sucks, man. Now, if you thought that was just a one-off of Chris suffering at the hands of Peter, we got a whole video left. It's a whole lot worse in He's Too Sexy for His Fat, as when Chris becomes sensitive about his weight, Peter ends up getting liposuction instead of helping his kid out with his self-esteem.
Trust me, Chris, sometimes it's better not to fit in.
Oh, I just want to smack him on his ballsack chin. This episode begins with Brian being the usual burden he is by spreading fleas to the entire family. Peter, in all his brilliance and wisdom, thinks he's got the perfect solution to deal with the little buggers.
Learn the language of the fleas, earn their trust, then breed with their women.
Yes, Peter, because fleas are renowned for their diplomacy with human beings. Naturally, Lois makes the obvious decision to call in an exterminator squad to deal with the issue, but let's just say they get a little too crazy with the exterminating part of their job. Their house gets completely shut down for repairs and renovation, and Brian tries to compensate by putting the family up in a crappy hotel. What, you didn't think a failing writer could afford the Hilton, did you?
Just as I thought. Oatmeal, spittle,
The Griffins try to relax at the pool to take their minds off things, but Chris refuses to take his shirt off because of how self-conscious he feels about his weight. Naturally, his parents try to cheer him up, but as for the other guests staying there, well,
I'm sorry, sir. You can't park your van on the diving board.
This is my son.
I've been called many things in my life, but a frackin' van definitely ain't one of them. The pool incident inspires Chris to go on a strict diet and exercise regimen with the help of Peter, but nothing seems to be working for him. Running, getting mauled by a bear, avoiding junk food, none of it.
The hell is that?
That baby fat can really stick to you, huh? Thanks, editor. Funnily enough, Stewie ends up jumping in on the dog pile by gorging on all the foods Chris can't eat and rubbing it in his face appropriately. But this cheeky little display ends up backfiring right in his face when he ends up developing an eating disorder and looking like Augustus Gloop from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Damn you, ice cream. Come to my mouth.
I know how you feel, Stewie. COVID was an interesting time for my diet, and it has not recovered since. Peter tries to help by taking him to a surgeon to consider liposuction, but he ends up getting his own fat all sucked out while Chris stays all natural. Good on you, Chris. But all the perks of being skinny go straight to Peter's head, who uses his new body to do things he could never do before, like looking at his own privates and riding Brian like a horse. He starts undergoing even more surgeries to become muscular and attractive.
You walk in here with your chiseled jaw and you... Oh, my.
And in classic Peter fashion, he makes it all about him to the point where he gets an invite to the Quahog Beautiful People's Club, but completely abandons Chris outside. Like, seriously, just look at how the poor kid takes it when his own dad abandons him again.
Don't look at me. I'm hideous.
Peter, how could you treat Chris that way?
It's always me with Peter, and Chris is the one who suffers for it. Thankfully, karma comes back to bite Peter in his sculptured behind when he crashes into a vat of lard and turns back into his former fat self. And Chris, being the kind-hearted kid that he is, still forgives his dad despite him being a total self-indulgent turd. You might be big-boned, Chris, but you got a bigger heart than most of us. Chris ends up going through another major blow in his life in To Love and Die in Dixie. when he and his family are forced to relocate to the south after he becomes an unwilling witness to a robbery.
All right, then give me one of them horoscope scrolls. And some Skittles.
Hey man, with how crazy prices are getting nowadays, I can't even blame the guy for stealing what he wants. The episode starts with Chris getting an invite to Barbara's birthday party and deciding to start working as a paperboy to afford the gift for said party. This becomes one of the most consequential decisions of his life, as the paper route puts him right into the crosshairs of none other than Herbert the pervert, who loves what he's seeing right in front of him.
That's a nice muscly throwing arm you got there.
The sexual innuendos are already bad enough from their first encounter, but this is just the beginning of literal years worth of sexual harassment that Chris has to suffer at the hands of this creepy old fart. At the very least, Chris earns enough money to buy a perfume bottle for Barbara, which he promptly sprays into her eyes.
Can I spray some on you?
Ow, my eyes!
They're beautiful.
It's okay, Chris. Don't be too harsh on yourself. I've also been yelled at for spraying things into people's eyes. Giggity. I apologized for nothing. Chris's luck takes an even worse turn when he's caught up in a robbery at a convenience store and is asked to help ID the criminal. And Peter, the brilliant genius the dude is, ends up blurting out his son's full name and showing his photo to the criminals in the lineup.
Chris Griffin? Oh, wait a sec. You know what? I think I got a picture of him somewhere. Here you go.
My guy, you might as well hog-tie your son and serve him up on a silver platter while you're at it. Naturally, while the actual robber escapes from prison, he publicly declares he's out to kill Chris. The FBI swoops in at this point to relocate the Griffins to Bumblescum, a tiny little town in the heart of the Deep South. And for a family used to a clean suburban lifestyle, let's just say that getting adjusted to redneck country posed a bit of a challenge.
Oh, God!
These are the downsides of living too close to nature. Or if you like pet raccoons, I guess upsides. Still, they do manage to gradually settle in, with Peter even becoming the new sheriff of the town. Chris also manages to make new friends with a kid named Sam, which goes well for all of 2 seconds until Peter starts questioning the Southerners' reenactment of the Civil War.
I'm saying that drunken idiot kicked your sorry asses south of the Donna-Dixon line.
This is one of those rare moments where Peter is technically right, but he really needs to learn not to piss on Southern hospitality. Sam's father obviously gets pissed off at getting fact-checked and bans his kid from spending any more time with Chris, so we can add that to our ever-growing list of things Peter screwed up for his son. Chris is naturally bummed out about losing his new friend, but what he didn't expect was Sam's reaction to it all.
What are you doing?
Turns out Sam was a girl this whole time, and Chris decides it's worth the risk to keep on seeing her. Go get him, champ! Meanwhile, in Quahog, the robber tricks the FBI into giving up Chris's new address and makes his way down to Bumblescum. Peter tries to confront him since he's the law of the town, but he screws up in classic Peter fashion by bringing an empty gun to a gunfight. Sam's father ends up having to shoot the robber himself and save the day, and although the Griffins are now safe to go back to Quahog, it's a bittersweet moment for Chris since he has to say goodbye to his new love.
I'll be sure to write.
And I'll be sure to learn to read.
Kid just can't catch a break, especially when he sees what kind of love is waiting for him back home.
Thinking about the muscly on paper boy. Wishing he'd come by and bring me some good news.
Oh my days, man. Speaking of love, Chris ends up copping another L in the romance department in Fast Times at Buddy Cianci Junior High when he falls in love with his new teacher and ends up having to choose between his morals and his ding-dong.
So basically what Orwell was saying was...
Yeah, I'd catch a case if my teacher looked like that. Things kick off with the Griffin family attending an open house at Chris's school, with Peter being his usual self by throwing stuff at a random parent.
He took lessons in junior college.
Heads up!
In English class, Chris's teacher learns she won the lottery and immediately bails from her job. And honestly, with how little we pay teachers in America, I can hardly blame her. Lois then appeals to Brian's ego to step in as a substitute, which he enjoys since he gets to act like the intellectual writer he thinks he is in front of a captive audience.
Hello, class. Mark Twain here, filling in for Brian Griffin.
Wow, he's insufferable. Everything's looking up for Brian until he gets reassigned to teach remedial English, a breeding ground for the future gangbangers and hookers of America. His departure sets the stage for the starlet of the episode, the busty blonde bombshell, Mrs. Lockhart. Like any teenager with raging prepubescent hormones, Chris falls head over heels for this baddie.
Some of you, I think, can do better. What do you see here, Chris?
2 D's and an F.
Me too, Chris, me too. And while Chris is dreaming of double D's, Brian has to adjust to dealing with a less than interested student body.
I'm, Mr. Griffin, but you can call me Brian. Mr. Griffin is my father. Well.
Yeah, try putting on that Mark Twain costume now, see how that goes, bud. Chris is crazy about Mrs. Lockhart to the point where he walks into class naked just to show how romantic and unexpected he can be. Naturally, though, Lois freaks out when she finds out her son is in love with his teacher of all people and arranges a meeting to sort out this whole mess. Peter, of course, contributes as any caring father would do in this troubling situation.
Mrs. Lockhart, our son would like to plow you.
Real smooth, brother. Much to Chris's surprise, however, his teacher actually seems to feel the same way, to the point where she sneaks into the Griffin's backyard to speak with him. There's just one little caveat she has for him in exchange for her love.
If we're going to be together, I need you to kill my husband.
Man, Chris really just can't seem to catch a break when it comes to love, huh? First Sam, now this. My man just needs a big hug at this point. Back the frick off, Herbert! Chris ends up backing out of the plan at the last minute, prompting Mrs. Lockhart to kill her husband with, and you're never going to believe this.
You know, it tastes kind of different than usual.
I don't know either, man. It's cartoon logic. Just roll with it. Lois and Stewie find Mrs. Lockhart's written instructions in the laundry and think Chris was actually responsible for the murder, so they cover for him by dumping the husband's body into the river. And as for Brian, he's just fed up with his job at this point, unintentionally gets his reject students to aspire to equally low-level careers.
You could spend the rest of your life as a ditch digger or a motel maid or a hooker.
Rare W for Brian, I guess. The entire family acts extremely tense around Chris since they still think he's a cold-blooded murderer.
My God, his bloodlust is unquenchable. Hey, Chris, why don't you take your sister into the kitchen for a sandwich?
He literally takes a news broadcast explicitly saying that Mrs. Lockhart killed her husband for them to finally let their guard down around this dude. Seriously, not even his own family has his back. Don't worry, Chris, I know how that feels. Now, unlike these last few episodes, Chris is actually the cause of his own suffering in steroids when he gets a taste for the popular life through his relationship with Connie D'Amico and flies a bit too close to the sun.
I have the power!
Oh yeah, and Stewie gets juiced up with steroids, so yeah, there's that. We start off at a backyard barbecue at Joe Swanson's place where Stewie gets into a fight with Joe's baby daughter, Susie, and gets completely punked for good measure. Meanwhile, Meg tries desperately to fit in with the popular crowd, only for her to be dismissed like a fart in the wind.
Hey, Meg, take that!
Yeah, I really meant literally there. Anywho, enter Connie D'Amico, the certified queen bee of the school, who realizes she needs a new man to toy with since she's already dated and broken up with every other popular guy in school. So she sets her sights on Chris, the most unpopular guy in school from her point of view, and plans to make him popular before dumping him like all the other guys that came before him. Chris is a bit surprised at the offer since he don't think he's the most unpopular guy.
I am? What about Smiley McGee over there?
But he accepts the offer nonetheless. As for Peter, he's humiliated that his son lost to a girl, so he does what any sane father would do and takes his infant child to the gym, where he lets a shady instructor inject Stewie with a syringe full of actual steroids. Within minutes, Stewie comes out looking like prime Jay Cutler and immediately starts asserting himself as the alpha of the Griffin household. And honestly, if it means having someone to put that wannabe writer Brian in his place, I'm all for it.
$10.
Look, can I... Stewie...
No more freeloading, Brian. You gotta pay the toll. Or else. Later, Chris and Connie go on that date of theirs, with Connie's initial plan being to take him to a school pep rally to get as many eyes on them as possible, but Chris's genuine love and kindness actually wins her over.
Well, I think you're nice, and I like spending time with you. You're really pretty, and I hope I get to be with you for a long time.
Take notes, boys! The bar really is that low sometimes. Connie ditches her original plan and decides that she actually wants to date Chris for real, and the two go watch a movie instead. The two lovebirds make their new relationship public, and they all live happily ever after.
Here we go.
Oh my God! Is that Chris Griffin with Connie D'Amico?
Just kidding. This is Chris we're talking about here, so something's gotta go horribly wrong. All the popular kids start treating Chris like an equal, and he even invites Connie over to the house for dinner. But all this popularity starts getting to his head as he changes up his style and becomes more and more of a jerk, even to his own sister.
I'm sorry, Meg. You can't come. There's an ass-to-boob ratio that you're way off of.
Really glad to know Chris is chronicling his sister in those ways. Not gross at all. His ego gets to the point where he actually ends up cheating on Connie at a house party, turning her into one of the unpopular kids at school. But hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and to get her revenge, Connie teams up with Meg to publicly humiliate Chris by showing a video of him dancing completely naked in front of the whole school. Man, I'm conflicted on this one. On the one hand, being shown in your birthday suit in front of your peers has got to be one of the worst things anyone could ever go through. I mean, that is a common nightmare, I think. But on the other hand, he low-key deserved it. So, Rest assured, Chris's forays into the romance department don't get any better in extra large medium when he dates a classmate with Down syndrome and has to deal with her constantly berating and nagging him.
Boy, you're tougher than a doggy dominatrix.
The episode starts with the Griffins going for a hike in the local forest, only for Chris and Stewie to end up getting lost after chasing a butterfly.
Let's get it!
Chris, I don't think we should be leaving the trail.
I should clarify, Chris gets lost while chasing a butterfly. Stewie is helplessly strapped to the fat kid's back. The two of them realize just how screwed they are and have no choice but to hunker down and hope someone comes to rescue them. Naturally, Chris doesn't take any of this very well.
Stewie, are we gonna die?
Hey, probably.
I don't know about you, but spending several days without food, water, and the internet sounds like a pretty darn miserable time to me. The life and death situation does inspire Chris to ask out his classmate, Ellen, if they ever make it out alive, while Stewie becomes determined to make another run in politics. Second time's a charm, buddy. Meanwhile, Lois desperately seeks out the services of a psychic medium after everyone else thinks her kids are already dead at this point. After consulting her magical spirits, the lady assures her that Chris and Stewie will be safe, and sure enough, Bruce ends up finding them deep in the forest, even if he was only there looking for his gay lover.
Oh, you're not Jeffrey. You're that missing baby and boy. Jeffrey, I found that missing baby and boy. I don't care.
Hey, relationship drama always comes first. Starving children can wait. Why the hell didn't you fold the laundry? The medium's prediction coming true sparked an obsession with psychic powers for Lois, much to the annoyance of Brian and his Reddit atheist attitudes on things that aren't factual, peer-reviewed science.
Why would you pay her to hear things you want to hear?
Even if you got some decent points, it's like, why you gotta be such a tool about it? Chris sticks to his word and asks out Ellen, who accepts his offer. He's really excited about this at first, and Stewie is surprisingly supportive of his older brother's efforts, even if he has his doubts about Ellen's condition. Heck, he even goes the extra mile to get Chris set up and goes all the way with a musical number.
A squirt, a spurt of something just for Ellen, and you'll see that she will find you so compelling and...
Meanwhile, Peter ends up hopping on the psychic train himself, because of course he does, and starts thinking he has actual powers after pretending to read people's minds at the park. This escalates to the point where he starts his own business at his house and does performances in front of a live audience. But of course, it all blows up in his face when Joe asks him to help find a missing person with a bomb strapped to him, which promptly blows up in his face.
Yeah, I'm not psychic.
Later, Chris takes Ellen out for a date where he quickly finds out that Ellen is kind of a bossy jerk, like demanding that Chris pull out her chair at the table or give her a shoulder massage, and when he takes her back to her place, her attitude gets even crappier, like when she demands he make her an ice cream sundae, but then berates him when he puts chocolate sauce on it. Understandably, Chris crashes out hard over being mistreated this way.
All right, that is it. I don't care how hot you are.
This video's been nothing but just strikeouts. Like, that's the fourth chick in a row now. Only one of them was really his fault. Give the kid a stable relationship, for crying out loud, man. Oh boy, it's finally time for us to get into Halloween on Spooner Street when Chris ends up getting hot and heavy in a broom closet with his own sister.
Oh my God.
It's a Halloween episode. What's scarier than smooching your own sister? I guess the Family Guy writers are running out of ideas at this point and decided it was time to add a little incest into the mix to screw Chris over, because why the heck not? Dude comes out swinging right from the get-go of the episode with a rather questionable costume.
Chris, what in God's name are you doing? You can't go out dressed like that.
Why not? I'm Bill Cosby.
Yeesh, that really has not aged well, huh? As you might have guessed, it's Halloween and everyone in Quahog is gearing up for some fun, like Peter teaming up with Joe to throw dozens of eggs at Quagmire, or Joe, taking one for the team to give Quagmire a good scare.
Wow, that was terrific, Jessica.
It was good for me, too.
Joe, you probably got to get yourself tested for every STD under the sun now. There's no way a guy like Glenn is using protection. Stewie freaks out at all the grotesque Halloween costumes, but Brian makes himself useful for once and shows him what trick-or-treating is all about. Unfortunately for Stewie, this sends him on a collision course with a gang of hardcore teenagers who rob him of his hard-earned candy.
Candy, but...
Thanks, Duck Boy.
They just sealed their fates. We all know how demented this toddler can get. As for Meg, she somehow managed to snag an invite to her first high school Halloween party, where I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong. While sharing a few beers, Quagmire reveals to Peter and Joe that his grandfather was actually a kamikaze pilot during World War II. The guys then have the brilliant idea of joining Joe on his evening patrol to totally do their part in keeping the peace on a rowdy Halloween night.
Ugly
Nothing like a father supporting his daughter. They also get to see him trying to wrangle a little couple having a domestic dispute, which was honestly hilarious to watch. Brian tries to comfort the teenager gang, but they easily punk him and spray paint him pink, prompting him and Stewie to seek out revenge. At the Halloween party, Meg plays Spin the Bottle with a group of people that includes a guy that is just totally dressed like Bill Clinton and not actually him.
All right, let's go make some white water.
Listen, all I'm saying is there's a reason old Bill was on Epstein's flight log. It passes over to Meg, who lands on a suspiciously chubby-looking Optimus Prime. The two of them go into the closet for some hot and heavy second base action, only for everyone at the party to peek in and realize it's Meg and Chris.
Chris?
Meg?
Ah, frick, I think I'm gonna be sick. Seriously, let's recap Chris's love life so far. He had to say goodbye to Sam, consider killing a man for Mrs. Lockhart, ruin a good relationship with Connie, and deal with Ellen's demanding crap. And now, we gotta add swap and spit with his own sister. Come on, man. And while all this is happening, Quagmire takes Peter and Joe out for a ride in a Japanese Zero fighter plane, but he suddenly falls into a trance and starts diving into a kamikaze run on a ship in the harbor, which freaks out the guys until he reveals it was all just a prank to get back at them. Meanwhile, Stewie tries to launch a fracking rocket at the teenagers, but they chuck a rock at him and mess up his aim. At least the rocket did some good. With Plan A blowing up in smoke, Stewie switches to Plan B and has Lois strong-arm one of the teen's mothers into giving up the candy. Much more effective, I suppose. As for Chris and Meg, they make it back home and seem to have an understanding of never mentioning what really happened between them ever again.
Why do you and Meg smell like sweat and shame?
Don't worry, man. I'd feel the same way if I found out I was turning my family tree into a family wreath. Speaking of family, Chris ends up getting the short end of the stick and trading places when he and Meg swap roles with Peter and Lois in the family to see who could do the other's jobs better.
You know what would be great? If I could come home and have 5 minutes before you jump all over my back!
Yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, a teenager trying to run a household ain't something that normally goes well. Things kick off with Peter entering a competition to see who can keep their hand on a dirt bike the longest, barely managing to edge out Mayor West by tricking him into checking his phone for a picture of a kitten wearing glasses. He proudly brings his new bike back home to show off to the family, only for Chris and Meg to immediately destroy it after taking it out on a joyride. Real smooth, Chris. Naturally, their parents are freaking pissed, and when Meg suggests that they just buy another one to replace it, it sparks a heated debate about how difficult it is to really be a parent. Lois then comes up with the clever idea of swapping places with her kids for a week so that they can see just how tough it really is to manage the household. In her mind, she figures the kids will just tap out long before she and Peter do, but...
Seared ají tostadas, grilled asparagus, couscous, and for dessert, molten chocolate lava cake.
Yeah, it turns out Peter and Lois are kind of just bad at fulfilling their respective roles in the family. Chris ends up excelling at doing Peter's job, not a high bar to clear for being honest, and Meg breezes through Lois's housework like it's nobody's business. In fact, it's Peter and Lois that really end up suffering in their kids' shoes as social outcasts. Lois gets the mean girl treatment because she's not on the track team like the other popular kids, while Peter gets hit with the mother of all spitballs. Don't question it, it's cartoon logic. Anyway, Peter and Lois are ready to tap out by this point and ask to call off the experiment, but it's too late. Chris has been permanently given Peter's job, making him the sole breadwinner of the family and putting all of the financial burden on his shoulders. At first, Chris is happy with this arrangement and refuses to go back to school. Peter tries his best to find a different job, but you'd be shocked to find out that employers aren't exactly chomping at the bit to hire someone with a lukewarm IQ like his.
You know what? It's fine. I have a preliminary sketch here. Is this the man who assaulted you?
The less said about that, the better. But because Chris is so much better at his job than Peter, he gets assigned more work to deal with, which is why you should never try to be a top performer at your own jobs, kiddos. This, of course, means that he has to stay later and later to keep up with the added responsibilities. And as the work just keeps on piling up, Chris starts drinking heavily to cope with the stress. Just gonna say, you can already imagine how this pans out.
Have you been drinking?
Yes? Have you been aging? I want you two to do it right in front of me, and I'm gonna throw $40 on your sweaty bodies when you're done.
What is it with Chris and always being involved in his family's life? He begins to get more and more irritable at his family, and the pressure keeps building and building until one day when everyone asks Chris for money, he has a full-blown mental breakdown and finally collapses from a massive heart attack.
Oh my god! I think Chris is having a heart attack!
Being the sole breadwinner is hard enough, but doing it when you're not even legally old enough to vote? That's just tragic. Thankfully, things go back to normal with Chris returning to school and Peter getting his old job back, but honestly, that old debacle probably took 10 years off of Chris's life. That's just a metaphor for life right there, man. Also, Peter was right for once. Good heavens, what does the world come to? And of course, we gotta cap off Chris's worst moments with another failed romance in Chris Has Got a Date. When Chris manages to go out with Taylor Swift and has to deal with her struggling to choose between him and her career of trashing the men she dates.
Chris Griffin is a pig in every way.
Is this your queen, Swifties? Because I can think of like 5 other people you could put on a pedestal instead. The episode starts with Chris asking Kara Morris to the homecoming dance, and surely the worst she could do is say no, right?
Oh, hi, Robot from Big Hero 6. No, but thank you.
Ouch. Fat shaming and a rejection all at once is a tough pill to swallow. Meanwhile, Peter gets mistaken for an Uber driver after borrowing Brian's Prius to drop the kids off at school, which sets him down the path of actually becoming an Uber driver, and as soon as he's hired, he manages to instantly get the uniform for the job as well. Hey, they animated it, not me. Stewie comes up with a brilliant idea for Chris to ask none other than Taylor Swift to be his date, and to their surprise, she actually accepts. Taylor pulls up to the Griffin household where Peter naturally oogles her, and Stewie sneakily inquires about how well-endowed Harry Styles is.
Still going? Oh my god, you seriously?
Peter continues working hard, if you could even call it that, at his new side gig as an Uber driver, but you can only imagine how good he actually is at this new gig of his.
Where you headed?
The airport.
Great, just a couple of errands and we'll get you there.
I mean, seriously, what did you expect? Chris and Taylor have a great time together at the school dance, and they even share a passionate kiss at the end of the night. But the next day, Brian finds a new music video where Taylor dunks on Chris. I mean, she straight up trashes his reputation.
He licked his armpit, then ate all my dinner and dessert.
Sure, he might be a bit wider than most of us, but don't ever disrespect my man's table manners. Chris heads down to Rhode Island with Stewie and Brian to confront Taylor, who admits she deliberately ruins her relationship to keep having more material about heartbreak and that she really did enjoy their night together. So in order to make up for her mistakes, she invites them to her next concert as her special guests. And as for Peter, he gets lured into an ambush by a group of taxi drivers who don't appreciate all the new Uber drivers muscling in on their turf.
Stop, please stop! The sound of your leather jackets is excruciating!
Yeah, get that frickin' frick, man. The script wants me to take that back and say I got a little carried away there, but no, screw this man. At the concert, Taylor tries to sing something nice about Chris, but her jaded fan base absolutely hates it.
I've met the guy that I've been dreaming of. Meet Taylor.
Something birds of a feather flock together. Chris realizes she has to choose between him and her music career, so he makes the selfless decision to let her go so that she can continue to be who she truly is, a spiteful pop star with a fan base of equally spiteful haters.
This next song is about my dumb ex-boyfriend who either mistreated me, cheated on me, or went to massage parlors when I was out of town.
It's the second time now that Chris had to give up on what could have been true love. Maybe one day he'll find his beloved, but it better not be his frackin' sister. And as for Peter, Brian calls upon an Uber to take them home, and of course it's none other than Peter in what's left of his smoldering car.
How many tooths is not enough tooths?
However, I have a bonus moment. Ah, yes. This is not going to get any better. It's actually even worse than the last one. Chris's worst moment has got to be during Fresh Air, when he becomes the sole heir to his grandfather's fortune and has to deal with Peter trying to marry him so that he can get his chunky hands on all that money.
Chris Griffin, will you marry me?
What?
Hip hip hooray, another incest episode, a big shocker there. This episode starts with Chris wanting to spend some time with Peter, but he keeps blowing him off. Around the same time, Carter has a little incident at the mall after arguing with his wife.
No, I'm not. I'm the champ at doing this. Ow! You jinxed me!
Bro really tried climbing a never-ending flight of stairs just to prove a point. Naturally, Carter needs someone to look after him while he recovers, but unfortunately for him, Barbara is out of town, Lois has a hair appointment, and Meg flat out frackin' refuses. So it falls on Chris to step up and look after Carter's needs. And when I say his needs, I mean all his needs.
Cool! Hey, next time I want to try it with my hand.
Chris, buddy, you just gave your own grandpa a frackin' handy. I really don't think you should be that too excited, man. Naturally, the two of them hit it off splendidly afterwards, though, like ordering pizzas online to see which delivery driver arrives the fastest. And of course, Carter gives the winning driver the classic Peter Schmidt treatment to show his solidarity with the working class.
Your money is in this pile of mashed potatoes. Eat your way out. No hands.
Carter tries to pay Chris for looking after him, but he refuses his money, saying that he was just happy to have someone to hang out with. This only further impresses Carter to the point where he makes Chris the sole heir to the Peter Schmidt family fortune after seeing how the kid wasn't just hanging out with him for his money.
Why?
Oh no, my hairless twin got out!
Between this bombshell revelation and the hairless twin, Peter finally starts paying attention to Chris, sucking up to him hard and doing anything to get into his good graces. He even tries dressing up like Chris and pandering to typical teenage activities, which... Wait, just watch this clip. It speaks for itself.
Hey, there he is! Oh boy, hot dogs and Nintendo, huh, Chris?
It's given Steve Buscemi going, "How do you do, fellow kids?" But when nothing seems to stick, Peter goes all out after talking with the guys at the Drunken Clam and decides to do the unthinkable, actually getting married to his own son in Vermont.
As long as it's a man and a man, anything goes up there. They're a bunch of liberal degenerates.
For me personally, this episode is probably the worst that Chris has to go through. First, he gives a handy to his grandpa. Then his own father tries to get married to him. Oh, I'm gonna be sick again. Chris ends up agreeing with the plan, if only so he could finally start spending some quality time with his dad. That only gets more depressing the more you think about it. They drive down to Vermont, the only abhorrent state that would approve this type of marriage, and get the necessary preparations ready for the wedding. And yeah, it's just every bit as weird as it sounds.
Hey, I may be your husband and your dad, but I'm still a man.
I'm just glad the creators didn't take it any further than these weird innuendos, because it's already bad enough as is that Chris has to treat his father like his husband, wife, partner. On the day of the actual wedding, Lois crashes the ceremony to chastise Peter on his plot to get his hands on the family fortune. Chris reveals he knew all along that Peter just wanted the money, which convinces his dad to stop his awful plans and return to a normal quote-unquote father-son relationship. Thank frick. But that's all I got for today. And if you want to see more Family Guy moments that were as crazy as these, if not more so, click the video on screen now. Have an epic day.